feasible. It is. It was a dead project. You know, they.
Yeah.
It cost hundreds of millions of dollars, probably billion, and they they require a high input of energy, and what they get out is much less than what they put in. So this actually debunks nuclear fission. You cannot. It's unachievable. It doesn't exist. You know, like this kind of source of constantly producing energy. You know, from nothing. So this principle, which they say that the sun is functioning on, actually, with these machines that we built, yeah, they show that it's not working, you know. So the sun is something totally else, something other than what they tell us. Mic check?
Oh, you're still good, Get Get. I'm listening.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, when you look into this is the super hot side of the world, but when you look into the opposite direction, in the super cold, actually that is where you have all these supernatural forces, super magnetism, super electromagnetic induction, uh, super flow, superconductivity, which is actually an effect which, yeah, we can tell this is something that defies gravity. Everything that we know about gravity, it's unreal. So you can actually see that it's a magnetic effect, what we call gravity. It's a cause of electricity, magnetism, and electrostatics. All these forces combined together make things, all the elements of nature, behave, being attracted to this plane on the ground. And they fallaciously call it gravity. We can do simple experiments, like gluing together two magnets with their opposing poles. You drop them from a building, and you'll see that those magnets will be always the last that fall to the ground in comparison with any other elements, plastic, water, metals, So,
Interesting.
yeah. This actually was discovered by Boyd Bushman. He was a Lockheed Martin engineer. So, in the 1970s, this guy he knew a lot of stuff, magnetism, you know. I even found, for example, one of his patent is on magnetic beams. which he never said what was the purpose of inventing this thing, what were they used for, but it it is provable. You know, if you put together 5 magnets in a cross-like configuration, and then another one, the fifth magnet from a lateral side, where you place it like right in that middle of the crust where those magnets are glued together. Um, and because there are like 5 opposing magnetic fields in, like, you glue these magnets on a cube, and on that cube only one side remains clear. So
So, Checkers, you got any other questions that are more based in reality we might be able to answer without speculating? You want to see some of our evidence? Maybe.
yeah, the evidence is like any picture that you take of a distant horizon is actually a proof for the flat earth and not the globe, because you will see at least about 10 times further than you should be able to see the globe model.
Checkers live.
Yeah.
I will.
Then you can also play with mirrors, you know. Take a friend, go to a big lake, you go on the shore, your friend on the other shore, and play with that mirror, reflect the light, and you will see his light reflection. It
Yeah,
means,
but I'm all about measurement because these people do
yeah,
not know the difference between a measurement and a calculation. That
yeah,
needs to be determined first
yeah,
before you start
yeah,
having a conversation with them, because it'll turn out some of them don't know what a radius is, don't know what a circumference is. You better start out simple. Do you know what a circle
He
is?
has
Ask
he has a
that.
belief, he has a belief in the flat earth.
Huh? What was that?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say before that douchebag Elijah muted me. You know what I'm saying? Because he's a
Oh.
fucking punk. But he doesn't.
uh,
I was trying to get the kid to understand measurement, and then he wants to fucking butt in and do his own dumb shit.
it wasn't Elijah. I think it was Elbow Rico. But anyway,
Well, that's fucked up, Elbow.
What's up?
So if you're the fag that muted me, that's fucked up.
I did mute you because I mean the conversation was going nowhere. Y'all were having an argument instead of actually a conversation with the guy.
Exactly, because that dude's a jackass, the Elijah guy. Because the guy, he's off on La La Land, and we're trying to get him to focus on the shape of the earth. I hate when people try to, let's answer his questions. No, his questions are stupid, because if the earth isn't fucking round, how are you going to answer these questions?
Yeah, so that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. You're right, Fraud. I agree with you. That if we don't get down to like terms and terminology and what we're actually talking about, if you let them take you into the woods with anything other than a measurement, they don't. You'll be lost in there forever. And I think that's what you just saw, where the guy ended up just leaving because, he was allowed to be like
We're
followed
indulging
into
his
the
fantasy.
freaking weed. Like we follow them into the weeds on purpose.
No,
Like, what the fuck?
Right, we're indulging his fantasy.
Yes.
Why are we indulging his fantasy? This is not fantasy land. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
The whole thing was that he has a belief in the flat earth. He believes it by scripture, not by reality.
yeah, I don't know which guy exactly you refer to, guys, because there was 2 or 3 of them lately in the last hour.
It was a Chegger guy. They came in here with, "What do you guys think about the planets on a flat Earth?" I'm like,
Oh,
obviously,
that guy who sounded intelligent, like
no,
smart one.
that was cursed. That was the guy that was here just.
Ah, yeah.
That guy was just
That
being a douchebag.
that was wicked one, a wicked one. Yeah.
But the Chegger or whoever the hell it was asking about planets on a flat Earth, and like obviously
Yeah.
he doesn't understand what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
to address his question without getting him, hey, well, what do you believe the Earth is first, dude? Before you get into all this craziness.
Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't address the question because he came in here saying that he believed the Earth was flat. So what are you talking about?
Well, he
If that's the
already
case,
had.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that part. But you know, if that's the
Yeah.
case, I get it. But still, at the same time, if you believe the Earth is flat, planets don't exist, dude.
You misunderstood that guy, Fraud. Actually, you misunderstood that guy because you didn't hear him saying that he's already accustomed with the flat Earth concept. So yeah,
No,
it wasn't something new for him. Yeah, but
he wanted a
he
model.
didn't have.
He
Yeah.
wanted a model, dude. I mean, like, dude. See,
Well, Fraud, come on. Someone who hears the first time about flat Earth, don't they
Yeah,
ask
Well,
for
yeah,
what is
yeah.
the model? I mean, every one of us did. Even I did. Even I did ask about this question when I first came to the flat Earth. You know,
but the thing is,
I was
when you
curious to find the model, and
right,
actually,
but
back
all
in
right,
the
but
days, before 2015, it was presented. The flat Earth was presented as a model. Yeah, they were saying in Eric Dubé's video, I think. He's saying this is the flat Earth model. You know,
yeah, they
we
give you
don't
that
live
the
on a
animation.
globe model. Yeah,
They give
but
the animation of what it might look like. Yeah.
yeah.
But dude
So,
was here saying,
but it
but dude
was a
was here
proof of
saying,
concept. I understood that. You know, I understood that's not actually reality, and only after 2015, flat earthers started to say, hey, when we try to work out a model, any model you try to make of the reality, you know, to represent reality, you will not be able to make it because it means that you actually recreate reality, you know. So it's physically impossible to make a working model.
That's why
And
you got to find
yeah,
out what that kid. You have to find out what these people believe, right? So is he a
yeah,
biblical? Is he a biblical flat earther, or is he
yeah,
whatever you want to call flat earther? You got to find out where
yeah,
they're at. Because if you go with the Bible, you understand that there's
yeah.
a firmament. You know what I'm saying? There's a
Yeah,
firmament, all that other stuff
yeah,
that goes into it. You know, so
yeah.
that's how you address them. You know what I'm saying? You find out where they're at
Mm,
instead
Well,
of
so yeah,
he was,
yeah.
listen, because there's a lot of flat earthers that have not been around the Discord for a year or more. You know what I mean? So they
yeah.
Yeah.
like there could be all different kinds of flat earthers out there. They could be like hybrid mixed space flat earth. They don't know what they
Yeah,
believe yet. So I
Anunnaki.
say you need to figure that out first. Like where, yeah, exactly. Where do they stand? Like, okay, they're flat earth. How so? You know, let's hear them talk about it a little bit instead of answering every question. Let's hear what they got to say.
Well, so when he came in, he said he was been looking into it since he was in 2018, and he believed there he is into the theory, yada yada yada. But he was biblical fan. They asked him about the radius. He couldn't answer that question. So you know, I pretty much got on him. And you're not really a flat earther.
Yeah, I don't know
yeah,
flat
he
earthers
wasn't. That's
who
what
would.
I'm saying. I didn't get that either. That's when the questions he was asking were not flat Earth questions. It's just
I'm
ridiculous.
sorry, that's fake to me. As soon as they don't know those things, I don't believe them. That they're a
Yep,
flat
same.
earther. I
Well,
don't believe anything they say if they don't know those.
for me, it was a funny guy because he left without saying a word, you know. That's funny.
So that's the new thing. How they get in here is they say they're a flat earther. It soon becomes obvious to everyone that they don't know what
And,
they're
and,
talking about. Well,
and he's like, if I approach a glober, what? Yeah, I need an answer. You know, they use dumb shit like that. I'm like, it's obvious this kid is just an idiot.
there are literally people out there creating characters that they're going to present here. So I hope you guys are keeping that in mind. I mean, not everyone. You can tell some people sound like they're being honest, but other people, it doesn't sound like they are. It sounds like they're creating a script, like they have it written out already. This character contains these kind of aspects. This character will ask these kind of questions. This character will not respond to certain things. This character will only at you start getting you start sensing the script.
Guys,
Dave, you're
Breaking up.
roboting. Too bad. Yeah.
I have a question. So, what are the things that if someone were to call
free and cursed.
themselves a flat earther, if someone were to call themselves a flat earther, what do they need to know then?
Sorry, I was
What do you
robot. Y'all go ahead. I was just saying, cursed is bad. If somebody wants to talk to him, he can't talk to more than one person. It seems like.
What do they need to know?
Don't want to hurt his
Nah.
feelings.
What do they
Hey,
need to know?
Chris,
Why would he want to talk to flat earthers if he can't take the freaking heat? Could you imagine if he becomes a flat earther? He'll be crying in tears, man. The shit we go through. Get that?
Torney, what did you say?
He said there are certain things that if a flat earther doesn't know a certain thing, you won't even listen to him. I'm just curious what those things are.
They would need to know about the globe Earth, because you would need to know just about everything we know about the globe Earth. We've studied it our whole lives. Like,
Well,
I
not
know the numbers inside and out, backwards, like how long it took light. I did all that myself when I was younger, you know?
Well,
I
there are
don't
like
see how anybody that
Mennonites
is
and
pro-
Amish
pro-
out there that would sure think the Earth is flat. So
What's that?
there are Amish out there that I'm sure think the Earth is flat. Never heard of ball Earth. But
Yeah, I mean, it is possible.
semantic. Well,
I mean,
here's my
there are
point.
people-
Here's my point here. Because that goes, you're going down the path of there are certain things that a flat earther must believe. So
No,
that's, I mean,
No.
if you have
No.
to think a certain
no.
way, you have to
There's
no,
certain
not
things
believe,
that
dude.
there's certain things that flat earthers not that they have to know. It's not like an initiation. They just do.
that is what you said, but I'm just.
And they know this. They know this because they look at the model. They try to prove what they've been told, and then that's how we know the information, because we try to test the model they presented to us.
Yeah, so how can you go about disproving a model if you don't know the ins and out, all the data of that model, the information?
The vast majority of people that believe in flat Earth don't know.
Don't know
That-
what?
I-
Don't know what?
Don't know what, yeah.
They're the model.
What
and
model?
also they don't know
What
their
model?
model. and
What
don't know how
model,
model
dude?
is
Yeah,
in
what
reality.
What model? What model? What are you talking about? What model?
Oh man, it sounds like someone's trying to flat smack me here. I've been a flat earther since 2016.
Obviously, you
Calm
don't.
down.
But you don't know very much because you don't know. You haven't realized we don't have a model. Apparently.
I'm not. I'm talking about fucking round Earth model.
He's
Holy
talking about the
shit.
globe model.
So you're saying flat earthers don't know about the globe model? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying round Earthers don't know about the fucking round Earth model. Holy fuck.
That's the point. That's the point,
That's
though.
the point, exactly, guy. That's what we're trying to fucking say here the whole time.
Yeah,
They
and he
come
does
in
it
here-
again.
Fucking crybabies.
Please stop concern trolling.
So
Curse.
I don't understand a flat earther who's trying
This is the
to.
second time I've been accused of concern
Curse.
trolling.
Yes, when you worry about somebody else, that's concern trolling.
Yeah,
You
no,
could-
I'm not concern trolling. I'm just making fun
No,
of
no.
fraud.
No, Curse, we're not, you just popped in. We're talking to the other guy, not you.
You're referring to him as
Whoever
concern
was,
trolling?
We were talking to him.
yeah, whoever was talking before you were talking. You
Oh
just
no,
started.
well then forgive me. I made a comment. I thought you guys heard it.
No,
Okay,
no.
we were in the middle of a conversation with someone else. That's all. So don't get it crossed
No,
up.
I got you.
Yeah, yeah.
The other guy that was talking was supposedly a flat earther, arguing for globe earthers.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't really sound like it to me.
Well, if you
Well, he
don't know what
bounced
these,
anyway. So they attacked first.
if you don't know what these measurements are, how are you going to go out yourself and determine if they're not correct, or if they're correct or not? You need to know the numbers in order to go measure something. Like when you go with your binoculars out to a coast somewhere, How are you gonna like?
What do you know about
go?
flat earthers first?
Sorry, what'd you say?
What do you know about flat earthers? I thought you just started looking into this.
No, I mean, I had a buddy a few years ago who was into it, and that's when I first got introduced to the idea. And I would try to argue with him every day, and I would show him like, oh yeah, why don't you watch this video? Why don't you read this book? Things like that. And it just got a little exhausting, so we kind of stopped talking about it. And then he moved away. But now recently I've been talking to somebody else about it, and he's a member here, so I figured I'd come in and listen to what you guys had to say. That's the only reason I'm here. Now, the reason I left before was just because they tell me, oh yeah, we're gonna ask you 3 questions and this and that, but then it just seemed like I was being ganged up on, so that's why I dipped.
Yeah. Well,
So, yeah,
how
here
about
we are.
going now through the 3 points questions?
Well, I already answered the questions. You guys were talking about the black swan thing and all that.
Yeah, can somebody give him the three points?
That's right. I was going to take you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me, Jin.
No, look,
That
it's
was
all
me,
good.
Jin CBR1. I was taking you through the black swan, and I was talking to you amicably. I wasn't gagging up on you or
No,
you look silly.
Jen, I want to just state for the record,
treating you with the highest respect that everyone deserves when they come here. I wasn't taking
and you were terrific for that, and I felt very welcome by you. It's not that. It just what I was told it was going to be. It turned out to be something else when everybody started chiming in. So that's why I left.
Yeah,
most
I was
people
trying to keep it
would
under
just
control.
people will chime in to give their perspective, but not to debate. It just give you, hey.
Yeah, no, and I just want to reiterate, I'm not coming in with any type of agenda or anything, and I'm not passionate about this the way you guys are. So, it's kind of hard for me to answer questions other than saying like I don't know. Like I mean, I can give you a guess, but I'll probably just sound silly. You know what I mean? And I'll probably be wrong. So,
Kurt.
Can I explain to you the reason for my passion? Can I explain to you the reason for my passion? Because
sure, go ahead.
The governments of the world, because the governments of the world are perpetuating this lie that the Earth is a spherical ball in space and that they can do anything and go to Mars, Venus, the Moon, Jupiter. They satellites around the Earth. We've got these new companies that are now going to be making rockets in 4 months. All these lies, and the taxpayer pays for this, and it's deceiving humanity. So that's the reason for my passion. They are lying about where we live. That should be important to every human being who is born from a mother's womb and will live to be maybe 80, 100 years old, and that's your lot. And if they steal your best life, your best time with these deceptions, that's a crime that is unforgivable. Remember, wars have happened and people didn't realize that this was a flat plane and they died. They died for the wrong cause through the indoctrination.
Well, he just kind of vanished.
Yeah, you cut out Gene. But yeah, you mind if I ask you a question?
No, go for
Kurt?
it.
Yeah. I'm curious, what do you do? What profession do you have?
I work with computers.
Computers, IT.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. You're not expert in physics.
Did you get my passion there? Did you get it?
I got that. Get started asking me something.
Yeah.
But, go on.
You do have a good knowledge about AutoCAD software?
No, not really.
You don't know it?
No, I know what it is and I know what it does, but I've never personally used it. The most experience with like plotting points and stuff like that.
Have you ever installed it? Or
have I ever installed AutoCAD?
Yeah.
I might have once, but I don't have an extensive knowledge of that. No.
Because you see, it's a designing software. It includes all the natural laws and sciences,
Mm-hmm.
chemistry, physics, light propagation, light attenuation, and we can virtually simulate reality in this software. And if you punch in the numbers for a sphere, which NASA gives us for the astrophysicists, the radius of the ball Earth, how light behaves, all these laws about angular resolution, uh, light attenuation, perspective. When you put all these together and you make your size man, virtual man on this ball, and you look through his eyes to see what he will see, you will see that there will be curvature. He will see curvature. Mic check?
Yeah, no, I heard you.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
yeah, that's like I said, I've
If
never used it.
apologize, you gotta think around the bush and just show him the black swan. He wants to see our evidence. Go ahead.
He's already seen it.
oh yeah.
That's not what I was saying. No, I was
You
just
didn't get to see the completion of it, though, sir.
okay.
We didn't get to the point.
Okay,
The
so
point is, from 1 foot off the ground, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. That picture they're going to show you, the horizon is further than 10 miles. That's the point.
okay.
Somebody else go ahead.
Dave Kirst really doesn't care about any of that stuff. Honestly, I'm not sure exactly what type of evidence he's looking for, but that's not what he's looking for.
Well, I said
So
when I came in that my purpose for being here is to observe, and whenever something comes up where it challenges my perception of things, then I could say, "Oh, that's weird," and then I can look into it myself. I figured that's a pretty good reason to be here, is it not?
Well, feel free to look into that. Why are we seeing horizon at least 10 times further than the globe predicts it should be?
Well, that's a
Feel
good
free to look
question.
into
I'm
that.
not. Yeah, I'm not an expert on that, and I haven't looked into it myself. So I will look into that.
So you can
Fair
become
enough.
an expert. You can become an expert in it. All you need to do is look at that Earth curve chart that's there, and go out and see if that amount of drop exists in
Right.
your world. Yeah. You could do this at a beach. Do you live near a large lake or a beach somewhere where there's a coastline?
Yeah, we got water here.
So if you can look across a body of water 5 miles and zoom into the shoreline 5 miles away where people are dipping their feet in the water, and you can zoom into the shoreline there and see 2 and 3 foot waves, that should be below 16 feet of drop.
All right.
So at 10 miles, like the Black Swan, there should be 66.66 feet of drop at 10 miles. But we see 30 miles out to the islands beyond the oil rigs. That would make the radius of Earth millions of miles. So you can become an expert. See what I'm talking about? I know almost every amount of drop from, like, say 3 miles is 6 feet, 5 miles is 16 feet, 10 miles is 66 feet.
we've learned it.
Yeah, 100 miles. I
Like
forget
a
what 100
poem.
miles. I think it's 6,000 feet. It's right here in the chart. That's all you got to do is look at the chart. Like,
Dude,
if you don't.
he's just here to claim willful ignorance and doesn't want to do any action.
Well, I don't know that yet. I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, well, he was here earlier and the same stuff, dude. I mean, like I said, the guy is obviously highly intelligent. He can just easily go look at this stuff and decipher it for himself.
I don't know how much. I don't know how much more clear I can possibly be
So why
about
are you here, dude? It didn't
my
make
position.
It didn't make any sense for you being here then. If you're not here to look at any of the information that we're providing, that doesn't make any sense.
So what do you expect me to do? Hold on a second.
It's an illogical position.
What's illogical is telling me all this stuff and expecting me to just eat it all up right away, right in front of you. What do you expect me to do?
Go look at it.
How do you know I'm not looking at it right now?
Because you're still here.
So what? I have to leave in order to look at it?
I would have. I know me personally.
Okay, well I'm not you.
When I find information, I dive into it. I don't want to talk to some idiots on a fucking server. Fuck out of here. I want to look at this shit.
Oh man,
So-
this is really dumb right now.
You don't want to talk to a bunch of idiots, then why are you here?
Fraud. We can't
Fraud,
expect
yeah,
everybody
take
to
it
be on the
easy.
same level we're at. That's
Like you, yeah.
that's
Well-
different. We cannot do that. Like, just because somebody isn't at the same level
Well,
as
that's
you
strangely condescending, but okay, I understand what you're saying.
so that's
We
Trying
can't
to
be
be
assuming
cute.
everybody's motivations either. Just give him the information if he wants it. You know,
Yeah.
come on.
What's so wrong with that?
Yeah.
nothing's wrong with it.
Well,
man.
why is
You're all
everybody? Let me just throw something out there. Why is everybody so concerned with how sincere everybody is?
right. Look, dude.
I'm not here trolling or anything.
Listen, I was here.
Clowns.
I was here.
Can I answer that?
I was here giving support to the underdog, so it's okay. Like there's some people that are going to be unreasonable. That happens everywhere in life. So
But
some of us,
crypto
we're not
Sorry.
all anything here. We're all individuals. So okay, so yeah, the whole purpose of this is we want you to be able to go out yourself and make your decisions for yourself instead of just digesting something that's been spoon-fed to us since we were children. You understand that, right?
No, and I agree with you.
That's it.
Can I answer your question?
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is everyone concerned with the, did you say legitimacy? Or what were your exact words?
Well, what I said just before?
Yeah.
I said, why is everybody so concerned with the sincerity of everybody?
Oh, because a lot of people come here insincerely to.
Yeah, and I get that, but I don't understand how anybody can listen to anything that I've said in the past hour and think that I wasn't being honest or sincere about anything. I mean, I'm just here trying to take it all in. I mean, if that's not cool, then I'll leave. But you know, I'd like to stay and chill out.
Okay, so first of all, I would say that I've only just joined, so I don't know what's happened before, so I can't possibly comment.
Yeah, welcome.
With
Nick.
regards, with regards to the other side of things, we do often get people come in here and they like either pretend to be flat earthers or they pretend to be sincere globers, and then after about half an hour, it's obvious that they're just here to kind of waste our time. People get kicks out of doing this, so apologies if you're getting caught in the crossfire, but there's form for this kind of behaviour. Not from you, but from other people. So just consider yourself in the last 10 minutes a victim of other people's bad behaviour. But we can start with a clean slate if you want.
No, that's perfectly cool. I don't want anybody to think I'm here for any other reason other than, you know, I'm just here taking it all in. You know, if anybody wants to throw anything at me, ask me any questions, that's cool. But you know, don't expect me to get all impassioned over it because I'm like I said, I'm not passionate about it one way or the other. So, you know, I can fake some sincerity if it makes any difference, but I'm not going to discuss anything that I don't know anything about. I mean, there's no point in doing that.
Obviously, I mean, the concept of fake sincerity is quite funny. But yeah, let's start again. I think this guy's genuine enough.
Crypto, just give you some context. He's already answered the 3 questions and he was honest about it. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, you can ask away. Ask me whatever you want.
Yeah, cool. Just want to know what evidence you got for the globe.
I mean, what do I really have? I could say, well, nothing that's going to satisfy you because I've had these discussions before, but like I don't have.
Doesn't matter what satisfies me.
Like it always seems like it always seems like in these discussions, people have these answers prepared. I don't have anything prepared. You know what I mean? I know that I have been taught what the solar system is, why things appear the way that they are, and that seems sound to me. Feel free to challenge me, but like I said, I'm not going to be able to really go into it because I can give you my grades from science. They're probably not very good.
Well, look, I mean, I did science at school as well. I did pretty well in science. But fundamentally, this isn't really a science question. This is a philosophy question. What is
Okay.
the Earth? That's a philosophy question.
Well, I said it briefly earlier when it was asked to me, but you know, it's hard for me to not think round or spherical if I'm looking at the way that celestial bodies move, the way that the sun appears to move in the sky, the way the moon appears to move in the sky, and how these things are repeatable, and how there is a model, the solar system, that I'm familiar with, and that no proposed model that I've seen of a flat Earth can explain these certain things. And again, never mind curvature and all the discussions of that. I understand that we like to talk about curvature a lot here, and I can't explain any of those things. So besides that, the main thing that sticks out in my mind is the way that celestial bodies move.
So, do you think that because you see round objects in the sky, that therefore you are on a round object?
No, that's not what I'm claiming. I'm not claiming that, oh, well, Jupiter's round, so doesn't it make... No, that's not what I'm saying. Well, I'm talking strictly about the motion of it and how in a model of the solar system's model, these things line up and they make sense and they're repeatable. Or at least from what I've seen. I might be wrong about that, but from what I've seen, then it can be demonstrated that way in a model.
So, do you know what the difference is between repeatable and cyclical?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, so cyclical happens in a cycle on its own, whereas repeatable is something that you can repeat anytime you want to. So, I wouldn't describe the patterns in the sky as repeatable. They are cyclical. And so when someone says that they can predict something, well, if there's already a cycle in place, it's actually not a prediction, it's a post-diction. So on top of that, what astronomers are doing is actually just, they don't understand that correlation doesn't equal causation. So we've got a bunch of these like fundamental kind of issues with the philosophy behind those statements, if that makes sense.
Okay. So this is another one of those, this is presupposed things, therefore it's is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there are a ton of presuppositions, and that's not to say that because it's presupposed it's false, but it is to say that because it's presupposed, there's no reason to believe it's true. Right?
Okay, yeah, I get that. Like I say, all I can do is explain my understanding. Like
sure.
Yeah.
But here's a question I would ask you: if you had never been "quote unquote" educated that you lived on a spinning globe moving at 2 million miles an hour, would you naturally come to that conclusion?
No, I wouldn't.
No, of course not. So you would just naturally assume that the Earth was flat and stationary because that's what you observe, right?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay. So then they've got a pretty high burden of proof in order to say that your senses are wrong. Now, that's not to say that your senses can't be wrong, but seeing as the first step of science is observation, and our reality is based on what we sense, what we see, what we feel, if they're saying actually everything that you do to survive and to interact with this world is lying to you, i.e. your senses, and actually you're living on this moving ball now, that's a massive claim, and it requires quite a decent chunk of evidence, I would say, in order to justify that claim. And I would say that the evidence is flimsy at best.
Yeah,
I was gonna.
Another thing I'm not really familiar with, but yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, I mean,
I'm sorry.
So can I just?
It's okay.
I'll finish and then I'll shut up.
No.
So basically, what I'm trying to get you to just see is that is ever observed, measured, or perceived. And
yeah, I don't know that to be true, but I mean, I'm not claiming you to be a liar.
No one's ever felt the Earth to move.
Yeah, no, I'm
no
not.
one. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's objective.
Yeah.
No one's ever
I was-
measured the Earth to move. So
Right.
let me just finish something, please.
I'm sorry.
So all of the things that I've said here are objective. Now, it doesn't mean that the Earth is definitely flat and stationary because of that. But if you're going to go against that, you better have some damn good evidence. And what they have is cartoons. A Greek guy had some sticks and shadows 2,000 years ago, and ridicule. I don't think that's good enough. Anyway, I'm done.
Yeah. Thanks, Crypto. And I just wanted to bring up a point that Kirst was talking about. Even in your own experience, you said the sun moves across the sky. Like even in the word.
This happened earlier. It's a matter of perceptively, it appears to be moving across the sky. Now, according to the solar system, that's not what's occurring. But you know what I meant when I said that.
I didn't know. I totally do. And the reason I brought it up is because even in your own experience, you don't sense that you're spinning backwards. You don't call it a sun spin set or something like that. You call it a sun set. So it's actually in the word. The sun does set. The sun is the thing that's moving. You don't sense any motion. We measure no curvature in any direction, and it's not in motion. Like we would need to see the part of the globe model that bypasses your vestibular system, which is like a perfect gyroscopic system. So I haven't seen any of that evidence. I'm still waiting for someone to bring anything that shows how this model can bypass your senses, your actual vestibular biomechanical device in your cranium.
Yeah, it's in the ear.
So the vestibular system is that's how we can tell when we're walking down the street that we're not being approached by the corner of a building or something that's spinning through space. Right? Like if you're falling down, you've fallen down. If you tilt your head, you tilted your head. If you're spinning, you're spinning.
Okay.
Without the vestibular system, you are not even able to move a hand to lift it in front of you. If you try that, you will be moving it backwards or totally different other directions and controlling other muscles. You will not be able to control your body muscles correctly without the vestibular system. That's how important is this mechanism, biomechanism. It has a very major function.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is
Right.
it gives us our perception of position and motion.
Kirst, are you in the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the image I posted at 57 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
See, this is what the globe has to justify. That's what the system they're telling us.
Yeah, I've seen this before.
We're in. So how are they going to explain all that motion when we don't sense any of the motion? And they can say all they want, but they still don't have anything that provides scientific or medical proof of how anything is affecting or bypassing the vestibular system in order to not feel anything, yet undergoing 4 or 5 different vectors at different speeds.
But you can go in the smoothest elevator, and when it starts lifting you up, you feel.
Well, yeah. I'm probably setting myself up for something by asking this, but once it gets up to a certain speed and remains at that speed, you no longer feel it.
Yeah, do you know that every elliptical orbit?
I knew it. Everybody talks at the same time when I say it.
Yeah, it's a false equivalence fallacy because you're talking about the Earth, and the Earth is said to be rotating. So
all I did was ask a question. I didn't make a claim. You don't have to go on the attack.
That's all right.
I'm not going on the attack. I'm just explaining your faulty reasoning.
I'm not talking to just you. I'm talking to everybody that chimed in at the same time.
Well, the Earth is said to be I'm sorry, I was talking.
Sorry, QE.
No, that's
I
okay.
just
Go on.
wanted to tell him that you're the best flat earther. Yeah.
The best flat earther. Gee,
Yeah.
I was
That's quite the title.
I was shooting for
Loudest.
So,
I was shooting for a little bit more. So back to the point. So it's a false equivalence because you're rotating and you're constantly accelerating. So your example was a false equivalence.
okay. But does that answer the question I asked?
Yeah,
So-
do you
That
under-
answered the question. No, it doesn't answer the question you asked. It answers your claim that was a false equivalence.
Well, not look. Well, look, you can label my question any way you want.
It wasn't a
but I'm-
question. You made a claim.
I know it was a question. I asked you, but don't you no longer feel it once it gets up to a certain speed? That was the question.
The answer
you
is
still
yes, you
feel-
would, because you're meant to be accelerating because you're moving in a circular path.
Yeah.
Which is
I'm
what you
sorry?
just explained. Well, in physics, yeah, if you move in an elliptical or a circular path, you're always accelerating because there's a constant change of vector.
Yep.
Okay, but if you're moving in a linear path, then at a constant rate, then there's no change of vector. So there's no.
Yeah, I'd have to challenge that too, because if you're in an open system and you're traveling at the same speed, okay, go 80 miles an hour in a convertible with the fucking roof down.
Yeah, you'll feel it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. No, but I'm just trying to go with the classic like physics definition, and then we can go into the kind of real world.
Yeah, they try to
application of
they try to play their little games with the quote unquote closed system. Yeah, take the roof off. You're gonna definitely feel it.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
There's all these other problems as well. Like, I don't know, Q, if you've ever like talked about this before, but you know how like they say gravity is holding the air to the Earth, and now the Earth's moving, and now the gravity has to be stronger on one side and weaker on the other, and all this other shit. Like, none of it works.
Nope.
Well, he's
It has to be
assuming
selective too.
it's an assumption that. See, you probably wouldn't feel any of that if you're in zero gravity. So this is what they're doing. So you wouldn't feel any of that yet. If you're in zero gravity, you probably wouldn't feel it because there's no way to replicate that, right? There's no way to do that. So this is where they go with that. So to them it makes sense because now you're in zero gravity, you're not going to feel anything because there's no resistance. That's their argument. No,
Yeah.
of course, exactly.
Yeah,
We don't.
you know what?
It's an
You know
impossible
what?
thing to prove.
Yeah, the other thing is, what Q
Can I
talked
just
about,
mention first of all,
motion-
can I just mention first of all,
What?
gravity would have to exist in order for you to know what zero gravity was.
Exactly right.
So we don't have any evidence for gravity, so zero gravity is like a nonsense term.
We're gonna take care of the semicircular canal's outstanding argument. We're gonna take care of the whole thing right here. Who are we talking to? What's his name?
Cursed.
Cursed. Damn. Are you a masochist?
Sorry?
Are you a masochist?
No, sir.
Why you name yourself Cursed?
Oh, I made that name a few years ago. It was a band I listened to.
Oh,
yeah, it just
fair enough.
the nickname stuck with it.
All right. Well, I'm posting something here in live stream. It'll be here in 15 seconds. It'll destroy the rotating part. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, quick. It'll be really quick, man. I promise you.
Okay.
It might be painful, but it'll be quick.
While we're waiting for that, I just wanted to bring up one quick point on the circular or elliptical orbits. That's a constant change in vector, and so that's an acceleration. So also on a spherical surface, every location you would make would be a change in vector and change in speed.
I thought we already went over that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, at 3 minutes after the hour, this is a quick little video, 8 seconds of a 25-minute time lapse of inertial frame star moon rotation. Let's turn out the lights. It's over. The Earth is stationary. Follow? You follow this?
Yeah, I watched it.
Yep. There's about 10 stars around the moon. Wouldn't matter anyway. The moon is moving. in the inertial from inertial observer, it's over. Earth's not rotating. Say goodbye to the whole heliocentric religion right here in 18 seconds.
For you.
Yeah, no, it looks weird.
Yeah.
Boy, that was hard.
I don't know if I would call it weird. I would call it, obviously, it's apparent that the sky is moving and the stars are moving in sync with each other. The Earth is not moving.
You got a parallax problem too, but I ain't gonna get into that. This kills the entire heliocentric religion right here. Woo, that was hard. I'm hungry.
Forever. That took 4.6 billion years.
You know, when people lie or frauds, not you, Kirst, I'm saying when people lie to you, there's always something, there's always a peccadillo, usually multiple peccadillos in the contingent necessary facts. I just find it fun to go through those contingent necessary facts. And
There's
find,
hundreds.
yeah, there's usually there's usually a lot, but at a minimum one.
Oh.
Right there it is. So no Aries failure, none of that crap, just that.
Maybe we can go through Aries failure as well.
Nah, jeez, no. Why would you beat a dead horse?
Yeah.
Yeah, QE, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I want to ask you something. I
No.
was watching that little video while you were talking, and I didn't hear you what you said about it.
Oh, it's inertial moon and star rotation. If you have the drone in the inertial reference frame and the Earth is supposed to be moving, causing the stars and moon to move, then they should be stationary. They can't move.
Oh, right. Yes, I
Yeah.
understand.
Simple as that, man.
Amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Me too. I wish all flat
Yeah.
earthers would jump up now. Like I said before, the vestibular apparatus is a fine argument. I have no problem with it.
Yeah.
However, you have to have some acumen, right? Most likely an A&P course in your background to discuss it, or you'll get compromised really quick. So why do that to yourself? Just make it easy for everyone to see.
So this is a drone footage, actually.
Yeah, it's from Lunatic here in the server.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool. I know him.
Yep. It just takes a long time to download. That's the only bummer. I wish it would come up quicker.
I downloaded it, yeah. And thank you very much, QA.
You're welcome. What's next? How to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
That's a lot more. That makes a lot more sense than the globe. Trying to prove the globe.
I mean, how do you explain a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on a globe Earth?
That's exactly. I ask, how do you explain underwear?
Why underwear?
Yeah, that's right, man. Because they're
Like,
so
why
stupid.
not?
Yeah, they're so stupid. They think they're arguments. Can you explain? Yeah. Well, can you?
Well, normally when someone says, "Can you explain?" I just say like magic dust or like fairies or.
Sure.
On a globe.
Explanation, right?
On a globe, underword continually rises up.
Yeah.
So, can you explain why there are lights in the sky? Magic. Why not?
Yeah, it's just as good as their argument they're pretending to have in the hopper, but they don't got anything.
Yeah. Gandalf cast a spell and then Jupiter. Yeah, well. Why the fuck not?
Yeah.
Hey,
So
Kirst, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, what do you think about what QE just said to you?
What about the drone footage and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to look at that a little closer and yeah, I really don't have anything to say about it.
Yeah.
You comprehend the argument, though. You understand exactly what he said to you, yeah?
Yeah, no, I know what he meant, but
Cool.
you know, like I'm not, like my brain doesn't work that way. It's kind of hard to explain.
Sounds like it. So the point to pay particular attention to is that the Earth part, that horizontal thing, is not in motion.
Yeah, no, I understood the point. Just you know, like I said, looks weird. I don't know what else to
Cool.
say.
Got any questions? You know where we are.
Like I'm not saying, oh yeah, that's normal. I'm not saying, oh yeah, globe proves that. Like that's not. Video looks weird. That's the only honest thing I could say.
No, I think that's an honest answer, to be fair. You know, I'm cool with that answer. Has anyone been through, I think someone went through the Black Swan with you earlier. Has anyone been through the FE core stuff with you?
How about gas pressure?
Yeah, I don't think, has anyone done gas pressure with you? Gas pressure without a container?
To be honest, I mean, I'm only going to end up saying I don't know. So it's probably, you know.
Well, you don't have to answer now. What we're doing is we're giving you food for thought at another time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I saw a lot of this stuff yesterday when I was lurking in the lobby. So
He wants to go to FE core. You take my two fundamental arguments, and then you go to FE core. Just go to gas pressure without a container and just kill it.
yeah, no, and old dude DM'd me all the FE core stuff too. So
that's fine. You could look at that, but that's the three fundamental arguments. Two have just been gone over with you. Black Swan, they said they did with you earlier. The inertial frame moon and star rotation, and then the third one is gas pressure without a container. So it's just over. But it's over with each of them. But
okay,
yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, Q, is that those three arguments are kind of conceptual. Like you have to have like basic understanding of basically science or physics or natural law. But gas pressure without, yeah. But I mean, look at it this way, right? Let's just say that I go up to a random person in the street and go, "How do you have gas pressure without a container?" They might not even know that you can't.
yeah,
right?
that's kind of what I've like. You guys.
That's the easiest one of them. Hold on, Curse. That's the easiest one of them all.
Yeah, that is.
I know that.
Yeah, but
I know that.
What I was trying to say is that, you know, you guys eat this stuff up all day. So, you know, you got this stuff on the forefront of your mind. You know, like a guy like me who isn't thinking and consuming this stuff all the time is going to have to think a whole lot more.
Sure.
We didn't start out like that.
Yeah, no. And with that notion, I'm sure you could appreciate my position.
Guess how long it took me?
4 seconds.
Less plank time.
All right, well, you told me to guess. That's my guess.
You know what? Well, no, that was a good guess.
Give or take 4 seconds. He was right.
Should be able to hold a plank longer than 4 seconds. Come on.
Hold a plank. Yeah, plank time. Yeah, guess what the argument was?
Gas pressure without a container.
You had to ruin it for him. He was going to say it.
Sorry,
I didn't actually know
that. Curse, the argument was somebody challenged me with the atmosphere, which is a paradox in itself, adjacent to a vacuum. That's what did it for me.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Quick.
Yeah. Wait. So you want me to explain it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I can't.
No one
can.
That's
retarded.
Well, I mean, I could try, but it'll take me a whole damn long time.
No, you could try. It's like trying to recreate Alexander the Great's horse's mane.
Yeah. Hey, maybe these clowns that are in the text chat, maybe you want to unmute instead of name calling. How about that? How about you guys ask me something?
What text chat?
Who are you talking about? Are you in the right Discord?
Yeah, I'll ask him something. Yeah, how's about you stop obfuscating and talking a load of crap and answer the questions? You've had lots of evidence presented to you, and you're just obfuscating all the time. You're tiring as you like.
Who's obfuscating? I can't even. I came in with no position at all, and you guys wanted to
you're
ask me
just
questions,
wasting time.
and all I
Wasting
did was
time.
answer them. So you tell me, smart guy, what did I do that was wrong?
Doesn't think that way. You said your brain doesn't think that way. So how does your brain think? You think you're on a flying spinning ball, hurtling through space at ridiculous speeds, upside down in Australia, or upside down on the North Pole, whichever way you want to turn the ball.
Well,
So
to answer your question,
how does your brain work?
to answer your question, when I said my brain doesn't work that way, what I meant to say was I need a little bit more time to process things.
Well, maybe somebody should run through the Black Swan with you, you know, and you can process that.
He still can't figure that one out.
They said they already
He's having
did.
trouble.
Yeah, I thought you said to me, Kirst, that they ran through that with you earlier.
Yeah, no, it was.
He didn't get it. He couldn't understand it when they ran it through.
No, it wasn't a question of understanding. It was a question of the direction that the tone that the conversation went in, and then I bailed.
He has a vagina. He has a large vagina.
Yeah.
Like,
Gaping.
you guys, breaking down the wall, you guys have told me that I'm a bad meanie guy. And now
you are.
Now it's you guys. He's just sitting there all vulnerable and stuff. He said, just give me some time with the arguments. And you're like, wait a second, shoot him.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Like, Kiwi, you're in the rare position of being good cop. Have you ever been good cop before, Kiwi?
Yeah, that's what happens when Kiwi is being extremely nice. Then somebody has to fill in the gap.
All right, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe Kiwi can take it. Oh.
Can you give him the 3-point precipitant?
No,
I've done that. I put him through the 3 points. I was on my way to giving him the Black Swan amicably. Nothing was going wrong here. He bailed out because he was being insulted by others on the server in the, I think,
he
the
got
lobby,
his
wherever he was
feelings
coming.
hurt. His feelings were more important than truth.
Well, maybe
I came in here on false pretenses.
Yeah,
I was
we're
told
gonna
it was going
fix
to be
it.
one thing. I came in and it was something else. That's why I bailed. But I came back. I'm here.
Kirst, hey, this is
Yeah,
the
and
problem.
just for the
A lot
record,
of
that
people
was
come
me.
Maybe
here.
we
Glad
can-
he came back.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
snowflaked out.
everyone,
Once
one
again,
second, one
lucky
second.
FE. If you got something to say, then unmute.
1 second. How about we just stick to the subject matter? Because I don't really care about the drama, to be honest. So if we can all just drop the drama, stick to the subject matter.
I think lucky FE is too afraid. Everybody's going to know that he's 13. And he's got a squeaker voice.
To be honest, though, I don't care about Lucky FE. So let's just.
All right, well, you know, look, small man,
All good.
big mouth
I'm not.
over here.
I'm not reading the chat, bro. I'm not reading the chat. I don't care what the chat says. So let's just stick to the subject
All right, cool.
matter.
Well, look, you guys know my position. I really don't have much. If you guys want to use me for fodder, that's fine. We can both have a good time.
No, that's not. No, we don't.
No, we don't do that.
Okay, so
Yeah,
if
those are for
everybody wants to ask
trauma
me something
support.
as somebody who doesn't believe strongly one way or the other, then go ahead, go for it.
Cool.
How about you ask us some question?
Oh, let's go through the Black Swan. Why not?
Well, I still never got much of an answer to the thing I said about the elevator, but I wasn't trying to prove anything with that. I was merely asking a question. Because
So shall I answer that directly then, if you feel like it's not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ask the question again.
Well, if somebody was, forgive me, I don't remember who was talking about, you know, when an elevator moves, you feel it. But then I said, but don't you stop feeling it once it reaches a certain speed and remains at that speed? And
Okay,
I
so
didn't
there's two
get
things.
any clear response to that.
Okay, so there's two things about that elevator. First of all, when it's gaining speed, it's accelerating. You feel that. When it's at constant speed, I would say, yeah, you probably don't feel it. Now, constant linear speed plus enclosed environment equals difficult to feel, right? In an elevator.
Yeah.
However, if you've ever been in a car at 50 miles an hour on a motorway, even though you're going at a constant speed, you can feel that. I can certainly feel it.
Yeah, jump up in an elevator, you would feel it.
Now, that's in an enclosed space, right? What if
Now,
there's
I'm sorry for cutting
now
you
we
off.
have an open space.
But
Yeah, go on.
like, is it the movement forward that you're claiming that you're feeling, or because you know, you could feel a lot of things in a car when you're going
How do you
50 miles
define
an hour.
forward?
No, you are moving forward in a vehicle.
Yeah, but that's not why you feel it.
I'm speaking in, like I said before, you guys, eat and breathe this stuff all day. I don't. So, you might be a little more specific with your wording than I am, more careful with your words than I am. So, forgive me if I say something that sounds flat out wrong. I'm speaking in layman's terms to the fullest here. So, you are moving forward in a vehicle. You feel yourself moving forward. Is that what you're claiming? If you're going at a constant rate.
I mean, if I'm traveling 50 miles an hour on a motorway, right? You feel it because the car's kind of going up and down. You've got the wind resistance. It's there's a dynamic system that you're traveling through, so you're going to feel all of those little kind of bumps, and obviously it's not going to be like huge bumps unless the wind's very high speed. But for sure, it's not like perfectly smooth journey, right? The idea that it is laughable because I drive cars all the time. When you're traveling at constant speed, you feel it. What can I say? But of course, the Earth is in no way analogous to a car traveling in a linear direction in an enclosed environment.
Or an
The
elevator.
Earth is, exactly.
Okay.
The Earth is neither a closed environment, according to the globe model, nor is it traveling in a linear path. So it's just not the same.
Okay, fair enough.
That's why I said false equivalence fallacy.
No, I get what you meant by that, but that wasn't my intention.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
No, yeah, he wasn't coming at you. He was just saying this is the fallacy.
Yeah, no, like when I have something to say, it's mostly going to be but wait, let's consider this type of statement. It's not going to be a gotcha. Hey, how do you explain this then? It's not going to be like that.
Well, I hope you're satisfied with my answer.
No, I am.
Okay.
As opposed to mine, every single one is a gotcha.
Yeah, I'm getting that vibe.
The thing is,
I'm sorry. Yes. If I ask you a question, if I ask a question or bring a topic up, there's gotcha everywhere. There's knives everywhere.
It's like the QE dungeon of like the QE logic dungeon.
Nice.
Is that a bad thing?
No, it's actually quite fun. I want to give it a try one time.
No,
or
I'm asking cursed. Is that a bad thing?
Is what a bad thing? I'm sorry. I was reading the chat.
Yeah, I said that I was the direct opposite. That everything that I say has a gotcha in it. Is that a bad thing?
Well, I mean, not inherently, but it depends on the context, I suppose.
The context.
If it is a gotcha, but it makes a valid point, then it could serve two functions: one, to belittle the person, and two, to make a statement.
Right? Sure. Yeah. That's my mission.
This is how natural science defends itself with gotcha questions.
Well, by being correct.
That's more effective.
Yeah, see, the thing too is that the other side has been making more claims about flat Earth people than they have claims about anything else. So the only way to fight back with that is to show them how stupid they are. And then once they hit rock bottom and they're not this giant of intellect and powerhouse of modern science, then you can build them back up from the ground level so they can finally see there's no curve. Because their head is so up that they think they're in space looking down at everyone else laughing. You have to get their feet on the ground first. And one of the best ways is to mock them. Because then they rage and they realize that they triggered themselves.
Hence why you came back.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Say what again?
All right.
the sound bar or sound thing.
Cursed. Is
Yeah.
is a shoe an experiment?
Is a shoe an experiment?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Are speed limits physical?
Are speed limits physical?
Yeah.
No.
The concept of a speed limit, is that physical?
Well, it's a concept, so no.
Okay. Yeah. You're nowhere near as bad as some of the Globers who said.
How about this one? Say I'm a doctor.
Well, hold on a second. I want to go back to these questions. So, what are some common answers that you get to those questions?
Oh, when we were talking to Brenda, I asked. So Brenda's one of the common globe trolls with, more confidence than intelligence, and it believes that everything is physical, everything. So I said, are speed limits physical? Oh yeah, speed limits are physical. Are they? Really? Yeah. They said that speed limits are physical.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. I mean, what if I did say they are physical? What would you have said?
I would laugh.
Yeah, but where does that question come from, though? Is that like a thing?
Well, there are some people who believe that everything is physical. They're called physicalists.
That's a new one to me.
Yeah, these people have a completely fucked up world.
Brenda.
So all you can do is expose them for being completely retarded.
Brenda is the guy who said that the hole in the donut is space-time bending.
Yeah. That was my next question.
Hey, that's pretty funny. That's pretty ironic because there's a numpty clip in 30 minutes of Brenda not about the donut this time, but the space-time table.
Space-time table.
Yeah, here, I'll put it in live stream for you guys. 1 second.
Wicked.
Oh, so where you make the dough for the donut?
Yeah,
basically. Sorry, go.
Yeah,
I'll say my favorite one is Dr. Wallace, where he says that babies live in a zero gravity environment, so when they're born, they're adjusting to the curve and rotation of Earth. That's why babies can't walk and talk for the first year of life.
It's one of the more ridiculous ones.
I mean, not verbatim. I screwed it up a little bit, but it's pretty close.
Yeah. Just wonder how giraffe babies work, because they kind of just plop and they're ready to go.
So, Curse, at 26 minutes after the hour, if you want to join in and listen to one of your fellow baltards, Brenda, who they were talking about, that's her right there. That she's going to be on this video.
Yeah, and I take offense to the fellow baltards comment.
Yeah, I knew you would. That's why I hesitated a little bit.
Well, it's not. You see, I don't belong to any club. Is what I mean.
Yeah, I hear you. All right,
I'm not a fervent. I don't believe fervently in many things.
All right, I'll retract my.
The shape of the Earth is not one of them.
I retract, fellow baltard. Then.
Yeah, no, I'm stating for the record. I'm not putting you on.
Somebody changed record.
That's probably a safe position to hold, not being any way related to Brenda. So.
Yeah, just give them 3-point participant or something so people can identify that.
But Kirst, I heard you didn't understand the black swan.
No, that was misconstrued. We went through it, but I didn't actually talk about it.
Okay.
So
do you
it
understand
was presented, and then I bailed. I didn't bail because of the black swan thing. We can go through it again. Okay. Go ahead.
So we have this image, right? I'm going to post it in the live stream. Basic modest tolerance, right? So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 p, then every horizon's distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet cubed. That would be the geometric horizon, right? So, and a geometric horizon in a globe model.
Oh, mama.
In a globe model would be the same as, so imagine you are an ant. So you're an ant, right? On a basketball. Hello? Am I still here?
I'm hearing like a couple people.
Yeah, so imagine you are an ant, right? And you're on a basketball. and you have a friend. He's also an ant, and he walks away from you. And at one point, you cannot see him anymore because the physical ball is getting in between you and your ant friend. Are you following me?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So the same as if he was walking over a hill, right? At a certain point, you wouldn't see him anymore. So that point where he starts to be, where he starts to disappear, right? That would be the geometric horizon. That would be the start where the ball is getting in the way from you and your friend, right? So the geometric horizon. So we have these two oil rigs here, and can you tell me where is the horizon in this observation?
The horizon appears to be behind that furthest platform.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So, but right, they gave us these dimensions of a globe that we're living on, and they told us it has a radius of 3959 miles, just like this basketball, right? So with this radius, we can calculate where the horizon must be at 1.225 at 1 foot, right? So this horizon must be at 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height. So this observation, this still shot is taken from an observation where you see the dude panning around on the beach, and then he drops down on his belly and he zooms in on these two oil rigs at 1 foot height, showing us a horizon further than 9.4 miles away, which is impossible on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. It debunks the radius. It cannot be a ball if the horizon is further than 1.225 miles.
But it would appear so.
Right. And the beauty of this, right, is that you can do it yourself. You can go to a beach or a large lake, take your binoculars with you and measure the surface of the earth, right? The water.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, no,
hopefully
it's
you
interesting.
got, yeah. So hopefully you got some, I explained it well enough, right?
Yeah, no, I understood you.
Okay, cool.
I'll think about it, look into it.
Right. And this is not the only observation, right? So we have hundreds of observations showing that we can see too far, right? We have laser tests, radio telecommunications, like Marconi, who shot a radio transmission from Australia to the UK. Right? That's 10,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff out there.
41-kilometer laser test showing no curvature. Do you have any questions about this?
No, just something I'm gonna have to look into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can imagine a lot of people probably come in here and they automatically want to refute everything that you say, with whatever comes to their mind. But that's just not how I do things. So,
Okay.
so yeah, all I can say is, yeah, it's something I'll have to continue to look into.
So, water, right? Have you ever seen water bend, curve, when it is in rest?
No, I don't think so.
No, right? So we use water to build stuff, right? Water is always flat and level in rest. If it is in your glass or your bathtub or in a small in a pool or in a small lake, in a big lake, in a sea or an ocean, it's always flat and level.
It appears to be.
Mm-hmm.
This party really died.
Yeah, it's kind of because you're boring.
Oh yeah, it's my fault.
We've got people walking on eggshells right now, trying to make sure you feel comfortable, but at the same time, like
Okay,
modifying the whole server. So you
all
don't-
right, Crit, stop walking on eggshells. Everybody collectively stop walking on eggshells. Give it to me. Come on.
I got a random question. You're not passionate about the shape of the earth. What are you passionate about?
My life, my family.
Okay, fair enough. Elaborate as much as you want, but what about the very foundation of your existence? If we're just assume for a second we're right, would you really want to know? Would you want to know if the earth is flat?
Would I really want to know? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. When I say that I'm not passionate about it, is that there are other things in my life that take precedence over the concerns.
So why are you here, bro? Why are you here?
Because I feel like it. Is that not good enough?
No, it's not. It really isn't.
Okay, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Anybody else?
Yeah, okay.
Nope. Yeah.
Fair
Yeah, I
enough,
hope
man. Well, I can tell
nobody.
you're being sincere. So go ahead. Whoever's gonna go ahead.
I hope nobody means to forbid you for being here because we actually don't mind curious people to
He's
come
not
and
curious.
find out.
That's the problem. He's not. that's
there he goes
Well,
again.
give him
not
some
Fraud,
time to
fraud, you're making
digest.
assumptions about a total stranger, man. You don't know what this guy's motivations are.
You don't understand. Fraud is clairvoyant. He knows these things.
The guy. We've given.
He knows these things about everybody that comes in here.
Look at him when
He knows exactly who I am. He probably knows. What color pants I'm wearing. Go ahead, Fraud. Tell me.
Fraud, you're burning too much against him. Like,
it's just.
when did you curse? Sorry, when did you first?
If you are ever interested in something, someone gave you information that you were interested in, and you like, wow, this is really interesting. I'm gonna go look at it. I'll be back. I'm gonna go take a look at it. It's very fascinating to me, right? So all information he's taken with a grain of salt. He's taken with a grain of salt.
For example, I don't just go straight away when someone gives me something. I often put it aside and I check it later. I take my time when I want. When I feel like. I don't just go straight away.
So that's what you did when you found out.
Hold on a second.
Is that what you're trying to say? Hold on.
Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak.
Yeah.
Well, now you want to talk. Now you want to talk.
All right. Well, I will first to answer cut the shits question in the text chat. Yes, of course, those things would affect my life. I'm not claiming that they wouldn't. And and get. Thank you for saying that. That's kind of my attitude right here.
Yeah.
Give me everything you got. I'll consider it. But what do you expect me to just do a 180 heel turn right here in front of you? Is that what you expected me to do for me to be sincere?
Yeah, and I want to point out that thinking we know something about someone's motivation in here is fallacious in itself.
Yeah, that's not a good look on you.
I really don't care.
Doesn't look good for the credibility of whatever you're trying to sell.
If someone
guys.
If someone told you something was something else, and you believe it, and someone had evidence to prove it different than how you believe it, who the hell would wait to see that information? If I'm believing, if someone said you're driving a Jeep and I'm driving a freaking Pinto, I want to fucking know, okay? There's no way you're going to tell me the Earth is round and now it's flat, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll look at it later. Who does
Fraud,
that?
you rush on judging him and hanging him.
I don't like his condescending tone that he.
I'm being condescending now.
And he's
condescending. Explain.
He's deliberately acting like he doesn't. He's ignorant. He doesn't know enough. Oh, I don't know enough about the subject. Learn about it, dude. It's very easy. Come on.
Fraud, let's move on. I know exactly where you're coming from, bro, but let's move on because he's
Is there
getting.
somebody else? Is there anybody else in here besides him?
Yeah, I think we need to ask if there's anyone else. Stop wasting our time with Costa at the moment. If there's no one else, get back to him. Yeah, but Costa, I get where you're coming from, Fraud. We know there's loads of trolls come in here on a regular basis, but if the trolls manage to disrupt the server, then they win. So let's move. Let's move forward, brother. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to unmute Cossid. Sorry for that, Cossid. I muted you because it sounds like you want to have a good argument and get the server railed. Maybe I'm wrong, but I muted you just so as I could have a say. I'm not going to have you talk over me. Thank you. Carry on, guys. Doing a great job.
Thank you. So, Fraud,
Just
don't misunderstand me. I'm not attacking you or so, but I'm just trying to say be a little bit more easy on him. Give him this chance, because even it took me time until I digested the flat earth.
Yeah, look, and just to address what was just said, I'm not here for an argument. This is the last thing I want. If there is an argument between me and anybody, I'm going to lose. I am unprepared and I don't have a position. So that is not what I'm looking for.
This guy's special, bro. Wow.
Oh yeah, I'm special. Thanks, Fraud.
Right,
what he's saying,
listen,
what I understood.
We're talking again about this guy's attitude or his motive of being here. Let's move on, guys. Come on. If you want to go through the 3 points with him, good. If you want to talk to him and ask him questions and hear his reasons for why he believes what he believes, good. Or move on to someone else and let him sit here and learn. If that's what he wants.
He's not made any claims, so I say we move on to somebody who's got a claim. So I don't know what to do if somebody has no claim at all on any position. I don't understand it, but it's not my position. I don't need to understand everybody that comes in here. That's besides the point.
Well said. I will say, enjoy your time here in the server.
Appreciate it.
Listening, learning. We don't mind that.
Appreciate it.
Actually support it. Yeah.
I'll be sticking around for a while. If anybody wants to talk, let me know.
I might.
Yeah.
Just think for yourself, no matter what you're here for. Just think for yourself, and don't believe us. Just prove it to yourself. Go ahead to the next person.
No, look, trust me. The last thing I'm going to do is just say, "No, you guys are stupid. I'm not believing it." If you got something that that doesn't make sense to me, if I say, "Oh yeah, that's weird," that means I'm going to look into it. Apparently, I'm not convincing Fraud, but okay. All right, move on.
Another thing. You already spoke with one of the greatest guys in here from our community, Crypto and QE, and yeah.
Yeah, no, you guys have been great. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
There's other channels you can check out too. You don't have to just be in the live stream.
Yeah, no, it's all good. No, I just wanted to get verified, and then they said, "Oh, let's ask you some questions," and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's great position. Nobody stands against being an observer, listener.
Yeah.
But when you have a question, something, don't hesitate. Just shoot it out.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
By the way, Roger is a great person too in here. And pretty much all other family members.
Yeah, we got Globe Skeptic here. I don't know if anyone spoke to him. He's got no roles. Anyone spoke to Globe Skeptic?
I remember this name. But I have to go. Be great, guys and family.
Yeah, take care, get.
Thank you. See ya.
See ya. Yeah, Globe Skeptic, are you there? Is there a reason why he hasn't been given roles at all? Or VC verified? Anybody know? Anybody spoke to him previous? Okay.
Yeah, everybody was real eager to talk to me.
Well, I think the case is, dude, that if you're the one that's came in here, so what questions have you got? Let's try and help you. Cussed.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just pointing out, like, you guys were asking if anybody wants to talk to Globe Skeptic, and nobody was speaking up. So I was kind of breaking the silence. I got nothing to add.
No, go ahead. Ask some questions. You must have questions. I mean, you've came into a flat Earth server. It's a bit unusual that you just arrived here, you know. So
well-
you're here now. So what? Let me ask you a few questions if you've got none. So what brought you here in the first place, and where did you hear about us?
Fusili Jerry.
Is that someone that's in here?
Yeah, he's in here.
Yeah, Jerry's ace.
I'm looking. Okay, so if you came here today, obviously, what you just came to hear some of what we're saying about flat Earth, or you know, what's your view on flat Earth personally?
You know, well, personally, I don't buy it, but I find it intriguing, and there are some arguments that I've heard that are more intriguing than others that I can't explain, and I'd like to have my understanding of the world challenged. So, yeah.
Okay, so your understanding of the world as a flying spinning ball hurtling through the vacuum of space at ridiculous speeds, that's your idea of our world that we live in, yeah?
Evidently, yeah.
Yeah. So do you know what speeds you're meant to be? Do you know what speed the Earth is meant to be spinning at?
No, he doesn't.
No, we went through this stuff
He went through this. He
before.
doesn't know anything about anything.
Oh, he doesn't know anything. So you've came in here. You don't know the Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour according to your globe model and the scientists. And
It's not my globe model, and they aren't my scientists.
well,
He's
the
claiming
ones that you
ignorance on
listen to.
everything breaking. He's claiming
Yeah.
ignorance on everything.
Yeah, I'll just go through it slowly. I'll spoon feed him if I can. I don't mean to be like condescending, but I'll
Here's what I
spoon feed him if I
hold
need.
on before you.
Well, it sounds like can we just
hold on before you continue? If he knows somebody that was a flat earther, he said he's spoken to somebody else before this, that he had a friend that was a flat earther. How he doesn't know all this information that they probably definitely fed it to him? So, you know, he just sounds trollish to me.
Yeah, I would agree 100%, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, so obviously for the silence on the server, I thought I would ask him a few questions.
And
Or
not only that,
I've also got a few questions
we
for
went
Kirst as well.
into the 3 points, and Jin told him how fast the Earth was spinning.
Yeah. Jen, you.
Well, if he is, it'll come out. I mean, if he is, it'll come out eventually. We do have someone. I mean, we do have someone else in here, Evangie, that got a cog dis roll. I mean, I don't know why they're sitting in here
Well,
with the
that's
cog dis roll,
probably
but
that's probably as bad as this guy's ignorance to the flat Earth. You know, so it's up to you guys, whichever way you want to move forward. If you want to talk to the guy that's been in cog
I was
dis.
going to make a statement. To
Go on, Jen.
Kirst. I'd say this, Kirst. You've come in here. We've been amicable. I mean, I know I have. I'm still being amicable when I say this. You don't have any right, really, believing and holding in a belief that you haven't proven yourself. You know, you're just believing in something is not the correct way to live. And as I said earlier, as a human being, you know, you live once. And this earth wasn't created by man. So that should intrigue you to want to know what this earth is. Now, you've been told it's this ball spinning in space. You've come here. We've explained to you that is a complete impossibility, right? You've got nothing. There's nothing you have. You have not one scientific evidence. You claim you don't know, you don't know, you don't know. The only way you're going to know is to actually jump in. Jump in. The water's fine, man. The water's lovely. Go and look at this thing properly. We've brought it to your attention.
Well, yeah, but he's going to have to see it for himself. So, I mean, maybe
That's what I'm saying.
if we give him time to do his own observations, we'll see, how things go from here.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, if you guys
what
want
I'm
to move on to somebody else, then that's fine. If you want to keep talking to me, that's cool. But I mean, you guys understand my stance at this point.
You,
and
you
I
don't
really
bring anything to the argument.
Right, I don't.
Bring anything, so just be quiet.
And I'm not. Okay, well, that's very nice of you to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, real class act. All right, carry on.
Yep. You're just a liar. You're ingenuous. He want to sound like he's genuine. He's very.
Do you wish to challenge me? Do you wish to challenge me?
Challenge you?
It's not possible to challenge you. We can't challenge you because you don't know anything.
Yeah, he's just here to disrupt the server, and he's very trollish. Yeah, I mean everybody's picking up those vibes. So yeah, and he's wanting to be challenged. He doesn't want to listen to. He's happy to listen to everything you say, but he's not going to consider it, and he's not going to talk about it. He's going to take no stance on it, but he's happy when people are going to challenge him on his actions and his thoughts, So that's the sort of guy he is.
Because
absolutely.
Exactly. That's what we're saying. We're challenging you, but you're not rising to the challenge. But you come here to be challenged. That's the contradiction there, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's going to contradict any time that something arises that he thinks he can put his pennies worth in. He's going to contradict you guys and disrupt the server. Yeah, we've seen it all before. The tactics are.
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it as amicable as I can be by saying that it's clearly evident that you don't have any evidence for your beliefs, and that should really ring volumes for you. You've got to take a good look at yourself and think, now, what am I doing?
Globe skeptic.
I know. I'll leave truth prevails to take over.
Yeah, that guy's very non-committal. I mean, maybe that's a man thing.
Well, I think Jimsy was trying to address Globe Skeptic, but I mean, if you're saying that Jen wanting my opinion, I mean, it's I don't know. It's like I've not really listened to the dude talk, but I just checked like his user. He just joined yesterday. And he said that he was willing to challenge his worldview and he was going to look at the information. We can at least give him the benefit of the doubt and give him time to do that and then see, where it goes from there. We've wasted our time with people with far worse attitudes and for far less. And we're here to share the information.
I appreciate that.
If there's a chance that we can like share the information and get some, I think we should just, I mean, if we're wrong, we're wrong, and then you guys are right. I mean, it's like, oh, well, no big deal.
No, we've done that.
No, I just want to clarify that when I was saying, do you want to challenge me before, what I wanted to say to Elbow is that he claimed that I lied about something, and I wanted to know what he thought I lied about.
He said you were totally disingenuous, and I agree.
And to address my committal issues, I am married, I'll have you.
Yeah, commit to the ball or commit to whether it's not a ball. I'm not interested in whether you're married or not.
You said maybe that's a man thing.
Yeah, that's generally an opinion that women hold.
Right, and I'm just trying to ingest.
That's a joke.
And
that
yes,
a joke. Just take it as a joke.
And my response was also a joke. Ingest.
Okay, cool.
Well, I'm gonna go check this person up, and it's in check-in. Globe Skeptic. Maybe you guys can see what's up with Ganja. He's sitting in here with the cog distro. I'm not sure why he's sitting. I don't know if he got out or if he got sent, and the bot just hasn't kicked in. So I don't know. Maybe you guys can figure that out.
Yeah, we also have the shot, not a shot, and a few others. We got more people to talk to.
I moved in.
Come on in,
Go ahead,
take a load off.
I think Jesse was trying to say something.
I'm driving now. Go ahead, guys.
So the Globe Skeptic. Hey, another shot. I think
How
I'm
you
getting
doing,
that.
Skeptic?
I'm just listening to your conversation, man. I'm currently playing some League of Legends, if you know what that is. And yeah, Voice Chat is like a podcast to me. So you guys have fun with that.
All right, non-conformist. You've been here before. You got the linking image. There's one without a row. I'm gonna unmute him. The capybara. Anybody want to speak to him? Hey, the capybara. Are you there?
Hey, Elbow, you got something going on with your mic there.
It's Discord, man. I've been trying to freaking fix this, but Discord has an issue with my server. Tried everything. Anybody want to talk to capybara? Y'all go ahead and complete with people because I have my
The capybara has run away.
We've got a non-conformist radio. Are you there? Non-conformist radio. Are you there? You got a VC verified role. You get any questions for the guys or gals?
Oh, hey, what's going on, brother? Yeah, I just joined
Yeah.
just to listen. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
we can hear you. Okay, welcome to the server.
Yeah, welcome to the
Shadow
server.
server.
Oh, cool.
And
I don't have much of a frame of reference because I've only been in here for a couple minutes.
okay, so basically, you are still firmly in the heliocentric model, then, yes?
Yeah, I subscribe to the stationary theory of the universe as far as planet Earth is concerned, or I consider it a plane rather than a planet. I've been convinced of that with all the research that I've done, but it's still pretty new. Yeah.
Oh, you're into the flat Earth truth, then? Is that correct?
Yeah, I've been looking into it for probably.
Excellent.
Yeah, for about for a while now.
Yeah. I mean, there's no evidence to support this story that they've told us, that they told you when you were a child. Now, you never checked it because you trusted your educators, and that's what we all do. But now it's come to your attention. Hello, look, there's no curvature, no spin, and we can't be in the vacuum of space without a container containing air pressure. They haven't gone to the moon. They haven't been to Mars, and they haven't got satellites on their way to Venus or whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, these things are technologically impossible.
Exactly, and I was just watching a documentary, and I got a cool piece of information that I didn't know previously of NASA, and the fact that every time they apparently film them going into space or film themselves doing whatever kind of astronaut chicanery that they claim that they're doing, the camera will only point in three directions. There'll never be a full 360 sweep, and that's because you have to take into consideration of the green screen.
Yeah,
and I thought that was fascinating. The fact that their cameras will never do a 360, never in history. The camera work is usually very one-dimensional. And I'm thinking, well, if you're in space, why don't you point into outer space so we can get a good look at the Milky Way galaxy? Why are you only pointing it directly ahead? Why can't you do a sweep? It just kind of makes you wonder.
That's a good point, man. They never show the fourth wall, right?
The fourth wall, that's what it was. Because that's where the green screen is.
That's right. That's where they're all hanging out doing their shenanigans, you see, right there. They won't show you that. No.
And their excuse for why they don't do so is absolutely hilarious. They'll say that everything they do is timed down to the last second. They can't risk 1 second turning the camera around because the spacewalk is so perfectly engineered that they don't have even 1 second to spare. But then you watch a spacewalk and all they do is just move a tether around for like 3 hours. They grab the drill, it kind of floats around, they move their tether, kind of adjust their glove. Then there's they don't do anything for like 15 minutes, and all of a sudden they move the tether again, and then grab a drill and put it back down. They're not doing anything at all, and then they come back in.
Everything's nominal. You'll hear them say everything's nominal for the conditions.
I've seen them adjust some screws from time to time. They have done that.
Yeah, they did actually do that. They screwed a bolt in and out 30 times. I counted.
You have to appreciate the discipline that these astronauts portray. I mean, to do a spacewalk for 3 hours when you're not in space in that fucking I couldn't do it. I mean, I'd be claustrophobic after an hour. I mean, they're in there for 3 hours doing a damn thing. You know, that's you have to appreciate it.
Yeah, when you're getting some super money and your life is threatened, you do it. You'll do it for 10 hours.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think they fully appreciate the consequences if they were exposed to the world. They must have some intensive meetings beforehand. Well, you're going to ask this question and you're going to say these words. Then you're going to spin around on your harness.
Like you watch it, one video will say live, and on the video that says live, it also say rebroadcast. Like they can't even get their graphics on their propaganda correct.
It's terrible, man. Terrible the way they just perpetuate this lie.
What's the deal? They're always cutting the control room to see some dude scratching his nuts and some other person drinking coffee. Who gives a crap what the people in the control room are doing? Like, when did that become part of the mission? You know?
Yeah, no one ever wants to see that. But why show that?
Yeah. Or just give us a passing glimpse.
If they're going to go to the control room, at least they can show us what those people are looking at on their screens.
Yeah, because there are times, right, when you're looking, they're showing you they're showing you the personnel in the mission control, and then suddenly the guy will look up and look down, and you think, what did he look at there that quickly that he knew what was going on? Literally look up back on the screen. You think, what the fuck did he look at there? Why did he look up? What was going on? You know, bullshit, absolute crap.
Total bullshit.
Yeah, he just hammed it there. He's exposed that he wasn't looking at anything, pretending. You know, he's thinking, this guy's still on me. Let me look busier. The cameraman's still on him. Let me look a little bit busier. Let me look at the other monitor that I never look at.
But Jen, half the guys in that control room, they don't even know what's going on. I don't think.
Oh, I don't know. I think they know what's going on because they're not.
I don't think so.
Oh,
I think the core group of people who. I think the core group of people who actually know what is going on is very small. They have
you
to
can
keep
see
it
that they're
way.
pretending. Yeehaw! Woo! Clap, clap, clap.
No,
Yeah, and then
some of them are probably sitting there.
And all that.
Some of them are probably sitting there wondering what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, you know when we've landed on Mars. They can't see it. They can't see that they've landed on Mars. There's no evidence of this, no visuals at all, but they're clapping. Yeah, we got confirmation. How the fuck do you confirm what you can't see?
I have read I have read what people have written who worked for NASA when they after they resigned, who said that the environment was very, very weird. It was kind of toxic at some point. It's quite interesting to see what people say. Why did they quit their jobs there?
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt you.
The liars.
It's just a general question.
Every day of the week. Yeah, go
on. Do you mind if I ask a question? I just want to get a general opinion.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, in each of your respective opinions, what do you believe NASA's overall purpose is, or why do they exist as a corporation, organization? I'm just curious as to what your personal opinion is.
Weapons. It's all about weapons.
They're getting $23.5 billion this year for their space budget. They've got no choice but to exist with that kind of money coming in every year.
This is it was weapons from the beginning, and it's still weapons today.
Vanjie, are you going to hop up into the VC check-in? We were having a conversation in the check-in text chat, and you said you were coming, but you never moved. So it's like, this is your last invite. I'm going to come back down here and just stay down here after this.
Yeah, so they're getting a lot of money. You know? A lot of
Time
money,
for a
yeah?
short.
$61
Time for a
million
short
a day,
musical.
something
Time
like
for a
this.
short musical break. Thanks.
That was nice.
That
That was
short.
amazing. Hey, yo, can you play Hotel California? Let's hear.
Play it again, Sonny.
Oh, that would be a good one. Can you play that one?
I can play it, but I usually don't do requests.
Play it again, Sonny.
But
I said
anyway,
play it again.
I could play the first couple bars of it. Okay, who's gonna sing it?
Bro, that was
That's really nice, yeah.
Such a lovely place.
Yeah.
Such a lovely place.
Go ahead, sing it.
On a dark desert highway, going in my head.
I forget the words.
Like a moon in the distance, stars shimmering light, yeah. Lights begin to sing, and the sun for the night. As you stand in the doorway, I heard the mission bells, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven, this could be heaven. But last is the night.
We are programmed to receive.
You can check out anytime you want.
What's the next one?
Call up the captain.
Lovely place. Such a lovely place. Yeah, great track, huh?
I can't do it on the acoustic. Sorry.
I
But
like how you
tried.
originally
how you-
claimed that you couldn't play that song.
Yeah, exactly, right? He was like, I'm gonna only do 2 verses and then proceeds to play the entire song. Well,
I like the last part. Probably get a copyright here. Hold on. I'm messing it up already.
You get a copyright because you're messing it up. They're giving you a copy strike because you didn't play it properly.
Play something else.
That was nice.
That was really nice, yeah.
Play the Wabash Cannonball. If I were to play at the same time, it would be like awfully out of sync.
Yeah,
So that's
people have tried it before. It usually doesn't sync up too good. You can try it.
that's my acoustic. It's an old ratty ass like guitar. It's been tossed around, falling out of cars and stuff.
Those are the best ones.
It's great, yeah. I love that kind of music. How it flows like that. I love it. Anyway.
That was well done, Sonny. Real quick, we got a new VC verified in here, Carapusi. What say you? if anything.
Sorry, I heard my name.
What did you say? Didn't hear you.
Sorry, I heard someone say my name.
Yeah, welcome to the server. What brings you back?
Enemy spotted.
Hello? Somebody else tried.
Hello, can you hear me?
No, you're real low and you have lots of static. It's like hurting my ears.
Give me a sec.
You sound like you're on the moon.
Without delay.
My guitar didn't sound like it was on the moon, did it?
No, you sounded
No?
good.
No, not at all.
I didn't think so.
You got us a copyright from Joe Walsh, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
he doesn't like his Don Henley too.
Don Henley, yeah. They have a little spy room where they.
Yeah, and go ahead and try to find Boys of Summer. You'll find like a video that's uploaded like last week.
Oh, somebody did a parody, a Flat Earth parody with that song, and it got struck down within like one day, I think.
Don Henley is relentless.
Yeah.
I was over
I
here
saw them.
jamming along. Sonny wants to play guitar again.
I saw the Eagles jamming in 74 and 74.
I saw them live in Cincinnati, Ohio in 1981. They were a little old then, but they were still jamming.
Yeah, we got Nada shot in here. Has anyone spoke to her? VC verified. I think he spoke earlier on. Nada shot, are you there?
Yeah, this week. I actually have a question. It's kind of off topic, but Sunny, you there? No.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, how long have you been playing the guitar? 'Cause it sounds amazing.
Since I was a little kid. Since I was a little sunny boy. A long, long time ago. Very long time. I was knee-high to a grasshopper.
How about Poseidon Vortex? Have you already talked? Is that who just asked the question?
I was here yesterday, and I did ask a few questions. I just came here to check what was going on, and I just heard the guitar and the music, and I just stayed here to vibe.
Okay. I was just calling on new people, man. So talk if you want
Alright,
to.
man. Thanks, man. Thanks a lot, dude.
You still there, Cursed?
Oh yeah,
How you feeling, dude?
I'm feeling good. I was digging Sonny's playing. I was keeping myself muted, playing along myself.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. I've even played along with people that I didn't even know on here. And, whether they were Globers or Flat Earthers, regardless, it's been pretty cool to be able to do that.
Yeah, no, it was a nice break from all the serious back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
What about Poseidon Vortex? Does anyone talk to him or Carapucci?
I don't really have more questions other than yesterday. I was speaking yesterday a bit.
Did someone go over some information with you, Poseidon, yesterday? I do remember seeing you on here. So, did anybody go over anything with you?
Yeah, they took me past a few questions. I can't really remember who it was. They
I
took
think
me
I talked to
over.
you. I
Oh
think I
yeah,
talked
it
to
was
you.
Roger. It was Roger. Yeah. And yeah, they took me over. They took me over all my questions.
This is Karapus. Yeah, I was shown the I think it was the Black Swan, I believe, and then I was shown the field engineering co-experiment.
Didn't catch the last part. Someone took you through the Black Swan and what else?
The lasers, right?
Yes, the lasers, the field
Yeah.
engineering co-experiment, and then I was given a book, 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball. So I get to
Awesome.
start reading that, but that's about it for now.
That's
Not many
perfect.
questions.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh
cool.
yeah, and also The Greatest Lie on Earth. I had to read those two books.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it, I believe.
Okay. Well, you're doing the work. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, when I start reading the books, if I have any doubts, I will hop on VC and clear it.
So I'm not sure why the guy that was sitting here earlier that had a cog distro, I don't know why he was in the live stream with the cog distro, but I looked and he wasn't heading on his way in there because he'd already been in there. So I went ahead and verified him, but I server muted him just because I don't know who sent him in there. So if you see him in here, if you want to talk to him, you guys can unserver mute him and address him.
Sounds good.
Yeah, a while back here at 45 minutes after the hour in the live stream voice text, I know it's a while back, but Cut the Shit said something pretty profound. Why is there no evidence for the globe?
Because it's not a globe.
Exactly. Simple as that, right?
Yeah.
How could we have missed that? Holy crap.
Simplest answer. Yeah.
Well, there's evidence, there's just no tangible evidence, right?
Most of us never bothered to check. We just assumed it was real, right? That's how I was.
There's no evidence for the globe, though. Not any abstract, tangible, or whatever.
Yeah, no,
they have
well,
calculations and can like images that they create.
Right, that's evidence. NASA is evidence. Doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's real, but that's evidence. You get my meaning? It's still evidence. You have to falsify it, though, right? And that's what we've done.
Yeah, why would they lie?
I read in 1920 people were still being taught in school that the Earth was flat. So when exactly was
Yes.
the year that they suddenly turned that around? Who
The
were those
beginning of the Rockefeller education and all those people that are supposed to be all these beneficial things that have something in the background going on. They have a purpose. They have an agenda. Got into the school system.
The majority of it, from what I've researched, is the late 30s, right after World War II, is when they really implemented the education part of it.
So I like to always bring this point up. The people that did that and are still the same lineage of those people are the literal snake oil salesmen on a trailer on the side of the road. That's where the first millions came from. That's who the people are. But anyway, I thought this would be a good line of questioning, and you guys can tell me what you think about it. So I put it in earlier when I came on. Question 1, this would be to ask anybody, ask yourself or ask someone we're speaking to. So question 1, do you have any experience with measuring? And then get an answer. Question 2, have you measured and built something yourself, and what was it? Question 3, what is the difference between a measurement and a calculation? Question 4, is a calculation reality without an actual measurement?
That is. That sounds like a good one for me, Sonny.
Yeah, they're definitely good.
Well, because the thing is, if you're talking to somebody, you're talking measurements, and they are thinking calculation, they don't know the difference. If you don't separate those two, it's a meaningless conversation.
Yeah, that ran through my mind. Go ahead.
No, he's right, because that they can't seem to separate calculations and measurements. They think they mean the same thing, and that's not. It's evidently false. One's fact and one's fiction.
If you don't get to this point, you'll be talking over each other the whole entire time. One person's miscalculating what the other person's talking about. Nobody's defined the terms in the beginning, what we're talking about.
And not only that, establishing that they're capable of doing a measurement, it's like they always want to look towards the quote experts unquote, and if all it requires is a measurement, then that shows that that they are qualified. If they've ever done a measurement, they're qualified to determine whether or not the Earth is curved.
And I would just like to take a guess at this, that most flat earthers are people, I would say the very high majority of us have actually built things with their own hands, measured things. We're in trades where there's measurement involved in one way or another, actual physical measurements and building stuff with your own hands. Hello? I feel like I got transported to some other country.
I think Roger is hot mic
where I didn't understand.
Somebody was getting yelled at.
I think you just got Dutch rumpus, Sonny. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So how many flat earthers have measured things themselves, have built things, or carpenters, mechanics, have fixed mechanical objects, taken things apart, put them back together, learn how to figure out things using your hands and your mind, do calculations like with actual real things, So I'd say quite a few of us here. Now, I don't know about the people that come in here. It sounds like, and I'll just put this out because I remember it, and I feel fortunate that I can remember it all at my age. But this person, Curve, that said he was in computer science, so that's really good. I was too. Like I have a degree in computer science, so I used to build my own computers and shit like that. So I think it's real quickly. The question is like, is computer memory, is that a real thing? Is that a real space that you can measure, or it is just blocks of ones and zeros ready to be switched on or off? All right. So is that a measurable space in there because it's in a computer chip? No, it's not. It's abstract. It's like there's information in there only as far as ones and zeros. That's it. So if you don't get this, some people probably think that that's physical. I don't know, just guessing, because I see this mistake being made in here all the time, and I'm thinking like this person doesn't know the basics between those two things. And then I think I think some geometry needs to be spelled out right away too, because I'm telling you, man, I've had half-hour, 45-minute conversations in here with people that at the end, they don't even really know, they didn't know what a radius was. They couldn't tell me what a radius or a circumference was, like what it actually was. That's serious.
That's very serious. Yeah, and it burns in my it burns in my craw when I hear them, like refer to the experts as if they need, like they need those people to tell them when this is something that they can, and can't they grasp like a layman's understanding of gas pressure needing a container? That's not hard to grasp.
No, it's just dumbing down. I think what the education does is it beats you down into submission to where finally you just go, okay, I give. They say it's a ball. I'm just gonna go along with whatever they say. I'm so damaged at that point. That seems to be a key part of it. People are so dumbed down into not believing their own senses, not believing their own capabilities, not knowing what they know, only what they're told. Like it's astonishing.
Muscle Man, if you'd like to have a role so that you can unmute yourself and join the conversation, hop up in the VC check-in, and I'll follow you up if I see you go. Don't run too fast up there now.
See, anyway, so we used to make fun of like officers when I was on board a ship, right? We used to make fun of them because they had all this book knowledge and all these years, and they were degreed and all that, and they got an officer's commission, but they didn't they didn't know which direction to turn a wrench. Like, astonishing.
So I know they. Stupid question. I know that they drive on the other side of the road in England. Do they turn their wrenches the opposite way in England?
No, only if it's a left-hand thread.
So that should be Go ahead, Dave. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's a good question. Is it righty-tighty in England and lefty-loosey? Or is it
Yeah.
different?
Yeah, just the same. We invented it, you know.
Yeah, they probably did. Yeah, they invented it. Yeah.
Told you it's a stupid question.
No, there's no stupid question. Just dumb people don't ask the proper ones.
Got the shit. Says he just got in the elevator. He felt it moving the whole time. Yeah, it's funny how they do these. It's like you can hear, you can see, and you can notice. Well, you can't see, but when you listen to them make these arguments, you can detect where they're trying to make it fit. They're trying to do these, thought experiments to make it fit. Like when they try to explain with the elevator thing, that they're being in an enclosed system. They're not in an open system like they are on the Earth, and there is a speeding up and a slowing down. There would need to be. It's an elliptical path. It's not at the constant. It would just happen. It would have to happen because it travels. It's an elliptical path, and it travels further away from the sun, and then it gets closer to the sun. And according to their own explanations, like it would have to have changes in speed, and therefore you would definitely have to detect it at some point. And then you would, when you hear them making excuses, though, you can tell they're explaining, trying to make excuses for it. So I wonder what makes them like, if it doesn't make sense, at what point, what happens in their minds? Like what are their intentions when they start making excuses for it, and they don't just stop and say, wait, this doesn't make sense. Maybe I should ask more questions.
Right. And then you start hearing circular reasoning where it just goes back to the same fallacious argument in the beginning to prove the first one. It's like really bizarre. But another thing about motion that I was thinking about is like, okay, let's just say on a sphere, right? If there was a sphere, If you were on the outside of a sphere at the equator, if you moved 500 or 600 miles to the north, that's a change in because a smaller circular motion is a different speed.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that means every single change you made would be a change in speed that you would feel, even if you just went with the 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. Even if you just use that one alone, which we know it's more according to the fantasy globe model. So every time you move on that ball would be a change in speed and vector. No way around it.
Fracon, if you hop up into the VC, if I see you go, I'll follow you up there.
Yeah, I feel the elevator up and down both ways too. I could close my eyes and know which way it's moving. I would know if it was moving laterally or something.
We're not gonna let the elevator bring us down. Oh no. Very bad rendition of Prince there. I'm sorry.
No, it was actually good.
Sorry, guys.
Later, breaking down the walleyes. Keep on breaking them down.
I think that was old dude, but you say goodbye to direction too.
Oh, it was old dude. Oh, yeah.
No, it was just me. It was just me apologising for coughing all over my mic as usual. I'm inhaling coffee far too much these days.
I didn't notice it.
You're probably the least hot micing person on here, so you don't need to apologize for nothing.
Do you not remember the bad old days when I didn't know I was hot micing? Yeah, it's taken care of now. I live on mute. Most of the time, anyway.
Yeah, that's generally how I avoid hot micing. I just stay on mute.
I wonder if I could put my cell phone camera on my binoculars and zoom in. I wonder if that would work. I've never tried that.
Have you looked into the zoom binoculars that you can clip to a phone now, Sonny? Some of those are really cheap and
Really awesome.
very powerful, yeah.
I'm going to look for that then. I'll look for one of those when I can afford it. Yeah, I love my coffee too, man. I'm telling you what.
I couldn't do this without caffeine. I've been a caffeine junkie for over 40 years now, and I'm only about 250.
So by next week, it's supposed to be 80 degrees here, which means it's actually warmer than that because you get to an area when it's that hot where there's no wind. It'll feel like 85 or 86 or something.
I've got 87 in North Dakota.
Dang, really? That hot already? Yeah, I guess it is.
You're in Canada, right? Yeah.
83 degrees here in Kentucky, if anybody cares.
It's warm over there now.
Dude, like early last week, it was like 100.
Holy crap.
They're telling me that means it's going to be a cold winter when that happens.
It's funny how that global cooling is working, huh?
You know, I don't deny that we are changing the surface of this plane because of our intrusion into areas of the planet that used to be sustain itself, but we're chopping down trees, we're digging up stuff. There really are a lot of things going down, like sinkholes are popping up. I mean, you can't
I don't
deny
know.
that there's stuff going on, you know?
I don't know. A lot of that is just given to us too. That information about what's being chopped down. Like I think it's bullshit.
So
Like the
plan
area.
Well, I
I
mean,
live in.
if you look at South America, take South America for instance, right? So they're digging up the forest, trying to pull gold out of it.
But
I
are
mean,
they really? But are they
yeah, I
really?
mean, it really is. I mean, that's true. I mean, and
Yeah,
then you have
but
all of this mass dumping in Africa and in South America.
yeah. But
I mean,
listen, fraud. Listen also to this. Everything they told us that is supposed to be south of the equator is like freaking twice as large. Some of those countries are freaking twice as large as what they're shown on any map.
but all right, let's go biblically, right? So God says if Christ says if he didn't come, we would destroy ourselves. Literally, that's what he says in the Bible. We would destroy ourselves, and I don't disagree with that at all because I know we would. So however it's being done, we're doing it now. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of climate
Yes,
change according to how they're saying it's done, I don't agree with all that because if they wanted to change things, they would change it already. We wouldn't be on fossil fuels or any of
Yeah.
that stuff.
So
You know?
the thing that's changing any climate are the corporations. They're the ones that are wasting all the resources, spitting
Right.
out a bunch of junk, and yet they're the ones in the boardrooms that are telling the politicians that us useless eaters are the problem. You see my point? But I agree. I think it's designed, like for some reason, there's some kind of test or something, is what I think going on here from the creator that we have to live here. You know, we're like, I wish people realize actually that they're like literally like angels on earth in a human body. And that's what's being fought over is our spirits and our bodies, our minds.
Something else that's happening is in South America, they're destabilizing a lot of the countries. Like Venezuela and Colombia are going through like crazy stuff, and a lot of people are just leaving those countries and coming to like the US. So that's another thing that I see happening is a lot of migration from South America to the US, and that's just going to give them more control here, and they're getting people away from like the very valuable lands in South America. Like over there, if everyone lived over there in South America, you'd see how rich living in the tropics is. Like it would be so amazing to live in the tropics because you can grow food all year long.
Everywhere. Food can grow everywhere, all around you.
Yeah, it's almost like a plan to get everyone away from the tropics for control. Because here in the US, like we have a pretty good production of food and stuff, but there's no, compared to the availability of like the choices that you get in South America, it's nothing.
Yeah, because some people's job is to destabilize all those countries. So that's where the problem is. And when you find the root of that, then you know who the problem is.
Yeah, and Venezuela is like the most beautiful country ever. And just to see what they're doing with that country and everyone getting like it's so sad to see when they're literally in paradise if you think about it. It's just their
Well, it's run by freaking drug corporations. I mean, dude, South
Yeah,
America
but
is
that's
being destroyed.
yeah.
from inside.
Listen. It's run by drug cartels that are put there in place by the rulers.
exactly they're all.
Of course.
It's amazing.
That's so they can rape the land. You know what I'm saying? Because if you keep the people down and poor, you can rape the land for resources, and this is what they do.
and keep people away from really valuable lands, and like making the safe place be America is very convenient. And a lot of people come to the US and seek asylum. And so that's another way that they can get more control, right? Like people come from other countries, they get asylum, and all of a sudden they feel indebted to the people that gave them that, when those people are actually not really on their side.
Shit, we've got a froth field over here. No way. I didn't know that. That's awesome. I take my girlfriend here and play some froth. She might kick my ass. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail. You know, frisbee golf.
Oh, you frisbee golf? Dude, I haven't gone in a while. I almost got a hole in one once. So disc golf is amazing if anyone has never tried it.
I played frisbee golf in college, but 30 years ago. It's a fun game. Ultimate frisbee is a good game too. We have two teams. I want to back you up, though. You're making a good point there, generally speaking, DCO, about they're trying to generally move people away from the most productive areas. They want that for themselves, and pack everybody into these smart cities and shit, right?
It's stupid.
Exactly.
I end up yelling at my freaking window inside my place out at the people on the street because I have a really good view, like a bird's eye view of the street. I can see everybody walking by if I want. Sometimes I have to turn away because I'm like, I literally will be drinking my coffee in the morning. I'm like looking out there too much, and I'm like, you people are retarded.
I'd like to welcome Frack into the room. I just VC verified him. He said he's been aware of the topic, I think, for maybe a year. I don't remember if it was him or the guy before him, to be honest with you. But I think he said he's only seen the information in passing. But I'd just like to welcome him to the room. Fraken, do you have any like questions that are weighing on your mind? Like immediate questions before you even look. I know you've not seen the information, so.
Honestly, I'm more just interested in listening at the moment. I don't really have a question.
Alrighty then, well, welcome to the server. Feel free to ask if you have one.
But anyway, getting back to South America. So I was watching this documentary yesterday about. They call it the. I don't know. It's a dump, right, where they dump all the trash, and people go there picking stuff out of it, and it's like dumped on a river, right? So like every now and then that stuff breaks loose and sweeps people away. But these people, they're picking up bottles, plastic, whatever they can find to sell, and it's like, dude, I'm like, this is, dude, I got no words for it. That people would actually risk their lives to pick through trash. I mean, it's. I'm like, how is this world this way when there's so much resources, and you see what I'm saying? They don't care about the human beings. Like human beings don't care about human beings anymore. People care more about animals than they do about their neighbor. It's freaking ridiculous, dude. I don't understand this type of behavior. You know.
Yeah, and it's by design for sure. Like the lower classes always kind of can never get enough information, always just go along to get along, and it's really tough when I see what's going on in South America, you know.
I mean, it's such a rich and beautiful country, like someone was saying earlier. It is. It has so many resources and everything, and the people are just abused by the government and the drug cartels, like someone was saying. I mean, and of course we run these cartels through them. You know, it's scary. It's just sad, man. It's just sad because like this world is easy to fix. It's really easy to fix, and they refuse to. You know, they refuse to.
Yep, and I'm from South America, from Colombia, and this is one thing that I've noticed the difference between like a place like South America to the U.S. and is that the U.S. has a bunch of different cultures, so that is how people are separated here is by
Exactly.
cultures
That's
and
it.
race.
By design. That's how it is to keep
And
us divided.
In South America, where they have everyone basically in the same race, the way that they divide them is by class. So in Colombia, they have the stratus, where if you live in this area, you're like 1 through 5, and if you live in this area, you're like 6, 7, 8, or 9. So they divide people by what status they are because everyone. So the governments and the people in control always find a way to divide people, whether it's by race, whether it's by class status, whether it's so it's funny to see because I like seeing the contrast between two different cultures, and that's one of the things that I see. It's they always find a way to divide people. And now in Colombia, they're creating a little bit of a race tension because all the people that were in Venezuela that are going through all that crazy stuff went to Colombia because in Colombia they have a lot more opportunities. And so now it's in Colombia, it's becoming the tension between the Colombians and the Venezuelans in the same way that in America, you get the tensions between the different cultures. So it's now getting more mixed in and more messed up because now you don't just have one kind of people like all Colombians. Now you have Colombians and Venezuelan, and everything is getting mixed, not just in the U.S. but in South America. So just throwing some stuff that I know from South America. It's crazy. And the propaganda of the people from South America, like in the US, you have movies. In South America, you have novelas. And so people that watch the novelas are like getting the propaganda in the same way the Americans are getting it from the TV. So it's just funny to see how the different strategies for different cultures.
Yeah. See, the thing is though, it's double division here, right? So you were saying with the classism, that's here too as well, as well as with the division, but amongst the races. So we're doubly divided down the line, dude. I mean, it's and people will never wake up to it. It seems, you know.
Yeah, they won't. For me, it's as simple as we share the place where we live, so we need to get along. And people don't want to get along because they want to get divided over things. Uh, but I mean, that's just kind of by design, like we talked.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're too busy fighting one another, then we're too busy to fight. You know, the real culprits. That's their whole. And then not only that, but we expend our energy on fighting one another, and then they have us divided on every level. I mean, if you read the banker's quote, it says it right there. I mean, they say that their goals are to keep us divided and arguing against political parties, expending our energy. And see, I'll repost it. I mean, that was in 1924.
Yeah, they've known for a while, and it's funny that we're just kind of waking up to it if you think about it.
And that's not making a conjecture. That's their own words. Like, this is something that they that they said to one another amongst their own in a meeting. This came right out of their own mouth, according to the quote. Like if the quote's accurate, let's just say that. I wasn't there to hear it, so. So this is just not something we're making up because we want to be conspiracy theorists, which there are conspiracies and they are true. So, which of course that's a term CIA coined, but it's like right there's evidence. I mean, that's what they say that come out of their mouth. This is not something that we're just making up. We're just sitting here making shit up. I guess is my point. So after reading that, I don't see how anyone can believe that anything within the political realm could be real. It takes some serious cognizance.
Yeah, and here's the interesting thing is some people have made their entire careers like go towards law and stuff. So there is no way for some of them that they're going to look into it because they think that, I don't know, they're like too far into it. My brother being one of them. Like they believe, they love authority. Like they think that picking a precedent is the right thing. And they, I don't know. It's kind of hard to get them to not think about those. I don't know, get them out of that.
Well, that's the only way that they have any sense of power or control. It's like it gives them a false sense of control and a false
Yeah,
sense of power. It's an illusion.
exactly. Like there's a system there to like help you out, and there's someone there to back you up. When the reality is that you're kind of an individual and you're here kind of alone, but you're all not just alone. You're there with like the most you're there with like the most powerful thing ever. So some people think that if they don't have the government or they don't have someone in control, that there's no one in control when you yourself have more control, if that makes any sense.
And see, here's the interesting thing. That's a false sense of power or control. So this gaining control back over your own mind and over your own thoughts, that's the real control. And that's where freedom comes. When you're no longer, captive or a slave to these ideologies.
Yep, you can make up your own mind with the tools you have. You're right on point, Truth.
And I think that's the real threat that Flat Earth poses for them.
The last thing the controllers want is a population of critical thinkers. George Carlin, 1970 something.
Exactly. And then hence, like, this is why this is such a huge thing. It's once they realize this big of a lie has been perpetrated and they realize that it is a lie, then they can start searching for the truth. And when they start doing that and they start questioning it, then they'll start questioning everything else. And it's like none of these other lies will no longer seem unfathomable to them. Like it'll be, you know what I mean? It's like it breaks down that wall, that barrier, where they think, well, it's too big of a lie. Well, this is really the biggest lie of them all. So when they realize that, and that's what they don't want.
Yeah, they don't want you thinking.
Yeah, what you're talking about is one of the main reasons they removed the trivium from the education system early on. Teach you how to critically think and Socratically question people. Can't have none of that.
Yeah, and between removing that and then removing the the teaching of Latin or the use of words and how to use words and what words mean, yeah, they've made us, or they've made the children unable to converse and share knowledge correctly anymore. They've done it very, very cleverly over a long, long time.
Yeah, I agree. And it's it's a good tactic. I mean,
sorry.
I was gonna say that the tactic from what I've seen is like they'll teach you how to use something, but not where it came from. So they'll give you like all of the letters, and they'll teach you how to use them, how to combine them, how to create sentences, and everything about how to use those, but not exactly where they came from. Like, why do we have 26? Why do they look like that? Why are they shaped like that? Same with numbers. They give you all the numbers. They give you 9 of them. They let you repeat them. They let you add them, subtract them, divide them, do whatever you want. But when you ask them, where do they come from? Why is there only 9? All of those things, they won't really teach you. You know, they'll make you dangerous by using them so you can build their empire, but they won't tell you where they came from because, maybe that's a little bit too much.
Yeah, those are not quite the exact questions, but that's the exact style of questioning I had as a child that got put me into detention classes, removed from various subjects, and unable to take further subjects in school and high school. They're very clever at what they do.
And I think from what I've researched is it always comes back to nature. Like when you ask the letters, the numbers, where do they come from? I see that they come from always from nature. So it's kind of like this deconstruction of nature and put into human terms so we can use it.
That sounds like pharmakia. Or big pharma, anyway. Everything from nature that's been copied by man is an adverse effect.
Exactly. It's like magical. For
It's
them,
probably
it's like a magical thing.
it's probably the same spirit. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
And what's so unique about flat Earth compared to all the other lies is this one's attainable. This one's very easily with, I'm not going to say no effort, but very little effort. It doesn't take a lot of effort to do these
Paying
observations.
attention.
This one has objective reality that you can demonstrate to people, and they can demonstrate for themselves. That's the difference,
I don't remember which one it was. It was one of the guys I just checked in within the last little bit. But one of them mentioned something about the measurements. And I was letting them know that because it was the way that they said it, it was as if that was the only thing. But It's on so many different levels. I mean, you have the gas pressure issue. You have the, I mean,
The
you
water.
can't. Yeah, I mean, I was debating. I was like apprehensive. I was debating within my own self just then whether or not to go all the way back to the Big Bang, because that in and of itself is a violation of the first law of thermodynamics and probably about 5 or 6 other laws. You know, uh, but then it goes right on down the line. We have the gas pressure issue. Then we have, knowing the nature of water, that it always, anytime that we observe it, that it always seeks its level, and more than 70% of the earth, allegedly more than 70% of the earth, we don't even know if that's true, is covered with water. And the fact that there is no measurable curvature, that's just icing on the cake, really. But I mean, that's really the only way to determine whether or not there's any curvature, is to measure it. But knowing that, it's like the water thing, yeah, that's a huge issue for them.
The lack of Earth-based Coriolis.
Yep.
We don't observe any of it.
And then there's that, yeah, Roger. And when you read down into the Coriolis force, when they were establishing the equations for the Coriolis force, if you read on into the history of it, I think I've pointed it out here before, that I think there were three scientists that were there was a lot of contention about heliocentrism right then. Like when they established that, if you look into the history of it, they were having debates about it. That, like, they were debating it then, and because there was no detectable motion or movement of the Earth, they couldn't establish Coriolis force with the Earth. They had to go to the moving parts and machinery, and it's right there in the history of the Coriolis force. You can read it. There were 3 scientists. They couldn't detect any movement or any motion of the Earth.
Yeah, when we point to the Earth, the globers will point to the sky, but they hand wave the fact that the stars are, as long as the humans could record it, the same, right? Following the same patterns. Everything is the same for how many billions of years, they tell us, right?
Yes, I agree. And also, getting to understand, or like, yeah, I guess understand the fact that the Earth is flat is, you don't really kind of get, there's indirect ways to get there, like by learning how solids behave, how liquids behave, and by how gases behave, and understanding that those are always consistent. And just by understanding those, it will get you a little bit closer to understanding how it cannot be a globe, just by understanding gas behavior, liquid behavior, solid behavior. So those 3 simple things can get people a little bit closer to grasping a little bit of the magnitude of how many things you actually have to study to realize that it's, and nothing adds up. And the other thing for me is being like, once you come across the information that that you've been lied to, it's just good just from now on to always be aware of your surroundings and the nature around you, because there are hints all over of the reality that you live in.
Mork and Nelson, if you want to hop up into the VC check, and I'll follow you up when I see you go.
Did you say Mork, like Mork and Mindy?
I'm assuming that's what he's intending to say, because he's got a frowny face or a weary looking face for the O. But
Nanu.
no.
Dating myself there. Does anybody remember Mork and Mindy?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I remember that show.
A lot of programming in that. He used to talk to the big guy Orson, and there's a lot of stuff in there you can unpack. But anyway.
Do you have comments on Elon Musk? Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before. And I was worried about it.
Okay, so do you know what plane survey data is?
Are you talking about like surveyors?
Up to 250 miles.
Okay, go on with what.
Okay. We'll keep it simple for you. What's the square root of 1?
1.
Okay, so what's 1 times 1.225?
1.225.
Okay, so if we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, where should we see the geometric horizon?
Yeah, I joined at the right time.
1.225 miles.
You're talking.
Was Crypto live or was he on that record?
Oh, I'm live. Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, he's done now. It was weird what you said. It kind of flowed in with what was going on there. It was weird. That was Austin quizzing a globe enthusiast about the distance to the horizon, I think.
And he gave the right answer and didn't realise why that fucked him. I love these people. They're so steadfast in their beliefs, even though they don't make any sense.
Yep, as we know, most of them don't even know what they believe, but even when they accept what they believe, they don't accept it still. It's like, it's crazy.
So we've got feisty new Globers ready to take the challenge.
Activity up in VC check-in right now, so maybe somebody will drop down.
Sweet.
Fracon is in here but hasn't said anything if you want to try to talk to them.
Can do if they want.
Fracon. Guess I'm pronouncing that right. Who knows?
Yeah.
Fracon.
I think that person was previously named Frank on. I could be wrong, but I think it was Frank on. Now it's Frack on.
Fracon.
What was Frank on?
Oh, you never been Frank. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
No, I'm saying what was Frank on? Must have been on something.
On a flat plane.
Frank on. Frank on the flat plane.
Because I could have sworn I made a joke actually that said Frankenstein.
He was Franking on something.
Never mind. Who, you talking to me? No.
You talking to me?
We're talking to the Amazon driver.
Amazonians. Amazonians are taking over the world.
Frack on, frack off.
Oh, for frick's sake.
It was a full report from the land down under, Higgs. 20-minute monologue. Go.
I'm just getting out of bed. I need to get the right way up. It's really hard when you get up or get down. I don't know. I'm confused. What's the correct terminology? I'm getting up or I'm getting down?
I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know. That's for you to tell us. We're wondering how you do it too.
I don't know. It
When's
gets
the last
confusing.
time you had a Vegemite sandwich, Higgs?
The first time I tried it was the last time I had it, bro.
Oh, you don't eat them regularly? Okay.
I get it. Here's the thing. The clue is the Vegemite makes you feel upright.
Yep. But
that's why they have
I
the
managed-
Vegemite sandwich. That's so you feel upright. Otherwise, you'd be upside down.
Who's ever had it? Whoever says that it tastes good is like it's like
Yeah, Vegemite is wrong.
yes. Thank you, Crypto. How would you? I was going to say, how would you explain it to people, Crypto?
It's
Explain
like
the
being
taste like.
slapped in the face and kicked in the balls at the same time.
As a meal.
Yeah, as a meal.
I think that's why I have it in the morning. Good morning. Wakey, wakey.
It's not good.
Oh,
I
it's
mean,
bad,
that's
bro.
pretty bad. That's pretty bad for a meal, I have to say.
It's like 3 kilos of vinegar with like 10 kilos of salt with some other stuff in it. It's
That's so rank. I mean, Marmite's also pretty bad, to be fair.
What's that, Matt?
Change the subject. Y'all are making me nauseous.
I do like Nutella, though. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least it's not some undefined kind of meat mixture product.
Yeah. I don't know the mite in the veggie.
Vegemite is soylent green.
Oh, it's I don't know the first
Every time
I
I'm in the
like,
grocery store and I'm shopping for people and I see that section of the veggie burgers now, I think about that movie. You know,
there's a movie with the Soma where the like people are living like in those futuristic places. It was made in like 1970 or something, and there's the outside people, normal people. It's funny as you feeling sad, have some Soma. You feeling happy, have some Soma. You feel anything, have Soma. Wow, Fratcon's got a picture of him talking on the phone, but he's not speaking. Houston, we have a problem.
So the Earth is observed and practically used as flat and non-rotational. Have y'all heard of this?
I've
Yeah,
heard
but
of
it's
the
a globe
concept.
anyway, right?
But it's a globe anyway? Okay. You got a good point.
Yeah. Basically, if people ridicule you and if people on TV say so, then all of your personal experience.
Damn, that's a good point, man. I can't on the header but that.
What happens when you get drunk and like everything's spinning? How does that happen? It's a phenomenon, huh? It's like Fata Morgana or something.
Yeah, for some reason they think that when you get, some people think when you get drunk, that's the spin of the Earth that you suddenly realise is there.
Because you come to your senses when you're pissed.
Apparently your senses are more enhanced when you're drunk. Who knew?
Oh, okay. Interesting. This is like a Freudian concept, isn't it?
I don't even know if it's that good.
All he talked about was him having feelings for his mother and like a fucking weird ass.
He basically wanted a bit of his mum's,
Yeah.
I won't go in there.
Yeah.
But he
thank
was a
you.
sick
I thought I was the
individual.
only one. Exactly. I say this and people don't get it. I'm glad to hear. Somebody has the same thoughts as me. As I'm like, the dude was yeah, the guy was like infatuated with his mum.
Yeah.
I see something wrong there.
It's like Freud is like, well, isn't everyone? No. No, that's just you, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, he was like the ultimate projection person, right? He projected everything on everybody else.
It's like, if I have sick and weird fantasies, then everyone does. Sure thing.
It's like he came out and he just wanted to go back in. It's like, bro, once you come out, you can't go back in. That's it. You let it go.
For fuck's sake.
I'm obsessed with other people's moms.
Stacy's mom's got it going on.
Going on. Stifler's mum. Oh, Stifler's mum.
My mom just drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Let's not even go. I was going to say, imagine that. I'd kill myself. That's it. You can't be doing that stuff. Something's, yeah.
Yeah, you reminded me of a really bad joke I used to know and forgot for about 20 years. Yeah, I bought a steering wheel for my pants. It's driving me nuts.
Oh,
boy.
that's older than me.
Yeah, that's a really old joke, isn't it? That's great.
Yeah.
That's why when I heard rockets with what's his name, Elon Musk. Talking about Elon Musk. He likes rockets. It's like pocket rocket. Like the guy puts his hands in his pocket
right,
and just plays with his rocket.
I don't think that's what pocket rocket means. But
It does to some people.
well, true. I've got another shit joke. What kind of cheese do you use to hide a horse?
I don't know.
A horse what? Hide
Sorry?
a horse what?
No, just to hide a horse.
Oh, a horse. I thought it was a horse.
A harsh throat?
No. Mascarpone.
Jesus.
Mascarpone.
Oh man. Jeez.
You'd either have to be British. Look, you'd either have to be British or French to get that joke.
Yeah, and I'm slightly both, to be fair. So.
What is everybody? It's only like Americans. What is it? They call the Italians the frog eaters, but everybody knows that the French are. What's the deal with that? I don't get that.
What's the deal with what?
Like when I came here, it's here and in America they call the Italians the frog eaters. Oh, and I had to argue with people. I'm like, it's the French. No, it's
We
the
do?
Italians. I'm like, dude, it's the
I've
French.
never called Italians frog eaters. I've called them like grease balls and wops.
Yeah, he's got a whole other different, racial slur dictionary for Italians. Like,
Yeah, we all do.
it's like, are
We
you
all
even up on your, slurs for the different,
Yeah.
I mean,
I
do you even know what Germans call Austrians? I mean,
No.
What is
canyon
it?
shitters. Which in German is Schluchtenscheißer.
Look, rare photo of the Italian Loch Ness monster.
There's an
Nice.
Italian Loch
That's
Ness
a
monster.
great man.
I don't think there actually is an Italian Loch Ness monster.
Yeah,
I feel like
you clearly can see it there. Look.
It's not. It's just a bunch of dead bodies floating from the mafia kills.
Well, that one's got the handheld a specific way. Though.
Oh, that's just the fucking
Hey,
church.
Tony.
That's
You
just
sure
the
that's
church
not
doing
murdering?
its job. Yeah. It's unum sanctum by the church.
Murdering were
standard.
not Italians,
Tony,
but they looked
listen to me.
Italian.
Tony, listen to me. Wooden doors.
I love those memes. That's so good. But Tony, how do you bake 6 million garlic breads with only 15 ovens? I don't get it.
I watched, I think, maybe one of the most gloriously bad documentaries today that I think I've ever watched.
Go on.
Yeah. Oh God, what was it called? Breaking the Buck. Hold on, I got to go back and look at this. It was so bad, it was good. Let me find it. It was Buck Breaking 2021. Full movie. There's no way I can explain this and remain in the good graces of everyone. You have to still watch it.
Don't try. We could do movie reviews. So I just saw a really weird one that I never saw before called Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And it's got this alternate timeline. It's really pretty bizarre, you know.
Names, can you DM me that, please? I want to watch it now.
You want me to send you the... I can post it in live stream. Hold on. It's really funny.
If it's one of those ones, then yeah.
It is not meant to be funny. That's the thing. It's done in all seriousness. So here it is.
That's what's funny.
That's kind of what makes it funny sometimes. I know there's some ridiculous ones. What was the one I just saw? Solar Attack or something? What was
Look,
that?
if it's not as good as Sharknado, I'm not interested.
This may be better.
Well,
I wish
You
that
know they
curse
fucking
guy. I wish that
they
curse guy
turned
was
off
here
all our power here.
so Meme could talk with him and then ban him. That'd be so much fun. Somebody go find Kurt so Meme can talk.
Do what now?
Go find that Kurt. There's a guy that was here earlier named Cursed. You would have had so much fun with this guy.
Oh,
That
yeah.
would have been fun to watch.
Was he a bit of a memester? A little incorrigible? A little rapscallion?
Nope. This one was actually lukewarm about everything.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, completely lukewarm. No commitment about anything at all.
Totally dead.
Yeah, he wouldn't make any claims about anything.
No
I don't know what
claims.
Meme would have done with him.
Would not make a claim.
This is all
Would not
Solid stays best.
would not acknowledge that he had knowledge himself. Wouldn't acknowledge that.
So he was doing the only way to win is not to play?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And so there's nobody here that comes here that doesn't have a horse in the race, but they'll just claim they have no horse. Why am I repeating?
Hey, is there a Glober named Dis?
Repeating.
Do y'all know if there's a Glober named Dis? D-Y-S.
Ring a bell.
Here, look. Let me post the picture.
No, don't know about this.
Here. Anyone recognize him?
Is it Big Fokker number 362?
Oh, no. This is from that Queen of Conspiracy server. This is from the Queen of Conspiracy server, okay? So I was in their little politics room, and just having a normal text chat. And then this guy comes in. He says something. I forget exactly what. I asked him to define what a nation was. And he just flipped out. It was like, oh, it's baby's first Socrates. Because I asked him to define what a nation was. Because, if you've ever talked with enough leftists, you need to get everything defined, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
So I just asked,
how do leftists define nation?
you-
That's actually an interesting question.
That's the thing. And I thought, hey, maybe this is a leftist. And they said nation. So I'm going to ask him, how do you define nation? And he got all pissed off. I've talked about this. He said, I've talked about this with smarter and greater minds than you. Oh, hold on. He was bragging about his company. They have his company argue with each other about topics they don't agree with and stuff. And I'm like, what is this weird fantasy this guy has in his head about himself? It was pathetic.
That's weird because he's basing that on not having a conversation with you.
He did not have a conversation with me. He attacked me, ad hommed me. It was retarded.
Well,
it was
it's retarded.
Shocking.
That's the best way.
It's retarded what
to have a
he's
conversation.
writing in that text. Sorry, where he says, considering that photons are affected by gravity, is retarded.
What is a photon? I don't know what a photon is.
Atmospheric refraction, photons, and gravity. All things that are unprovable assertions.
Exactly. At least with a nation, you can get an international law dictionary and can look it up.
Yeah, I was going to say, see, Queen of Conspiracy said she's going to have a flat earther on tonight to talk to him. And and somebody said, what's a good question to ask a flat earther? Immediately, this typed out instantly.
What? Gravity, for sure.
This was his immediate, instant answer, and I thought, who is this?
What was his answer? Because I can't read it at the moment.
This was his. This was the question for the flat earther.
Yeah, what was?
It's in the. It's what is the zenith angle and why is it important in discerning the visible horizon? How do we define an observable model of atmospheric refraction, considering the photons are also affected by gravity?
Okay, so if you accept my paradigm, how does your paradigm fit into my paradigm?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
The thing is,
Your paradigm is in contention.
The thing is this is a more recent argument. Like the nuance in it is more recent. And this, he also, when someone asked him what he did for a job, why they would be arguing all the time with each other, I don't want to say here.
He's from NASA.
Maybe you can DM me.
No. That's what he said. I don't want to say here.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Of course, he doesn't. He's a NASA paid shill.
Yeah, he might just be a shill.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of
Might
people
be
who work
German.
for the JIDF or IDF or.
Kind of playing that psychotic shill card there. If you ask me.
Yeah, he's either
There's a
from
lot of
NASA
people
or
who
German.
work in psychological operations are a big thing on the internet now. Like, there's people who pay to influence other groups of people based on internet usage. So perfectly possible.
The British military's got a special division, the 77th Brigade.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They've been doing it for a while. To actually go into servers or chats or whatever channels and go there just rumpus and change your mind and whatnot, or just abuse you.
To
For what reason, though? What are they actually doing?
It's psychological operations.
Yeah, but okay. So, are they pushing, for instance, anti-British narratives or pro-British narratives, or are they pushing pro-world government narratives? Are they pushing C-19 narratives? Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, like whatever is on the mainstream, that's what they're pushing. So yeah, the C-19, all that dumb shit. If you
I see.
believe, if you know that the world is flat, then they come and do all this dumb shit. You can actually, I'm not sure if you can, if you type it in a search engine, it might come up, but you can probably find some documents on them because they're fucking funny. Sometimes they just go in and abuse people, like that is their job. So literally to break somebody's psyche to on the net, they'll be like, whatever, type dumb shit.
But that only really works on mentally weak people anyway, surely.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
They'll probably get points for 10 points for making a flat earther upset. So just be an asshole. Don't admit anything. Don't make a claim.
Yeah, the 77th Brigade. Have you seen?
I find it really funny when people ask about. Sorry, 1 second. People ask about psychology. I find that really odd. It's like psychology of people doesn't affect what truth is. What is objectively my environment isn't defined by the psychology of people. And so it's like when I first started looking into this, I didn't really care. Oh, so there's two people arguing like that. I don't know. It doesn't persuade me at all to hear people argue.
Yeah.
Maybe other people are, but I just wanted to hear the info, and if I could test the info, then I was happy. If I wasn't, I just discarded it.
You can't do that. But that's absurd.
But there's some FE information that I think is total garbage, to be honest. Like, I'm not going to say what it is, but every now and then I hear someone make a really dumb argument, and I'm just like, oh, come on, man, you're making us all stupid.
Yeah, I've heard that one. I was going to say, have you seen the commercial for the Royal British Navy?
Let me guess. There's a lesbian couple, and is there a transgender, disabled, black, gay Jew? Am I close?
It's part of Antifa.
Yeah, he's part of Antifa.
Sorry. Have you guys seen that flying suit, bro? That the Royal British Navy actually acquired from this dude who made it over here? Bro, that shit's legit. Like, legit. Like, dude, you gotta see that fucking thing.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. That's awesome.
Yeah, you've seen that? It's awesome, isn't it?
What is it?
That's totally cool. He's basically like a real-life rocket man.
Uh-huh.
But they bought it for the military. The suit's legit. Like, they use that shit. It's like for real.
Yeah, the funny thing was, he goes, this is one of the ways that we train and have fun at the same time in the Navy. And you know what they're doing? They're playing Battleship.
Brilliant.
I swear to God,
Oh
bro.
my gosh.
They're
That's
playing
perfect.
Battleship, and both of them turn around and just have this goofy smile on their face. Like, you look at the camera and smile, and I'm like, this is like how you prepare for like a war game. You play Battleship, like E5.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I'm like, fuck, man. Like, seriously, like, oh, gosh. I was in tears. Like, I couldn't stop laughing.
Well, they're going to have to do something in those rare moments, you know, when they have a moment off from protecting all of you people from the aliens. I mean,
Who you calling you?
that's what they're
It
doing. They're
was,
flying around here all the time. It's like military. These really weird
yes, same
helicopters,
here.
dude, vertical lift helicopters flying around. They're patrolling in
Same here.
pairs, like odd shit, man. And like, what are
Bro,
they?
they turned off all our
What are they
electricity.
protecting? What are they protecting against? Like, who the hell? Like, I guess they're just
Bro,
waiting for that invasion.
they turned off all our electricity today. They can't.
Space Force.
Looking for the invasion. Space Force is going to hand it off to. Yeah, whatever. Like, Cyber Force.
G-Force.
They're probably the ones that are here, like being trolls.
Is G-Force
There.
like Fidi's space company?
It's when you have an orgasm at really like tremendous rate.
Didn't need to know that. That was definitely TMI.
I'm just saying that's what Freud said. I don't know.
Oh, is it? I'm sure it probably involved his mum or something. Yeah, G-Force is 50 Cent's space company. So goes with it.
He's got a space company. Wow.
Yeah.
That's how you know how
Didn't you know?
legit this stuff is when fucking a rapper has a space fucking company for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Grimes is married to. Is Grimes a rapper? I don't know. He's married to Elon Musk, much to Kai's distress.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know what they did today, but they had a little mini test there, like full turned off the fucking electricity in the studios. Pretty funny.
Did you guys hear a bunch of websites went down the other day, didn't they?
Really?
Yep.
Apparently, yeah, like Amazon and a bunch of others. They were taken down for a day. They're saying that it's a power outage at some server farm, but I struggle to believe that because I'm sure those guys have got backups of backups of backups.
Yeah, no doubt.
Exactly.
I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know the tech well enough to say, but it seems. You know when something just sounds like bullshit as it's leaving someone's mouth. You know?
Right. Yep. Like every time you turn the TV on. Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
If you do still turn the TV on.
I had that feeling when they said that the ship is stuck in the Suez Canal. I know what you mean. How do you get stuck in a canal? Come on.
It's a Suez,
Isn't it
like a
news?
sewage canal.
Like news just stands for something like nearly every word sucks or something. Maybe sucks is not powerful enough.
I reckon if we come up with a really good name for some space bullshit and just market the F out of it and just make some money.
Yeah, the dumber it is, the more people will believe it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Dumb force.
that's where they get their science from. Is from all those movies. I hear it almost every day here.
Remember when
pulling-
Joe Rogan? No, nobody remembers this, but Joe Rogan made a thing about 10 or something 15 years ago called Monkeys in Space. He wasn't mocking anybody or anything. Just want to point that out.
Or back when
Of
Joe
course,
Rogan
because-
actually stood for truth.
Yes, he made monkeys in space, believing in space though. So I don't know what you do with that crypto. You know, I think I don't think it's a coincidence.
It's just like Planet of the Apes.
Didn't you know, Exo? Didn't you know that your father's father was a monkey?
Keep going. Oh, I thought it was a clam or a paramecium.
No. That's his father's father.
Right. Father's father.
Yeah.
Okay.
The further you go back, eventually you hit like rats, and then it's like rock. And then
I think what. Yeah. Well, hold on, Sonny. Well, hold on. What crypto has just done has shown us science. I just want to make sure everybody understands it.
Well, science does speak.
Yeah, well,
Science. That was actually science. Science is actually speaking through crypto right now, and we should bow our heads in the glory of science speaking through crypto. Yeah, it's an unbelievable miracle just occurred right now. What are you talking about, Sonny?
I know.
Do you want me to prove what I just? Do you want me to prove what I just said is true?
Yes, I'm going to get the holy water ready right now.
By all means.
Do it. Do you even science, bro?
Oh my! I don't know what to say. How do I?
That's what I just said.
I have to concede. I'm conceding. I'm done. I'm done.
That's just too heavy.
Exo.
I'm not a scientist, bro.
Guys, hold on. Exo, what's your favorite species?
Oh, I know. I got this. Hold on. I got this. The Tiktaalik.
Well, I actually quite like half orcs. If you play, they've got quite good strength stats, and you can re-roll agility if you get a bad roll. So that's my favorite.
The Minotaur.
Yeah, Minotaur's pretty cool.
You guys are talking about game archers.
I like the water bear. They're like the honey badger of the microscopic world.
Well,
No,
they can
man.
survive
Seriously,
in space, you know.
The saber-toothed cat is the best one, man.
So it's not a tiger, it's a cat. Wow.
And since cats don't have teeth like that anymore, that proves evolution. So thanks. Yeah.
Good enough for me.
Oh boy.
Didn't you know that if anything happens, just anything, therefore evolution?
Done. That's it. Done. No explanation. That's it. They died. It's evolution. They survived. It's evolution. They stayed the same. Evolution. They went to school and became Jeffrey Dahmer. The highest form of evolution.
Yep. We even figured it out. We even figured it out the other day that evolution goes in reverse and changes things because in the future it'll be damaging to mothers while giving birth. So it has to go back and change it.
Duh.
If evolution goes backwards, do children give birth to their mothers?
Oh,
that proves
Ford would love
evolution.
that.
I mean,
that's another whole
obviously only works with that's adaptation, which proves evolution. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. There it is.
That proves Freud.
The expert.
Mimus, I wanted to elaborate on my favorite species, the Tiktaalik, because he was a salamander in the ocean, and he made a cane so he could walk on the dry land, and that's how we get people.
Well, my favorite species is the Exo.
The Exo.
I appreciate that I might seem like the highest form of evolution, but I'm not. It's actually Richard Dawkins.
No. I was saying since you lost so much information, you evolved.
That's a good point. Yes, my genetics forgot everything, and that's how I got here. Yep.
Yes. I thought you died and were reborn and kept getting reborn better and better. Isn't that how evolution?
Well, let me explain something. My parents died. My parents died, and then I was born, and my parents were dead corpses. And then, since I was born with my mother's dead body being there, my my evolution knew how to fix me and make sure that I didn't die like that. Yeah.
Oh right, that's pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm.
It's good of it to do that.
Hey, wait a minute. What about the guy the other day? You know, the rhinos, I forget the plural, are no longer born with horns because evolution knew that they were being hunted for their horns. I'm
That's
not.
right.
This is a real claim. I'm not
Yep.
making this up. Ask Sonny.
Yep, absolutely.
Wait a minute.
Oh, this
Wait a minute.
this is ridiculous.
People.
This is good. Yes.
People thought that the horns were going away because they were getting hunted.
No,
Evolution.
knew
No,
they were getting
evolution. Yeah, the babies no longer are born with horns because the parents, the mothers and fathers, were
They
killed.
were
for
never
their
born
horns.
with
Yeah.
horns.
So
Don't tell that to the evolutionist. Nope. Don't. Wait a minute. What's wrong with the rhino being born with the horn? Would that hurt the mom or something? What are you saying?
Yeah, it would kill her.
Are you
See?
saying bucks aren't
That's what
born
I'm
with
saying.
6 foot wide antlers?
He went backwards. He went back
Hey,
in
no
time.
buck breaking in here.
No, I thought bucks were born with 6 foot wide antlers when they were born. What are you talking about?
No, aren't you born with all your teeth?
Of course. I mean,
Oh,
that's
boy.
a duh. Yeah.
Man, you
I
don't,
was
you don't develop at all. You're just born as a miniature version, and nothing grows. I forgot.
I don't know
Well,
about you
except
guys,
if
but
you're human.
I was born full size. Don't know about you guys.
I certainly
I was gonna
was.
say. Yeah, because now most babies that aren't born
That's
full
why it's
size,
still the size of the babies.
right? Most babies most babies that aren't born full size, you can kill them because they're not fully developed, so you can get rid of them before they're born, and it's okay.
Oh yeah, because they're just a collection of cells.
Yeah, they're not really people. Yeah, no.
So
Yeah, but it's okay.
I mean, by extension, you could just say that leftists are just a collection of cells.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You know
who's gonna
that-
make? Wait a minute. Wait, who's gonna make my body my choice signs if you get rid of those people?
Well, I mean, I will
just know.
because I don't want to take the CV.
I
So
disagree.
that's my body, my choice.
The XO, you
Oh,
can't get rid of those people. You can get rid of those toasters because they're not people.
Fair enough.
Can I use them for fish food at least?
Yes.
No.
Good. Then we
If
have
you
a
hate
we have
fish.
a use for them. Okay, good.
Well, I thought there were rules against polluting fish.
That's true.
Plenty of bait though, so
Yeah, but I like Plecostomus, and they eat poop. So
Fair enough. Still more intelligent than leftists, to be fair.
for millions of years, the Plecostomus was trying to eat poop and kept dying. Therefore, its children developed the ability to eat that bacteria. I just want to point that out.
Oh yeah, that's why John Pettit eats shit now. Mm-hmm. Chugga.
well, if that's what it takes to evolve, then you're gonna have to just go along with it. All of it.
So if I drink poop coffee, I won't like it, but my children's children will like it.
Precisely. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
I've heard that poop coffee gives super energy because there's something in the cat feces. I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
It's a bacteria that's harmful to babies, but like not to adults.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not how evolution works.
No.
Oh, this is evolution. This is what they're doing on the ISS right now, eating coffee poop, guys. Yes, it's the highest form of evolution.
No, they're just crapping into each other's mouths. It's a fetish thing.
Yeah, it's a German thing.
Yeah.
I was
Astronauts
hoping
tongue my
that
anus.
Well, it sounds like we got an evolution expert here, guys. I'd love to hear his claim for just anything. Sure.
Who's the evolution expert?
Yeah, who is he?
I don't know. I used to
Somebody said that.
I used to be back when I was a retarded mongoloid and actually believed it.
Talking about me?
Is that him? Is that the guy?
Yep, that's him.
Do you want me to
Speak
explain
up, sir.
how it works?
Yeah,
hold
yes,
on. I actually have a question for the evolutionist. Why don't I believe it anymore when I used to?
That's called de-evolution.
De-evolution. Was I de-radicalized? Was I de-radicalized?
Yeah, bro, you're radicalized.
Because I used to be big into all that, man.
I never
Yeah.
believed the fucking shit.
So Sasha, when did they come up with the dating methods for the layers of the Earth and evolution?
Are you
They
talking
just
about
found them on Tinder.
bioevolution or like Earth evolution? I don't know what you're talking about.
They just found them on Tinder, man.
You know, the layers of Earth, the Cretaceous, Jurassic, Precambrian, things like that. When did they come up with those terminologies, Sasha?
That have anything to do with evolution, my guy?
Okay, I guess we're moving along. Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next non-evolutionary claim. So, what's evolution, Sasha?
Evolution is the random. It happens through natural selection, where you
What, random
evolve.
or natural?
Okay, because I don't get to pick who I sleep with, right? And animals, it's all random. Okay, go on.
Yeah, so your DNA mutates, and then through natural selection, it will evolve towards a more
awesome
an organism that's
So-
better suited to survive the environment.
Excellent, Sasha.
So I can become an X-Man.
When has this ever happened? So, Sasha, just one example in nature when this has ever happened in history.
Yeah, so there's actually a thing with evolution where a lot of things tend to evolve towards crabs.
Okay. I'm totally with you, Sasha. Keep going. Tell me more.
Okay, hold on.
Just say
Your
you've got
STDs
crabs.
doesn't really.
What
have
are you
anything
lost
to
with? I
do
can try to help
with-
you.
I need
Yeah,
the
hold
help.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Your STDs don't have anything to do with science, okay, bro? And the thing is that humans, there's this thing called sexual selection where the female gets to choose the brightest and strongest male. So it doesn't really work with humans. So how do we evolve?
Sorry, could you say that one more time? I was in the middle of something.
Crabs.
Yeah, you got crabs, right? We know that you got STDs, but you don't have to tell us on air, right? I just wanted to let you know that females have this thing called sexual selection, right? And that's where their daddy teaches them that, you know, that their eggs are worth like the most important thing in society, right? Not that we own them, right? But they're highly valued, and they shouldn't just give them away to like any crackhead on the street, right? And that she should select the highest male in intelligence and physical fitness that she could find, right? And this is called sexual selection. So if natural selection didn't happen with the human being, how did we evolve?
If natural selection didn't happen with human beings, is that what you said?
Right, because sexual selection is where the female chooses the male, which happens most of the time unless there's like a rape or something, right?
Yeah, so natural selection does happen with human beings, so I don't get what you're saying.
I picked my wife because she was the woman that I drew when I was young and like all my life.
Yeah, so what you guys are talking about really has nothing to do with evolution.
What's
Okay,
evolution?
let's
So
make
humans
sure,
don't evolve.
Wait, let's make sure we read the title. The origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life.
Oh,
by
now we know
Charles
where scientific
Darwin.
racism comes from.
By
Do you think
Darwin.
racism was like? Do you think racism was like popular in the South when he wrote that book?
Let's not forget what the title is. Favored
So
races.
origin.
Charles Darwin was English. I'm not sure he really gave a shit about America.
Real quick, so we got origin in the titles. It's been 150 years. Have they found a single origin for anything? Thanks.
The origin for life happened billions of years ago, so.
All right, got any
Wow.
evidence for that?
Cool.
Got some proof for that?
Yeah, what was the date? Was there like a date?
What do you guys think it happened? 2019 years ago or 2021 years ago?
Yeah, cool,
No, it
straw
hasn't.
man. What was the evidence for your claim?
I'm in the middle of a video game right now, but I'm sure you could look it up.
Yeah. So
Okay,
again, your claim. So evidence for your claim.
Okay, so what's your guys' claim? I don't understand.
Okay, again, your claim. What's the evidence?
Right, so I'm a little busy right now.
Okay, you don't have any. That's cool.
really great.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Look, you can just admit it. Just go, oh, you don't have any. It's fine. I don't have any evidence.
I
for my
don't
claim.
have anything
Absolutely.
off the top of my head, but I mean, if
Yeah.
you took science class, you should probably know
That's
that.
not the same. well, okay, so lots of people here have engineering degrees. I'm working towards a master's. You know, lots of people are very qualified here, bro. It's not that we didn't take science. It's that you don't have evidence for your claim.
Well, my claim is the scientific consensus.
Okay, where's their evidence for the consensus?
All right, I'll do a Google search and find some information for you.
Oh, I already have the answer for you.
But
Do you
again,
want me to give you the?
didn't
Yeah, I'm
ask
sorry,
for a
continue.
Google search. Sorry, mate. Didn't ask for a Google search. Asked for evidence.
So yeah, Google's actually a great source for evidence.
Okay, well maybe you can present some.
So just to
Oh, yeah.
clarify, you're
Didn't
saying
think so.
billions of years ago, on a place that was going to be called Earth one day, it rained on rocks for millions of years and washed the sediments into the primordial ooze, and out popped the genetic code?
Yeah, so
And then the genetic code
I
like,
hypothesized that molecules clustered
Hank almost
around
got
into
done.
a way
Right.
that was
Sure thing.
self-replicating.
Okay, that's not a citation, is it? Can you read it from a citation?
I thought I wasn't allowed to use evidence.
Okay, let me just. I'll help you out. I'll give the citation for you. The Emergence of Life, 2009, Futuyama, Douglas J. From the evolution textbook I got in college. The simplest things that might be described as living, in quotes, must have developed as complex aggregations of molecules. There's the evidence. Must have happened. Thanks.
Okay, so that's basically just what I said with the citation.
Where's the evidence? It says it must happen. You agree with that? Just must happen. No evidence, right?
I mean, how else would it happen?
That was easy. Thanks for playing.
Okay, so I present it's like I present a really poor idea.
Well, it seems like you guys are just saying that's
Therefore-
wrong, but you like have no counter argument whatsoever.
Therefore, right? So this is your logical contingency. If I present a poor argument, therefore, if you don't have a different idea, a different poor argument, mine is correct. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, not therefore mine's correct, but therefore mine's the best guess and the best indication of what's true.
Not without evidence. It's all about evidence. It's not, oh, I think mine's logic. No one cares if you like your idea, right? Everyone thinks their wife's the prettiest. We're not talking about that, right? We're talking about whether you have evidence for your claim.
I mean, someone read the citation earlier.
And the answer's no, isn't it? The answer's obviously no. Why can't you just say it?
I mean,
don't have
there's
evidence.
plenty of evidence online. I don't have any evidence off the top of my head now.
Then present some.
Well, what you guys don't. Not only do you guys not have evidence, you guys don't even have a counter argument.
Whoa,
like, so
wait a minute.
it's really interesting
relax,
how you guys are
relax. One
attacking
claim at
me.
a time. Okay, machine gun. One claim at a time. I don't have evidence. I believe cats make kittens. Do you want me to prove that to you?
No, I agree with that.
Oh, okay, good, because that's my claim. I don't know about anybody else. And you're like, horses make horses, dogs make puppies, crabs make little crab babies, flies make maggots. That's how everything works in reality. Do you have a claim that I don't know about?
No, I agree with all of those.
Now, is that am I describing evolution or normal reproduction?
Normal reproduction. Well, with evolution, right? Evolution
Okay,
is a part of reproduction
I'll
is
let
a
the other
part
guys
of
talk for a
evolution,
second.
right? You understand
Sure
that, right?
thing. As long as you imagine it, absolutely. Yep. Yep, it's not falsifiable. For the record, he is. That's normal reproduction, but as evolution. He said no, it's not evolution, but it is. You just can't make this stuff up.
Could somebody define the word "must" for him? Because apparently that means fact.
I think it's the same as it has to be, right? It has to be and must are about the same, right?
Necessary antecedent.
Must have happened. It's in the textbook. It
So
says it
let me
must
get
have
this straight.
happened. That's it.
The globe Earth is Photoshop because it has to be, and evolution took place because it must have happened? That's science?
That's science. That's science, Hank.
That's enough for him. Must.
Wow, this guy's like super religious, I think. There's no science involved in that at all.
He's on another level, man.
I like how he said that creatures turn into crabs. I was wondering what creature gives birth to crabs besides crabs. I can't wait for that one.
I think he's still busy playing his video game.
Yeah, here we go, Fraud. We have horseshoe crabs, supposed fossil layers, 400 million years old. We have horseshoe crabs in Los Angeles County right now, identical, and that's evolution. Thanks.
Must have happened.
Well, they were already so evolved, they stayed the same for billions of years. That's evolution. Do you understand this or not? Cockroaches, dragonflies, rats, pigs, capybaras, they're all the same today as they were millions
Okay,
of years
so
ago.
do you guys agree that during reproduction there is genetic mutations that occur?
Sometimes,
No,
sure.
not really.
Well, sometimes they
So
do.
you
but
guys
yeah,
can't
like,
even
hold
concede
on,
that
relax,
genetic
relax.
mutations
Yes,
exist?
that causes like alpha thalassemia and mental retardation and Down syndrome. Those things certainly happen. Yes.
Okay, so that combined with selective pressures combined to make evolution, right?
Can you actually show me the evidence that those genetic mutations are passed down reliably?
What do you mean passed down? What do you mean by
Well,
that?
hold on. That's actually a great question.
Okay,
Go ahead.
one word: heritability. You know what that is, yeah?
I'll give him a hint. Come on.
Heritability.
Put down the Fortnite. Just put down the Fortnite for a second.
Hereditary relations. Come on, you got this.
It sounds like something that you inherit, a trait that you inherit.
Yeah. So, just as an example, like the heritability of height is 0.52. Yeah. So, people who have children, they tend to be of a similar height to them. It's like a medium correlation. Yeah. Have you got even correlative data on mutations and their heritability?
What does that have to do with evolution? Why would that be true or false? Why would that reject evolution?
Do you know what evolution is?
Yeah, I do.
Because you're telling us that it's genetic mutation passed down through generations.
It's genetic mutation mixed with selective pressure.
Okay. And then I asked you about heritability, which happens between generations, and you don't know why this is necessary.
No, I'm asking why would that
No, I think
reject?
it's clear he doesn't. I think it's clear he doesn't know what he's
I'm
talking
asking
about.
why would that reject evolution?
There's no need for you to ask anything. You've made it clear. You have no idea what you're talking about whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess.
Heritability is a super simple concept. It's like super simple.
I understand heritability 100%. I'm just I don't understand how that would that would not work with evolution.
What? Like, you would require heritability for evolution.
Yeah, exactly. It was exactly my point.
But that's not what you just disagreed with.
Dude, put the game down for a second, bro.
I don't even know what you're accusing me of disagreeing with. The only thing I disagree with is that evolution is false. I think evolution is true.
We got you. Okay, we got you. How about that? Let me just.
You don't know anything about it.
Right, we know that.
I mean, I've explained it to you guys. You guys just don't seem to understand.
You don't understand basic criticism.
Okay.
Yeah, go on, mate. Go on.
All right, cool. I'm just gonna simplify this real quick. Let's say, an organism loses the ability to reproduce with the previously existing family in which it came from. Is that evolution?
Yeah, that's called natural selection. It wouldn't be able to reproduce.
So, okay, good. So because it lost the ability to reproduce with the already existing family that it came from, that's evolution. You're saying yes.
Correct.
Okay, so when a child has Down syndrome or another disabled disability that they got from genetics, that is also evolution because they can no longer reproduce with the already existing family in which they came from.
Well,
correct?
if you have autism, you can still reproduce, but yes.
Excuse me. So if they can't reproduce with the already existing genetic pool that they came from, that is evolution, correct?
Yes, that is natural selection to be more specific.
Holy dear Lord, guys, take it away. I'm going to retire for a little bit. Congratulations, guys. Wow, unbelievable. I am impressed, actually. Congratulations, guys.
So if you can't reproduce, obviously
I'll
your
take it away.
genes are not going to be passed down, so that's natural selection. You understand that,
Oh
right?
yeah, I lost the ability to reproduce. Therefore, that's the evolution. Boy, you're a brilliant genius, man.
It's
Thanks.
natural selection, and yes, that is true.
Okay, so here's the problem with that.
If you can't
Hold on,
reproduce,
Hold on, bro.
your genes are going to be removed from the gene pool, which will be called natural selection. Like, what do you not
Wow,
understand
so
about
the
that?
opposite. Yeah, that's amazing. The opposite of evolution. Wow, yeah.
Okay, so devolution is when you lose an ability, sir. So if you lose an ability to reproduce or the birds lose feathers, that's not evolution, that's devolution. Right? You know, like back in the 60s,
de-evolution is when
men
you
were like
real
men and they didn't play video games all day long, right? You know, they actually used their muscles and were actually really smart.
Well, de-evolution is when you become less
girlfriends.
fit for your environment.
Can you explain me? Can you explain to me how the human eye was created through evolution? Thanks.
I mean, I don't know that off the top of my head, dude. I have to ask
I
someone
bet you
else.
don't. Neither do they.
I'm sure there's a theory somewhere.
Oh, there's a
Are
theory, but
retarded?
is there
Yeah,
any evidence though?
there's theories all over the
Well,
place.
that's the thing about
is that a scientific theory?
The village idiot.
I'm curious.
the
Do you
village-
guys have any evidence for that? Like, it's really easy to like just
for what?
Yeah, it's created.
For what?
We didn't
for
claim
what?
Oh, okay. So your evidence is God. Trust me, bro.
No, that's a straw man. For what? What do you think we've claimed?
You guys have claimed that evolution doesn't exist and that natural selection doesn't exist.
You provided no proof
The
that
base.
it
Okay,
does.
the basic philosophical position for anything is that there is no reason to believe it unless it's self-evident or has evidence. Correct?
Yeah, and there's tons of evidence to support evolution. So
Can you provide any?
I mean, just using basic logic,
Okay,
it would be clear.
I didn't ask you if you liked the idea. I asked you if you have evidence.
More. Here's an idea. If you believe in evolution, walk us back 3 steps, okay? So if we came from a common ancestor to the ape, right? So let's go, okay, 1 step is ape, man to ape. Now walk us 3 steps back from there. So if you believe in it, you should know at least 3 steps back from what animal became an ape and what animal became the animal that became an ape. Just walk us back 3 species, please. Go ahead.
Walk us back 3 species on
What's
what?
the animal that became an ape? What was the
Are you
ape?
lynching?
before
Are
it
you
was an ape?
lynching?
The animal that became an ape?
Yeah, what's the animal?
Like a
that
human?
became
Like
an
the
ape
Homo
that became-
sapien?
Yeah, no, like that. That's 1 step, right? The common ancestor that they say we came from, since we're similar to looking to apes, right? What animal evolved into an ape before it was an ape or anything close to that? What was that animal? Just go ahead and Google it. Just walk us like 4 steps back.
It says monkeys on Google.
But no, I'm talking before monkeys. Talking before monkeys. Anything before a monkey. What animal, if we all came from primordial soup, it all came from 1 spot, you should be able to walk us through the steps, all the way through, in fact, if you really believe it. But why don't you just walk us 3 or 4 steps back from ape? What animal? Go ahead. Just name the species. I mean, if you believe it, you should know. This species became this species, and this species became this species, and then this species became an ape, which became us.
Yes, that's correct.
Go ahead. Which species? Walk us back from monkey. What came before a monkey?
I mean, you
What
have a
animal?
search
What do you
engine
call
at
it?
your disposal.
I know the answer.
What do you call it? No, you
Yes.
should be able to look it up. It
Yes,
should be
that's
put right there in
correct.
Google. They should have the exact species.
Well, I'm
that
busy
became
right
the
now,
species
but
that
I mean,
became
I
the
don't know what
species.
your point is.
Oh, you're busy now. You're busy now because you believe it, but all of a sudden you're busy. But that answer should come like that should be like the first thing that pops up. This animal became this animal, became this animal, then the ape, then the human.
All right, I'll look it up for
What
you. Just
came-
give me 1 second.
Go ahead. No, yeah, go
For
ahead.
us,
Because I've tried.
we
I
asked for.
can't. Maybe you could find it for me. Because what species evolved into a monkey?
Yeah,
that
that's a
became
good question. We need some evidence that
we
any
walk
of
back
this
a
is
few
true.
Because just because we look similar to monkeys, then that's good enough for you. You don't have to walk back to like, what animal became that? And then what animal became that?
And Google,
Well, I mean, DNA through shared DNA throughout all human or throughout all life just kind of shows that evolution is true.
Just go to evolution, Google images, and find
Shows evolution.
something that shows something further back than man and ape.
Wait a minute. He said shared DNA proves that it's true. I just want to. Yeah, I just want to explore that for a second.
Molecular biology, the shared DNA in life, like there's plenty of evidence.
No, it's not plenty of evidence. You need to find the animal that became a monkey before it was a monkey. What's that animal? What do you call it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and look it up. Should be in Google
Pretty
Images,
monkey.
right? Yeah, the animal that
Sasha,
became a monkey, and then find the
DNA
animal that became the animal that became the monkey. What species?
Sasha, DNA
became a
is
monkey?
actually information, and so the fact that information
no,
exists.
you need to find the species that became the monkey, and then we'll be satisfied. Go ahead. And then find the species that evolved into the species that became the monkey, that became the. Can you even go 3 steps back? Can you believe this shit?
Yeah, but he can say anybody can make up a story about that. We need evidence.
No, there's no story he can make up. He can't even guess at that. There's nothing he can even creatively come up with. I tried.
Well, he
I tried to
could
go
just.
back past monkey.
He'll just create another red herring with that information. So he can't
Oh,
provide any
there's no red
evidence.
herring to even come up. I couldn't come up with one. Can you come up with what became an ape? What animal could possibly be close enough to a monkey that looks, similar enough to monkey, but not a monkey, totally different
Yeah.
species?
Plus, they need to
Does that
explain
exist?
the reduction in chromosome that are used. We only have 46.
Cares
Monkeys
about all
have 48. We use far less of our DNA strand, if you even believe that stuff is real. They say that we only use like 60%.
I mean,
Most things
dude,
on
we
Earth.
literally have photos of DNA. Like it's completely real.
Do you have photos of the
Completely
species that
real.
became the monkey? Don't get sidetracked. Don't get off track here. Find that. Just Google image it. Google should tell you that 3 steps back if you believe this shit. It should be right there.
Okay, I found it.
Go
It's
ahead.
called the Placidipus. Placidipus.
Okay. A placidipus? What's that look like?
Plesiadapis.
And what's it look like?
It looks like a mix between a rat and a monkey.
A rat and a monkey?
A rat and a monkey. Where do you have any evidence?
It looks like a
of this
miniature
rat?
kangaroo, kind of.
Do you have this?
I can show you the video if you guys
Do
want
you have
to
any
see it.
proof? Do you have any
Kangaroo
proof?
became a monkey?
Wait. Do you have any proof of that? Is there actual evidence that this rat monkey exists? Can we see that?
Yeah, there's plenty of evidence. It's called fossils.
What came before that? Let's go to another step.
Oh.
Let's go to another
So do you
step.
think archaeology is science, bro?
Taking the piss.
Yes, it's archaeology is most
Really?
definitely a science.
So what's the independent control variable? You change time?
Can you give us a citation for that too? Please?
Do you adjust time to see if it's true? Because you need a adjustable variable. What are they using?
Well, that's for a science experiment, not for science.
Is archaeology a natural science?
Should be, shouldn't it?
Everyone knows it's philosophical. Everyone knows that.
That placidipus.
Except for him, I guess.
So ferret fish.
Why not?
That for placidipus? How did that?
I think it might be helpful to
Did you give
list
the
some
citation for it?
some evidence for why we don't think in naturalistic evolution happened.
Yeah, like let's see some evidence or at least some
Sure.
logic.
DNA has
Yeah, again, I'll give you basic logic.
No, let the other guy talk. The other guy actually has an argument.
No, you're not a moderator, so you don't get to decide that. So sit down. Yeah, the basic logic is if you got no evidence, there's no reason to believe in it.
Okay, so you have no evidence for your argument, so I guess you shouldn't believe in your thing either.
Again, tu quoque fallacy, right? You don't know what that is, but please do some reading. The problem is that you have a position, you have a claim, you have no evidence. Doesn't matter if I make a
Well,
claim.
I have no evidence off the top of my head, but there's plenty of evidence out there.
Or at all.
There's plenty of evidence out there, trust me.
Then present some.
I mean, I've presented some already, and you guys just completely reject it.
I object on that's hearsay, Your Honor.
Our evidence is irreducible complexity in the DNA. DNA acts as information. You can't
object. I object. That's hearsay.
Well, it's an idea you like, isn't it?
Doesn't hold up in a court of law. Sorry.
No,
Doesn't
mathematically, DNA is similar to language.
Yeah, you don't have any proof. You don't have any proof. No evidence. Sorry. Rejected
that
on the
shows
grounds of
creation.
no evidence. No evidence. It failed the test to be in court.
Sonny, I'm on your side. I'm trying to describe why naturalistic evolution cannot happen because you cannot create irreducible complexity. The language in the DNA does not come from nowhere. So that's evidence for an intelligent design.
Yep, that's true.
Thank you, Matthew.
And that's independent from any arguments about archaeology or forms of this or that. It's just so Sasha, that's our evidence is that information exists.
I mean, that's not really evidence. It's kind of just putting a claim out there.
No,
it's kind of just a claim. It's not really evidence.
No, because information is something that is real, but it's not physical.
Information always.
Well, he just claimed that DNA is information, and DNA is most definitely physical.
Yeah, but it has information in it. Like a hard drive is physical, but it has information in it. So we can argue about the hard drive all day, but we're talking about the information in the DNA that has no source, no natural source. So it must be supernatural.
Well, it has no source that we know of, but there is definitely a source somewhere.
Yeah. We do know because information has to have a designer or a writer. You can't have, you can't have this.
No, that's not how information works, dude.
Yeah, it does.
Wait a minute. Hold on. He's saying that you don't have to have a writer. So you ever had like a letter in the mail without a designer or built a PC? And
what about time of day? What about time of day? Who created the time of day information?
Let me finish. Don't be rude, sir. It's unnecessary. So you ever built a PC and then the program just installed itself? It just wrote itself. How long would a computer have to sit there for it wrote, like a comparable copy of Windows or some sort of operating system like Linux?
I mean, that's just a complete straw man.
Really? You just said information doesn't need a writer.
Okay, so you can have information about the time of day. Who wrote the time of day? Or is that just a natural thing?
We're not talking about time of day.
Yeah, you're talking about information, correct? And time of day is information. So I don't really see the argument you guys are making.
Is time physical?
Time is not physical.
Our concept.
It's just a single number. That's not very much information at all. There's a huge amount of information in.
I mean, I could give other examples. That was just one.
Go ahead.
Can I have 3 hours, please? Can you give me 3 hours?
No, not 3 hours. No, we need an actual viable scientific experiment with the parts of the hypothesis for anything in archaeology, paleontology.
Just give me 3 hours, bro. I'll buy it.
I'm familiar with this argument from irreducible complexity. Have you even heard of this before?
Well, no, because I believe in evolution theory.
Yeah, irreducible complexity is a huge problem for natural naturalistic evolution theory, and the fact that
your mic's not.
Yeah, you
picking
Yeah,
up.
you're a bit low, bro.
You just cut out.
Uh,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Sasha, the keyword is theory, bro.
The fact that you have not heard that term means that you're uninformed in this debate.
Well, I'm not a biologist, but
yeah,
I doubt either of, and many of you guys are either. If
But
any.
you said you believe, so you did use the correct terminology. You do believe in this
Right?
thing.
Yeah, it is a theory. It's not
We have
proven.
believers.
It's
We have
religious. It's a religious belief you have.
It's a religious belief you have.
No, it isn't.
It's
It's
not a
objective.
religious
What I
belief.
see, what I see when I
So,
look
so
over
do
the
you even
ocean-
have a belief, or is it just rejecting evolution?
No,
Whoa.
no, you have no proof for evolution, so we're not talking. You know, it's a misnomer. So it's not even something you
There is
can
no
provide
proof of
anything
evolution
about.
anyway.
What I see around me, I see the Earth is flat. Like water doesn't curve. Like those things are objective. I don't have to believe them. They are just objectively that way. That's the way it is. I don't have to believe it. I can go out and measure it myself with my own eyes.
What was the? How did you spell that? You said the species that became monkeys was what? What was it called? Spell it for me.
Would you like me to link the video? I found a YouTube video.
Yeah, I'll link it. Oh, it's a video. Okay. How about a citation?
So I was just asking if there was any proof at all of a scientific hypothesis for evolution that validates it.
No.
Yeah, a YouTube guy saying monkeys are guys is not a citation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you guys can't even
Lola.
provide me with a claim. Like you guys have no claims.
We don't have the claim. You do. You have the
What?
claim.
Okay.
Usually when people
Oh, je
reject
lekker
something,
meneer
they
Lucie Romein
actually
en al gaan
have
doen.
to propose an alternative. of
No, they
some-
don't.
Oh, is that how that works?
Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. That is a lie.
I mean, there's tons of evidence
That is
for
a
evolution
lie.
theory.
That is a lie. What you just said is a lie.
No.
You know it's a lie.
Okay, yeah, what I just said was a lie. That's true.
What you said is a lie.
But there is
You do not
evidence
have
for
to provide
evolution.
an alternative for you.
I mean, it just seems silly to
Are
reject
you
the
saying
best
that
theory that we have.
falsification requires replacement? Are you claiming that falsification requires
Okay,
replacement?
so why don't you guys believe in
Are you claiming
evolution?
that
Do you have any
falsification
evidence
requires
against
replacement?
it?
Are you claiming that falsification requires replacement?
No. I retract
You just
that.
did. You said, how can
Well,
you
I
claim that
retracted it. I
something's false
retracted
if
it.
you
It's
can't
okay.
replace it? Therefore, you're claiming that falsification requires replacement.
And I said I retract that statement. So
Okay, so then you agree with us. We can just falsify it. We don't have to provide you with an alternative.
okay, so
Something can
falsify
be
it. You guys
untrue
haven't
without you knowing
falsified it yet.
Something can be untrue without you knowing what the answer is.
I agree with you, but you haven't falsified it yet.
No,
So
you actually don't agree with me. You're verbally agreeing with me, but your little brain doesn't understand that. You're just agreeing and using words that you think are right.
Oh my God. No.
And you just keep saying the same
So do you guys
incoherent
believe in
gibberish.
any
Are you guys?
branches of science, or is like
Wait a
it's
minute.
all
Wait a
a
minute.
lie?
What the?
I believe in your mom.
Think about what you said.
Believe in what? Are we supposed to believe in stories now?
Yeah.
Well, like,
why
is there
science
any
believe?
like
Why do
scientific
we have to
theories that you guys believe in?
believe? Why do we have to believe without
Okay,
actually
subscribe
knowing
to. Do
things?
you like that word
Science
better?
should be
Hey,
about
name more
proof.
vet. How is it that you believe
Why
in a
should
thought?
why should science be about belief? I thought science was supposed to be about proof. Why would you judge someone for not believing in science? Isn't science all about the proof?
Well, yeah, that's true. I'm just saying, are there any mainstream theories
Hey,
that you
believe.
guys
Why
subscribe
should
to,
we
or is
believe?
that no?
You're admitting that science is a religion.
Mainstream
You're admitting,
theories that we
just by
subscribe
asking,
to. What's that
do you
mean?
believe in science? You're
Is that like a
making a statement,
magazine
and you don't
Can
even
you
realize
can you
it.
define a mainstream theory? What's that mean? Let's just
So,
get
like
that one.
general relativity, or the Earth is
Mainstream
round, or
imagination.
evolution, or any of those things.
Wait.
Why should you believe in something
You're
that's
just
the opposite of your reality?
Can the Earth be round and flat?
somebody has a microphone that's just low enough to be
No, it
infuriating.
cannot.
Is a kitchen table potentially round and flat?
Sure.
So could the Earth be round and flat?
No, I think the Earth is a sphere.
Dude, you are fucking retarded.
You think it is.
You can't proceed with gathering knowledge if you think you already know. You have to go at everything from a position of ignorance only based on inquiry.
No,
What
like
is
I
it?
think there are a few good arguments
does
for
it
flat
work?
Earth. Like I'll admit there are some good
Like
arguments,
the fact
but
that it measures flat, like the fact that it measures flat.
there are no arguments. Okay, I
We
agree.
don't.
There are
We
no
don't even.
arguments.
We don't
Like
even
the
have
fact
the
that it measures
argument.
flat.
The globe Earth has the entire argument. We don't have
Yeah,
any
we
argument.
just show you the facts. The argument comes from the Globers.
Arguing against their senses and actual measurements.
Arguing for television and cartoons.
And the news. And your space movies.
And spacesuits that came right out of the motorcycle museum.
I'm curious, where do you guys stand politically? Like, I just am curious.
I'll answer them. I'm a neo-reactionary. There. Does that
Oh,
satisfy
nice.
you?
I'm actually that too. That's pretty cool.
Congratulations.
Oh, you guys are on the same team now.
In some respects.
Except I was that before it was cool. Like 20 years ago.
Nice.
I'm a direct realist.
I got a feeling one of them wants to cut their wrists if they're on the same team.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with neo-reactionism.
Call it dark enlightenment. The dark enlightenment or the neo-reaction, sometimes abbreviated.
You're too quiet. You're too quiet.
Okay, sorry. I'll get my better.
Who would believe that the mainstream has anything good in mind or honesty or truth or anything for your benefit in mind? Who would still believe that?
Oh, well, I
Because
don't
it
understand
appeals to majority.
what benefit would they be getting from lying to us about all
Hold on,
this?
guys. Hold on. Hold on. So 12 people got us into a war that lasted 20 years, right? The Iraq War.
Yeah.
12 people got us into that war.
Yeah, I think the
Based
Iraq War was terrible.
Hold on. Based on a lie that they're weapons of mass destruction. There never were any. 12 people lied. Why did they lie?
They lied for oil money and shit like that.
Oil,
that's
money,
okay
power,
then.
oil, money, power, regional control, political power.
But I don't understand what benefit they get from these scientific
What benefit did they get?
They got money and power.
They got money and power. Why do people lie?
And they're controlling the world you live in to this day because of those events. So you don't think that has an effect on you?
So based on a lie,
They tell you certain things are okay now, and you should be like that.
Hold on.
And it's
Here's
okay to be that way.
Here's what happened for Iraq. They controlled everyone's perception about what was happening in the world, nature of the world. There's terrorists. They're over there that want to kill us. So they tricked the whole world based on a lie about the world into giving them unlimited power and unlimited ability to spend.
Hey, what does evolution?
And no bid contracts for Halliburton the whole time. They could just
So
say, "This is $50 million to do this. Here's your check."
What does weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and the globe have in common? There's
Because
no
he asked
evidence for either one.
He asked why they would lie. And I'm providing an analogy for a real life event that happened where we know someone lied and we actually know the motivations for why they lied, which was money and power.
I mean, yeah, but I can understand why you would lie for political gain. I just
That's why they're lying. It's for political gain, political power.
But this is science. This isn't politics.
Not science.
What
science?
Okay, it's considered science. Okay.
Hold on.
Let me
Yeah,
interject.
it was a bunch of scientists. Hold on. It was those 12 people who manipulated a bunch of scientists into convincing them to approve like papers on all nuclear. They've got this and that and nuclear whatever capabilities. There was a bunch of science in quotation marks for the Iraq War. That was all a load of crap.
Yeah, didn't the photos come from NASA, right, where they had these weapons of
Oh
mass
my God,
destruction?
you're right. Oh my
Yes, they
God,
did.
you are absolutely right. NASA provided the photos to the Pentagon.
So why would you trust NASA after that? So I want to bring up something that corrupts politicians, right? It's called lobbyists. So big tobacco, big pharma, big oil, they all lobby Washington, right? And this is like a complaint that the American people have because the American people are voting with ballots. Meanwhile, big pharma is dropping billions of dollars into Washington's pockets, right? So you would think that this would cause like a lot of corruption, and this may be correct. But did you know that the scientists in colleges, the professors, did you know they get grants from the government? And these lobbyists that lobby at the college, do you think they might persuade people to do things like what they did in the 1950s with the cigarette ads? 4 out of 5 doctors recommend Camels. Come on, this is still going on today. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, they took that away because it was good for you. Carbon is good for you.
Wait a minute.
So was there ever any evidence for what?
You're telling me. I did say, wait a minute. I don't know if you guys can hear me. So they took NASA's word on some pictures that NASA took, supposedly, for the confirmation of weapons of mass destruction. Is that what you said?
Pictures from space.
Yeah, pictures from space, man.
That's a good selling point.
I mean, I understand your guys' argument. It just seems like so far out there.
Do you think there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
No, I don't.
He doesn't even know what we're talking about.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. They lied about the weapons of mass destruction so they could invade Iraq.
Yeah, but they told you the truth about the globe, right?
And they don't lie about anything else, really. I mean, look at our situation.
Like if what you guys are saying is true, like we would be living in an insane reality. Like it would just be a freak show.
You are living in insane reality.
Living in insane
Can
reality.
you guys hear me now? My volume better?
Welcome to Earth, buddy.
Can you hear me now? No?
Barely.
Barely.
Welcome to the club.
Well, there is one thing that NASA doesn't lie, that NASA does not lie about, and that's the photos from space. They admit they're not real. They don't lie about that. They come right out with it. They don't have not one real picture. They admit it. But yet you believe they're real. What is wrong with you?
I never said I believe the photos are real.
Well, then why do you even mention space? What are you talking about? Pictures from space and shit. What are you talking about?
I never said pictures from space. I never brought that up.
Wait, can you guys hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah.
Way better? Okay. So you said that we'd be living in an insane reality. Isn't that crazy to think that maybe your reality is like it seems? Oh my God. No way.
Yeah. Did you ever think that? Did you ever think that maybe? Did you ever think that maybe truth is stranger than fiction? Could be.
And it's not even stranger if the truth is reality.
Well, they keep saying that. Somebody invented that saying that quote.
Reality is just like it seems instead of the opposite. No way. That's insane.
There's no way that planes fly over a plane. There's no way that we don't feel movement.
Wait, you're saying we don't feel movement because we're not moving? Is that what you're saying? Oh my God.
I'm saying it's crazy because we are moving, but we don't feel movement. Crazy.
No, that would be insane.
Liquid.
That'd be like me telling you I'm on a roller coaster right now, but I don't feel anything. You would say, "Are you crazy?"
Yeah, exactly. You understand that? Isn't that weird that like?
No, trust me. I think truth is stranger than fiction in some instances, but
not all.
Water is
definitely not all.
This
Water
one
is-
just makes everything that you experience actually what you're experiencing
But
instead
look-
of the opposite.
But that's it. Look, matter in the liquid state, right? It needs a container. Google.
Well, why can't the container be the Earth? I don't understand. Like,
Because listen,
you realize the container
and I
holds
was
it
in the
because
mi-
of
I was in the
gravity,
middle
right?
of- I
Like,
was
you
in the
realize
middle
Gravity
of
that.
doesn't exist,
I
kid.
was in the middle of answering you.
Okay, but
and
it
you're
seems like you're
regurgit- and
strawmanning my argument.
and
You're assuming there's no container.
You didn't make an argument. I started talking.
Okay, continue. I'm sorry.
Matter in the liquid state, right? It needs containment. Now, the last time I checked, the outside of a ball isn't containment.
Right. So the container only works when the contain. Can I talk now or? So the container only works when the container is pointing towards the ground. If it's upside down, the container doesn't work. You realize that, right?
No, duh.
So if the container, what if you just put a bunch of containers around each other in a circle, and then you put gravity in the center? Would the container hold that water?
Imagination.
It's not imagination.
Can you demonstrate this for us?
Yeah, if you go to space, sure. I mean, the
Go
Earth
to your
is in space.
imagination.
It's the only
First
place
thing you have to do is use your imagination.
I mean, I'm sorry you guys disagree. I guess we just have to agree to disagree.
No, we just don't have blind faith.
It seems like your guys' faith is a lot more blind than mine.
Well, I mean, when you measure something flat and it's not curved, then what do you have? Flat or curved?
Flat, obviously.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Get him a tag, or like a new Flat Earther tag, whatever they're called.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I definitely see can understand some arguments, but I think overall the theory just doesn't.
Don't understand flat versus curved.
I completely understand that.
So you said it's flat, but it's a ball. It's a flat ball.
Yeah,
or it's a
in
ball with
reality,
a
there is
ton
only
of
one.
flats.
Well,
on
you're
it.
just assuming that the Earth is flat. Like,
No,
No,
we
you're
measure
not.
it flat.
No, it's measured and observable.
No,
The claim is that what you see. Hold on. The claim from people who believe in the globe is that what you people see is not really what you see. What you see is something that you can't detect. That's that's not just a claim. That's
do you have-
nutcase. That's a schizophrenic claim.
Okay, so do you have measurements that the Earth is flat? Since you guys are claiming that you have measurements.
Yes, we do.
Lots of them. You gonna read them? Or are you gonna say, "Oh"? So I think the first one's 100 and some pages. Oh well, there you go. Yeah, you get bored easy, so you'll never really do anything.
Yeah, I have ADHD.
Yeah, so you'll be
you're-
just stuck in your TV world the rest of your life.
If you're gonna go Black Swan route at some point,
I mean, there are flaws.
I recommend playing the video for him first, one that's a minute and 37 seconds. Because I don't know. I don't have the patience for this. I mean, I don't even know what this is.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I just like listening to you guys talk because I think it's
Gosh, I left
interesting.
you two things. I left you our wiki that we built with all the observations in it, but I also left you the Black Swan in the chat.
Great, I'll check it out. I've heard of Black Swan before.
Yeah, not the movie. And
Yeah,
not the
that's
little-
why they don't
No, I mean,
show
I've
it on
heard of the
CNN.
argument. But that argument doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. It just proves that the Earth's size has. some
Sasha, submit that to CNN and see what they say.
Look, it proves this, that if that horizon is where it is and still a globe, you have a globe the size of the orbit of the moon, which is 500,000 miles across, which means no rocket has ever been sent into orbit because the orbital mechanics would be wrong.
All the way
I mean,
down to
what if
tiny
there was-
orbital mechanics.
I feel like it's possible that there were just distortions, or the height was wrong. Or...
Incorrect. That's not how refraction works. Refraction deals with objects perpendicular to the horizon, not the horizon itself. The horizon can never refract above the horizon because the horizon is the horizon. How can a horizon refract above a horizon? Womp womp. Even in
So
all
you
the
mean
refraction papers,
So
it says.
do you mean that we could have the horizon there and then it can also be above the horizon? Wow.
Yeah, all the papers on refraction only deal with objects in relationship to the horizon, not the horizon itself. So it's a bit. And I don't know what language you speak, but the more you argue with globe heads, the more you hear the pull from them.
Right. Well, I mean, I believe in flat Earth more than I would believe in evolution being false. I mean, flat Earth would make more sense to me than evolution being false.
Is there some reason you're holding on to evolution?
And there's just so much evidence for evolution.
No, there's not. Is there some reason, like a personal reason?
It just makes the most sense to me.
No, it
Doesn't
doesn't.
want
You
there
know
to
it
be a
doesn't.
creator.
Please don't lie to me. I'm 40. I used to believe in it. I know why people believe in it. Please don't lie to me.
Okay, why do people believe in it then?
Because it fits their ideology.
What?
That is the only reason people adopt beliefs, not because it's proved to them. It's because it fits their worldview.
Because it makes sense.
Or maybe wait, hold on, Mebius, hold on. Maybe he just feels like he needs to hold on to it because he doesn't like the idea of wondering, not knowing where he came from, where this place came from.
Well, it's not even wondering. He thinks he does now.
I know, but what I'm saying, it's not the wondering part. It's the he not knowing where he came from. I think that bothers him to admit that. Would he be comfortable with admitting that?
I think
if you're suggesting that God created it, I do believe in God. If that's what you're saying.
Hold on. I think evolution probably fits into a particular worldview that he has. That's everyone I've ever met who believes in evolution. It fits into some worldview that they have. It's not because all the science showed me it was. That's not why people believe things. People don't believe things because it's proved to them.
I got a question. He said he believes in God. If he believes in God, then why does he need to believe in a naturalistic worldview where matter can just create life, like with no direction, right? Spontaneous generation has been debunked for a couple hundred years.
I mean, God and evolution are completely compatible, so.
Okay, so this is called the ontological primitive, where either God created the universe and everything in it, or he didn't, right? So what you're saying is that they're compatible, right? So a godless Big Bang, right, and gravity created everything you see, along with some lucky time and some magic wind, created all the things that you see, right? And the other story is that God created everything in the realm that we call Earth, and everything you see was created by a creator. And you're saying it can be both? I don't think so, bro.
It can be both. God could create the natural world, which created evolution. Like,
There's protracted silences because we don't know what to do with any of this. Is there anyone else? No, there's no one else. I don't know.
Did everyone really just stop talking?
Just make something up, Elijah.
Say again.
So just make something up.
Evolution came from fire-breathing candy worms.
It's good enough for me. It fits in with my worldview.
Mine too, because gummy worms are delicious.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, you can't have gummy worms without worms coming first, so thus evolution.
They could be boring. They could be boring little caverns in giant peppermint trees.
I mean, why don't you guys believe in evolution and flat Earth at the same time? Those beliefs are compatible.
because there's no proof of evolution.
There's also no proof of flat Earth. Like,
Yes, there is. It's measured flat and
It's
observable.
Do you know what
That's a direct proof.
Listen, no. Well, yes, not no to you, but we already experience it as level as far as we can see. In fact, if you go pre-flat Earth, like they'll tell, like anyone who ever explains what the horizon is, what the geometry is, will explain that everything is relatively flat up until the point that you can't see, which the ground begins to curve away from you. Like that's what the story is. So as far as we can see, without all that other shit, it's flat and level. We don't feel movement.
I would suggest going to the nearest beach.
There's really nothing else to.
So I live on the coast, and the nearest beach is Tybee Island, and I can look north and I can see a lighthouse 31 miles away. Now the top of that lighthouse should be under about 700 feet of curving earth. We see the lighthouse. So yeah, I've already been to the beach. I also would go up to Myrtle Beach, and you can stand at the top end of the crescent of Myrtle Beach, and you can see all the way to the other end.
So next time you go to the beach, just bring a straight edge with you, hold it up to the horizon, and take a photo, and then see what you find.
miles. Yeah, I already have. I've seen a lighthouse 31 miles away. Done. What are you asking me? How did I see? Did I see through the earth? Is that what happened?
So you held a ruler up to the horizon and you saw that it was completely flat?
I don't need a ruler.
Okay, any straight edge object. You held it up to the horizon.
You're trying to determine whether looking along a z-axis shows drop, which it would show drop if you.
No, I'm saying the curvature of the horizon.
Are you saying that that you live on a paper towel roll, that it only curves in two directions?
No, what?
Hey, he's trying to say this horizontal curve from left to right. That has never been measured.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's never been measured, bro, ever.
I've seen photos of it. I don't know what you're saying.
Photos of it. Really?
Well, I mean, it seems like you guys just reject like all evidence.
No. We're telling you we're doing direct measurements, bro. When you're measuring out, you're viewing out at something that's 31 miles away, like Mimas was saying. That's a measurement. If you can see it, you can see the base of it and the top. The top should be 700 feet, like you said, below the horizon. So I don't know where you're getting this. I don't know where. Have you ever heard of anyone ever measuring curvature of Earth? Ever? In all of history? Who measured curvature?
With a ruler, nonetheless.
But there's really nothing to explain, right, Sonny? I mean, when you see something in the distance, you just see it.
Right.
Oh, look at that lighthouse 30-something odd miles away. That's nice. See, but when you live on a globe, hey, look at that lighthouse 30-something odd miles away. I wonder how that's possible given the geometry of a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Right.
I wonder what could explain this.
Hologram.
That's you.
Hologram, Elijah.
Say that again.
Hologram, explain. It's projection of that. It's not a real lighthouse. It's projection of lighthouse.
You mean a holographic projection?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. The world is a hologram. That's why I say these people are schizophrenic.
But
because they're peddling these David Icke theories, like the world is a hologram and everything we see is fake.
But during the Second World War, that didn't happen. Never.
No. When we aimed at things on the horizon, we still hit them.
No. I'm telling you that during the Second World War, never happened that kind. Refraction, for example, never happened during the Second World War.
Yeah, I know. That's because they didn't discover it, though. They didn't have to explain it back then, so they didn't discover it. It just worked.
And they pay, they per luck they shoot and and they reach the point for ships, because it was refraction at that time also.
That is how to say.
Yeah,
you're right. That's how to say.
So because they didn't discover it yet, it didn't affect them.
That's right. See, they didn't discover refraction in World War II.
I guess they didn't.
So they could aim at things beyond the curve and hit them. Right? Yeah. See?
Yeah, actually, with radio waves from London to the bombers flying over Germany.
In 90s, I was in military anti-airplane artillery, and we didn't never account on the Coriolis effect because we didn't discover.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't you hear your enemies coming with the, spinning towards, their sound?
What about the Corleone effect?
Look, it's a lab sparrow. The part dog, part bird.
Wow.
Or do you like argument about the rivers? I like that argument. Nobody touching. How you call point where river is getting the sea?
Did Sasha ever define evolution?
Me, no. That other Sasha maybe.
did. I can define it again.
No,
if you'd
Sasha
like.
Ivanov.
Yeah, I said evolution is when over time animal or life tends to be more adapted to fit its environment.
Okay, so you're saying that zebras and roses have a common ancestor?
Yes.
And their ancestor was a rock?
Their ancestor was most likely some cluster of molecules that was able to
A
self-replicate.
macromolecule that came from a clay substrate, which is dissolved rocks.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you came from a rock.
Sure, if you want to.
Okay.
It's a weird way to phrase it, but if you want to say it like that, sure.
Yeah, well, see, people who don't follow the logic to their ends, to its end where it starts.
Well, I mean, if you want to follow it to the ultimate logic, I believe in God, like most of you guys. So I would say I came from God, not I came from a rock.
Well, that's the difference. I don't believe in a retarded God. Hold on.
He
I don't
doesn't
believe
understand what they say.
Hold on. I don't believe in a retarded God who can't get it right the first time.
What do you mean can't get it right the first time?
Yeah, I don't believe in a retarded God who can't build something right the first time.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't believe in that retarded moronic God. Because that God is an idiot.
So did
That
the
God is
universe come into
absolutely
existence when you
abominable.
were born and everything before that just didn't exist? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said either. Where'd you get that from?
Well, you're saying you couldn't get it right the first time, so it seems like you're just
Couldn't get it
rejecting
right
all of the
the first time.
past.
Well, he created
Sasha,
humanity.
You missed his point, bro.
Why are you, Sasha?
you-
Why are you engaging in pill poll? Why?
Well, you're the one who said I like
Why
as
are
if I
you?
think we
Hold on,
came from a
Sasha.
rock,
Why
as
are
if that's my
you?
Wait,
argument.
hold on. Can I quickly ask him a question? So why do you think God would make monkeys first and fuck around for a while and then make us?
He's bored,
Like,
bro.
why wouldn't he just
Why-
make us? Why make the monkeys
He's
first?
bored.
Why make the rat monkeys before that?
Because
He's
that's
bored.
what came first. Like,
Really? Where do you
Yeah,
have that?
what's
why
the
would he
purpose
make
of
us
that? Why
first?
would he do that?
Why would
Why
he make
would
us
he
first?
do that?
Wait, hold on.
There's no
He's not
reason.
being
That's just what
serious, though.
happened. It's not like
He
he did it with
doesn't
a
believe
reason.
that. He doesn't believe that. Look, took public speaking and acting.
Okay, so why would God create
I
us
can
first? Like, what's
hear-
the reason for
dude,
him creating us
I
first?
can
That doesn't even
hear
make
the
sense.
lie. Listen, I can hear the lie. I took public speaking and acting. I can hear it in you.
You really
do
think
not-
I'm
you
LARPing
do
about
not-
believing in
no, you're not
evolution? Are you
serious.
serious?
You do not believe what you're saying.
You don't think I believe in evolution? You think I'm joking or something?
No. I don't think you believe what you're saying.
What about what do I not believe?
When he's going back with you, and they're talking about the Ratman and all this other stuff. And
so
and
do
the
you
way
got-
you answered the actual
Rat
timbre and
monkey.
the timbre and inflection of your voice tells me that you're lying.
I'm not lying. I'm being
Yes, you
completely
are.
honest.
I'm not lying.
I mean, you guys can think what you want.
You're not
I'm not lying. Oh,
I'm
my
not
friend.
lying. I mean, you don't know me, dude.
You need
Like,
to take some better acting classes.
You don't know
You
me.
don't know me.
You don't know me.
well, you're just assuming that I'm like
really
arguing
like
in bad
me.
faith, which is
You
the problem.
really like
Dude.
me.
God, Sasha, do you think God actually made you be related to a monkey? And what's your scriptural evidence of that?
Oh, I mean, I'm not like a Christian, like,
I
or
didn't
like
say
a
anything,
hardcore.
I didn't say anything about Christian or
Well,
Christianity.
scripture implies some sort of religious.
From the Bible, from
Right.
from Genesis.
Right. So you don't need to believe in the Christian God to actually believe in
Okay.
God. There are plenty
That's not a
of
Christian God, bro.
Sasha, in which religion is described evolution?
Yeah, where does it say that in the creation story
Right. So
anywhere? That you came
once
from a
again,
monkey?
once again, I don't believe in any
Once again,
mainstream
man,
religion.
in which religion it described evolution?
Yeah.
None. But that's besides the point.
I'm
If I
asking you this question. Can you answer me this question?
I don't
Which
know. I
religion-
don't read the major religions because that's
I
not
will
something
tell you.
I'm
I will tell you the answer in no one. This is the answer.
Okay,
This is the
well, if
truth.
I were to
This
be
is the-
religious, the closest religion that I would
but listen,
subscribe
man,
to would probably
but
be
listen, this is
Buddhism. I think Buddhism is the religion that makes the most sense to me.
Okay, and what we have in
Buddhism
Buddhism
is not
evolution.
a religion.
Okay, spirituality, you know what I mean.
Wait, can I quickly ask him, because he didn't answer my question. So why do you think that God that you believe in, the God that you believe in, would create rat monkeys, then people? Why? What is the purpose of
Yeah, so what I think it's called the divine boredom, where God was bored, so he wanted to create a world for himself to experience, and then he wanted to feel the subjective, and then he put himself in life, and then, or through consciousness, should I say?
He made everything, so that's just an oxymoron.
Okay, well,
Can we stop to speak in the name of the God, please, and what God should and what God wanted and what God blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Well,
How do you
He's talking about, wait, he's talking about the God of the rat monkeys, the space
No, no, no.
rat monkeys.
talking about the
Really?
God of
Yeah.
everything, dude. God is all encompassing.
Really, guys.
Once again, it's just a straw man, like assuming that. Like,
Guys, listen. There's a complete contradiction. God couldn't have been bored because before God created reality, hold on, before God created reality, there would be no time for him to get bored.
You know what I mean, right? It's figurative, right? It's
No, I
not
don't, because
100% literal.
no one can know the mind of God. So no, I don't know what you mean.
Exactly.
Yikes.
That's what was
Here,
trying
I'll
to
try
say.
to find the video. I'll try to find the video that
A
explains it
video
better.
is not going to convince me because the video can't tell me about the mind of God.
Okay, well, I guess you just can't be convinced. I guess
You cannot understand the mind of God because it exists outside of reality. It's not anything you can comprehend.
Well, God definitely exists in reality. Otherwise, he wouldn't be
No,
real.
God exists outside of reality.
Maybe
Reality
outside
is
of the
a byproduct.
universe, not outside of reality.
Outside reality, because reality is his creation.
Sasha,
Well,
you're
I would
not
define
just
reality of everything that is real. That's
Hey,
kinda
wait, can I ask him another funny one? Hey, Sasha, do you have any evidence for God? We might, but do you?
no, I don't actually. I would be curious to hear your evidence because that sounds interesting.
So you cannot have gas pressure without a container. And
Yeah,
since we have
okay,
gas
that has
pressure here on Earth, we are inside of a container. So, which begs the question, who or what built the container?
Okay, so that's probably the worst evidence for God I've ever heard. It's honestly
Do you have
laughable.
any?
Well,
Do you
since
have
God
any?
exists outside of reality, as the other guy liked to say so much, I think it would be impossible for us to have anything.
How about DNA?
I can play it.
How about
Can
DNA?
you show me gas pressure without a container? Can you demonstrate that?
Can you get DNA from nothing?
One at a time, one question at a time.
All right, guys, we're going to play a video. Jenny is going to play the video for us. Then we'll
Yeah, give me
discuss the
1
video.
second.
So when you guys look up at the moon and you see
Oh,
a
hold on a
circle,
second. I'm going to start that, like, not in a few minutes, but in a few moments. So I don't mean to cut you off, but
are you live
this is what
streaming it or how's this working?
Hold
Okay, are
on,
you guys
she's
with
about to
me
play a
already?
video. Hold on.
But like where? Where am I going to watch this at?
We're going to just listen to it.
Well, actually, he can watch along because it's only a minute and 38
Oh, I don't
seconds.
know how to do the watch part. I'm sorry. I thought we
No,
were
I
just going to
mean,
listen
no, I
to
mean,
it.
just tell him to take the link from the live stream.
Okay, I'll post it in the live stream, but you want me to play it though, right? In the groovy?
It's already in the live stream, so just put, yeah. So
Okay, I got you. Here we go.
just play it.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
Why does he sound so much like Matthew Learns? Anyway, so you agree or disagree, man?
Agree or disagree with what? Like that the horizon?
Is there anything in the video that you disagree with or find disagreeable?
Seems to make sense to me.
So you agree with for basically what you understand the video saying?
I'm rewatching it right now. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
First, there was the divine boredom, and then God decided to make the earth.
And because he was so bored, he made rats turn into monkeys, turn into humans.
Okay, maybe not bored is maybe bored is the incorrect word. I would say he wanted to experience something.
The rat
Right, because
monkey.
if you're just God, like, and you have nothing to experience.
How do you know?
I'm gonna make these rat monkeys
That's
go
why-
to space. I'm gonna make them go to space.
How do you know? Did God tell you?
It's just a hypothesis, dude. It's
Well,
just a
hypothesis
hypothesis.
means you have to have a valid observation.
Okay, so the
Okay, should I say theory? What do you want me to call
No,
it?
I'm just asking you how you claim to know the mind of God.
I never claimed anything. I said that would be the
You know
most
what he was
reasonable. That's the most reasonable explanation that I've
Why
heard
is
so
it reasonable? What are you basing it being reasonable on?
far. Because it makes sense.
Why does it make sense?
If I was God, that would be what I would do. Yes,
So
that
if
makes
you
sense
were
to
God,
me.
so
why would you
were saying if you, a single person with no kids and no experience in life, were the creator of reality, you would know what you were thinking. You're able to comprehend that, to know what you would think. Some dude on the internet.
Well, I mean, you can like say that all you want, but you realize that my argument, if you're saying that, it applies to you also, right? You realize that?
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know the mind of God.
Neither do I. See, once again, I never claimed to know the mind of God.
You
Okay.
think you're not claiming.
I'm just giving a hypothesis for
Yeah.
why the universe
You
was
think
created.
you're
In my
not
opinion.
claiming it. It's not a hypothesis, though.
What is
Okay,
universe?
what's the correct word to use there?
What is
Theory?
universe?
The correct word is your personal credulity. That's it. You're just giving an opinion, not even a hypothesis.
Okay, sure. That's my opinion on why the universe was created.
Okay. Why do we have to take an opinion seriously then?
I never said you have to. Like, once again, you guys asked me the question and I answered it.
We asked you why evolution is true, and you said because God was bored, and that's just
I
your
never
opinion.
said that's why evolution is true. I said
No,
that's
no,
why the universe
no.
was
I
created.
asked him. Let's clarify this. I asked him why God would make the rat monkey and then the monkey and then us instead of just making us first. And then he said because of divine boredom. And now that you're claiming that you don't know the mind of God, I will ask you the same question a second time. Why did God make, if it has nothing to do with his mind or no answer along the lines of what's going on in his mind, then why did God make the rat monkey, then the monkey, then us?
Because he wanted to.
Why?
Well, that's going back into his mind because he wanted to. That's another answer about his mind.
So God, okay, we can assume that God did do this. So why would God do something that he doesn't want? That doesn't make sense.
Is like fighting the sheep.
What makes sense to you?
Yeah, exactly. He didn't do it. Don't you get it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for him to do it.
Okay, so why did God create us? Why did God create us?
Maybe it wasn't a sensical
No,
thing.
answer that question. Why did God create
Listen,
us? Why did
listen.
God
Maybe it
create
wasn't-
humans?
Maybe it wasn't a sensible.
Oh, you can't answer that question?
Maybe it wasn't.
No.
I'm
To
trying to
answer your
answer
question,
you. I'm trying to-
I ask myself the same thing every day, but I have no answer to answer your question.
Maybe it wasn't.
Okay, so thank you. At least you're being honest for once.
Guys, are we done with the detour or what?
Yes, we're done with the detour.
The video that you watched.
Sure, yeah, I
Agree or
don't
disagree?
disagree. Everything I agree with. It makes sense to me.
Okay. Sunny or Meme, would you guys like to go through the next step? Would anyone like to go through the next step?
Sunny
I
can.
could just do it verbally, but
Or like-
you know, I'm not posting anything.
Guys, real quick, but before we move on, I just heard him say, "Why did God create us?" That I might be a little behind. Did you say why did God? Yeah,
Yeah, I did.
That
I was.
can't be
If
answered.
God created us, why do you believe in evolution? Doesn't evolution say that it just formed out of rocks on its own?
I believe that God created the natural world, which has the natural laws of physics, and then on top of physics is built chemistry, and on top of chemistry is biology, and then that led to evolution. That's what I
biology
believe.
refutes evolution.
So wait,
though.
you're saying God he didn't create us. Evolution created us, right?
Biology refutes.
Well, God created evolution, so by
Biology
chain
refutes
logic, God
So you're
created
saying
us.
God didn't
biology
God
is
didn't
direct
intend to
contradiction of
create us.
evolution.
It's
He
not
just created
weird. Like just
evolution.
Biology is in direct
it's just a
So
different
can I just get
opinion.
this point across? Wait, hold on. We gotta make this point with him because you're saying why did God create us? But you don't really mean He created us. You just mean He created a process that became us.
Maybe God intentionally created that process so then He could create us. Have you ever thought about that?
Oh, I'm saying maybe you're right. Maybe that's
What'd you say
the case.
maybe
But I'm
for?
saying, but
Why'd
you're
you say
saying
maybe?
that God had no intention necessarily because evolution's just natural selection.
Arguing in a vacuum
You know,
here.
things that just kind of come
He
to.
doesn't have cause for claim.
So you don't think that God necessarily intended for us to be?
Isn't he doesn't have cause for claim?
Well, he wasn't bored then. He was just watching it. How could you be bored
Guys, is
watching
my mic
evolution?
not working? He does not have cause for claim.
It's just interesting because I think that when someone believes in God in the way He does, that God created us, but then thinks that evolution is just spontaneous.
You know
occurrence.
you can't have somebody alley oop you from 5 minutes ago, right?
I'm sorry.
Are you talking to me or I don't know?
Everybody.
Yeah, Elijah want to come back to the earth, and that's it. That's a good point.
I need to get an exterminator. Too many of these damn rat monkeys running around.
Apparently, you can get God to do it.
I mean, once again, it's just another straw man.
Well, it's just interesting that you're taking that position of God creating everything. Then you're saying that it seems
So
impossible.
no one else knows the black swan and or is available. Is that what
Shoot.
you guys are saying?
No, I'm going to
Dude,
go
I've
ahead
heard
and
the
do it.
black swan argument before.
I
It's
can
not
do
good.
Black Swan if anybody else
Okay.
can.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
let's
Sonny.
look at it again, just one more time. Do you see the image there at 26 minutes after? Can you click on that, please?
Are you talking about the one that Sunny sent?
That's me. Yep. So you see the two oil rigs?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So where do you see the horizon in that image?
It looks like it's around the second oil rig.
Like in front of the oil rig, the last oil rig, in between the two, in front of
It looks
the
like
two, or
it's
behind
somewhat behind the oil rig. Somewhat behind the second one.
behind the second one. Okay, so we looked at the video. You looked at it again yourself. You agreed with the calculation of how to figure out how far you are on a globe from the horizon. So this is a video that was taken, or the images taken from a video that a man shot, which you can verify the height of the camera was probably less than 1 foot, but just to be fair, 1 foot. So the horizon can be no further away than 1.22 miles. We see that last platform habitat is at 9.4 miles. The horizon is beyond that. Let's just say 10 miles to make it easy. That's probably very conservative though.
Yeah.
But 10 miles. So the horizon is 10 times further than what is allowed by the geometric size of the globe with a radius that they claimed it is.
I mean, yes, that's true, but there are also plenty of images where the horizon's exactly where it should be.
Where?
So,
like, what do you mean exactly where it should
I
be?
never hear anybody say that.
I don't know. I'm not
so
sure.
I'm just using the same logic that you guys are making for like the
No,
counter argument,
it's not
right?
saying it's good logic. Can you pause that? I want to see because I'm waiting that for 5 years.
Well, so he's not acknowledging modus tollens, is what I'm hearing.
I don't know what that is. Sorry.
Okay, so that's the logical statement that's up there. So basically it's saying if P, then Q. If not Q, therefore not P. The statement is that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height.
Yeah, the every is where you're wrong, though.
What part is wrong?
Well, because there are other images where it's not there, and it's
Well,
where
okay.
it should be. So, like,
Can you tell me specifically where those are? Can I see that image, please?
okay, so if the Earth is flat, why don't we just see the Earth into
Well,
infinity? Why is there a
wait, wait,
horizon
wait,
at all?
wait.
Like, that doesn't even make
Hold
sense.
Why
on.
can't you just give me the image that you just claimed? Like you
We
claimed an
need
image.
something with
We
a
need to see
known
it.
distance.
Can
We
I
need
answer
something.
you? He asked the question because of angular resolution.
Yeah, but we're
Did you
just going to
understand?
stick with this, the
He asked,
horizon.
yeah, but he asked a question: why we don't see 1,000 kilometers? Because of angular resolution. Is that okay for you?
That's off
Well,
topic.
I mean, kind
Can
of.
you see me? Can you see me on two? Can you see me on 2 kilometers?
If I had a
Why?
binoculars, probably could. Yeah.
Okay. Can you see me on 50 kilometers?
No, because there's a horizon.
I kind of checked
No.
out. Like what?
Can you see? Can you see brick on 10 meters?
I kind of checked out. Last place I was up to was showing him the how stuff works video. He said he agreed with everything in the video. So for all intents and purposes, the formula for telling you where the obstruction starts on a ball, that's supposed to work. But considering the motor stolen, which is a logic form, considering the observation that was put forth, doesn't coincide with what the guy was saying in the video. So what do you think is going on there?
Are you talking about the Black Swan video? What video are you talking about?
I'm talking about the discrepancy between the Black Swan and what the guy just told you in the video.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know? What do you mean by you don't know?
I mean, I'm sure there's some cause for it. I don't know exactly what it could be, either refraction or
Cause for what? Can you be specific?
cause
Can you tell me
for
what cause for what exactly?
cause for the horizon being further than it should be.
How much further?
I'm not sure with how much further it actually is. I don't know the exact measurements off the top of my head, but I think you guys said it's 10 miles or something like that, right?
Which is how much?
I don't know. I can't remember.
How off is it? Is it 2 times incorrect? Is it 4 times incorrect? How much off?
I mean, I don't even know if this photo's doctored. Like, is this a legit photo?
It's minimum 10 times. My God.
Let's just consider it to be, for the sake of the argument.
Like, you guys reject all the NASA photos. Why should I even consider this?
Well, you don't have to. I mean, but you could have said that 10, 15 minutes ago.
No,
Because
I'm just saying. Like,
Yeah,
I will consider it because it's the right thing to do.
Sasha, because you can do this.
Yeah, you can, but
check
also, but also the images from a video that I'll put in the voice text, and you can look it up yourself, and you can look at the video yourself and see the entire setup of the camera, the whole thing. So that's there, and actually, this image.
I mean, maybe the Earth is flat. I mean, it's possible. Like, I'm not completely rejecting it. I think it's definitely possible.
Well, I'm good with just that. Thank you very much. I'm bowing out. I'm going to continue my night of work. Thank you so much. Yeah.
There's an image I just put from the original video. It's got the timestamp in there.
I mean,
You
I
can look at
did
this
that in the
yourself.
beginning. I always said it's possible. Like I said.
Yeah. Well, here's another one. Here's another.
Well, thank you
Here's
for
another still.
thank you for
Oh, wait a
your for the
You're
sobering
welcome,
moment.
Elijah. You are welcome.
Thank you for the sobering moments.
I called next like about 10 minutes ago. I don't
Go
know.
ahead, Jenny.
Go, Jenny.
No, I don't know. So, were you guys talking about something you posted, Sonny?
I was just going to show the image that I have from the original video at 35 minutes, and then I have another one that shows the islands from the same video as well. You can just use
Yeah,
the
the thing
timestamp on my
is
stills
the
and find
thing
out
is
where they are. I'm sorry.
you can't dispute what you're seeing because those are known distances.
It seems
So,
like it's reflection to me. Like,
okay, so wait a minute. You made reference to earlier that there are images that show to the contrary of what we're seeing. And my question is that observation attached to known distances with it? I mean, come on. Let's not shift around and swing from tree to tree on everything to divert so you don't have to answer a question. That's kind of rude. That's why you're getting dogpiled.
yeah, usually if you measure the stars, like that one
No,
philosopher did, but you guys don't accept that for
no,
some reason.
no. What's above you doesn't have anything to do with what you're standing on. That's just
Well,
common sense.
with what you're standing on, there's also refraction, so there's errors in that.
Oh, God, come on. Come on. You
You guys aren't
couldn't
being
win that
honest.
argument.
You guys
You could not, you personally could not win that argument on what you're trying to invoke here.
I believe in refraction.
I
Yeah.
can't, but I know you can't either.
Why
So
don't
why
you
don't you just
explain
be a little bit
refraction to
more
Jenny?
calm down and polite?
If I've been rude, I've been pretty respectful.
Can you show us a citation for the type of refraction that you are describing that we don't know of?
Wow.
Yeah, I need the type of refraction that moves the horizon. So I need specific information and data. So let's just use a black swan. So at 10 miles where we see the horizon, I need to show how that is being moved up to match a plane. Exactly. I need the precise data.
So I can't put images in the chat, but I could put an image to show you guys.
An image? No, I need data, dude. Where it's oh my god.
And which type
Data
of
for what?
You're
you guys
claiming
do an
listen,
exact
listen,
measurement of the stars, so it seems like there's very few data that I could give you.
we're not talking about stars, we're talking about Earth, the surface of Earth. You're saying it doesn't
Yes, and there's
exist.
refraction on the surface of the Earth. So
Okay, so you give me the information at 10 miles, the exact amount that the horizon is going to be lifted up. You show me that, how that was derived. I need all of that scientific information. That
Yeah,
shows
is
that
it
it
in a
lifted it up
textbook or
the exact
anything?
amount to make it look exactly like it does. I need all that information if you're going to claim refraction.
what information? Like I don't know what you
There needs
mean.
to be information. You're saying refraction is causing something to be a
You want the
mirage or
refraction
lifted up.
index, or like what do you want? I don't understand.
Yeah, I need
Sunny,
to know. Dude,
Sunny,
he
can
doesn't
I
even
say only
understand.
refraction and that's enough?
Well, what do you want me to give you? The index of
Sunny,
refraction, or
Sunny, can I say only refraction? Is that enough?
Yeah, just go ahead and say it, right? Yeah.
Okay, refraction, Earth is globe.
Why don't you show us what you know?
Refraction.
Why don't you show us what you know about the word you're speaking? So why don't you talk about what refraction is and show us that you're knowledgeable on the word that you're saying?
refraction is usually the bending of light.
Okay. Is that atmospheric refraction or is that terrestrial refraction?
I'm not 100% sure, but it seems like it would be atmospheric refraction.
Really? And so can you separate the two variables between atmospheric refraction and terrestrial so we know which one is which? Can you separate those? Show me when that was done. What process are you using to
What do you
separate
mean
whether it's...
separate? Like,
Well, you must know the difference. There has to be a difference. Otherwise, they wouldn't have two different names. So you need to tell me, show me the difference between atmospheric refraction and terrestrial refraction. Which
I
refraction
mean, it
are you
seems
talking
like atmospheric refraction would happen in the atmosphere, and it seems like terrestrial would happen in space. Just going off by the names, but
Terrestrial would mean space.
maybe I have that name wrong. I'm not sure.
So I rest my case. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what refraction. You don't even know what refraction is.
I do know what refraction is. When light enters a new medium, it usually gets bent.
Sasha, how many types of refraction we have?
Dude, I don't know like the types of
That means
refraction
that you
off the top
don't
of my
know
head,
that
but like I
no
know that
man, you don't know
refraction
what,
exists.
no man, listen, beyond, yeah, of course that exists. That I also know. Which type of refraction is happening on that example what Sonic showed you with that black swan?
Why do you need the type? Why isn't just
Because
refraction sufficient?
Because there is 5 types. Maybe I didn't do that. If people, scientists saying that it's, or whoever saying that it's 5 types of refraction, I didn't say that. It's written everywhere on the internet, everywhere in books.
The point is, if you're claiming refraction, then we need to know what refraction you're talking about to figure out whether that's happening in this picture. So just saying and like doing a chicken like refraction doesn't really
Okay,
work.
atmospheric
Explain more of it.
refraction. Does that make you guys feel better?
Okay, so what about the atmosphere? Do you know anything about the atmosphere on that day? Do you know what was happening the weather-wise, whether it's heat distortion?
Yeah,
whether
it looks
it's
like it's something similar to a mirage, actually. Just the image itself looks like a mirage, which is also a type of refraction, so I would assume it's something like that.
You just assume. Okay, but I mean, are you gonna like research it and figure out what the weather was on that day, what the temperature was? Or are you just gonna say, oh well, it's there, so it has to be refraction. That's just what it is.
Well, I mean, there are plenty of counter arguments against flat Earth theory, so
That's not what we're
those
talking about. We're
combined
talking
with
about refraction.
yeah, so the counter arguments against flat Earth, and then the fact that
No,
refraction exists is sufficient
I'm
for
not
me to
talking about the
realize
counter
that.
arguments. We're just talking about flat Earth right now. We're not talking about we're not talking about counter arguments. We're just talking about refraction. There's no need to
Okay,
change
so
the subject.
you asked me why I don't believe in refraction or something, like why it isn't good enough.
No, that's not. I didn't say anything about you not believing in it.
Okay, well, I forgot what you said.
No, we are asking why is horizon 10 times further than should to be, and you said refraction, and we asked which kind of refraction is doing that horizon is 10 times further. We know that.
Yeah, and I said atmospheric refraction.
So atmospheric refraction shows things further away that should be impossible to see. It shows that because I mean the atmospheric refraction that I know, Hank House put a really good GIF in right there recent where things get covered more or less.
Isn't that you need radius in the first place for that thing?
Why would you need a radius for refraction?
How you refracted on what?
Well, through the atmosphere, right?
Reference to what?
I don't know what you mean by reference to what.
So you don't know how they calculate refraction is what he's getting at.
I mean,
You don't know what you don't even know what the formula is or what it stands for.
It's something to do with sine and cosine. I know that.
Yeah, no, you don't know.
Yeah, I do. Actually, I took
No,
physics
no.
in high school. It's not that difficult.
Then what is the R value then?
Quick answer.
The R value is the index of refraction. It's not
Quick
that difficult.
answer to Sasha's question is theoretical light rays that adhere to the curvature of the globe to meet your eyeball. Many variants.
Yeah, in refraction, there's a radius value, so you would need the radius. 7/6R. There's a radius in there, so you need to have the radius value. So how did you obtain the radius value in order to calculate refraction, which has a radius value?
If the refraction is refracting the horizon, then you don't know where the radius is to begin with. So
Okay,
you're kind of screwed.
So it's unfalsifiable.
Well, you can know the radius of the Earth through other methods. You guys realize that. But you guys just reject it for some reason. Like, I don't
Because it measures
understand.
flat. Because it measures flat.
It doesn't, though. Like,
It does. It does though.
nope, it doesn't.
Nuh-uh.
Wow.
What measures flat exactly?
We've got hundreds of measurements that Mame supplied them to you.
No, you haven't. You've supplied me the black swan argument, which doesn't even prove the Earth is flat. The only thing the black swan argument proves is that the radius of the Earth is bigger than expected, and that's
Hold on,
assuming
guys.
refraction doesn't even exist.
Have him explain what the black swan argument is. Have him explain it.
Okay, so your guys' argument is that you shine you
No.
can okay no.
Explain the black swan. Explain the
Okay,
black
so you
swan.
can see past the second oil rig, which I'm assuming is further than the curvature of the Earth, or whatever, like the maximum radius you would see at a certain height.
Oil rigs are irrelevant.
Sorry, what is irrelevant?
Oil rigs are irrelevant. That's not what the argument.
Well, I'm guessing the oil rig proves that the horizon is beyond a certain distance, correct?
All they do is mark distance.
Okay, so they are relevant.
They're not relevant to what you're seeing.
Only for distance.
Okay, well,
Only for
distance is
distance.
kind of the whole point of the experiment, so it's pretty relevant.
No, it's not. Not
Okay,
an
what do you
experiment.
want?
It's
You
completely
guys like
about-
keep arguing semantics, and
Hold
it's like super
on.
frustrating. It's
Shut
like
up.
you guys know what I'm saying.
Shut up for a second.
It's exactly semantics.
It is not semantics. An experiment requires a cause and effect relationship. What's the hypothesis for looking through a camera?
Okay, cool. It's a
It's not
hypothesis.
semantics, you retard. You absolute mongoloid.
Well, it is semantics because the definition has nothing
not
to do with the point I was
semantics
making.
You say it is. It's not semantics just because you say it is.
No, it is semantics, 100%, because
Just because you're stupid doesn't make it semantics.
it does. Because the fact that I use hypothesis instead of experiment makes no difference to the claim I was making. Therefore, it is semantics.
So the point is,
It doesn't make it semantics, and he said it does.
The point is, you miss the entire point of the black swan. It's that the horizon is not geometric. That is the entire point.
No, the black swan argument, if maybe I'm mistaken, but it seems like it's saying that the radius of the Earth would have to be bigger than it is, right?
No, it's saying it's not what we were told it is at all. And
Okay,
it moves-
so yeah,
and
that's what I said.
and listen, the horizon moves from day to day, hour to hour. That's not what the globe claims. They claim a geometric horizon. That's a hard stop. That's
Okay,
your
so
block.
even assuming
Wait a second. So if there's a geometric curve in the way, that's a complete blocking of your view. There's no way around that.
Okay, so even if I was to assume that the black swan argument was true, that has nothing to do with the Earth being flat. That just has to do with the size of the Earth. It has nothing to do with the curvature or anything like that.
Okay. Do you show any instance at all
Hold on.
anywhere of curved water?
Wait a minute.
Of water that curves.
It immediately falsifies anything you've ever been told, and you have no reason to believe anything you've ever been told.
Well, it doesn't though because of refraction.
Yes, it does. You have been given pictures for nigh on 70 years of a globe exactly 24,901 miles in circumference. Yes, it does. It falsifies everything you believe. That means if it's the size of the orbit to the moon, which is 500,000 miles across, that means you've been lied to by everyone and everything. Do you not get that?
I get what you're saying. It's just like
It's
I just
just
wanna
like
point
what?
out-
seems like I'm talking to a brick wall.
No, it's like we're talking to a brick wall.
Yeah, I just want to interrupt just for a second. So, hey, Guy, could you look at the GIF that I posted? It's a time lapse of Skunk Bay. And what it's showing is that when it first starts out, it's early during the day. and the sun hasn't perturbed the atmosphere, and there's very little refraction going on. But as the gift progresses, you can see that the sun has perturbed the atmosphere and all sorts of weird refractions going on. But the weird thing about it, it's not making us see further around the curve. It's actually creating a false horizon, which is the opposite of what refraction you say is doing.
How is it the opposite of what I'm saying?
Look at the gift. During the beginning of the day, you can see all the buildings clearly. You can see the windows. You can see the beach. As it progresses, the beach disappears. The windows get all stretched out and looming and all sorts of weird refractions going on. But if you look at the horizon in front of Skunk Bay, it actually covers up Skunk Bay, which is creating an artificial horizon due to perspective. It's not Earth curve, bro. Your horizon is never Earth curve. It's always because of refraction that causes the horizon. Look at the video. It's a time lapse. You can pull it up on YouTube. Skunk Bay time lapse. Pull up the one with the grids. You can see that the horizon goes up higher, right? It's covering up more of the bay on the other side. That's the opposite of what you say is happening. You say that light is. Hold on, let me finish. You say that light is bending around the curvature of the Earth at the same rate that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. And that's why we can see around the curve. That's not what's happening.
Yeah, but you realize if it can make the horizon go up, that in the same respect, it could also make the horizon go down, right?
Sasha, I have a question for you. Is it horizon geometrical or optical?
The horizon is geometrical.
Okay.
Wow.
Go ahead to 52 minutes after the hour. See the image of the mountains. Tell me where is the geometric horizon in this image. Thanks. And
get
it's in
geometrical horizon in real world.
And it's in infrared, so there's no.
Okay, so could you guys define geometric horizon just so we're on the same page?
The edge of a ball where you can't see over it anymore.
Okay, so so in this image, the geometric horizon is at the top of these mountains.
Yikes.
Yeah, it seems like the horizon's at the top of the mountains. I don't know why you chose this
at
image.
the top of the mountains. So okay, so at 250, more than 255 miles, those mountains are. So that means like Earth's radius would be like out to Mars or something like that.
Well, okay, so what's the height of this photo? Was this photo taken at ground level? Was it taken in space? Was it
all
taken...
the information's right there. All the information right there, and see the type.
Can I go back a couple of
tells you
comments?
The observation height. Tells you the observation height. Tells you how high the other mountains are. Tells you the distance. You can. What the hell?
Somebody's windy.
Who's got the windstorm?
Oh, sorry.
Somebody's got ear right going on.
Hey, Sonny.
Can I take you back a couple of comments? We got to the part where you were saying about refraction and how it's rising the horizon. Do you agree that if the horizon is being moved, then the horizon isn't actual, it's apparent?
Yeah, I do agree with that.
Right. So if it's apparent, then it isn't the leading edge of a sphere that boats go over from the beach. Would you agree with that?
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. It is optical, I guess.
So if it's optical, not actual, then it isn't the leading edge of a sphere as we were told by Galileo when he looked through his telescope. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Snacks in the bag.
It's on the left. Smoke them if you got them, as Chocolate says.
Server is
Okay. Yeah, I admit that the horizon is definitely optical, but
then boats don't go over
it just seems like a non sequitur. Like, how do you get from that to flat Earth?
It's too big.
Well, if it's not the leading edge of a sphere, and Galileo was wrong with his telescope, which is the fundamental basis for your whole belief structure.
Well, how do you get that? How do you conclude that Galileo was wrong with his telescope?
Because you've just admitted that the horizon's optical, not apparent, not actual. So if it's not actual, then Galileo must have been wrong.
Because Galileo's telescope was better than Nikon 5900.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super familiar with the Galileo experiment.
Well, Galileo's observation was the boat going over the horizon when he invented his telescope, and that's one of the key claims of the heliocentric model, that we live on a sphere and we're orbiting the sun. But we've just agreed that the horizon's apparent, it's not actual. So then that's one of the big claims gone.
Okay, but there is a horizon. Like the exact spot of the horizon is optical, but there is a horizon wherever you are.
Okay, so we would say the horizon is the convergent point where our vision or our camera lens or whatever optical device that you use converges everything to a point. And that point has been calculated into a sphere when it's not actually a sphere. So it's calculated into existence when it's not actual, it's apparent.
Right, but there are other experiments that you can do.
What?
So you can look at the star from one point of the Earth and then go to another point at the Earth and look at the star and measure it, and then use the distance between those 2 points to calculate the Earth.
What would you determine if you're looking at stars? That the observer, say, in South America and the observer in, say, Australia are relative to each other looking at the same stars at the same bearing. So they are looking at the same stars, different time of the day, but nonetheless the same stars. But one guy's south is not the same as the other guy's south. And how do we know that? Because of something called magnetic declination. You have to adjust what your compass tells you is south to compensate for what we get told is magnetic declination. You can look up the values, one's 12 degrees west, the other one's 12 degrees east. I would assert that if you're not looking perfectly south, it can't be a ball. You've got to be looking due south. But how would you prove it either way, relative to the other person, that you're both looking at the bottom end of a ball? You can't just assume that you're looking at the bottom end of the ball because you're looking at the same stars. And we know that you've got magnetic declination to adjust for. So again, you're not actually looking south. You're looking at the same stars at a different time of the day, but also at a different angle. I would say, welcome to flat Earth.
And if you assume distance to the star, of course that you can calculate everything what you want. If you assume distance to the star, because that's the only way you can do it. Assume.
So I'm just happy with the concession that if you're looking at stars, you haven't got another way to prove that the same guy in Australia, relative to the guy in South America, you haven't got a way of proving that you're both looking at the same direction when you're looking at the same stars at different times of the day. If you can concede that,
yes, that's. But I mean, I could argue flaws in the flat Earth theory. Do you guys want to do that?
Say that again. You could argue what you say.
Like, there are plenty of flaws in the flat Earth theory that I think are far more.
See, now what you're doing is you're avoiding making.
Well, no, I mean, I can see that, I guess. I mean, I would have to look more into it to be 100% sure, but
That's fine. That's fine. So, what other experiments do you think there could be that would help us determine the shape of the Earth? Because you said that there were other ones. So, which ones are there? Like, do you think there might be an experiment for perhaps gravity?
Yeah, I think this is how I think about it. Okay, so in my opinion, the sphere is the most perfect object, the most simplest object. Why would the Earth be anything else? Like,
Who cares? But what we can establish is the claim that is we live on a sphere and that gas pressure sticks to the outside of the sphere, even though it's in a vacuum. We can test all this. We have science that demonstrates that gas pressure will not conform to the outside of a shape when it's in a vacuum. It'll go in all directions evenly and it will not be pulled back. Now, you need gravity to pull it back because there is no container on your model. But we are breathing something. So there must be a container or gravity might be pulling it back. So then we would look at, well, what's gravity? And the current definition in science today is defined by Albert Einstein in 1915 when England and America were at war with Germany. And he defined gravity to be an effect, right? Not a force. It can't cause acceleration. It's defined. It's an effect. And it's the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass. Well, the curvature of space-time is an apparent acceleration by definition. It's not an actual one. So that's not pulling your gas molecules back on your model. But you need something to pull it back, because we do have gas molecules that seem to pool on the floor. But gas pressure doesn't behave like that in a vacuum. It spreads out in all directions, omnidirectionally, without any bias or prejudice in any particular direction. They just vanish. Now, Newton's first law of motion states that an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by a force. Well, you haven't got a force, because Einstein said it was an effect. And I don't care whether it's an effect or not. I'm not bothered about Einstein's argument. My point is that you haven't got anything to pull it back, but you need something to pull it back. Now, that deals with gravity. I don't know whether you're prepared to concede. If you are, great. We can move on to your next thing that you want to talk about.
No,
but there's three key arguments there: gas pressure, the horizon, and whatever the third one was. That basically all three of them debunk your model.
No, I mean, I definitely think there are flaws in the theory of gravity for sure. Same with general relativity. I think there are plenty of flaws in that theory.
I'd agree with that. There are flaws with general relativity. But the point is, that's the current position in science. But we were all taught gravity was a force. Well, we've just found out recently in the last couple of years or so, because we didn't get taught it, that it's an effect. So now we've got no horizon that boats don't go over anymore. We've got no force to pull back the atmosphere. What else? Measured curvature? Wouldn't you think? Because over a quarter of a mile, we could force a level straight line and watch water curve and measure it on any standing water, be it a lake or a reservoir or whatever, over just a quarter of a mile. It's measurable, but we don't have that evidence. So it's like, well, if we haven't got measured curvature and we haven't got a force to pull the gas pressure back and we haven't got a geometric horizon for boats to go over, what is the conclusion of the claim that's made that we live on a sphere? There is no evidence of it. Does that make it flat, though? Perhaps not. But what we can say is it can't be a sphere.
Well said.
Yeah.
But righteous, if it's not curving, what it is?
Yeah. I mean, you know that gas pressure can't stick to the outside of a ball in a vacuum, right? It disappears in all directions without any prejudice or bias at all.
Yeah, but couldn't gravity or whatever gravity is, couldn't that just keep the gas?
Well, it needs to be a force if it's able to potentially do anything, right? But it's defined as an effect.
Well, I mean, clearly, there is some force there. We don't know exactly how it works, but
there isn't a force.
I think
right, okay,
we know
so
there's something there.
Let me ask you this: if you were in a plane and you were looking down, and we were inside a container, and you were looking down into the container, but you were inside the container, what would you expect to see with regards to gas pressure? Would you expect to see the more denser stuff towards the bottom pooling on the floor the way we actually see it, or would you expect to see?
Is this container on Earth or is it in space?
Huh?
Is the container on Earth or is it in space?
Who cares where the container is, what it's made of, what color it is? We don't need to know what the contents or the description of the container is.
Well,
but
it does matter though. It does matter though, because if it's on Earth, there's going to be gravity. If it's in space, there's not.
Yeah, but if we're not right, we've just established that gravity is not a force because it's defined as an effect.
Right. Okay. I'll concede that we don't know how gravity works, but I think it's pretty clear that it does exist in some sense.
See, you've just said gravity works. It can't work if it's an effect. It is the result of being worked on by someone else.
Okay, but you get what I mean when I say gravity exists, even though we don't understand it, right? Like,
you know, hang on. If you were to conflate two opposing terms, like I've got a fast, slow car, that wouldn't make any sense. I'm going to have a hot, cold drink. That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to walk. That doesn't make any sense. You can't say gravity is a force effect thing. It's an effect. It's not the two of them. It's just one of them.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think we really understand what it is, to be honest. I don't think we really know enough about it for you to make that claim.
Forgive me. It is defined. We know what causes it. The definition.
Dude, we don't even. The theory of general relativity isn't compatible with quantum physics. Like, there's a lot to be discovered in science.
I agree, but that's not my problem, and it isn't my point. My point is not that it's compatible with quantum mechanics. My point is that it is defined as an effect. It's not a cause. It doesn't slow molecules down that are escaping.
Well, how do you know it's not a cause? Like, has that been proven or something?
Because Einstein defined it, and he's the current position in science today.
Right. Well, I don't agree with Einstein, dude. I think there's plenty of.
Listen, I don't agree with Einstein.
Honestly,
but
the
when I
electric universe theory sounds a lot more truthful to me than whatever general relativity is.
Listen, I'll be honest with you. I don't agree with Einstein either. But when I get told, or when I say to people I don't agree with the current position in science, they say things like to me, so do you think that you're more intelligent than Einstein? Now, I'm going to ask you the same question. If you don't agree with Einstein, do you think that you're more intelligent than Einstein?
No.
So then you've got to accept he's the current science, whether he's right or wrong. That is the position in
No, I
science
don't.
today.
That's a fallacy.
Well, if you don't,
But you're
then
missing
welcome
the
to Flat
point,
Earth.
Bob.
I mean,
That's what
someone
we
can be smarter than you and then wrong on something, and then you
Sure.
can be right on that same thing.
Sure, but if you reject Einstein as the current position in
I mean, there are
science,
plenty of other very prominent scientists who reject Einstein also. Like,
dude, if you reject Einstein, that means
I mean,
it's
just the
you're
fact
in
that
our-
Einstein's theory is not compatible with quantum mechanics, it's not like that crazy to reject Einstein. It's
Listen, just listen to me. You've interrupted me twice. Let me just finish this sentence. If you don't agree with Einstein, like we tend not to either, it's nonsense. But if you don't agree with Einstein and you are saying that you think he's wrong, that means that you're on our position. You're the same as us. Welcome to Flat Earth.
well, I'm somewhere in between you guys and Flat Earth, or somewhere in between Einstein and Flat Earth, I would say.
So the problem, Sasha, is that you keep making an assertion, and then when we ask you to substantiate the assertion, you admit that you can't, and that you don't know what you're talking about. Therefore, you
Here,
have no
I think I'll
reason to
come back and
believe
I think I'll do
that
some
the
research and
assertion
I'll
is
come
true.
back with better arguments because you guys are right.
Whilst you go away, have a think of this one. This is a query for you just to ponder. Given that we're supposed to be in a gravitational field, right? A 2-litre bottle of soda or pop, whatever you want to call it, if you take the lid off, it'll go flat in a day or two. Everyone knows that that's true. It's not contentious. But if we're in a gravitational field and the carbon dioxide that's infused into the liquid, the drink, if that's in the bottle, how does it escape when the lid's off? When we're in a gravitational field and gas molecules are meant to be sticking to the exterior of the ball, the air around the drink is less dense than the carbon dioxide itself, yet the gas pressure still escapes even in a gravitational field. Just bear that in mind for when you do come
I can
back,
actually
because
explain that because it's because
Go
the
on, then.
pressure. It's because the pressure inside the ball or inside the soda can is much higher than the pressure outside. So when you open it,
Perfect. So when you've got 14.7 psi of Earth's pressure, why doesn't that go off into space? In the same way that the bottle does.
well, I suggested because of gravity, but I mean, I honestly don't know, to be honest.
Well, you've just said that gravity there, because the pressure's there too high. You didn't say gravity was like allowing it to escape. You said the pressure was too high. Well, that means that it's nothing to do with gravity. But if it was something to do with gravity, it's defined as an effect. If it's not to do with gravity, the pressure would push into the available volume. It's called the Joule expansion of gas, and the Earth is not an exception to it.
I don't know, dude. Yeah, that's a good point.
Look it up, Joule expansion of gas, and think about it in the context of Earth relative to the bottle of pop. If it escapes out of the bottle of pop, that's because it's filling the available room volume or whatever. But the Earth's no different. And the differential from the bottle of pop relative to the room it's in is marginal. Yet we're supposed to accept that we're in a 14.7 psi pressure down to zero, which is the deep vacuum of space, without anything dispersing into it. That's a direct violation of the Joule expansion of gas. PV equals nRT. That V stands for volume. PV equals nRT. So the V, volume, what's the volume if it's infinite? Anything multiplied by infinity in any formula is always infinity. Why do we have gas pressure then? I'll give way now, I'm done.
Yeah, thanks.
Pseudoscientific physical explanations intertwined with pseudoscientific cosmological explanations is what the Copernican cosmos is, aka heliocentrism.
Yeah, all right. Well, thanks for the chat. I'll
You're welcome.
maybe come back in a little bit.
So, Lobby,
Yeah. I mean,
Any idea for the container? What would it be?
I don't know, dude.
Huh?
I have no idea.
I mean,
Throughout your
science,
life,
give
what
us
have you seen
clues,
contain gas?
you know?
A container.
Right, is that container a solid, liquid, or gas?
Solid or
Usually it's
liquid?
solid or liquid.
There you
I
go.
mean, dome fountain can contain gas, right?
So you're making towards the first steps to understanding the true cosmos that you and I live in, which is your first steps towards many other existential philosophical truths that all humans must know.
That's why it's so cold in the south.
Well, is it possible that the gravity is stronger? Like okay, so for the soda can experiment, maybe the pressure difference is so great that it allows the air inside of the can to be released, but maybe who knows?
Right.
Maybe the pressure difference
You're
isn't
right.
great enough for the Earth, or I don't know.
Yeah, but the difference is negligible. But even if the difference was, even if it's not negligible and it is significant, it's nowhere near the magnitude of the 14.7 psi down to 0 that Earth is in the vacuum of space. It is colossal amounts of differential, more like insignificant than the Earth's pressure in the vacuum of space.
A better point than that, even though that is a good point, is that you appeal to gravity once again, because gravity is really well ingrained in many people's minds. What is gravity?
I don't know, dude. I never said I know what gravity is. I know there's something that creates orbit that
No,
causes
doesn't
things
create
to
orbit.
fall.
So you have
create
no
orbit.
good reason to appeal to gravity and to keep believing that it's
Well,
real.
I mean, we can see that there's something that's causing this. We don't know what it is, but I mean,
Well, we know it's not gravity because
like,
that's
why
a
would the
defined
Earth
term.
orbit the sun? Like, do you guys believe that the Earth orbits the sun?
Can I tell you
We
what's
don't know what the
causing
sun is.
this down vector? Do you want
What?
to hear my idea?
Yeah, let's hear it.
It's magnetism.
Yeah, I think that's very possible.
Yeah, but we don't
What
need
are
to make any
you
claims.
trying
We just
to
need to debunk the
pontificate
claims that are
about?
made.
Well, if
Sasha?
you put opposing magnetic poles, if you put them together, you are manipulating the downward acceleration constant.
Downward?
Yeah, there's this theory called, I think it's called electric universe theory, which basically says that same thing, which I think is a lot more reasonable than general relativity, in my opinion.
Are we better off talking about speculation, or are we better off talking about the claims made about living on a sphere?
I don't know.
But I have to
Regardless,
re-emphasize the point that I made earlier, is that you once again appeal to gravity causing this or that, because you strongly believe that it's real, but then in the next breath you can see that you don't know what it is. So given the fact that you don't know what it is, you therefore have no good reason to appeal to it or believe that it's
well,
real.
I know what it is. I don't know how it works.
You don't know what it is.
Well,
You
that's
keep
what I
thinking it
asked you. So
causes
tell me,
something.
what is gravity?
It's
One
the
moment,
force that
guys.
attracts mass to each
No,
other.
No, it's not a
Okay,
force.
maybe I shouldn't use the word force. It's the thing that attracts two masses towards each other.
No, it doesn't. It's not a thing that attracts. It's an effect. It's an effect of the curvature of space-time, which is an
And it is
apparent
caused,
acceleration
no,
by
it's not
definition.
caused by space-time, it is caused by magnetism.
Yeah, I think it's
100%.
caused by
No,
magnetism.
you're confusing things. Hold
He's
on.
talking about the wrong one.
Sleeping
He's
Warrior,
talking
repeat
about mass
yourself. Repeat your
attracting
answer.
mass.
Yeah. So gravity does not
Sleeping Warrior
exist.
made a good point.
Like, no chance for it to exist.
Right,
Because
well,
when you put together two opposing magnetic poles, you are canceling the mass of that object, the weight.
Wait, hang on.
Weightless. Yeah.
Hang on, because we were trying to answer the question from him. He was trying to answer the question, what is gravity? And then Sasha gave his answer, and then Sleeping Warrior corrected him. So go ahead, Sleeping Warrior, because that was a good point.
Gravity is defined as it's an effect, right? It doesn't cause acceleration. It doesn't act on matter. It doesn't do anything. It is the result of something being done. It's defined as well. We know what causes it. It's the uneven distribution of mass that distorts space-time. It gives rise to an apparent, bit like that geometric horizon. It's an apparent acceleration, not an actual acceleration. The geodesic path remains straight in general relativity. It doesn't accelerate. It doesn't decelerate. It doesn't turn, curve. It doesn't do anything. It just carries on its geodesic path.
Remembering that this explanation that Sleeping Warrior just gave you, which is the current rhetoric, superseded mass attracting mass gravity from Newton, aka Cavendish. Not aka, but it was ascribed to Newton. It was really coming from Cavendish. And that
Anthony
is the
Riley, you're
gravity that
not
was
saying that's what you
superseded by
think it is.
Einstein's gravity. So
You're
if
just saying
you
that's what that
reject the
current
current
definition
rhetoric
says.
and subscribe to the previous rhetoric that was superseded, you have to substantiate that. But that's going to be an uphill battle and an impossible task because the mainstream academic community concedes that there is no substantiation for Cavendish's gravity.
Yeah, I'm not supporting the assertion that is
Yeah, you're not
Einsteinian.
supporting
I'm
it,
just
yeah.
saying that's what the position is currently.
Yeah, that's
All
what
right.
the current position is. And also, before you take off, I know you said you were going to go study and come back. There's an answer to this question might help you realize that the globe model is impossible, right? If you take off in a plane and the spin of the Earth only goes in one direction, then if you're landing in any other direction, north, east, south, southwest, if the runway's in a different direction than the spin of the Earth, how does a plane land on a moving runway? Come back with a good answer for that.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's because the spin is relative, right?
Well, that you can say that, but think about it literally.
Not an adequate explanation to his question.
All
know,
flight
you can't
simulators use a stationary plane. All flight simulators, right?
Yeah.
Even if you
Let
go
me
high
tell
up,
you one
if you go
thing.
high up and they use a curvature to their lens, you can't say that no matter which direction the plane flies, it treats the Earth the same if the Earth is only spinning in one direction and the plane's going in all different directions. You can't answer that. It ends the argument. You can't logically answer that ever.
Right.
The answers, I'll tell you, the answers I got from Matthew or Rumpus was, well, if you're on a train and you toss a ball to somebody on the train, it doesn't matter which direction you toss the ball because they're on the train with you. No, it doesn't work the same. It's a non sequitur, not even close to a good answer.
All right,
You
they're
have to answer.
equivocating.
There's two separate reference frames, and you can't get
Good
out
point.
of that. There's no way to land it.
Good point, because they're equivocating a vehicle moving upon a stationary plane with a ball that's flying around in a vacuum and things moving on that
And all three
above
things,
the surface of
the two
that.
people plus the ball are all on one reference. But now you're talking about the plane landing in all different directions. It would have to hit a moving runway, and there's no way to get out of that. It ends the argument.
All right. Well, I appreciate the conversation. Thanks.
All right.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thanks for being courteous.
Yeah. All right. Talk to you guys later.
Take care. And since Sleeping Warrior and Get Together here, I'd like to hear you guys duel it out about the non-incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Yeah.
There's no evidence for it. It's speculation. Who cares?
Well,
No,
gravity
it's not.
speculates.
I mean,
So why?
wait. For the magnetism, there is no speculation. Opposing
No, not
magnetic
I never said
poles
magnetism.
affect directly the downward acceleration. This experiment. You can do it yourself. It is very cheap. And if you super cool these magnets, to make stronger magnetic fields.
No one's making, as far as I'm aware, no one's making a magnetic argument. The incoherent dielectric acceleration point is simple. If it exists at all, then it needs to be demonstrated, and currently it hasn't been demonstrated. It's been speculated about. Okay, fine.
Well, yeah, I know. I've seen that incoherent electrostatic acceleration. It sounds pretty good to explain this effect, the vector, but it's
Oh.
not. Yeah.
I agree. It's not. It's nonsense. Because if it was capable of demonstration, Bob Nodell would have demonstrated it by now, like with at least a proof of concept, and he hasn't done. He talks about it. He describes it. He calculates it, perhaps. But the only thing I've seen demonstrated is a little fleck of paint being flicked between two magnetic strips, and it's got zero magnitude. Well, 0.00001 magnitude. It's got bugger all strength to it. If it was really a thing, it would have to be able to move somewhat of inertia, and it can't. It's not powerful enough. So it isn't the thing that Bob's claiming is the thing that kickstarts the direction. We know what kickstarts the direction. It's the medium.
Force. Magnetism is a stronger force, and the electrostatic charges which we actually generate with this matter that belongs to negative plane, we can't actually generate too much of it.
In regards to the question, what causes downward
amount-
acceleration or the things to fall to the ground? Given my minuscule knowledge about magnetism and physics in general, it still doesn't make sense to me to assert that magnetism is causing the downward acceleration of things to fall to the ground, because you don't feel the pull or push of anything.
And
Yeah, but
well,
not everything
how I
falls to the
explain,
ground.
for example, only with very strong magnetic fields, you can achieve strong electromagnetic induction, yeah, which can actually superheat metals. Like temperatures,
But again, the assertion that
very high temperatures. The highest temperatures we can achieve is with electromagnetic induction principle.
But again, the assertion that magnetism is causing me to fall to the ground when after I jump up in the air doesn't make sense, because I don't feel any pull down to the earth.
And let's be honest as well, anything that goes up like helium, hydrogen, because we know that they go up, right? What's pulling them up? Is it a force of attraction from the clouds, or is it a force of attraction from the stars? Just because it goes in a direction doesn't mean that it's being pulled or pushed by something. You've got to work out what that is. So let's not bother calculating or speculating. We can demonstrate what makes acceleration, and we can demonstrate it very, very easily, changing the density of the object in a medium, or changing the density of the medium in the object, of the medium to get the object. So, for example, a submarine. A submarine is an example where you change the density of the object in its medium, and it'll accelerate up or down, even though it's surfacing or dropping or whatever. I'll use the word up and down loosely. Or we can change the density of the medium and cause an egg to rise or drop. So we can manipulate the cause, and that, by definition, is the cause in a scientific experiment. Now, if people want to reject that, okay, but then you're outside a scientific method, and that makes you worse than the ballers, because we should be learning scientific method. Because unless somebody can come along and trump it with some other explanation with demonstration of what causes acceleration, then it's the only thing that we can demonstrate. And as Max Planck said, who was a theoretical physicist, he said the only real means of knowledge at our disposal is experiment. Everything else is poetry or imagination. And he was a theoretical physicist. So let's go with what we can demonstrate.
Incoherent magnetism showing an overall attraction that overcomes both poles of a north-south magnet. So that would show the attractive force. That could be theorized further to say that you get separation of the medium, the background medium being, ether or whatever, causing separation and layering potentially.
Wouldn't that be coherent dielectric acceleration, not incoherent?
It's incoherent because it's not concentrated. There's a great force incoherently spread over a great mass.
But with magnets, you said magnets, right? That would be coherent dielectric acceleration, not incoherent, correct?
You have the coherent north-south magnet that is good and strong in its field force next to an incoherent buckyball mass. It attracts either end of the magnet when normally it would be one or the other. So that's why people are kind of going with something electromagnetic, because you can demonstrate an overall attraction that is a bit more reliable than just plain gravity. So I think there might be something here with an electromagnetic medium in the background like ether.
Yeah.
Maybe,
With
but it's totally
I mean,
speculative,
it's
though,
all
right?
these three forces together: electrostatics, electricity, and magnetism. All these three together, uh, it's a complex assembly of forces and fields. And you have this field, which is a mixture of them, and this is the effect you have. You know, what we call gravity is actually not. If you want to make a propulsion system principle based on these principles, magnetism and electricity, yeah, it's far-fetched. It is doable.
So, Lemon, when I jump up and down, what is causing me to come? When I jump up and then I fall back down, what is causing me to come back down to the ground?
I would say that it's some sort of
You're
pressure from the etheric medium that you're mixed in. You're like a fishy in the ether right now,
Not
the space
not
around you and
etheric.
me, with objects mixed in there and all sorts of electromagnetic fields within that sea of energy.
all
No,
elements.
Okay,
it wouldn't be
repeat
the
that again because
etheric
you were being
medium.
interrupted.
Gents,
All
it wouldn't be the
elements.
etheric medium. It'd be the medium, and we can demonstrate it. If you jump at the bottom of a swimming pool, you're going to surface. You may go back down again if you're very muscly, but generally speaking, you're going to go to the surface. Same with salt water in the Dead Sea. If you jump from the bottom of the Dead Sea, you're going to rise again. We can demonstrate that it is the medium that causes the direction.
So I would just say that there's a background medium that's filtered in what we call the vacuum that is effectively the purified etheric medium that everything mixes in. And that
All right, how
causes
do we test that?
and layering.
How do we test that, Lemon? Because I can put a fat man at the bottom of a pool and test what this guy just says, right? And then drain the pool and he's going to go back down, right? But how do I test what you just said?
You go to the vacuum. You see what happens in the vacuum. Is there layering in the vacuum? Is there anything flowing in the vacuum? Is there anything left in the vacuum? Is there
Well,
anything out of the
the only
vacuum?
thing that doesn't, the only object of physicality that doesn't hit the deck in a vacuum is light. According to the current rhetoric, it is a massless particle, and it doesn't hit the deck. But anything with mass will displace the vacuum zero value because it's got mass, it's got magnitude. So it is going to displace the zero value. It proves relative density, guys.
I wish Lemon would stop being interrupted.
The main thing we need to see is if there is a background medium like ether left in something purified like the vacuum. See if anything's
Lemon,
happening in there.
That's not the
I
main
have
thing
a
we need.
question.
That's speculative. What we can demonstrate is the medium does cause the acceleration. It causes the direction. It causes the magnitude. It is the vector that gives us the vector. We can demonstrate that. So yeah, you can speculate over background mediums, but why speculate when we've got the demonstration that we can demonstrate the cause of the effect?
Because with electromagnetism, which appears to have a lot of ether backing in some quarters, you can get anti-gravity effects. You can get something levitating on an electromagnetic track. You can go against this gravity in the downward direction, whatever you want to call it, and get something to float and levitate. So there appears to be some promise, at least with that.
Okay, so the frog with
Sleeping
the
Warrior. Wait. When I say that magnetism causes this, I don't mean it like you look at two magnets, how they attract each other, strongly attract each other. It doesn't attract us that way. We are made of nature elements, and all these elements have different kind of magnetic properties. But overall, this force of this strong magnetic attraction, you have also this effect, a low attraction, yeah, which is not like magnetic, but we call it this down vector. So
yeah, we call it this down vector.
yeah.
So if we weren't there to give it a name, then what would the direction be?
A complex assembly of fields and forces.
So not down then, no.
Well, if you see what is down here, I consider the matter
the elements that belong to the negative plane, you know, the ground. So all these are attracted to this. But the element which belongs to
They're
the
not though.
positive
They're not.
plane
They're not though.
only
That's a claim. You
only
just made a claim there. You just made a claim. The claim was that everything is attracted to this. It's not true.
yeah, we are attracted. The down vector is an attraction.
No. The down is a noun that we give it because relative to us, it hits the ground, so we call it down. But it's a noun. It's a naming word that we give it because it makes sense to us when we're communicating with each other to use directions.
Sleeping warrior in a field, you what causes your down?
The human causes the down.
No, your charge.
No, the human causes the down. If the human wasn't there, what direction would it be?
If you are of positive charge, yeah, the elements that make you, all of them, vast majority, except helium gas, all of them are attracted to this negative plane. It is not a magnetic
So
attraction.
apart from helium,
like
what
magnets
about
attract
hydrogen?
each other.
What about hydrogen? Is that attracted?
Well, I'm not sure that hydrogen is a very different element than helium, you know. Because
we're still in the realm of speculation. This is all speculative.
Well,
okay, you can pontificate about it, and you can.
Okay, I know the chemistry table of Mendeleev, yeah, and in 1990 they discovered that oxygen has a metallic state, so it's a metal. Yet it is not in the category of metal in that table. So,
what's your point?
Well, I'm pointing that you cannot rely 100% of all the scientists from mankind's history. Vast majority of them were clowns, you know.
I can agree, but can we not agree that speculation might be an interesting conversation, but if we're gonna like use it as an argument, you're gonna immediately get yourself into mischief because it's speculation.
That density is the density relative to the medium the object is in is what causes things to fall, go down.
And it's demonstrable, it's calculable. We can make predictions with it. It is real world demonstrable. It is the cause of why the fat man floats and the muscly man sinks.
Well, how do you handle questions about what happens in the vacuum with the balloon filled with helium going down? How do you handle that? I would handle that by saying there's still an etheric medium that gives uppity and downity within the vacuum. How would you handle that?
Any object of mass is going to displace the medium value of 0 because mass has got magnitude. It isn't a 0 value. Apart from light. Light proves that it's to do with the magnitude.
But why did the balloon go down in the vacuum?
Because the medium is a 0 value, and the balloon, the helium balloon, is not a 0. It's greater than 0, and it's not down. It's just
you cannot ever
it's not down,
have
guys.
a helium. Wait. You cannot ever have a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber. This is fact.
The helium balloon in the vacuum chamber isn't actually going down. All it's doing is displacing its medium because of its magnitude is greater than the density of the medium it's in. The reason why submarines go up and down.
Yeah, I've seen that experiment also, you know, and what happens there is that the guy was starting the pump, so he achieved a lower pressure sphere, yeah, and the air inside was so rarefied that it did not have the property and force, you know, to sustain all that the weight of the rubber balloon, you know, because that rubber has a mass, unlike the helium.
I agree,
So
but I
the
think
helium and
atmospheric medium in the background still giving uppity and downity even there. And I think
Not
that
uppity and downity.
is a product of charge separation and layering.
And
It's just a fact of
yeah,
life with that background
you can
medium
see,
making the
yeah,
electromagnetic charge separation rules for the layering.
you
so
know,
Sleeping
you
Warrior,
can
you're
see,
asserting
you
that
can
the
also
helium
see
balloon, the helium and the
on
balloon
that.
in the vacuum
I
went
want
down
to
because of its
make
density.
another point,
Yeah.
which is very important.
Because its density is not a zero value.
About that,
The medium is zero.
Right.
about that
Okay.
helium balloon, that place where you made that knot
You could
of the rubber, you have more mass of the rubber and a lot of it, which is, not swollen, stretched. Yeah. So the upper side is stretched, and as a surface, it's very light. If you cut a small piece, it is very light in comparison to the piece from the bottom of it. So it is the helium balloon. It is heavier at the bottom, and the top lighter, and the lighter part was floating. So that rubber band, the rubber part, the knot, was the one that the bottom of the vacuum chamber, but the helium balloon stood straight upwards. So,
Dude, let me have 2 minutes with the gentleman that was just talking.
yeah,
The one
sure,
that said,
go ahead.
who was the guy just talking?
Talking about me or Lemon?
Not Lemon, you. You said, just re-ask your question again.
I was asking because I'm trying to get a grasp on the two positions that are being argued. So I was asking you about your position. You're asserting that the helium balloon, the helium and the balloon in the vacuum went down because
Not down.
of it didn't go down.
Not down. No, it displaced its medium, right? So if you think about a vacuum, you know the 5 apples argument. If you got 3 apples, you can't take 5 apples off me and leave me with -2 apples because you've only got 3 apples, right? But mathematically you can. But in real world you can't actually do it, yeah? In the real world you can't get a negative pressure, can you? You can't go below 0. But mathematically you can. But if you could go mathematically below and you were to put in an object and it had a density that was a minus value, which way would that go in a vacuum chamber?
Which I don't
Wait,
think it would go. Either it would go
can you
nowhere or
ask
would go
that
out.
again?
It'd go up, wouldn't it? Because the negative value is smaller than the medium value of 0. It'd go up. Now, it's not really up. It's just going, it's just relative to its medium. It's displaced by its medium by virtue of its negative value. Now, ball earthers will say, you can't have a negative value. It's not a negative pressure. They accept it in the real world when it suits them. But when they want to come to maths, they can calculate with negative values and completely accept that as okay. Well, I say that's nonsense, right? We all know the 5 apples argument. But mathematically speaking, if the vacuum was a 0 value and you put in an object that was a minus value, right? Because mathematically it's possible, then it would be displaced by its medium.
Displaced meaning like it just spreads out in all directions.
I don't want to use the word up and down because up and down is the human that's causing that. We call it that. If I use the word up and down to make it clear, I'll use it very, very loosely because it's the word that we give it so that we understand what we're talking about. Really, it's the medium relative to the object and the object relative to the medium. That's where we get the direction from. And the magnitude comes from how much disequilibrium there is. The bigger the disequilibrium, the greater the magnitude. The vector, the direction comes from one relative to the other.
Right. So you said displaced. So are you trying to communicate that the helium and or the balloon is just spreading out in all directions in this 0 value vacuum? Just to understand what you're saying.
When I say displaced by, I'm using displaced by means up and down. But if I say up and down, ballers say down means to the center of the earth. But obviously, if I'm talking to somebody on our side, I can say it with a little bit more lucidity, so it's a little bit less rigid.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay,
the direction is one is going to get displaced by the other by virtue of the other's magnitude, whichever one. Basically, if you think about a fat man and a skinny man in bed, the skinny man's going to end up on the floor because he's going to be displaced by the fat man, right? You can understand. Everyone understands that fat man's going to win. The skinny man can't push the fat man out of the bed. Same kind of thing. It's displacement, and that's an example of lateral displacement, right? But a real world example of lateral displacement, because they always say, well, why up and why down and not left or right or up? And I say, well, helium balloons do go up, and they go, well, okay, then I'll give you helium balloons. Why not left and right? Well, if you think about an offshore wind turbine farm, they're always out at sea. Why? Because the sun heats up the surface water, it evaporates. The compression ratio of water relative to the gas that it's given off when it's evaporating and breaking that hydrogen bond, it's something like 15,000 to 1. So you're getting a lot of pressure created out at sea by the evaporation cycle, the hydrological cycle. That pressure blows towards the land because it's going to the less pressure area, because that's what pressure does. Pressure goes to non-pressure. And because it goes laterally, that's why we can utilize the wind, the prevailing winds, with wind turbine farms. And that's an example of lateral displacement caused by the hydrological cycle caused by the sun. So we do get lateral displacement, just they don't think about it because they want it to be down and not up. And then when you point them out lateral displacement caused by wind, caused by the sun evaporating the surface water, they don't like that either. They just go, oh, it's too remote. But it's demonstrably the case. That's why we have wind turbine farms offshore, because the pressure is created out at sea. Pressure goes to lower pressure, it's laterally displaced, and that's why we have that's why it's windy at the shore. It's not windy inland, but it's windy in the shore, unless there's a tornado, of course.
Right. So the helium balloon in the vacuum in Lemon's supposed example is not going down, but the helium or the balloon, but I guess the helium is just doing what?
It's being displaced by its medium because it's less dense than it.
Okay.
Is there a medium left over in the vacuum?
It's a zero value, isn't it? And like, I know there's no perfect vacuum. I know there's no perfectly
You're
zero.
saying, Sleeping Warrior, when you have a helium gas in a chamber, in a tank, yeah?
Yeah.
Where is the higher pressure?
If there's only the one gas in the chamber, it is evenly distributed throughout the whole container, applying Pascal's law.
No, that's not true.
Pascal's law applies to gases.
No.
The
you
pressure
take,
is applied evenly against all.
Yeah, wait, listen. When you take a tank, and fill it with air, when you measure the gas pressure at the bottom, it is not equal with the gas pressure at the top.
That's
you
why I
have
said
a gradient. You will have a gradient, gas pressure gradient inside, very small, very small.
I know.
Negligible.
That's why I said if it was the one gas, but when it's air, there's nitrogen, there's carbon.
Yeah, it's a cocktail. It's a cocktail. All of them.
Yes,
that we need
that's
to
not one
breathe.
gas, is it?
Yeah,
That's not one gas.
And when you compare all these gases with helium, so at the normal air, where is the higher pressure? It's at the bottom, okay?
No, only when there's a cocktail. When there's two or three gases, then you're gonna get that layering effect. It's not a hard boundary layer.
You can have a tank with oxygen gas.
Pascal's law states that the gases are bouncing off the walls of the container evenly. Hang on, let me finish.
Warrior. Okay,
Whoa,
go ahead.
Let me finish. Pascal's law states that the gas molecules bouncing off the surfaces do so evenly in all directions when it's just the one gas.
You don't have equal pressure in a tank, If you fill it with oxygen, you don't have equal pressure at the bottom and at the top. If you fill it with nitrogen only, it's the same. And also these other noble gases.
When he said if you fill it with nitrogen, it's the same.
Even methane.
Because it's an ideal state. It's an ideal state of methane.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. He already covered that, bro.
Yeah,
we're not talking about an ideal state of gas.
Yeah, exactly. They don't exist, ideal states. And that's why I said that when you store gas in a tank, you will have a very small pressure gradient from the top to the bottom.
Not only
At the
that,
bottom will be
you'll
higher
have a
pressure.
difference in
Yeah,
states of matter also.
yeah. But my question for Sleeping Warrior now is, when you have only helium in this tank, where is the higher pressure?
Like I've said, if you've only got the one gas
At the
in the
bottom?
container, no. Like I've said,
But
and
where?
you keep interrupting, and you're not
No,
listening.
I'm not talking about ideal gases.
I'm applying Pascal's
I'm
law.
You're applying a concept, a tooth fairy. Yeah, what you want. You want the search of a ideal gas. Yeah, I can. We can do that mathematically on paper, but that
No,
doesn't
that's not what I'm
exist.
doing.
That's not
That's not what I'm
reality.
doing.
What you're saying. I know
It's
you
not what.
can calculate an
Okay.
ideal gas.
Okay,
You
so
can
show me a
calculate it.
container with just the one gas in it where you've got a density
When I'm
gradient.
talking about oxygen, yeah, oxygen gas in a tank, you
Yeah.
will have higher pressure at the bottom, and at the top of it, you will have lower pressure.
Only if you've got
And
impurities
all
in the
other.
oxygen.
What? What? I'm not talking about impurities. When I say that you store oxygen in a tank, yeah, you will have only oxygen there.
And I'm saying that you won't because Pascal's law states that the pressure is applied evenly against all surfaces, not unevenly, evenly.
That's not
And it's
true.
only with the
That's
one
not
gas.
true. That's not true.
Well, I'm only
Going
telling you
against
what
the
Pascal's
law.
law states.
You're going
But
against the
listen,
law, dude.
You mean
yeah,
the law isn't true,
it
or
is
what?
true. I don't like the law thing. It's called his law, but it's actually Pascal's principle. And it is true in Pascal's principle. In a fluid, in a gas, all that. But that's not what we observe when we contain gas, and we know this. We see a separation of states of matter, liquid and gas, with uneven distribution of pressure. Because gas pressure and fluid pressure cannot be equal. That goes into other gas laws, but they're not.
So we're challenging some of these theories, saying it's not quite equal. Is that what you're saying, Vlad? Or
No, I'm saying when we're changing states of matter, when what is now liquefied because it's compressed, then it becomes two separate relative reference frames. You know, one is a fluid, one is a gas. He's saying the gaseous area will be even distribution of pressure. That I would agree with. And the fluid area would be an opposite pressure. One greater than the other, the two separated through states of matter. So his statement rings true. It'd be even pressure in each state of matter, but there'd still be a gradient. And
Yeah,
we
there would be-
we see this in containment. He just didn't put it in a way you could understand, so you wanted to argue it. He's 100%. He would pass physics with Pascal's law. He would pass. I'd say the man has a college education.
Yeah, if you know to use Pascal law and stuff, but when you fill a tank with 14 psi oxygen gas, not liquid,
If it's just the
you will
gas
have.
and there's no other
you're
gas.
saying that there's a gradient even in the tank where the gas doesn't
Here's the
evenly
problem with
distribute.
In the tank, I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, here's the problem with that. What happens to oxygen when you compress it? Does it liquefy?
Well, 14 psi is what we breathe. When you
No,
have
you need greater pressure.
Certain
it
temperatures,
won't
yeah.
liquefy. In a tank, oxygen, it won't liquefy.
At
14
certain
psi.
temperatures, it will. It will. The movement of gas is directly related to the input of energy through heat or temp, hot or cold. That'll determine it. It will dictate its state of matter.
Well, battle mode.
Certain.
I know you can understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a
I
tank.
do.
Yeah, filled with oxygen at normal pressure that we have around our air.
In
14
room
psi.
temperature, yeah.
But it's just oxygen inside it. Yeah, from That I know. When you go and buy oxygen tube, yeah, they sell it liquid. Yeah, I know that, and that is a very high pressure tube and stuff.
Same with
Containers, yeah,
acetylene, yep,
yeah,
propane,
yeah. But
nitrous oxide.
yeah, from that tank you can transfer into another. Only it's gaseous state. 14 psi of oxygen in a tank. So that will not be liquid in this tank.
I'm not too hit with that because you take a large amount of propane, it's in one container, you might have 10,000 gallons, and it'll be liquefied with gas on top. But when you transfer it to a 30-pound tank, you end up with liquid in the 30-pound tank
And
also.
in that tank with liquid oxygen, you also have a very high pressure inside that tank.
And you have a
It shows
gradient
200 psi.
separation.
It
It's
shows
pretty much a
200
density tower,
psi.
dude. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty much
yeah,
a density tower
yeah,
in a container sealed.
yeah. But when you have 14 psi oxygen in a container, it won't be able to have a liquid state. Only if you cool it very, very low. I know. But at normal temperature, it will be gas, and the higher pressure will be at the bottom, and at the top of it will be lower pressure. A very, very small gradient. But there will be gradient, just like the air we breathe outside. The higher you go in altitude, yeah, you have this gradient.
So what you're
it
saying is you
drops.
don't agree that Pascal's law applies. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if I believe
I say that no, the way you learn Pascal law was taught to you wrong, was given to you wrong.
Does anybody agree with him?
No, the
I think
guys who
it's
told
general
you
principle
gave
to guide
you
exploration, but I don't think it's quite
sleeping
like the
warriors.
way they state it. I think that things do have gradients, and that's why I think that there's a background medium that makes things go up and down, even in the vacuum.
Well, the
So then
state
you
of matter
disagree with
brings in
Pascal's
the
law.
conversions. Listen, none of it disagrees with the principle when you apply the conversion to ideal states and states of matter. You have to convert it. We know under containment we'll have two different states of matter, so we convert it.
Yeah.
You can't look at it. Listen, you can't say Pascal's law applies this, but I don't just have gas and liquid together. We have to use one formula for liquid and one formula for gas. So there's no way that it'll be a uniform pressure. Gas and liquid have two different, relative levels of pressure. One greater than the other, right?
Because I think the gas spreads
You sound well.
until
Hold up. You sound well versed on Pascal's law. So is liquid greater than gas, or gas greater than liquid in pressure?
It's two different states, though, isn't it?
It
The
is.
point of-
So it applies two different equations. So it wouldn't be uniform, not in containment.
Well, I think
But the law still, the principle still applies.
I think the gas spreads until it loses kinetic energy. Then it begins to settle via charge separation into the ether, going up or down to its perspective level. That's what I would go with. I think the container keeps everything from spreading out into infinity, but the gas spreads until it loses kinetic energy. Then it begins to
So we
settle.
brought in another
up,
topic.
down, or settling
What makes
into its perspective charge separation
Electrolysis.
layer.
Electrolysis.
Lemonbird, why do you think it loses kinetic energy when the collisions with the surfaces of the container or with between themselves are elastic, perfectly elastic, with no net loss in momentum? Where does
differing temperatures?
Well,
Yeah, okay.
things would eventually lose energy. They wouldn't just move forever. Eventually, they would lose some sort of energy of movement and have to settle, wouldn't they?
It was already covered.
No, they're perfectly elastic. They don't lose energy. Perfectly elastic, by
Because I
definition.
think at the experimental level, we'd have to test some of these theories. I think it's idealized as perfectly.
Oh, we already know.
elastic,
Temperature,
but how do we know that it's
convection
not
is due to
settling when
density
we
of
see
material,
fog
and
settle
it's
down to
directly related to pressure. So for pressure to be even and uniform, we'd have to have an ideal environment, ideal medium, ideal temperature state,
There's more than one variable in that ideal
Yeah, there
state.
is.
We're basically talking about an ideal state of everything versus the fluid world we exist in, where nothing is uniform or ideal. And the principle still applies because it applies to every little corner of it. And the
Yeah.
density of that material, whichever state of matter it's in, the principle can be applied. You just have to convert from liquid to gas to ideal gas. You can use it on a mixture, a cocktail. You can use it on an ideal gas. You can use it on a mixture of fluids or an ideal fluid.
They use it like this, like an ideal fluid or gas, because actually this gradient, like in a 2 meter long tube container, the gradient difference in pressure from the top to bottom is very small fraction of it.
Yeah, for
So
Pascal's
yeah,
laws on pressures, you
they
have to
neglect
actually
it.
come.
Yeah,
Pascal's laws on pressures are for natural environments, and you have to
yeah,
convert them for an ideal state. They're not based
yeah,
on ideal states.
yeah. So they neglect it.
Still takes, but he's still denying
This
that Pascal's
gradient.
law applies.
But
The principle rings true, bro. We know this.
Yeah, our friend here doesn't seem to want to accept it though. He still insists that there'll be a gradient, and that would only be true if there's more than one gas in the container.
I'm telling you,
Sounds like
if
it
you take a
challenges the
tank
premise a little
and
bit.
no, Sleeping Warrior, if you take a gas pressure gauge and you measure the pressure at the bottom and at the top, you will find a very small difference of pressure gradient
Okay, so we're back to
inside that
Pascal's law
container.
application again. You still don't accept that it seems to
No,
be a thing.
because
Yes.
this difference is very small, is neglected, is not taken into consideration.
No,
So
it's not
when
there,
we
mate.
talk about construction or manufacturing of gas containers, yeah, we calculate them to resist for 200 psi. Yeah, so overall this tube will resist a gas pressure of 200 psi. They will not make it at the bottom to resist at 200 psi, at the top to resist only 199.9.
So
You
you
know,
deny that Pascal's law applies then? Still.
I'm not denying it. I'm telling you that's how it
Then
is
the
in
gradient doesn't
reality.
exist if it's just the one gas.
Gradient exists in the tanks. For example, when you store liquid helium, superfluid helium, yeah, it is liquid at 14 psi.
But then Pascal's
Yeah.
law doesn't apply.
Wait. But at the top, yeah, you will have gaseous helium in that tank, yeah. And the problem is that's where you will have high pressure. If you heat up this liquid, it will burn, it will boil, yeah, and
Okay. So what seems to be happening?
it will take gas state, yeah, and that gas will build very high pressures, but the liquid itself will not increase its pressure because it is a superfluid. It stays at 14 psi. It doesn't. Liquid helium doesn't change its pressure. You can have a ton of it pushing on top of you.
Okay, what seems to
Or
be happening?
one drop of it, it's the same. Yeah.
What seems to be happening is that we're in a position where there's two conflicting pieces of science, or there's two conflicting pieces of evidence, or two arguments. One is that you say that there'll be a gradient of some kind in a gas container, and the counter argument to that is that the Pascal's principle applies. Now, if you're saying that there'll still be a gradient, then you are saying that Pascal's principle doesn't apply. Now, I don't really care which way round it goes. I'm just trying to point out that there seems to now be a conflict or a contradiction. Now, I don't know what the answer is. I'm not a chemistry whatever. But if you're saying that Pascal's principle doesn't apply, I mean, we can all be honest and say that there's more to gas pressure, temperature. There's more to it than influences what goes on it, because it's an ideal gas law, isn't it? It's not a perfect gas law. It's not real world. It is an ideal gas law. But Pascal's principle is the principle for hydraulics. We use that principle. So I don't know the
Wait.
Hold up.
Sleeping Warrior.
Yeah, see, that's
Liquids
the
are
thing I
one
want to
thing
cover. Hold up. Hydrology is
gases
what
are.
Pascal's law is about when we use a air cylinder to push on a hydraulic fluid. So it states that it'll be uniform in the air and then uniform in the fluid, but it never states that the fluid and the air will both have uniform pressure. And it does, and nowhere in the law does it say there won't be a gradient within containment, because it is. If you look at the original thing, his law basically applies to air pushing fluid with a sleeve or a piston. You know, the oil applies pressure to a sleeve of piston that lifts the car. That's a hydraulic jack. This is how we apply Pascal's law.
Well, we see hydrology even in liquids. There is a gradient. You can take a graduated cylinder full of one medium of water, poke holes in the side of it, and it will spray out at 3 different strengths. You know, and it will spray out at increasing pressures. You get down to the bottom of the cylinder, showing a gradient of pressure even within the cylinder, based off of how far and fast it's spraying out of the cylinder. So I guess gases could cover that too, and possibly
And the
have
pressure-
gradation within
The
themselves.
pressure at the 3 different holes, that depends on the size of the orifice too. The smaller the orifice, the greater the pressure. The larger the orifice, the lesser the pressure.
Hydraulic liquids are incompressible. You cannot. They don't compress.
Exactly.
Air
Compresses.
is compressible.
Yeah,
There's a
but
very high rate of compression actually.
yeah, but they might be incompressible. But water volume changes with temperature. So although it's not compressible, as the water increases its temperature, its volume also increases.
You know what I see right now? Pascal, Boyle, and Charles all in a heyday
Yeah, they're all
battle right now. Yeah, they're having a fucking 3-way battle in the WWF ring right now.
Well, those are idealized relationships. I mean, the thing is, we apply math to these, but they're general principles. They're not necessarily sacrosanct. They're guiding principles that help us engineer and do stuff. But have we tested every single molecule and particle to make sure that it's rock solid? Not necessarily. It's a guiding principle. It's good enough. But maybe we need to look at this in a different way, potentially.
Well, we could just agree that the thing that we can demonstrate is the medium of the density of the object and the density of the medium, and that does cause an acceleration. It is demonstrable. It is calculable. It does explain why people float in water and sink in water, depending on their buoyancy relative to their fat content and their muscle mass and all that. We can demonstrate that. So, like all the other stuff to do with why speculate?
Sleeping Warrior. Okay. Can you now? We clarified this gases gradient and stuff. You understood what I say, yeah?
Yeah, I don't
now,
agree.
Okay, you don't. You agree or not? But you understood.
Yeah, I
what
understood.
I said, yeah. The logics, yeah. Logically, you understood what's happening. Good.
Yeah, I understood.
Now, the problem is that when you store helium in a tank, the higher pressure will be at the top of the tank and the lower pressure at the bottom.
So we're circle jerking back to the point that we're. I don't.
No.
This is like the baller that says gravity's a force when we tell him it's defined as an effect.
Well, what does that mean for you?
It means that we're in a circle jerk.
In what circle?
Because we've just been talking about how the overlap between all the gas laws are all having a Royal Rumble fight in the middle of the wrestling ring, and there's more to it than the simplicity of one particular point. Now you're now saying that there's a gradient in a helium tank. Now,
yeah, which is opposite to normal gas.
Listen,
yeah.
I already covered this. So at the top you got gas, at the bottom you got fluid. Gas pressure is always higher than fluid pressure because it has more molecules. So it'll be it'll be a greater gas pressure at the top because that's the only place there'll be gas pressure. But at the bottom it'll be fluid pressure. So, but by the principle, if you can calculate the pressure will be even in each ideal state. The fluid will be even distribution, and the gas will be even distribution, even though there's a separation of states of matter. This is like first year. When you go to college, you learn this in the first year. You can't apply it to two different media in one container. It has to be broke up and converted.
So we're no further forward. We don't know whether there's a gradient inside a container or not. You say there is. I say Pascal's law. I don't know whether it's true or not.
No, we know there is. It's demonstratable.
Yeah.
I just covered
Not with
how
one gas.
but no offense, but no engineer and no scientist would deny that. There'll be a liquid state of matter, and there'll be a gas state of matter, and there will be a differential, which is a
Not when
gradient.
there's only the one gas.
What is a gradient? It's a pressure differential. Listen, dude.
Correct.
90% of the gases under containment change to liquid. And there's only so many that have to be super cooled before they change to a liquid. So we absolutely know it already. It's demonstrable.
Yeah.
There will be a gradient in it. Even in your air compressor, you'll suck in a certain amount of moisture in your air compressor. Well, the water will go to the bottom of the tank when the air goes to the top of the tank. There'll be a gradient in the air compressor. That's why we have a fluid release valve at the bottom of our air compressor tank. Pascal
I
covers
can
that.
verify that.
And like I said,
Pascal covers that. So it's not an argument. It's a demonstrable fact. And that's all there is to it.
only with air. If you have a pure gas and there's nothing else in there other than the one gas, it'll be evenly distributed inside the container. Why? Because the collisions are omnidirectional. They've all got perfectly elastic collisions. There won't be a gradient unless there's more than one gas in there.
Well, here's the thing. There will be a gradient, but if you measure pressure at the top, it'll be one uniform pressure. Yes, you'll measure one pressure, but it'll be consistent of the pressure made up of both liquid and gas.
Yeah,
It'll be a
I think-
reflection of two states of media.
See, when you said
Or
what you
matter.
said about each respective ideal state would have its pressure overall, like it's making more sense to me. I don't think it, or and I'm just hearing. I'm just trying to describe what I'm hearing because you guys know way more about this stuff than I do, right?
Yeah, well, the gas.
But what
listen,
I'm hearing, hold real quick. What I'm hearing you guys say, because it doesn't sound like y'all are like there's a real disagreement because it's
there isn't.
He's
You're
saying
right.
that there isn't a gas gradient unless there's another gas in there. But the only gradient we are talking about in real world is the difference between the liquid pressure and the gas pressure. So
Exactly.
you're not really disagreeing.
Exactly. And at the valve, when you test the pressure, you will get one uniform pressure. Why? Because it works all together in the container as if it was a hydraulic cylinder, fluid pushing on gas. They will both work uniformly. But there will be a difference in pressure because gas will always have a higher pressure than fluid because it has more molecules.
When you go uphill at the mountain, you will have a lower air pressure. Very small. But you
Well,
will
I'll
have
go
it.
ahead
And
and
that's happening in a tank also with our natural gases. But
well,
with
that's
heat,
why. Sorry. I was just saying that's why I go with space being like a medium that everything can settle into. But what were you saying?
Real quick, I just want to thank Elijah because I was listening, not very well informed either, and he made that connection that I didn't make, and I thought they were disagreeing, and it turns out they were agreeing. So thank you, Elijah, for speaking up.
Yeah, I was trying to, I think I just used too many big terms, but that's what I was trying to point out. Both in agreement that there'll be one uniform pressure when it comes out, but that's because the two states of matter work together like a cylinder and they create one flow of pressure. But we can show if you put a sensor at the bottom of the fluid tank and we can test the pressure in a propane container at the top and the bottom, there's been experiments on this. You'll see two different pressures. The fluid will have one pressure where the gas will have another.
What if it's all gas? Then will there be a difference between the top of the tank and the bottom of the tank?
There should not. There
that's
should
what
not.
the Globers want to know. Like
Yeah.
that's
In an
that's the
ideal,
issue.
yeah,
To
in
be
an
fair,
ideal
guys.
state of contained gas, it should be uniform. But there's no
Ideal.
Be
separation.
aware. Just be aware that the Globers deny that Pascal's law even applies to the gases because they say it only applies to liquids. But when you look up the definition, you know how when they look up that Merriam-Webster definition for level, it's the only one that says the center of the Earth, the center of a circle, gives you the definition for level. And when we say you're cherry picking and they deny it, they rely on that completely. Then basically they accuse me of saying, well, Pascal's law on this definition says that it only applies to liquids. It doesn't mention gases. So they have it like they have that paradox where they accuse me of cherry picking when they do it themselves. Yet there are numerous citations that say Pascal's law does apply to the gases. And what they rely on is that it doesn't mention specifically and expressly that it's gases in the other ones, and therefore it doesn't include gases. But there's enough that citation there to say that it does apply to gases. And I don't know whether it does or it doesn't. I'm only going off the research that I've found. But my point is that they cherry pick with the level thing, but when it suits them, they then accuse me of cherry picking, yet they are guilty of it themselves. And I don't even know whether Pascal's law applies to gases or not. I'm only telling you guys what I've read myself.
Well, they counter saying that, there's relative evacuation as you get higher up the mountain or whatever.
Well, they don't make the
Would cover
separation.
that with gases settling in the fluid medium of ether space itself, with more pure ether at the top.
Listen, bro, none of them went to college for it. Pascal's law, even though gas molecules are more densely separated and his equations are harder to apply. We do have conversions for Pascal's law to apply to gases, where in fluids it is incompressible and gas is compressible, So that's why, in a general sense, Pascal doesn't apply to it, but when the conversion is used, it does.
Well, these theories have a
Look up
pragmatic.
Pascal's gas law conversions.
These theories have a pragmatic general value. They're basically saying as we go higher up, it appears to be more evacuated. Why? And so I would cover that.
Only about Pascal's law or principle.
So they would
Whichever
counter
way you wanna
Pascal's
say.
law by saying gravity's pulling the gas down further. So if gases are spreading evenly everywhere, they're asking if we're firmamentally contained, why isn't it even? So we could cover that with an etheric sea where stuff settles to the bottom, couldn't we?
Electrolysis.
Well, to be honest with you, helium goes up. So what happens to gravity with helium?
Well, that's an inconsistency, but it pragmatically deals with the evacuation as you go up.
Well,
and
I'm
it might be.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I really hate. Like I don't like that example anymore, only because we have up and down.
Yeah.
Right? Like the ground is down. The sky is up.
We call it down though.
And we live somewhere in the middle. I know I've heard you have conversations about this before. Like we only see it as objectively down because we're humans and whatever, but it's really subjective. But at the end of the day, up there is where the sky is. And on a globe, there really is no up and down the way that we have up and down.
Yeah, direction is relative and motion between two separate bodies.
As long as you have separation and layering.
So without two separate bodies, there is no direction.
Say that again. Say whoever just said that then about relative. Say that again.
So direction and movement or motion or travel, they're relative to two separate bodies.
Yeah.
Without two separate bodies, there is no direction. It's just what
You need
is.
to have something to reference.
Yep.
Yeah, so all directions are relative to north. You've made this statement. So is up and down. Up and down is relative to north, but people want to disagree with that.
No. Up and down is relative to the human. Up and down is not relative to north. Because do you mean north as in the North Pole at the horizon that you can point to, or do you mean Polaris right above your head?
All directions stem off of north. You can look it up.
Yeah, there's only one absolute
So,
direction, and that's magnetic north, and it
listen,
always moves.
yeah, the up and down that we experience right now are relative to north, whether you want to agree it or not. You got X and Y axis and a Z axis. Z goes through X
Relative
and
to
Y.
magnetic north.
Excuse me. Z goes through X and Y, and X is determined by north. So
Magnetic north, yeah.
if you lose north, yes, that's what a compass points to, is it not? And that's what the four
Correct.
cardinal directions stem from. Yes.
Yeah, but only one of them, because you're if you
So
if you're
if
pointing
you lose X and Y, you have no Z. Those are relative movements of travel. Are you with me? Or directions, if you will.
the relative, yeah, to north, yeah, I would agree with
So,
that.
yeah, you have no forward, no backward, no left, no right. There then becomes no up or no down.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
You know, Sleeping Warrior, are you interested to learn interesting things?
I'm
'Cause
interested
I
in
can suggest you
demonstration.
something.
I'm
I can
interested in
suggest you
demonstration
something.
of interesting things.
Well,
Not
well,
interested in
Yeah.
learning.
Well,
before
it's a
before y'all go into that, the reason that I was attempting to say, you know, we have up and down and the globe doesn't, maybe that goes over well, maybe that doesn't, but it just does something different when you step outside of, like, I have a mental image of how things actually work, and effectively I know what standing up level is, right? And I just think, okay, well, up there is up and down there is where the ground is at. I say all that to say, when in my mind I simulate the imagery of, like, looking at the sun as like this ball of gas that's all heated and whatnot. Like, there is no up and down in my mind in that situation. It's just towards the center and away from the center. So how would they intellectually describe what's going on there in the sense of gas expanding, rather than talking about something we experience that they try to hijack, which is up and down?
Same sphere. They assume that it's the center of the earth. Right?
well, if you want to learn something interesting, a threshold in nature is the lambda point. That is where the magic starts happening, where the supernatural. And I suggest you read and understand what that is, because it will help you to understand fluidity, yeah, also the behavior of gases, heat transfer, you know, these things.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
So the lambda point, is that a concept or is it empirical?
It's not a concept, it is a known fact. It is a
Yeah, we live on a
threshold.
ball, though. That's a
Yeah.
known fact as well, though, isn't it? Sounds conceptual to
No,
me.
that's not fact. I mean, do you believe we live on a ball?
No,
Seriously.
but it's a known fact
Yeah.
to ball earthers, though, isn't it?
Well, for the less educated, yeah.
Well, for the sake of the conversation, act like we're globers. No, act like we're flat earthers and run us through this the way we would run through some, like, you know, something else that is or isn't pseudoscience. Just lay out your argument right now in a condensed way, but in a way that we can understand.
Who are you talking to?
Beget.
With me? Oh, sorry, Elijah. So, what did you mean?
I mean, you're telling him to look into this and learn about this and that and third. Like, first, can you make a point, and then can you kind of, in a condensed way, explain what you mean when you're saying these things? Like, what's the overall bottom line?
Well, you see, the lambda point is where liquid helium goes from a liquid state to a superfluid. and its pressure is like the same with our atmosphere that we breathe. You know,
So what
it's
though? You're
liquid
talking about
at
the changing
normal air
state of matter.
pressure.
I don't get
Sorry.
what your point is. You're talking about the changing state of matter. What is the point with
Well,
that? I
if
don't.
you were to go inside a lake with superfluid liquid helium, you would experience a pressure of 14 psi, just like the air around us. But the problem is you will encounter no friction.
So
So it means you can move at any speed. You will
in
encounter no
superfluid
drag, no
helium.
nothing. Yes, yes.
See, this isn't actually verifiable
It is verifiable. What do you mean? I mean, they made this motor, yeah, a propeller inside the liquid helium, yeah, and they start turning the propeller, yeah, spin it very, very fast, and there was no liquid current generated.
don't get what the point is though.
Huh? It means
I
that's zero friction. So if you were to be on a boat on a lake with liquid helium, you can row forever. You will not move 1 millimeter. You cannot push yourself from it, you know?
I
Like
get what
that
you're saying. I
thing,
get what you're saying. I get
yeah,
what you're saying. Get beget. But what is
action
the point?
reaction with Newton, you know, forces, it's zero there.
I get it. But
Yeah.
But why are you telling us? Like, why are you telling Sleeping Warrior this? Like, for what reason?
That's what I'm wondering.
Well, he denied me with this helium gas pressure in a tank.
Denied.
It's
No, no,
upside
no, no,
down.
no, 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 no.
Ah,
But I thought we cleared
no?
up that you didn't have a
Yeah.
true disagreement. You was just speaking cross purpose.
Oh, okay, cool.
Do you deny? You need to just accept the Lord. The Lord gravity.
Ah, it's a fake god, powerless.
So what's the conclusion of the point then? Do we have a conclusion of the point overall? Are we saying that there is gradients inside containers that cause what mean gravity? Is that what we're heading towards?
No,
Well,
no. That's a whole that's a whole different thing. Well, because we just talked about like the difference in pressure between liquid and gas. We didn't say there was a gas gradient of only gas. I didn't hear that yet. And I think that's kind of I get come on with the 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 buzzword, no pun intended. You know, I think that's a little motivating factor in this discussion. And you know, I kind of don't agree with you already know. I mean, but right now we have no disagreement. So I'm trying to figure out like where we're going from here.
Well, I know where we can go.
well,
We can say that incoherent dielectric
we have
acceleration is
to.
speculative and we don't need to make any claims on it, right?
Please.
Yeah, I don't put my hand in fire for it. I wouldn't. So,
Sasha, very smart. Sasha gets sent to Gulag if speak about dielectric acceleration.
I think Mary Mom's idea is very good one, you know, to start cherry picking the true science, you know, natural science, and store it.
Elijah, Elijah, you there?
Yes.
I
Help
think
us.
I think the whole problem with the people trying to figure out why down is down is a holdover from their time, as it was my time, believing in a globe, in that we had answers. And we thought that we could have answers to everything. And the people who are trying to figure out why down is down are also the types who may be trying to figure out what the cause of the second law of thermodynamics is. Ultimately, God did it the way he wanted to do it. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I mean, when I hear conversations, like, you can say things in 1,000 different ways, but it ultimately boils down to a few roads that you're gonna lead down. And then with this conversation, it's like people try to say that they're not talking about finding the cause for down, but that is what they're trying to do. They're trying to explain entropy, and it's like it just is what it is.
It took me, I'll be honest, it took me about 2.5 years to actually be able to think about just science in general without having any kind of model in my head, especially when it came to concepts that I had already known. And I thought, am I thinking about those things in terms of modality? And it is a hard thing to leave behind. It's almost like an ego death. You have to have it. It has to die. That part of you actually has to die. And you have to recognize that it's going to imprison you into a way of thinking. So I don't think of down as being anything but something that we observe. It's not scientific.
Right.
It's just observable reality.
If you think of
like
down,
you can write like 10 different poems that sound like over the course of 2 centuries, and all 10 of them will be describing the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Or
What are we going to
they'll
say,
be
Warrior?
talking about the same exact thing. Go ahead.
if you this word down, if you think of it as more dense and less dense, or towards the ground or towards the sky, and try and avoid the use of the word down, there are alternative words that we can use to describe it. They all say it's to the center of the earth. Well, we can say, well, it's just more dense and less dense, or density or buoyancy, or fat and thin, or slow and fast. It doesn't really matter what term we use to describe it, as long as they're opposing. And then that way you know the direction.
Yeah, see, I always just, I don't even refer to it as down, except colloquially. What I refer to it as just the orientation of density.
Yeah.
That's all it is. That's what I observe.
You're absolutely right. It is the orientation caused by density. That is true.
Yeah, and the cause is irrelevant, just like the cause of the second law. It's just a reality that we observe.
Yeah, but hang on. The cause is relevant, because if it was irrelevant, then we could just assume gravity and then calculate for it. But we say that calculation isn't causation, right? So we do want to know the cause, and we do know, and we can demonstrate and calculate and make predictions that if we change the density of the object or the medium relative to the other, then it's going to cause an acceleration, and we can demonstrate it, right?
Yeah, but you're still working within the medium, though, aren't you?
But contrast that to their position, where they can't demonstrate their claim. They can only calculate it and correlate that mathematics into a force. Well, that's half the problem, isn't it?
Right. It's really, once you can get someone to leave their assumptions behind, then it's easier to work with them. But, good luck.
That only happens in places like this, where we can all talk, and we might not always agree on everything, but we can actually talk in a way that doesn't, it's not combative. Because fuck you, motherfucker.
No, we're a cult that just does nothing but fight with each other all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't be fair. I mean, if it was a cult, right, we would all be agreeing with each other. but we don't agree with each other because Bob pushes one thing and I don't agree with Bob because it's not demonstrable. Listen, here's the thing with Bob's claim, right? I've challenged Bob to do this because I've done it myself and it doesn't work. But if I do it and I show that it doesn't work, Bob's just going to dismiss it and say, yeah, because you did it wrong, you retard. Which is why I've tried to get him to do it, or Austin, or whoever, and they won't do it. But that egg test that I demonstrated, that acceleration by changing the density of the medium, if instead of having the density of the medium as the independent variable, if I change that to like a voltage or a current or an amperage or whatever word you want to use to describe that flow of electrons, to represent the medium that they say we live in, the incoherent dielectric acceleration, it doesn't cause any acceleration. What it does is it starts electrolysis, so you got to take it off quick. But if you make it and break it, that egg don't move. So what that tells me is no matter how much voltage there might be, or potential energy or charge energy or whatever, it doesn't have enough magnitude to cause acceleration. So it can't be the cause of the direction or the kick that Bob describes or whatever. It doesn't do that. It just adds to what's already there, and it isn't the deciding factor. But I've done it and it doesn't work. And I've tried to get Bob to do it or Austin, and they won't do it. Why? Because they can pontificate about it until someone demonstrates that it doesn't work. But that's why he won't demonstrate. It's not my claim to It's not my job to disprove his claim. He's got to prove his claim first, and he won't even demonstrate that it's working. The only thing he's got is that little bit of paint flecking between the two magnetic charge plates, which might well work, but it's limited. It's limited to a fleck of paint. So it doesn't make anything with real inertia accelerate. So he needs that, and he hasn't got that. And because he hasn't got that, he's very limited.
Isn't doing that assuming a model of the universe already?
It's demonstrating that it can cause an acceleration of anything that's got an inertia value that's greater than like 0.00001. So what if you can make a fleck of paint or a bit of dust move? Wow. Try making something with like real inertia, make that move, and it won't work. And he won't test it because it exposes the claim that he makes is false. But if I do it, he'll just go, no, you're just a retard, you. Well, there's no point me doing it. But he's got to demonstrate his claim first, and he won't do it. Well, that speaks volumes. But I mean, we shouldn't even be speculating over it because it is speculative. Let's not make any claims. Why make claims? Because all it does is it creates this conversation that we don't even need to have. Like, yeah, we could spitball ideas around with each other and we can agree or disagree, but it's not advancing the case. We can demonstrate that we can cause acceleration, but they can only calculate for it, and that's not good enough.
And here's why I'm going to agree with you, is because when you're endlessly speculation is good when you're creating a hypothesis, right? When you've got an observation and you're trying to figure out a hypothesis to then test. That's where your speculation should fit in. But outside of that, you're just philosophizing. And that is where you create reification. So lots of speculation, and then you build speculation on speculation. You end up creating a model. You commit to a model, and that's it. You've cut off every avenue of thought outside of that model. That's why
reification.
Their
reification comes from the calculation. The minute they start calculating for a force, then they're reifying that calculation into existence, and that's the fault.
They can't think outside of a force. They can't think outside of that for some reason. Like they can't wrap their heads around that something's not making things do this.
Yeah, and we know why. Because if it's not the thing that they want it to be, then it debunks their model. They need it to be that, so they've got to reify with calculation. And they've got. I had it with Professor Phil Bell recently. I was trying to get him to accept that by calculating for F equals ma, you are simply calculating a correlation. You are not demonstrating the cause and effect. You're calculating. If you're calculating, you're not demonstrating, you're not doing science. You calculate, you're reifying mathematics into existence by relying on the result that might well match, and you might make, predictive calculations, and it might well be accurate. But it doesn't mean that you're demonstrating the cause. You're calculating the effect. And in science, that's not the standard. And he won't accept it. He knows it's true. He won't accept it because he knows he needs to be able to calculate a force. And the minute you get an answer, gravity.
Yeah. They're still saying a force.
Yep.
I don't understand where the thinking comes from. I try and look at problems from the outside, and I try and associate with people who do also think like that. So I'm always trying to. I don't care what the answer is. I'm just going to look at it and make inquiries into it. I'm not looking for an answer. That's the thing. And most people are coming into subjects and they're just looking for answers. Like, that's not what you should be looking for. You should just be trying to figure out how things work. But they want explanations to something, and they don't necessarily care if explanations are right or wrong. I had a conversation with someone earlier today. I told them people decide what they want to believe, not based on truth, but what they want to believe, with what fits their worldview, what fits their ideology. And there are plenty of studies and plenty of reports to lay that out, that people in general do that.
What they actually want is they want to be able to calculate their cause into existence. Like they do with the geometric horizon, they want to calculate it into existence. They want to calculate their force of gravity into existence because they can calculate it, right? If they can calculate it, it becomes true.
Yeah, like if you throw a flat earther into a French dungeon, he's going to be like trying to dig at the walls and dig at the floor and like trying to find a loose brick, something to get out. But you throw a globe earther into a dungeon, he's going to try and create a model of the dungeon and then calculate his way out.
Yeah. So, like, theoretically speaking, if you're in jail, according to a globe earther, you could just calculate the amount of force necessary to break through the bars. And then by calculation, you can burst out of jail because you've just calculated it, right?
Yeah.
That is their belief.
If you were as strong as Hercules,
yeah,
you could then apply X amount of pressure to the wall. Yeah.
So therefore it makes it, and then that's the other thing to do. If it's mathematically possible, then that means it's true. That's what they think. They think, so like Nathan was saying today on Nathan's show, he said something like, is it possible that we might ever establish the nature of the true nature of the sun? And all I said was, well, bearing in mind that they think that time is an independent variable and they think that time causes everything because it's an independent variable, the morons, but that is what they think. Then given enough time, theoretically speaking, we could potentially, mathematically, possibly establish what the sun is. So therefore, we'll always find out what the sun is. And yes, the answer must be yes, because given enough time, we will. Mathematically, it might be possible, but realistically speaking, we're never going to find out what the sun is. Mathematically, it is possible.
Now go look up the definition of scientism. Just go look up the definition of scientism.
Yeah, the over-reliance on science as a proof or words to that effect.
And thinking that science can answer non-scientific questions.
Morons.
But why can't we just say the sun is what it looks like?
Yeah.
Because they need to assume physicality to it so that we can have a solar system.
Yeah.
No, I mean, why can't anyone just say the sun looks like what it looks like?
Like I say, because they need to assume physicality so that we can have a solar system.
Why can't I say the sun looks like what it looks like?
You can.
You can. We can. We can say that.
You can do it, Elijah.
Yeah. I love that.
Don't let anybody stop you.
You can't say it. You can't do it. Oh, boy.
I feel
we do the chopper.
I feel
Don't let him keep a brother down.
We know what it is. All right.
Yep.
We don't know what it is, but I know what it is. Fuck that. All right. We don't know, but whatever.
It's a continuously exploding ball of hydrogen gas in a vacuum. It's 800,000 miles across and 93 million miles away. There.
The one thing I know it's not is that. That's the one
We know
thing
it's
I
not. We know it's not a gaseous plasma.
It's a gaseous plasmoid.
Yeah.
In a vacuum.
In a vacuum.
Like a hot cold drink.
It's exploding, pushing gas away from it, but still holding the gas there, all in a vacuum.
Yo,
Yes.
my boy, yo, I didn't know that Glovers were dead serious until my boy said, "Well, it's in the middle of exploding," and I'm like, "You think that is you think
Yeah.
that's exploding right now?" He's like, "Yeah, it's just probably take like billions of years." I'm like,
It's millions of hydrogen bombs, Elijah. Millions of megatons of
what are we
hydrogen
watching it like
bombs.
a slow
All,
motion Hollywood movie or
no,
something?
they're all going off and they're expanding and
Slow motion
contracting.
explosion.
Yeah.
Have you not heard of the slow mo explosion? It's like the curved straight line and the hot cold drink.
Is that like the Heisenberg curve?
It's the absolute contradiction in terms that is the opposite position. They all do it. They all think that straight lines are curved because you can change your
How does-
perspective and make it into a curve. It's like, no, a straight line's always
How does a
straight.
vacuum-
Never ever
How does
curves.
vacuum
It's straight.
expand?
As what?
Ever expanding vacuum. As they claim.
Yeah.
It's an ever expanding vacuum.
But if that was the case, then the gas molecules would always be like getting less dense in the medium because the medium is increasing its volume. So then we would always be getting in a state of continual like loss of pressure always, and we're not, are we?
Regression. Yep. We should be going back. We should be going back towards the creator, not going outwards.
Idiots.
So what are greenhouse gases?
Like carbon, it's like shit that goes into the atmosphere that keeps in the UV radiation.
This is the actual question. Is it a gas buildup?
I believe so.
Wow.
Only on Taco Sunday.
So this is why Crit, because Crit has said, he said, when I found out, about global warming and the greenhouse gas effect, that's when I was like, oh shit, well, obviously the flat earthers would be on board with that. And I never really put it together, but it's like, how do you have this story of gas buildup and an expanding vacuum? The shit is retarded.
Yeah, they show you the greenhouse effect in a video, and it's literally a light shining through what? A sealed glass enclosure.
You have to be in a house. Must be green.
If it's ever expanding, like he said, it's increasing in volume, which would increase the entropy. Period.
I think the increase in entropy is in between the Glober's ears.
And I don't think there could be anything in between the Glober's ears because that would be for me it would be a vacuum. And
Well,
that
then that would be a
devoid.
true vacuum. You're talking about a true vacuum, the absolute absence of everything.
Yeah, that's an absolute
Absence of
vacuum.
matter.
That's not a void.
That's why they get that upward inflection in their voice because all the air is getting sucked out.
You got to remember that's where black holes exist, bro. In Globers, in the minds of Globers. Right behind their anus, we sent a probe.
Anyway, that was a conversation stopper.
Yeah. Too much. How about your anus smells like sulfur? What about that, man? That too much?
Yeah.
I think he said.
That's funny.
I think he said methane.
There's cows there.
It smells like sulfur and methane. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I heard a bunch of meth heads were building a rocket to go there right now. They've been working for weeks with no sleep.
You mean NASA?
Yes, sir. You're a swift one.
Oh boy.
They got better meth than Hitler.
Fucking knows. He used to put on the big drums in his cave and.
Anthony, you had any good fights lately?
They get them boys so high, they keep them awake for a month. They see the moon, they see stars, they see no stars. One thinks he's seen a black hole. The other one said he got raped on the way to the moon.
No, I don't really engage with them anymore because if they can't accept the meanings of words and the meanings of words in the case of, say, gravity or gas pressure or whatever, if they can't accept the basic definitions of words when it suits them, they insist on it. But when it doesn't suit them, they just completely flippantly ignore it. There is no conversation in my eyes. It's like there's no point talking to them.
Yeah. Are you by any chance familiar with a glober named Dys, D-Y-S?
No.
No, okay. He used like a surprised crow avatar. Okay.
No, I'm not familiar.
Just curious.
Yeah, but I get your, I sympathize with you, Sleeping Warrior, because I often tell Glovers, like, you are taking a word that's already defined and you're making up your own definition to suit your
Yeah,
own
that is
purpose.
what they do.
Ooh.
And
Hey,
then
I
when
wanted
I
to.
ask you for, oh, my bad, go ahead, Battleground.
No, go ahead. This is serious. I just want to ask something that's serious but funny. Go ahead.
Yeah, whenever I say, well, can you give me a citation for your redefining of this word that's already defined behind some sort of action, so they'll just go, well, I don't have to do anything for you. It's like, what? Why are we fucking talking this? Like,
Google it yourself, bro. Google it yourself. Hey,
Blah, blah,
this is
blah.
so I
Makes
wonder,
sense.
have any of you guys heard this former astronaut said she was repeatedly abducted by aliens and raped on the moon?
No.
You guys, have you heard that
Was
new
she,
one? Well, here's the
was she
article
interviewed
that
by David Icke?
Was it
shocking
from
U.S.
Uranus?
force worker claimed she was raped on the moon. There's another one where a man raped a man.
Rapist on the moon, we carry a harpoon. I don't know.
Packed my bags last night, free flight.
Like, where did this news story? Was this a news story by any chance?
I'm not sure.
Because according to the news, bro, aliens are now real, and now it's okay for you to take it seriously and not make fun of it anymore. And just like that,
Yeah, but the other one is the Apollo 15 astronaut whose wife, after he died, told him, that he got raped on the way to the moon. The funny thing is, she said, "I'm not going to say who did it." Well, there were only two motherfuckers. Duh. That article is crazy too. Like, oh boy, jerked off all the way there, and then finally said, "Fuck it, I need something to put it in."
Well, that means it
I'm
could
like,
have been
oh
an
my
alien.
My God, is this real? Is this real?
That could have been an
In the
alien.
rocket with him? In the rocket with him? We just sent the Area 51 guy back to the moon, huh? Called him an astronaut.
God.
Yes, some of this shit is ludicrous. I can't believe people believe this crap. Shit, there's somebody out there having a wet dream about getting raped on the way to,
Uranus.
Saturn.
Why?
Sorry.
somebody's timing. Hold on, somebody's timing there was perfect.
Yeah, eggs.
That was
Yeah.
very accidentally perfect comedic timing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh man, what was I gonna say? Damn, I
He's
forgot.
going the distance. He's going for speed.
Somebody help! We're going off the rails. Let's get a Glober in here.
Sorry. My bad.
The cult is devolving.
My bad. Kind of derailed it.
Oh, it's by Bob Flanagan. It's about the most Irish name you get. Oh, what's your name? Flanagan.
Hey guys, how come the sun moves to the north as it sets?
I've been asking that. I've been asking that, and somebody said it's what is it? They said it was because of the tilt, but I'm like, I don't know,
Go
bro.
to the north.
Like,
It just
is,
Well, I don't know.
is your idea the same? Is your idea the same as mine? That if there's like a linear movement in a sense, it's more like a curve movement, but
No, yeah,
whatever.
no. It's literally doing a circle just like it would around an AE map. Like, I don't know why we're so scared to like
But
think
wouldn't
that.
you think that if it comes up northeast, it would make sense for it to set southwest in my mind. So I'm trying to figure out why it doesn't do that sometimes.
No, no. Okay, for me, it's really simple. Like, it makes perfect sense why it does what it does. Because, like, all
On the
right,
globe
so
model?
no, just figure the AE map, right? Even if that's not our model, just in this case, it is. Okay, in this case, it's the model. You have a central point. As it comes up in the east, it should be coming up on a angle, well, at the equinox, it would go straight up, right? But like this time of year, it should come up at a slight angle coming from the, what would it be? Whatever. It comes up in the east. I'm just talking about setting anyway. Comes up in the east, goes across the sky. But as right now, what I'm watching is like, I know what's east and west on this property, and the sun's getting low, and it keeps moving further and further north of west, right, as it's getting lower. And
Wait,
that happens.
so where's wait? I mean,
But
yeah.
that's what should happen because if you think about like what is east and what is west, if you're an object that's moving in a circle around something like above it, right, like moving in a circle around something, in order to make that circle, you're going to have to keep turning to your right, right? Well, that's what the sun is doing. It's turning to the right as it goes farther away.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah. Mic check.
Yep.
Oh,
super quiet though.
If you're just agreeing with me, I don't have to like agree with you agreeing with me. Like, you just agreed. Cool.
No, because I mean, yeah, but like, does it? But like, if we were on a globe, am I wrong in saying that
Oh, you want me to
I
like say how you want me to say like to give you an explanation of how this sun is working on a globe? I'm sorry, I don't have such a simple explanation to explain that for you. I'm not a globey. My bad. No, like it just makes
I
sense
could
if
be
it's.
wrong. I could be wrong, but I think if I'm looking at the sun and it's rising hella to the northeast, and then at some point it makes its way south of me, but then doubles back and goes to the northwest. I don't see how that's happening if I'm spinning away from the sun, towards and away from the. I just I don't see it, but I mean I could be wrong. I think that the sun should keep going south.
If on a flat Earth it should, or on the globe? You're saying on the globe it should?
I'm saying on a globe, like if we're spinning towards and then away from the sun, what is this arcing motion?
Uh, Well, that has to do, I think. Okay, so like, I don't quote me on it necessarily, but like, I think that has to do with your latitude north of the equator, right? Like, depending on the angle that you're at, is going to get you a different arc of the sun.
I need to see a 3D model of this.
Did you want a cartoon?
I need to like, put a like a little miniature camera on a globe or a ball or something, and just like spin it, like away from like the light in the room or something. Like I need to see it arc based on where I put the camera, based on the tilt of this ball in relation to the light. Like I need to see it rise and set the way I experience it here on Earth. I'm not saying I'm not wrong. I'm just saying I want to see it. It could be on YouTube somewhere. I'll look. I don't know.
Should be heaps of cartoons about it.
But yeah, when we were doing all of those observations last summer and giving our headings and where the sun is versus where it's not shit. Pull my headphones out.
Anyway, I'd also like to point out, like, that the sun right now is like way north of what is west. They say it sets in the west. That shit is nowhere near setting in the west right now. It's like setting in the fucking northwest. It's retarded.
Yeah, man.
No, you're retarded.
It's a retarded sun. And I don't need you defending the sun for it. If it wants to fucking step up to the plate here and defend itself, it can do so.
Yeah, Helio, if you're ready, I mean, all you got to do is step forward and prove yourself.
Are we going to have a Helio Lou competition?
Yep. Do it.
You want me to kick Helio's ass again?
Yeah, no, we want you to have a drinking competition.
No, I'm not going to have any competition tonight.
And invite Johnny too.
Yeah, man. Like one day I was talking to Becky and she's like, the sun is coming straight from the north. And I'm like, just thinking like, okay, it's looking northwest for me. It's north for her. But isn't Australia supposed to be southwest over that way? You know what I mean? Like it just,
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
I don't get it too. For some reason, we're having like winds over 100 kilometers an hour for some reason.
All
No,
right,
some
so
people say
there was one night where I took an AE map and I started like plotting. We talked to a whole bunch of people from a whole bunch of different places while you could see the full moon or a near full moon anyway. And I would point their location as I asked them when they joined the room and ask them to view the moon and tell me the direction that they were looking. And I would just draw it in that direction from that perspective, right? And it worked where everybody was looking in pretty much the same place on the AE map. But I didn't do it on a globe. I don't know how to do it on a globe. It makes it much more complicated.
Whose old ass TV is on with no reception?
Bufu, roll up your window.
What up, Poo-Poo?
Hey, would anyone like to go? Does anyone want to go over to Queen of Conspiracies? They're having a flat Earth debate in there right now.
Right now. Send a link.
Sorry for hot micing, guys.
Sure. Let me get the. Oh, well, it's in our partners. They're a partner here. So, if you go up to our partner tab, and you go to, I think it's VIP partners, Queen of Conspiracy. It's the one at the very bottom. I will still get the link.
Repost it here.
I will repost it here. They are having a voice debate as we speak. Hold on.
Oh, and they, without us? Was that what they tried?
What was that shit about you guys saying about OnlyFans?
Yeah, don't worry about it and don't mention that because she doesn't do that on her Discord.
Let me guess. Snack is the main one.
All right, there you go. And she's very polite to us, so let's return the favor to her.
Where can I find this?
I just posted it in the live stream voice text.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I'm probably gonna go over there and just listen in because I don't know the post culture over there yet. Does anyone else want to go over?
It's locked.
It's locked. Who all can't join?
I'm in. I think it looks like. Do you have a verified email? Because it looks like they checked all that.
I mean, I was able to join. I've got a verified email. Yeah.
So when you get in there, where did you say it was happening?
It's under debate. You have to agree to the rules, and then if you go to debate arena.
Yeah.
How did they get these cool moving arrows and shit in their rules? I like that. Damn, that shit looks nice.
So who all's gonna head in there?
I don't know if I want to talk, but I'll go over there.
Yeah, man. I like their welcome page. I like their sign-up protocol. They've got it locked down.
Debate VC.
Is there a debate or something going on that I missed?
NASA is planning on going to Mars. We've got you here, our first Martian, when I count to three. It's 1, 2, 3. Just sit up, open your eyes. Hey there, our first Martian. What's your first impression of the planet Earth here?
Disastrous, because right now, here in New York, you can calculate at our latitude, we are all moving with the Earth at 800 miles an hour due east, because Earth is rotating. If you stopped Earth and you weren't seatbelt buckled to the Earth, you would fall over and roll 800 miles an hour due east. It would kill everyone on Earth. People would be flying out of windows, and that would just be a bad day on Earth.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? There's no such thing in my world as life, really. What? Oh. We're very complicated rocks. I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. You what? I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too. You serious? Attack or something? Is that like a personal attack or something? What the hell happened here? What have I done?
Has nobody been to the moon in such a long time? That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going. What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Are you taking a bath?
So the lambs again? Good grief, people.
Mic check. Are there living beings in here?
Just me. Just me and you guy. That's it.
Man, someone just used the rotten egg defense. Never heard that one before. Yes. Brad was asking if you put an egg in water and you add salt to it, what causes the egg to sink or go up? And he was like, well, it doesn't do that if it's rotten. The rotten egg defense. Fucking Globers, dude. They'll twist themselves into pretzels. They don't care.
Rotten egg.
I can't get shown up by a flat earther. I'll say anything. Anything. There's more than two genders.
Dude, it's been so dead lately, man. I don't know what's wrong.
Oh, it's pretty lively this morning. It's pretty good last night. A couple nights ago, too. A couple nights before that.
But it's sporadic now. It used to be like all day, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's summer. You know, this happens every summer.
Oh, wow. All right. That makes sense.
People actually go outside. They're not locked in the house. Cookouts, you know.
Yeah, they hang out with the family. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, makes sense.
Now this guy is saying gravity is different in water. Oh, it just keeps getting better.
They just make shit up, man. It's just so funny.
It is. It's great. Dude, it's a legit mental illness or something. Someone needs to study this.
I don't know why the population is so afraid. I just don't get it. Why are they so afraid for it to be flat? I don't get it.
Well, because, man, science is their god. Everybody's brainwashed into thinking anything that comes out of a scientist's mouth is absolute truth. And that's it. At least when it comes to this subject. You got to consider, and I don't think anybody ever does, is that the heliocentric model is the foundation of Western civilization. You know, the Enlightenment, this is when Europeans figured out, we figured out it was a ball, and then, everything was great. We did all these things. We conquered all these countries, and we're rich, and, we civilized the world because of this idea. And this idea is the foundation of it all, right? Copernicus came along, said, we're spinning around the sun. It's a ball. Galileo.
Let there be ball.
Yeah, and yada, yada, yada. And civilization's good. You take away the ball, the foundation of Western civilization disappears. Then everything is up to question. And nobody wants that. It's a huge mental insecurity for them.
I've got some good documents for that one, but yeah, it's hilarious, bro. The funny thing is, they call this the Enlightenment, but to us, I don't know, to me, it just seems like not very enlightened. I reckon before it might have been a bit different, a bit better.
I mean, I'm just going with the rhetoric, right? That's the rhetoric.
Yeah. It's great rhetoric. It's good to hear.
Yeah, because he was asking, like, why are they so resistant? Because you're pulling the rug out from everything they believe, like their entire being that they've been banking, like making all the decisions in their life based upon a certain worldview. And if that worldview is wrong, then they made decisions based upon an erroneous belief, and that's tough. You gotta then you have to re-examine everything you've ever done.
Re-examine.
So
we went over to Queen of Conspiracies. They had a debate over there.
Oh, hold on a second.
It actually
was that a gynecological re-examine?
Yeah. she was actually very polite and very professional. So I was a bit surprised. So she doesn't allow any like shit posting of porn on the server at all.
Oh,
good.
So good. So yeah, it's a good choice, I guess. But yeah, there were people just dropping out of the debate and complaining in chat that these aren't arguments. I'm leaving.
I can't post porn.
There was one guy who had called himself a master debater earlier that day, and he ducked out. I saw he had ducked out like an hour before we even got in there. I can't believe I'm hearing these arguments. I'm leaving.
A master debater.
No, master debater.
Oh,
yeah, say that three times.
Me and Mr. Carey, me and my cousin Mr. Carey,
Master debater.
We're both master debaters. we're gonna master debate about Iraq.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Writing skull and bones over Geronimo's bones.
There's more truth in that joke than anybody knows.
Yeah, a little circle jerk action going on.
Yep.
Torn must not realize that I am 40.
So the debate went well?
Yeah. I don't know how it went before we got there because I was stuck going to different jobs and like throwing out quotes till like 8:00 tonight, actually 8:40 tonight. And so I got on voice and then I told everyone about the debate over there. So we caught like the last 40 minutes of it or so. But yeah, it went well.
Yeah, I was talking for about 3 hours before you jumped in. It was more of an AMA thing than a debate.
Yeah.
Because I'm still fairly a rookie compared to you guys, but so I kind of kept it to curvature and that's the foundation of the whole argument, right?
Well, did anyone record it, John?
I didn't want to record it. I don't care.
Oh, okay.
This is my first.
It's just I want to hear it.
Yeah, this is my second attempt in the wild.
Okay.
My first attempt was like a couple months ago with a friend of mine online, and that didn't go very well because I didn't know anything. This time I felt like I was a bit better prepared. I was really surprised. And I kind of wasn't really surprised because I checked in one of their mods last week when they were checking out our server before the QE discussion, and he was very cordial, and I walked him through the Black Swan, so he was very open-minded about everything.
Yeah.
So I kind of went in with that aspect, and then I kind of played the whole because they're a conspiracy server, and so they should already be questioning narrative already.
Well, as with any conspiracy server, it also has detractors that are on there who are just there to uphold, for no reason, the mainstream narrative because it's like part of their egos. There's one guy over there named Dys. Did you have a run-in with him?
I saw him in the chat. I didn't talk with him.
He never got on voice, did he?
No, he never went on voice.
Yeah, I knew he wouldn't. I knew he was a big fat coward.
Yeah, I spoke mainly with Pace. He had a list of questions and went down them. I answered them the best I could. I didn't make any claims that I couldn't back up. I was a bit more nervous than usual because it was like I said, my second time in the wild.
And was it just you by yourself?
It was just me, yeah. And then
Wow, yeah.
Box Ops was kind of in the chat a little bit, so and he was there, kind of supporting in the chat. I wasn't even paying attention to the chat. I was just talking with the folks. But
yeah, dude, the
it was
only way to
surprising.
get better is to just throw yourself out there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were surprising. I was surprised. They were very cordial. I mean, I'd go back and talk with them again because there's other topics that I'm interested in, like with ancient civilization, et cetera, like that. So it's, I mean, the invite's still open, so it went well overall. I mean, yeah, I got the vibe that they were, they're still defending everything that NASA says and stuff like that. I mean, I get it. I was there like about a year ago, so, and that was like my last stronghold was the whole space program thing because that's, dude, I grew up down there. That was my life, and so there's no way that everyone could have. There's no way it could have been a fake. I saw the launches. I touched the ISS. I went in the freaking modules before they launched them. So that was a big thing for me to break. But and overall, I think it went better than I expected.
Well, yeah, maybe next time we can have all of them over here who want to join.
Yeah, I told them that I like the folks I talk with. They seem like they were open minded to help them. I told them, give me a ping, I'll get you over here. So
yeah,
I opened an invite.
Also, anyone who is coming from Queen of Conspiracy, they'll know because I was on live stream or on voice. They weren't live streaming it, so if they came from there, they get through on voice verification. So, because everyone there pretty much proved that they're not trolls.
Yeah, that was the big thing. Is like, yeah,
I was surprised there were not a bunch of trolls in there, but there is a lot of verification there. So I guess I shouldn't be too surprised.
Gotta do the whole phone number thing.
I didn't.
Oh, when you say verification, what does that mean?
Just how we have layers of security.
Oh yeah,
she's got a couple layers. It's not like thick, but it's not a huge server either. But for a small server, it's got good. For a server with a few hundred people, it's got good security.
Yeah,
it's
good. I'm glad people take it seriously.
They had an email verification.
Sad I missed it now. I would have went over there and blown their freaking mind.
Yeah. I'll find out when the next one is, Indio, and you and I, we should all join it.
Do admin only. Just me, you, and Jose.
Me, you, and Jose.
Yeah.
It'll be like old days.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. How many people can we get to rage quit?
I don't know.
Well, see, it's shocking because I just walked in. I had to go walk off a little bit because I was been talking for 3 hours. And so I came back in. I look over there and I see the whole freaking live stream over there. I'm like, what in the world? Like I had literally had finished, and then 5 minutes later, you come in with your raid.
Oh, it wasn't even a raid. It was like, oh guys, they're having a debate over there. Y'all want to go join and listen in and maybe have a chat? So I would never encourage a raid ever. We do not raid, John.
We don't do that.
We don't raid.
Yeah, bad choice of words on my part. Sorry.
We have a lot. Yeah, we have a lot. Listen, there's a lot of people here. Like if we say hey, there's a debate. There's a lot of people who are going to go over, especially if it's a small server. They're not used to. I mean, for a while, for 6 months, we had 50 people in our live stream constantly. And for some servers, they never get to 50. They never get over 20. So even half of us go over there. It's like they're overwhelmed. Remember the memeless raid? We had three voice chats with 99 people in them, and one with 45. That was crazy.
Of all things, the chat that's gonna blow your shit up is the Flat Earth server. Of all things, we're the ones that come with the numbers, and we're supposed to be the ones that have no numbers, no validity behind us, no nothing. Just a couple of crazy quacks, but
Yeah, just a bunch of crazy science deniers. I am the science. Did you go over the black swan over there?
No more, Cooper.
I don't think so.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
How'd they react to it?
I made sure they understood. Yeah, they were pretty receptive to it.
They understood it's the horizon, not the oil rig, right?
Yep. We focused on the oil rig, and like towards the end, it was basically an open up. Everyone can ask a question, and someone asked a question about like what proof could we provide that would get you back to globe Earth? I said, well, first of all, you'd have the only proof that you really need is proof of curvature, verifiable curvature on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. You show that repeatedly and often. You show me what the curvature is, and we got a globe. Other than that, you got nothing.
Good answer, man. It's a perfect answer. Because that really is, right? You want to know what something is, man. You measure it. Like, there's no other way. Like, we don't have another method. Like, when we want to know what the shape of something is, we whip out the ruler, the tape measure, whatever it is, and we measure it. And that's the only way to know. Everything else is speculation.
Yeah, and a few times they were kind of going into different realms of how things work, like how tides work. I'm like, well, I don't really know how they work. I don't really care. The point is, the foundation is wrong. You should be questioning everything. And so they were getting their questions in, which was fine. But I kept trying to point them back to, okay, you got to get back to your foundation. It doesn't matter what the sky says. It doesn't matter what you think, how you think the eclipses work. It doesn't matter. If there's no curvature, there's no globe. So none of that really is what they say it is.
Yeah.
That's the foundation. I mean, we could speculate all day, but it doesn't really mean we know anything. We know that there's no curvature.
Yeah. And also, when people bring up things like tides, typically they don't even know like what the actual globe theory of tides is. It's way different than what people think. It's not the moon pulling the water into a bulge. It's actually like the changes of gravity due to the moon cause a hydraulic action of the water, and then that pushes against other water and makes a bump in the ocean. And that ocean that travels around. But they have a problem because if you look at actual tidal data, if you actually look at data, so that's the thing. That's the thing about the globe Earth, because they have all these stories that make sense, but then the observation of reality doesn't match the story. And none of these globe Earthers that bring up things like tides, they don't know that. They don't know about things like tidal nodes. So giant parts of the ocean which have no tides, the lakes that have no tides, tides that happen like so tides like just in England. So there's a difference between high tide depending on where you are on the island, and it varies by up to 11 hours. If it's the moon or gravity pulling it, why is it not pulling all up on the water all around England? Why is it only pulling it at different times of the day when the moon is moved away, right? So the tidal theory doesn't even work, right? The gravitational tidal theory it doesn't work. It just sounds good. Who came up with it? I think it was Galileo that came up with it, and it sounded good back then. And they were just like, "Yeah, we're just going to keep this." But none of the Globers, they don't know any data, so they can't. So they just have the story, and they think the story is like they get told the story. Gravity causes tides, and they think in their mind that there's some sort of data that was taken. Right? They measured tides all around the world, and like those measurements of tidal changes support that tidal theory. No, that's not what happened. That's nothing like what happened. Galileo just came up with the idea. They didn't even know Australia existed at that time. They didn't know a lot of things. They didn't even know half of America existed. So like, they just all they do is parrot a story, but they don't know that they're parroting a story because they were told this is science, and they think that there must be some science behind it when there actually isn't.
Yeah,
But I
it's
mean,
all
that's.
like,
But let me say one more thing. Like, that's. How long have you been on this server?
I've been here since the beginning of February.
Beginning of February. Oh, that's not even that long. But you've heard a lot of debates, so I mean, you probably have a good idea. But we'll always go to like phenomenon of objects in the sky, because when it comes to the actual Earth, they really don't have anything. So they go to the star stories and start telling them, you know, as you've seen. But you did a good. If you kept it on curvature, man, like that's really the only thing you need to keep it on. I mean, the rest is just speculation.
Yeah, I spend most of my time up in the lobby, and that's basically the second time. That's basically the next thing I would check.
God, I don't even spend time in the lobby.
Yeah,
you used to.
Yeah, I used to live there.
I leave that crap to you and Indio. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah, but that's basically what they end up going to. Once you press them on curvature, they're like, look at the sky. I'm like, no. We're talking about the ground. We can observe the ground. Why are you going to the sky? I see lights. Who cares?
Yeah, but that's every Glober, dude. They all do that.
Right.
They have no choice.
Hasn't been.
They literally have no. That's the only weapon in their utility belt, man. That's the only thing they have.
That's every day for what, 5 going on 6 years now?
Yeah,
there he is. What's up, Waldo? Come on, El Baba. Trying to call out these mofos. We'll have an old school takeover. While you're here, I got the mute button.
Need the troll button.
Y'all got the floor. Just like old times. You can hang out in the lobby. You're okay in my book. I can't do that.
It's a good place to start. I mean,
well, I don't want to thin out members. You know me, I'm easily agitated.
Oh, I thin them out. Don't worry about that. I don't think we need 2 of me though.
Right. I let the people with more patience sort through them.
I only ask myself one question: Is this ever going to go? But they'll post something dumb. I'm like, is this ever going to go in the other direction? Like, is there ever going to be any upside to this person? And 99% of the time, the answer is no. I try to like snap them out of it, but they double down with Earth is a dodecahedron.
The Dino Earth.
Yeah, I'll honestly say that I've only been here for a couple months, but like FE is, I was introduced to it back in like October of 19. But I think I've learned more in the last couple months being here and being able to bounce questions off of various users and stuff like that. And I've learned more than I think I ever really had learned. I don't think I ever really learned in school. I kind of slacked off in school, but I understand more than I have in the last couple months than I ever really have. And I'm trying to pass that on to my kids now.
Yeah. Me too, man. I learned more about the heliocentric model being a flat earther than I did being a freaking heliocentrist.
Yeah, I had no idea about it. Like, I just took it and accepted it.
What?
And there were times where I'll use this as an example. Like in my Navy days, I just watch and remember seeing, like through night vision, being able to see coastlines for miles and miles and miles. And I remember even back then I was astounded, like, wow, I can really see really far, but it never really clicked. Like, okay, there's no curve. It wasn't until like recently when I realized, okay, so there's no clean curvature, as that's why you can see that far. I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's one of those things that a lot of people, it's almost everybody has seen something that goes against the globe idea. They've seen way too far, but they didn't know the actual mathematics for the globe. They just think, oh, it's just a big, huge ball. But the curve is exponential. From the viewpoint of a person, the curve past the horizon falls off exponentially. So it could be a great big ball, but when you got a curved surface, that falls away quick, man. And the further away it is, the quicker it falls away. So it's an increasing value.
Yeah, and I use the sea sparrow example also because I'm familiar with like the targeting systems on ships. I worked on CWIS, even though it was an air gun, but I still understand how the radar works.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those, like, now I can identify exactly what it was I was seeing, and it totally makes sense now in hindsight.
Did you say the Sea Sparrow?
I've read up on the sea sparrow, but I worked on CWIS.
Okay, I was gonna ask you any confirmed kill on the Sea Sparrow, because the target acquisition is the pencil beam radar, and I tried to find, but I can't find any confirmed kills.
Yeah, we didn't have Sea Sparrow on our ship. We actually didn't have any missiles on the ship. We had RAM installed after I left, but I worked mainly CWIS. It was anti-air, but we did shoot, like, the target, like the radar itself would engage a physical target. We would engage drone. Yeah, phalanx, CWIS. Close-in weapon system. If it flies, it dies.
Yeah, I'm familiar with what you're saying. Yeah, but I was curious about the Sea Sparrow.
Yeah, I'll have to ask around. Yeah, we did. I had to read up on Sea Sparrow for one of my advancement tests, but we didn't have it installed, so it didn't really. It kind of went in one ear, out the other ear. But like listening to, like, Mark Sargent did an interview with a missile tech, and he was talking about it. I'm like, oh, okay, well that makes sense too. Like, we can't.
Yeah, that's what caught my attention, bro. Because it has a 25-mile target acquisition radar, but I cannot find a confirmed kill on it, bro. And if we can do that, that's devastation right there.
Yeah, I'll have to see if I can ask around.
Thanks.
Testing. Hello.
We hear you.
Is this stream down right now? I think it's down.
Where's Helio at?
Might be resetting. He reset it last time about this time last night. He reset the stream.
So he might just be resetting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
I wanted to let Flying Scotsman know. I went ahead and gave you a verified and image in bed because I know who you are. He's from Queen server. So just letting everyone know. And I actually have to go to bed. I'm trying to put my kids to sleep. See y'all. Well, I'm just going to mute.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Mix a little cough syrup in with that Kool-Aid.
There's one more guy up in the VC check-in. He's Jason Family Man. I spoke with him on the live stream over there too. If you can get him VC verified.
Probation, by the way. I unbanned him from here, so he's got some level of probation.
Okay, never mind.
He's a flat earther also.
Yeah, I did talk to him, so just let me know.
And VC check-in.
So you can give him VC verified. And he had the flat earther role, so you can go ahead and reestablish that too on him.
Wait, you said he was in VC check-in? I thought it was.
He's in VC. He's in voice text.
Voice text, not.
Sorry, voice text.
Voice. Okay.
VC check-in voice text.
Gotcha. there any other live stream besides Helios going on right now? Is there Miggies?
Roger has a live stream.
Indio. Indio.
Oh, I think he left.
Never mind. Why did the Zodiac? So what? Why do you think? Why does the glow for the sun at sunset? Like, why does it set like I don't know,
You're talking
22 and
about
a half degrees?
lights in the sky again?
Why does it set? Why does it set like in the northwest instead of the west?
Why does this light and so your question is why does the light in the sky that we call the sun appear in one location and not a different location?
No, that's not my question at all. I don't even know what you just said.
Because the sun is a light in the sky, but I don't know what because we only have an apparent location, right? So when you say it's over here but not over there or it's moving over here,
Never
I
mind. I didn't mean to ask you.
there's no way you're gonna be able to use it. There's no way. You have to get the distance, otherwise it doesn't matter.
I got a bat flying around above my head.
I don't know. Do you?
Yeah.
That means you. If so, you got guano on your hat. That's guano.
No, nothing landing on my head. There's a couple of them. They're eating the bugs.
Wait, I know their answer. The answer you're looking for, because you asked why, right? Not
No,
how.
I already told you. I didn't mean to ask you.
Okay, but I think I remember, I think I know the answer. The answer is in order to know the why, you need to have a scientific experiment because that invokes cause and effect. So you need to.
Oh,
Oh
I
my
would.
God, bro, you are so freaking lost.
I said I mean
He's asking about an observation.
Yeah, but his
Not a
question is
cause and
why.
effect. Not a cause and effect. Just an observation.
If there was a
What is?
Glover here, you talk to him the way you just talked to me, I would say he had the right to slap you in the face if this is like a real life thing. Like,
Is it the way you phrased it was like a why? That's what your question was. That's how you asked it. So that requires you're asking what is the cause?
shut up.
That's how you said it. Your question, not mine.
You hear that low buzzing sound?
Because we're off to see the wizard. The wonderful wizard of Oz.
The wizard, hey, the Wizard of the West or the Wizard of the slightly northwest?
The wizard of the globe, man. Like, you know that song? Hey, what is the cause? The cause, the cause, the cause, the cause. We're off to see the wizard. You know what I mean? Like all these causes, like, yeah, but what's the cause of the cause? And what's the cause of the cause of the cause of the cause of the cause? Maybe the question is, what is the uncaused cause? You know what causes things to fall? I'll tell you what causes it. Pride. Pride comes before the fall. That is the cause. Prove me wrong.
You said pride.
Yeah, it works.
Is when pride tells you to fall, do they fall west or northwest?
Fall in.
Northwest.
Fall in.
I'm gonna guess northwest.
Why does the sun fall northwest and not fall west?
Oh, assume the sun is falling. I'm not making that call. I thought you meant like a solid object falling. That wasn't his question. Your question is different.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at some birds here, and they're not falling.
Yeah, so it's.
You know what's falling right now? Rain. That's all I ever see falling. You know, sometimes I'll see people fall off ladders. You know, I'm like, you know what the cause of that was? What? Bad step. You weren't watching. You weren't looking.
My interest level fell about 20% over the last 2 minutes.
What causes stocks
I
to
was
fall?
wandering off like I was thinking, do I have rolling papers close to me? Where's my lighter?
When we say fall, are we talking about autumn, spring, and fall, or are we? What do you mean fall? What is falling? Like the fallen? Are we talking about the Nephilim and the fallen, or we? You know, no, it's like,
Is that window wipers?
yes. Sorry, that's what I
Or is
meant.
that
My
a
bad.
fan?
My bad.
Oh no, it's
That's window wipers. Yeah, it's
Whoa.
raining and it's freaking cold and it's Australia.
Spot on with that guess.
Looking for a parking spot. Yeah.
We're in a drought around here. We need some fucking rain. It's kind of nice, like honestly, like not getting rained on, but I know the economy,
You
the
miss it?
farmers, stuff, they all need it, and
Yeah.
the lawn definitely misses it. We're in a severe, like moderate to severe drought, like near have been for a little while, like 7 inches below normal right now.
That's the other man. Like, what causes droughts? Like, you know what I mean? I asked that too. Like, I don't know if you guys knew about Australia, but they emptied the dams and then the drought happened, right? Like, it's like, oh, well, there's the cause.
Yeah, we need
Emptied
a
the dam.
scientific experiment for that. No, I'm just kidding.
They flooded the whole thing, and then a freaking thing happened. And it's all corruption, but you know.
Well, does the water
Do
evaporate?
you really need a experiment to know? Yeah, without standing water, there can be no cycle. Can't get rainfall. You need standing water for that.
So the
body of
movement.
water. The cause is temperature and evaporation.
Yeah.
When there's no water, then the cause is lack of water. Kind of like condensation. Can you get condensation without moisture present? Without liquid?
Doubt it.
Kind of. I mean, isn't that what's required? Don't you need water?
Yeah.
For even. Yeah.
I think he's right. You need it.
In some areas that experience droughts, it is smart to dam the water up. It increases the cycle, the water cycle, the rain. Adds
It's
humidity to the environment.
It's weird when you're like right next to Lake Michigan and you got a drought and you're like, man, we could really use some rain.
Damn
You
Skippy.
can always water, but we're not used to having to do that around here. Like the rain just falls from the sky like all the time, like on a regular schedule, basically.
Yep, we've gotten it 2 days in a row now. That's why I'm here. Rain. You're not paving or seal coating in the rain.
Is Extremis in the? Oh, never mind.
Oh
He's not.
my God, he is, dude. But do we want to listen to you go at him? No, thank you.
Okay,
I
we
will
can.
ban
Yeah.
him. Ban him, Lou. Hurry up.
I'm on my phone right now. I'm like not doing any banning. Working Discord's way more of a pain in the ass on the phone.
I know it is. I'm just kidding. Extremis is cool.
No, somebody else wants to ban him. Go ahead, ban that motherfucker.
So is Zodiac. Hey.
Funny. The things that he's typing is funny to me. It's just like.
Oh, that's him, dude. That's shit. He's still on the same shit he
Extremist,
was
yeah.
on 4 years ago.
He was already
that's
gone.
shitty. He was
He's
talking
giving
that
him
shit
another
on
chance.
ODD live stream, right?
Rejecting measurements. My God. This is hilarious.
Well, see, his measurements aren't measurements. See, they're triangulating points from mountain to mountain. Triangulation isn't measurement.
But does it have space time? Like Brenda says.
Unless he lies though about the measurements. He does. He says that it
Go
is
ahead.
getting smaller with the measurements that they use. It is getting smaller, yet it's the same size, even though you're further away.
Wait. He just said GE provide measurements that show curve. Okay, post it. Let's see that.
That's
Here,
what
let
I'm
me-
trying to say. He always says that these measurements do show curve.
Oh, did he already post it somewhere?
No, that's what I'm saying. The globe measurements. That. So he's
It's
an
not
idiot.
a measurement. It's listen. They do triangulation. It's no different than a dip to a mountaintop from a dip to a mountaintop, and you're getting. There's more things that apply to it than just hard geometry. It's like the observation you're making through the atmosphere. There's more reasons that you can't say this is 1,000 miles away, but I'm going to count it for the exact size that it is because in your view, angular reduction. Come on.
Yeah, but is it a flat triangle or is it a curved triangle, right? Come on.
You guys are morons, you know?
How
They don't
many
understand
times
what
have
a
you measured?
measurement is.
Yeah, how many times has anyone drawn a triangle on a ball? Does anybody even understand how many angles, degrees there is in those angles? Like, how does that work, right? The Earth is a ball.
But they also say that a straight line curves.
Right. So there must be curvature in this triangle, right? It's a curved triangle, right? Or is it a flat
truly a curved triangle? Only the straight parts curve, guys. Okay, just understand. Only the straight parts curve. The bending parts, they're not curving. They're just It's kind of like a point.
It sounds
right?
like queer eye for the straight guy to me.
I know, right?
How many degrees does a triangle have?
They're pigeon eyes. It's pigeon
Right.
eyes.
If I cut a square in half, right? A square has what? 4 90-degree angles, 360 degrees. And if I cut that in half and I have a triangle, right? How many degrees does any triangle have? But if you put that triangle on a ball, how many degrees do you have now? Because nobody
This
draws
fool just posted maketune.net. What an idiot.
Non-Euclidean geometry and shala. It's like a Harry Potter spell.
Oh man. Oh, it's not just that straight lines curved. There's another one that curved light makes everything look perfectly straight, and straight light makes everything look curved. It's so stupid. Like, have you ever seen a straight line produced by light going in a circle? Or have you ever seen a curved line caused by light going in a straight line? It's so stupid.
Why is the math always wrong?
Straight lines curve.
Just sounds gay. You should say no. Super straight lines curve, right? Something like that. Because straight is gay and super straight. I think that's the terminology. Yeah.
In order for the mythical sphere to work, a straight line must curve in their world.
Therefore, there are no such things as you have never known a straight line ever in your. I know you probably thought you drove a straight line when you used that ruler when you were little, but if you extend that line out into the ocean, it's actually curving. You don't know straight lines. You think that's 90 degrees? No. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. They're fucking delusional, bro. Yeah, I hear that
Exactly.
every day. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
if
the
a
funny
straight
thing
line
is,
is curved, then what is a curved line?
the funny thing is they will apply Einsteinian geometry, right, to explain how the curved line is straight and how the straight line is curved. And in doing so, they're basically affirming that Einstein is the correct position because they're conveniently arguing for Einstein. Well, if that's the case, then they must accept that Einsteinian gravitation is not a force. Oh, no, it is a force. All right, so you'll drop Einstein when it suits you, but you'll argue for Einstein when it suits you as well. That's called having it both ways, and it doesn't work like that. You either accept Einstein because he's the current science, in which case gravity is not a force, or you reject Einstein because you need gravity to be a force, but then straight lines can't be curved, and curved lines can't be straight. They can't have it both ways.
Yeah. I mean, this is how twisted they want people to. It's obvious they're twisting people's minds, and it's
Yeah, they're totally twisted. Dishonestly as well, for the most part.
LIGO is doing a number on their brains currently.
yeah, a deep one, right?
Oh yeah.
If you really think about it.
Think about it. They have the straightest thing in the universe, according to Zanuck, the genius, but he claims that either end is slightly risen.
So it's not straight then.
Exactly. You got to listen to them talk about LIGO, and you're going to die of laughter.
They're idiots. Complete and utter morons.
Yep. And the funny thing is, one of their own brought it out into the scene. Fight the tight shirt. He brought it out. That's the beauty of it.
That guy's a complete and utter idiot. I've heard him preaching that he's a qualified scientist because he's got a degree in physics. Doesn't tell everybody that he got a third. Claims he's got a first. Not that there's anything wrong with a third. You've still got your degree, but he's claiming a first and he doesn't have a first. He's got a third.
What's that in equivalent North American?
Well, a first is an A and a third is a D.
Okay, that's a big difference there. Yeah.
It's your qualification. It's just one's got more prestige than the other. It's not a first.
It means
Well, you qualify with a D?
Well, you still get the qualification with the D, yeah, but it's just bragging rights, isn't it, when you get a first?
Right.
He's bragging, but he hasn't got the bragging rights to do it.
A D's a pass, but it's not what I'd take.
No, but it's
Not
what he got.
accepting it.
It's what he got, and it's not what he claims. He claims he got a first, which is like an A, and he's just lying.
Well, it's ass.
Will come out.
A degree in what? Physics?
Yeah, he claims physics. He claims to be a scientist because he got a degree in physics.
Who,
Poor guy.
McToon? MC Tune?
No, fight
Or
the fat
Fight
shirt.
the Platter?
Fight the fat,
Oh,
fight the tight
man,
shirt. Yeah.
That dude got kicked out of the Royal Military, and I'm sure it's for mental illness.
Or stupid.
The live stream is down.
One of the two. He thinks if I can calculate the fuel I need to go the distance I need, that proves a shape. When you can travel the same distance on any fucking shape. They go so many different ways to say this equals a measurement when it doesn't. I traveled 100 miles on the globe. It's 100 miles, so it's the globe's true. But it's so idiotic.
I think school should be banned, destroyed. Just get rid of it. Because people keep coming back with these. Well, I have a degree in what? In stupid? You have a degree in what? Listen, believing anything you're told?
Right. Well, they leave out the part that distances are linear when the surface of Earth is not linear. It's topographical.
Yeah. My computer has a degree in physics, like many degrees in physics. My computer does. Because it can tell me
My
anything.
doctor's got a lot of degrees, but he's still a fucking idiot. That's why I switched to a
I think that's a pretty horrible realization to come to, that you spent so many years on a bunch of bullshit just studying it.
Memorizing it. That's they don't think about these things. They don't think. That's the problem. These people think that because they've got degrees that they're thinkers. Like, no.
How many PhDs in astrophysics?
You're a receiver.
How many PhDs in astrophysics do you think came to the conclusion that, oh shit, the Earth is flat and this is all horseshit?
Yep.
Probably pretty hard to admit that.
Yep.
Especially when you're
calculate it.
It isn't when your degree is in applied sciences.
Yo, Lou, are you there?
Hey, the thing too is like that shows you that he doesn't know his degree never helped him because all he does is talk about flat Earth.
Lou, if you had a question for Indio, you can ask him. He wasn't here, but you can ask him.
Oh no, I was gonna. It wasn't important or anything. It wasn't.
Okay. Damn. He had a question for you.
Shut that down.
All I know is that you answered it terribly. You totally missed the whole mark on that one. So
you asked, why is the sun appear in the northwest instead of the southwest, southeast?
No. India, how come? They say that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, but how come when I watch the sunset, it sets in the northwest? Like not even close to like due west, like way off towards the north. Why is that?
If I know, what would I know? What am I riding the sun, bro? Like my Apollo? My chariot
This
across the
is the
sky?
same problem I had with this question. It's the same shit. It's just
No,
the way
in,
it's
in the in the
described.
globe model, I'll tell you
yeah,
why.
yeah. I want to know why in the globe model because it makes
That's
sense on
not
a
what you
Because the
flat
Earth
Earth.
is tilted. Because there's a 23-degree tilt.
Yeah,
Remember?
the tilt. I can't imagine why the tilt makes sense for this.
Because like the sun is supposed to be stationary, and you're on the ball making an arc, right? So depending on how that ball is tilted, the size of the arc will change. So it doesn't rise straight up and go straight down. That would only be at the equator. It takes an arc depending on like whatever your latitude is.
Yeah, no, I know. I've been trying to picture it. It has to do with the axis tilt, right? But also with your latitude north of the equator or south.
So if you look south,
but-
for a year, right? You look south toward the equator on the globe model. So in December, like December solstice, you'd watch the winter solstice. You'd watch a small arc. The sun would barely come up, and it would make a little arc on the horizon and go back down. But as the year progresses, right, as the days get longer, that it goes higher and higher in the sky. That arc gets bigger and bigger and bigger. See what I'm saying? It's like the sun is coming towards you. That's what appears, that the sun is coming towards you, and it's just taking the same arc, but the arc is growing in size.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, that's a good question because that arc doesn't exactly match right. Because the arc eventually,
like,
if you watch a sunrise on the summer solstice, the freaking sun is coming up at an angle and it's going down at an angle.
Yeah, it always is. Because we're in the northern hemisphere, so whether on a globe or on a flat Earth, yeah. Anyway, but okay, so you're gonna the sun should be most direct over the equator, which means even during the summer solstice, where you are and where I am, north of the equator by like 43 degrees ish, right? It's like where I'm at anyway. I know you're somewhere around in there.
Yeah, I'm about the same supposed latitude as you're at. Just about. I think it's 42 or something, 43.
Yeah. So pretty much the same. Like it should always rise and set in the like southeast rise and southwest set, right?
It should set, let me think. It should rise northeast and set south.
Oh, rise southeast and set southwest. And
No,
kind of arcs
but it actually sets
across the sky a
northwest.
little bit.
But it sets
I'm not
northwest.
saying what it does. I'm not saying what it does. That's what it should do if it was on a ball. If it was a ball, right, with the sun going around it.
I have to think about this for a second.
I mean, the sun with us going around the sun, and like
that kind of never made. Yeah, I think it should be the southwest.
It should go from like southeast to southwest. In my mind, that's the way I'm thinking. If you were in the heliocentric model, right?
Well, the way we observe it, it's almost like it's a hula hoop, right? It's going like around you. It's like rising at the horizon, like doing like a loop, and then going back down. So if it like rose just over your left shoulder, it would set just over your right shoulder.
Well, either way,
on the summer solstice, but
either way, I don't know how it should rise because I don't watch enough sunrises and think about it enough. But like on the sunsets, like I know that sun as it's setting, like in the late afternoon, it's pointed towards the west. But like as it's getting closer into the evening, and as like right now it's dark, but I can still see the glow of the sun. It's just like it's nowhere near west. It is 22.5 degrees more towards the north. It's is due northwest. Like that's where the glow from the sun is right now. So
Yeah,
I'm just
I
like
remember last summer seeing the same thing. So it looked like the sun had set, but it was like, it was weird, man. It was like the light was coming from New Hampshire, which is like due north of here.
yeah. So I'm saying, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Like I know it's not our model, but again, like I was saying earlier, it makes sense if you use the AE map like a model there. If the sun is circling over top, making a tight circle right now this time of year, that as it moved away into the distance, it would also make a pretty drastic turn to the right, when you're looking west. And that's what
Yeah,
it's doing.
I'd have to look at it some more. Like it's one of those things. It's hard to like. There's a lot of moving parts. It's hard to visualize like what should be happening versus what is happening.
I want to know because like it's just like I know that the globe loves to say, yeah, this is what's happening, but I mean, reality matches the flat Earth so-called model that we won't even claim. And yeah, it's just I can't really wrap my mind around like what I see and the supposed globe model. It's just way too complicated.
And it seems like the light is coming from the north, man. I said it was either last year or the year before. I came in on the stream and it was like 9:30 at night. I was like, the light, it's still lit up, man, and the light's coming from the north. When I watched the sunset, like northwest, like slightly northwest. So
Yeah.
west is 270 degrees.
Well,
I watched
I'll
it set
tell
at
you,
like 283 degrees, but the light was coming from like 295 degrees, which is way like pointed toward the north.
we've talked about this before. Last summer we talked about it, and the summer before that, I know I talked about it at least both those times. And like, I've never noticed it this drastically. So like this time of year, at least, it just seems like it's way off to the north. I
Did
don't
you
know.
ever, Lou? Did you ever see that? There's a video of like Inuit, the dudes that live like in Greenland, North Pole, all that crap.
Yeah.
That live up there. They were being interviewed, and they were saying that the sun doesn't set where it used to set anymore. And these are people that like they live on the frozen tundra, man. All they see is ice, right? And everything is flat. They see ice. They know where the freaking sun sets. They live outside. They don't go indoors, right, and watch TV.
Yeah.
Right. So
I
they're
think I
outdoors all
remember
the
hearing
time.
this
They know
once
where the sun
before.
sets. And they were like, the sun doesn't set where it used to set anymore. That's what they were saying. They were saying that the seasons changed and the sun isn't setting where it used to set. Yeah, it was pretty weird. I might be able to find the video. Marlena showed it. Marlena showed it a bunch of times.
I'm just saying, like, it doesn't. It like makes this drastic like dive off to the side. Like it goes across the sky for the most part throughout the day. I mean, I'm outside all day. Like it's kind of a slightly arcing path, but it mostly goes over the top in a pretty straight line. But then at sunset, it just freaking all of a sudden the light, you lose sight of it because I got trees around here. If I didn't have trees, I could see it longer. But I see where the glow is, and it's freaking just trails off to the right, like for hours, for like another like 2 hours or more after like the sun has disappeared from my view. It's still setting, and I can see the glow from it. It just keeps moving further and further north.
Yeah, I've noticed the same thing. I mean, does it match the heliocentric model? Of course it does. They'll just add something to it to make it work. You know that. They'll just make something up. Be like, that's Compton scattering, like swamp gas reflecting off of Venus. Here, look into this neuralizer.
I don't know.
You know how it is, man. They just make something up. Like anytime there's a hole, they'll just make something up to fill the hole. Just throw another piece of duct tape on it. You know, what's one more when you got 2,000 of pieces?
Well, this is something that I could probably like try to bust out my drone and get a little bit closer of a look, get up above the trees, and if I could.
Does your drone have a compass on it?
See, that's the thing. Like it does, but it doesn't like show it or anything like that. That's what I want it to do.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, that sucks.
You know what I mean?
It does have the readout, right? Like
yeah,
you're
but now,
pointed.
yeah, for me, but not if I record. It just like takes that overlay off and shit like that. So like I have to use another app to try to like screen record while I'm doing it. It's just like really super complicates things, but
you have to do that on your phone.
Yeah, because my phone is my display for flying the drone.
Yeah. Don't they have the screen capture app don't work good? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, okay, there's one that I think actually that I have that I haven't really used that I think will work brilliantly, but even still, like with it'll record, like it's good for me, like it's got a compass, but not with like any cardinal directions on it. Like it'll show
The
where I
degrees,
am.
right?
It'll show the orientation to the drone. If I had a secondary app open, I could also show the degrees that it's pointed. Like it's not in the app. It's not in there. So like
Yeah. Sounds like a pain in the ass.
yeah.
Okay, did that answer your question?
Of course not.
No, I mean Lou. Did that answer it? That answered it.
No, it was just much better of an answer than what you did to me. You fucking treated me like some fucking slob that just fucking walked in here from some troll server. Like
I saw him try to send you to Cogdis. He typed your name a couple times.
Don't worry, I
got all semantical and shit on you.
Okay, well, maybe someone out there knows. I don't know.
Maybe not. How do you use that word maybe? Can you define that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if there is.
Depends on what the meaning of is.
So that was old school Clinton.
Right.
What does is?
Well, he wasn't lying when he said he didn't have sex with her. He didn't. Blowjob's not sex. Sticking a cigar in
I did not have sexual intercourse with that woman.
Sticking a cigar in her vagina is not sex.
Yeah, making the
It's not
universe
sexual intercourse anyway.
I thought you're supposed to soak your cigars in brandy.
Oh yeah, I couldn't.
Not that kind of brandy.
I was
her name
gonna say, well, maybe her name.
Maybe a middle name is Randy.
At least it wasn't cognac.
This radio guy during that time did an anagram of her name as Mo Licky Venus.
That is not my semen on that dress.
It's not my universe on her dress.
It was planted. I'm framed. I've been framed. I don't even smoke those kind of cigars. The glove does not fit.
Those
And then
cigars
she
have a
like
funny
saved.
hairstyle.
Hey, what's the difference between a Bloody Mary and a Bloody Nicole? Just add OJ.
That reminds me of one. What type of wood doesn't float?
You know that OJ joke. You know how a lot of times if there's a
petrified.
If there's like a mainstream kind of pop culture joke, a lot of times people are like, "Oh, it's way too early." But like with that OJ joke, it's like it was like almost way too late.
Right. I want that Bronco package, you know. The white Ford Explorer comes with a former football player to drive. It's got the ability to elude the entire California State Police Force at 35 miles an hour.
What do you think about the new Broncos? The Bronco they
I
brought
don't like
back.
them.
Yeah, they look too. Oh, they look cheap, basically.
Dude, I got a 78 Bronco out here that would eat that thing for lunch and keep on going. I could drag it through the swamp sideways.
Yeah, is it just me? I mean, or is the new Bronco tiny, like compared to the old Bronco?
It's a piece of junk. Might as well call it a Jeep. Shit.
Is End of Mankind here? Mute it if you want to speak.
Like when I heard they were bringing the Bronco back, I was like, cool. Like I was picturing the old Bronco, like that was kind of like a kick-ass vehicle back in the day. But it's nothing like what it was at all.
Mine was my father's. I'll never get rid of it. It's a beast. It was a half ton. I made it a 1 ton, just like Bigfoot. 461 ton. It's what I take up north hunting. Well, it's my camper. My quads.
I've been seeing a young
Past
like.
that.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Go ahead.
Dude, I pass all the new cars at 90 in a snowstorm pulling a fucking trailer with that thing.
I've been seeing this young like all like orange cat like running through the yard lately once in a while. Um, I was thinking about like trying to like lure it in, halfway domesticate the thing. I don't want it to ever come in the house, but I want to.
You know,
What's up?
you know the new Broncos reminiscent of the first Broncos, the 70s, 1970, 71, and 72.
Oh yeah, those are the old school, like really cool ones. Yeah.
Yeah, they were a compact. This isn't a medium, a 72 Ford Bronco. So they're real reminiscent of the 70s.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not. I wasn't thinking about like the different generations of them. I was just thinking of them kind of like OJ style, you know.
Yep, that came with the 289 Boss, the half ton gear to gear 4-wheel drive. They're nice. They're just little. Who's a wannabe Jeep? My brother's got one of them. He loves it. I like the late 70s, early 80s for a Bronco. The 90s are all right. They're just cheap built. They get that straight six. They run, just got no balls. They got their transfer case that has hands in them. They're not gear to gear, so those things wear out in 5 years. Where you can pull a 70, 78 out of a field right now, and that transmission and transfer case with 100,000 on it is better than the new one you bought, brand new for a new model. Those gear to gear transfer cases, they never go out. No better.
Has anyone heard?
I don't get it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying I don't get meme words. Meme. What's a mass? Bucks 11 NASA? Oh wait. Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Has anyone heard End of Mankind speak today? Or Scotsman, Flying Scotsman, either one of those
I don't
guys?
know. Did he come from the west or the northwest?
That depends
I
on the
didn't see him
medium.
come in. I thought it would be relative to my position.
Well,
Did he come
relativity
in on a
assumes
horse?
all objects are moving, doesn't it?
Let's just make sure he doesn't talk
All
here.
objects are moving relative to something else.
What about is Earth? So
That's right.
does it need to be moving? Like Earth has to be moving then?
No, but we can calculate as though it's moving.
Where the hell did you pull that from?
But
You
okay,
calculate
he
as
said
though it's
everything has to
moving.
be moving.
With respect to something else, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
The Earth
He
is
didn't say everything has to be moving. One thing can be stationary, but without two objects, there's no relative movement.
Yeah, so when they say about the sky turning and the ball earthers say it's not the sky, it's us that turning, the sky stationary, that's actually a false equivalence. There is a third alternative, and the third alternative is that the sky and the earth are moving just at slightly different rates, and it gives the perception that it's one moving over the other.
Or neither.
Not that I'm saying that I believe that's true. I'm just saying it's a false equivalence to say it's one or the other, because it's not. There is a third.
Yeah, there's also
Kill him.
Except the light will be moving, so I don't think you'll never have someone say neither.
Nice.
So wait, Reckoner's here. Reckoner. But don't you think is relatively speaking relativity irrelevant? Or do you think it actually applies to everything?
Relativity is nonsense.
Yeah.
Einstein's theory of general relativity is nonsense. We do live in a relative world, but just not an Einsteinian relative world.
Can it be also relatively irrelevant? Because if it's irrelevant, can something that is irrelevant also be relative?
Yeah, because Sean Hawkins is relatively irrelevant relative to, say, Jose Gonzalez. They're both
Sure.
irrelevant, right?
Almost, yeah. Yeah, I'd say. But their shows are comedy sometimes, you know?
That Farmer's Boy's a fucking idiot, isn't he? Do you ever listen to him?
Who?
Farmer's Boy.
Never heard. No, I don't know who that is.
Oh, he talks like he knows what he's talking about. Oh, he's just an idiot.
Is he do you know who else does that? Actually, there are a few Globers that I feel like the way they talk is makes a lot more sense than others. I don't know why, even though it's total nonsense.
Hey guys, can I ask you something?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Both of you, CI and Sleeping Warrior.
I'm
Have
not
you
CI.
ever, yeah, have you ever touched something with your eyes closed and feel it curved round, and when you open your eyes, it's a cube?
I remember now.
No?
No, I've never done that. I do know
Only
that
if
in
you like ice if it melted, but it would never melt in a cube.
Yeah. Just came up with this idea when I heard you see.
Have you ever seen a horizon that looks like a sphere and is spinning and is tilted?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen a horizon that refracts above itself, which requires the appearance of two different horizons on the same exact, sky and ground? So, have you ever seen two horizons?
I can't imagine it possible.
Yeah.
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 If
Well,
I'd
I do
it
know
would
see
be
that.
even better than two horizons is where one horizon is spinning, tilted, and spherical, and the other one's flat because refraction. So you have light bending, creating a straight line because everything looks horizon. You have curving light creating, or sorry, straight light creating a curved line, and the
making
other
the
one
curve straight.
vice versa. But I've never seen a wobbling. I might have seen a spinning one, but never a wobbling horizon. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's a good one too.
yeah, it usually doesn't wobble.
Why only two
Actually,
horizons?
when you drink,
Why only two? I got
Too
three horizons. Let's make it. Why not just infinite? Just keep going.
I kind of saw it funny when I was coming off of a merry-go-round, dizzy, spinning. Felt like the world is tilting.
Yeah, that's how they got the tilt, right? Or you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you using a protractor or were you using a sextant?
Dude, the thing is, bro, you haven't been on that merry-go-round long enough for your body to adapt to the spinning, right? That I think that's
So I
the whole
don't feel it.
argument. You haven't lived on the merry-go-round long enough to evolve, to adapt to the spinning. But you
Right.
have on this ball, yeah. It's like a ball on a ball on a ball, or a spin on spin on spin. So we're going around the great attractor in our galaxy, yeah. But inside the solar system, we're going around that. It's like all the spin inside spin. But bro, I'm not getting dizzy though. That's because you evolved. I like making things up. I feel like a scientist when I do that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Did you see the argument, the drone footage where you have the inertial frame where you see the sun or moon moving? That argument it was interesting.
What is the argument? I see it moving.
You see, like
You're talking about my drone footage.
Yeah, that one. Did you see that? I know he said something about the observer in this case is the drone, which is not in the non-inertial, so it's in the inertial frame, and yet you still see the lights in the sky moving, which he thinks, or according to the argument, is that debunks it. So like Earth is not moving because otherwise you wouldn't have this observation.
Yeah.
That's what his.
No,
I don't
that's
remember what his.
yeah, yeah. The Kiwi's basically saying like that the Earth should be moving underneath this drone. That's like basically plain and simple, layman's terms, what should be going on there. There's another argument that he also likes, but he doesn't usually take it there just because he thinks they're all numpty, ball-tarred idiots. So, but like parallax is another great argument that's inside of that little time lapse that I took. You can see, you know, nearly a dozen stars clearly in that video, and they move along with the moon. And if the moon is, you know, only 238,000 miles away and those stars are trillions of miles away, they should be appearing to move at completely different speeds throughout the sky, but they move together.
So are
You
they
know what?
saying that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth? Is that the explanation?
Well, the problem with
With
that,
the
I thought they
stars
would not.
also.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, there's two problems. Before I was gonna talk about the atmosphere and the Earth moving together before that one. I thought you would just say conservation of momentum. That's the usual response.
Well,
But
no, I'm not talking about a response. I didn't say anything about a response. Yeah, no,
not
that's what
you,
they
not
would.
you.
That's what they say. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but you could.
I mean, if that's the explanation, right? Then how? So that means if what you call it, a spaceship or any kind of aircraft leaves the atmosphere, it's gonna slam into it's something's gonna change, right? Because if the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, and then you exit that atmosphere, pretend you're on that merry-go-round, okay, and you just jump off. What happens?
It doesn't
What
carry
happens?
you anymore.
It flings you to somewhere,
It
right?
throws you away.
Yeah, right. I mean, if you say that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then now you have to explain how we send things outside that atmosphere and how this change, where does it happen, right? Where do things stop spinning with the Earth and enter vacuum?
Yeah. I think my mic was breaking up. I was gonna say it. The one about conservation stops because, just like you said, if you jump off a spinning object, you're not gonna conserve it forever. So that debunks that one. And then the other one is like, with the lockstep situation, you can just bring up the fact that you have winds that don't go in the same direction as the imaginary spin. So that's impossible because you can't have winds moving with the spin and going in the opposite direction. Like,
Well,
unless their
no,
claim is with the Earth, not the spin.
in theory. Look, I'm not saying that, but you could have clouds that were just standing still. That if we were moving, they would
Right.
appear to be fucking flying past
Going
us.
the other direction. Yeah, but it won't actually go the other direction, right? It's just going a little slower than everything else, and it looks like it's going the other.
Mic is. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
With the
I hear you.
cloud thing, are those clouds moving in the exact same direction? Like, did you actually measure the direction that it's similar to the imaginary spin? Like, you know how that spin has to be the same exact direction that the clouds are moving in, right?
No, it's going to be slower. because if the clouds are moving in the direction of the spin and you can see it moving, then it's moving faster than the spin of the Earth, right?
Well, I'm not even concerned with the speed, right? As long as you're saying, because remember, the claim is about the atmosphere, right? So if you want
But
to
no,
include
hold on,
clouds
hold
in
on,
that,
hold on. I think you're conflating something though, and I'm not like a meteorologist, but like all you have to do is look at weather maps and like wind directions and wind speeds and shit like that. They get this stuff all like monitored all over the place. And it swirls around in little pockets and there's high and low pressure areas and it does all that shit. Okay. Like
that debunks it
obviously,
right there.
well, like, could that happen while it's also spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour? I don't know. I have no way of knowing that.
No, in the same with no. Here, let me rephrase it. If someone says the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, that is very different than saying the atmosphere moves with the spin and it has to go in the same direction as the spin. You get what I'm saying? As opposed to going against the spin, which would mean the atmosphere is not moving with the spin because it's going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, they say the atmosphere and everything in it, including helicopters and hot air balloons. Problem is when you start spinning everything with it like this, there should be an acceleration and deceleration apparent when you rise or you fall or when you travel towards the equator or from it. And we don't see this with any accelerometer.
So, okay, but just to be clear, do you think that all the atmosphere has to move in the same direction as the spin, or are you saying it doesn't? It can go in the opposite direction and still go with the spin? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
they claim that it can go in any direction it wants because everything in the atmosphere, including if you jump, you get moved with it, everything. And so because they believe in conservation of momentum, like if you're running to the right and you jump, you're not gonna it's gonna conserve that momentum. That's what they believe because they conflate Coriolis effect with conservation of momentum.
So if you go in the opposite direction, like if you're jumping, let's say you have a gas.
No, see, that's the thing. It
Go ahead.
wouldn't necessarily be the opposite direction. It could be moving in the same direction, just slower than its surroundings, and therefore
Oh no.
computing.
No. I know that, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the atmosphere moving in the opposite direction. Like if you have winds that move in the opposite direction of the imaginary spin, that's obviously not, you get what I'm saying. It's not
Yeah,
moving.
the
Oh,
thing
you
is
don't the
that's
prevailing winds? Yeah, I don't understand that.
yeah, but the thing is, that's
Those
what
are
it
kind of the
appears
wrong
to
way,
from
aren't
your
they?
perspective. You got to think about it like those winds are not going at 1,000 miles per hour. They're still supposed to be traveling with the rotation in their mind, even though it's not going the full speed. You know what I mean?
Speed.
Hey,
No, we're talking about direction, not
does
speed, though. That's the problem.
this help?
Direction, not
Check it out.
speed.
What about Jupiter? You know how they look at Jupiter, right? Storms are going this way, and storms are going that way, and storms are going this way. I think that's what they believe, right? I think they believe that, yeah, the Earth can spin this
Yeah.
way, and everything on it can go wherever they need to go.
Or then
I'm
it's
looking
not
at
moving in
Jupiter.
lockstep, I don't think.
Jupiter does it.
I don't. Do they actually claim it's going in lockstep? Because that is easily debunked. Because I don't think. Because otherwise, the only way they could do it is be like it's not going in lockstep. That's the only route that they could take because you can demonstrate that it's not going in lockstep.
You're
Yeah,
talking
but then
about
they
on
would need
Jupiter?
Coriolis, and they don't have Coriolis, so they needed to be in lockstep. They're in a circular argument here.
Well, they.
Yeah, they're not really ready to get into that argument on other planets. Yeah,
No, Jupiter
but
is a very good mincing machine.
No. What I'm saying is, when they show us Jupiter, right?
Yeah.
What they show us that Jupiter is doing, that is a model of what could be happening here. That can answer the question of here on Earth. Can can winds or clouds or whatever go that way? Well, it's spinning this way. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because it's in the same model. So that's all I'm saying. Like, not that we should look into Jupiter.
But it's funny because, when they say about Jupiter, it's a giant gas. We should be able to fly through it, but they say that Jupiter is like a mincing machine, meat mincing machine, you know?
I've heard
It destroys
conflicting
everything.
things. I've looked that up because I thought that was interesting too, like about a gas giant, and um, different like credible science, well, I don't know, I don't know if it was science journals really, but like pretty credible, fairly credible sources, at least what you would consider to be in the mainstream or whatever, had different conflicting answers to that question. Whereas one of them said that, yeah, there was no solid ground at all on Jupiter, and another one said that, like it did have a core, like a solid thing, just very deep
Hey, you know
in the
what?
atmosphere.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, they say Jupiter is gas containing gas.
I think I realized what the miscommunication was. When you said it was going slower, you're talking about speed. I'm debunking the direction, not the speed. So yeah, if you say it's going slower, that is not that doesn't debunk the argument. The argument I'm making is
Let me give you a practical
sorry, the
example.
direction.
If you're driving in a car and it's going at 60 miles per hour and you're going past the car that's going slower than you, the car that you're passing appears to be going backwards. It's not actually. It's still traveling in the same direction as you are.
Yeah, I agree.
But you have to think of yourself like standing, not moving.
It's weird. I know we have to, explain things on the globe model to debunk them, right? That's what's so weird about it is that we're supposed to do this, but when I first became flat Earth, I didn't know anything about the globe. That's funny. It's like, so now we're supposed to be debating about this forever, and nobody knows anything about the globe model. You know what I mean? I just found it, like it feels like they're stalling. They're getting us, sidetracking us to talk about nothing while they develop, their plans or whatever. It's like, and yet nobody knows anything about the globe or the helios or how anything works. It's like,
Yeah,
something's weird. Something's going on.
is like if they don't know literally anything, I just go with okay. Okay, so what do you see? Flat? Good. Okay, so the next question, do you see the Earth moving? No. Do you see it not moving when you're on the surface, even though you're limited? Whatever, I don't care. Yes, you see it not moving. Okay. And then the next question, do you think space is real? And then we get into the whole gas pressure thing. And then, core, no core. It's like you just appeal to their senses at that point. I don't even ask for the radius. Just go, what do you experience,
Yeah. And then there's like this stuck spot that they're in, right? Like, I get it, but I don't know if I should believe that I've been lied to, because that's ballsy, right? That's ballsy of them, right? Pun intended, right? Like, oh, why? How dare would they wouldn't do that. It's like that's where they're stuck. You know what I mean? You just gotta give it a little push,
Yeah, I love that question. Why would they lie? I love that one. And I also love the one where they go, well, so are all of the other planets round? Oh, no. Actually, here's one even better than why would they lie. It's so can you trust your senses? Those conversations just why would they lie and can you trust your senses are like huge conversations that lead nowhere. Well, they do lead somewhere,
Oh.
but it's like
Yeah.
Can I add another funny point? When they
Yes.
ask the question, what about the other planets if they are round, you know?
Yeah, that was a funny one.
They actually refer only to the planets from the heliocentric solar system. They don't mean the planets from other galaxies, you know, or other solar system, star system.
Yeah.
They don't mention any of those.
Right, and you know,
Yeah.
I asked, I was like, I when they asked that, I'm like, what's the plan? What are you talking? I say, what are you talking about? What the hell is a planet? Are you talking about those lights in the sky? Like, okay, point out which one is a planet. You know, like, what are you are you talking about those pictures on that in that book you saw at school?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about those things up there. I was like, those things up there are stars. And these 7 things that you're talking about, those 2 are stars. And they're just doing something different than all the other stars are doing.
Yeah, there's
So
no
what's a
reason to believe
planet?
anything in the sky is anything similar to the ground. But shout out to India for that one.
Right. I'm like, okay, but everything else is a star. Right. Like, I don't get it. How do you know the difference?
Yeah, you could ask them, can you find one similarity between any of those lights in the sky and what you experience on Earth? And there's
Right.
literally nothing.
Yeah. It's like, I know what you're talking about when you say planet. You're talking about those pictures that we saw in school, in the books. But you may as well be talking about Narnia, you know, and the Witch Queen. You know, I'm like, what about her? Like, what about her? Where is she? Where? Show me. I'll go get her. Where is she? You know, it's like, where is this planet? Which one is it? Well, you
Okay, I
know.
have another point, funny point. They launch a satellite, Voyager 1. It's a satellite which is the furthest away. It went out from the solar system. And he
Voyager.
didn't took a picture. He didn't took a picture to the Earth showing it like we see the other planets as little stars. I want to see one with Earth. A bluish little star, you know. They don't show us any of them.
Which one did they take a picture of?
Saturn.
Um,
The glorious rings of Saturn in all her glorious splendor. Look at these beautiful rings. Oh, these are very dangerous. Like, damn, man, so much detail. Can you show me Earth? Oh, yeah, we forgot to set the timer on that one. Oh, yeah. Let's look at Saturn then, sure.
Yeah.
We'll look at Uranus next, right? Yeah.
If they just see lights in the sky and they don't just assume that they're spheres, the best they could say is like circles. That could be round and flat. It doesn't even have to be a sphere.
So
or even half a sphere. Go ahead.
I mean, I always like to say, like, what are they good for anyway, right? I mean, seasons. Who needs that? It's not like they're doing some kind of like perfect dance, clockwork, harmonious. You know what I mean? Super godly type of thing in the sky. I mean, there's just accidents. You know
Yeah.
what I mean, it's like they missed the whole point of what these things do and what their functions are, and how life can't, you know, can't be. Yeah, if they weren't doing that, we wouldn't have life. I mean, can you imagine that a universe that boom out of a big bang, right? And anything could happen, but the impossible happened perfectly. I mean, wow.
Well, the funny thing about the Big Bang, no vacuum of space is like, okay, so if you say like if someone's in a room that's really like a prison and they can't move, that because there's no room to move, but so they wouldn't be able to move, right? So if you have Earth, but if there's no room, Like, in other words, if there's no room for Earth to be moving in, then it can't move. It has to be not moving. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not saying that's what's out there. I'm just saying it needs room. Otherwise, it's not moving.
Listen,
So it's the
yeah,
same thing with the Big Bang. So if there's no Big Bang, you can't move with the Big Bang. If there's no explosion, then there would never be because it would just stay where it is.
Well, the chance for the Big Bang, I think it's in the number which Mikio Kaku gave us, 10 to the 120th. That's the chance for the Big Bang to happen. And then the chance for life to emerge will be like 10 to the 1000.
I think it's a bit more because like what are the chances that gas and
You mean
gravity
10 to the negative
will
1000?
start? Yeah, in that split second, see, in that fraction of a second, they say anything could have happened, right? The configuration was set up so it's like, what are the chances that gravity was in the right pockets of places and it was able to pull gas in? Like, whoa, I don't do okay, then what are the chances of gravity doing that and then turning them into solids? Okay, and then you add to it until you get to life. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
I
They
don't know.
just
I don't think it's infinite.
all they do is they just say, "Oh, we have billions of years." They just make an infinite time, but they never say infinite time because you'll never. That debunks the entire idea that the universe is eternal because that means today would never happen because you can have an infinite future, but you need a beginning. Otherwise, the current moment will never take place.
Yeah.
Infinity is a concept. It's not.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's not real.
it's that fine tuning. Fine tuning.
It's irrational.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot bigger than that. The chances. I don't think it's even possible. You gotta imagine you had a million. Imagine you had a million knobs and a million levers and a million with a million different places you can move them, right? And they all have to be in the right place. If any of those buttons or knobs or switches are off by a little bit, life is not possible. And that's what I'm saying. It's so finely tuned. Like
Hey, Zodiac.
Billions of configurations. Go ahead.
So you just said that there could be a beginning to time, but it could keep going on forever. I think that by definition, in order for time to go on for infinity, there'd have to not be a beginning or an end.
Well, the
Yeah, it would have
example
to
that
be-
wait, what? Go ahead, Babylon. Sorry, go ahead.
It had to be a cycle.
The example that
An
I
infinite
heard.
cycle. No beginning, no end.
Okay, well, let me just give you an analogy that I heard. Tell me if you think this is applicable. So, when someone takes a pen and then they start drawing a circle, they have a beginning point, but then if they keep going on forever,
Well, they do. But here's the problem. For a beginning, you need something coming out of nothing.
Without God, you mean?
Right.
Oh, materialistic beginning.
Oh, either or. No, with both. Even with creation, you need a beginning for the beginning.
Well, God's not nothing.
Yes. Well, yeah.
I don't.
Well,
He's
that's what I
not
mean.
what?
He's not nothing.
Hold on. What?
He's not.
No, but he. So listen, if he's eternal, then there really is no beginning or no end. That's just a cycle he did within his existence. You don't get it.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree
Or
with
he
that.
came from something else that was eternal, and he came from something else that was eternal, and nothing's really eternal. It just exists so long. It doesn't have a memory of a beginning or an end.
I think
with evolution, Big Bang, creation, they all got the same problems.
Right. So we say uncaused cause, or because idea of beginning and an end is exists only with us people, right? Only we
It's
we
the
don't know what's outside of that.
ontological premise.
right? Yeah.
The ontological premise, the coming to being, something coming from nothing.
So when God tells me, right, that He has no beginning or end, or that He is the beginning and the end, or He's eternal, I have to wait until I get a good enough brain to process all that. I think in the next life, yeah. But I'm happy just saying, all right, I don't understand, what's outside of,
Well,
my.
for a man to understand this, I think he should join his moment of death with the moment of his birth, and that will make a circle, and it means you repeat. So this is how I see eternity, cycles, repeatability.
But a cycle also has a beginning. It had to begin,
Cycle means
right?
repetition.
Wait,
Yeah,
why
it had
can't you
to
have
be
an
started.
infinite future if you have a beginning again? I want to hear what he had to say before. It was what's his name? Orion. Orion, can you tell me again what?
I was just saying that like you said that there could be a beginning to time, but then time goes on forever. And I was gonna say, I think by definition, if time was infinite, there'd be no beginning or end. But also to clarify that thought further, if there was a beginning to the Earth and the Earth hasn't been here forever, then I would guess that there's more than likely going to be an end to the Earth, however far away that is, or however that happens.
Can I say, I thought, how do we tell time? Oh, you measure time using, well, it's the sun, right? It's the sun in the sky that's doing the cycle. That's how we get this unit of measurement so that we can measure. But when I think about it, I don't think there is such a thing as time. This thing we call time is a unit of measure, just like the foot, just like the inch or these is how we are trying to, put into numbers, things, so. But then when you think about it, it's because we are born and then we die that we do that. You know what I mean? But if we didn't die, like imagine hypothetically you never died, right? Time doesn't exist. You have this thing moving in the sky, yeah, but you don't really care about, there's no such thing as time. Like I gotta do this. You know what I mean? It's just it's like the foot. I just wanted to, yeah. What do you guys think about that?
I
Well,
was
I think
gonna ask a question before we got. I was gonna ask, does the definition of infinite require no beginning and no end, or does it only require one of those to be?
Is that the same as eternal though? And when you say that, are these words the same? Infinite.
I think in regards to time, the answer would be yes, there wouldn't be any beginning or end. But in regards to other things like, I don't know, the cheat code on a video game that gives you infinite ammo, well, obviously you weren't playing that video game all your life.
Guys, we are asking beginning and end,
That doesn't make
right?
sense to me. I thought it had
The
to
idea.
be. Go ahead.
The idea of beginning and end, I think, is because we are born, that's our beginning, and then we die, that's our end, right? But if we never died, if Adam never died, I mean, that's why I don't know what doesn't have a beginning. You know what I mean? But
So the premise is because we had a birth, everything else, that's everything else experiences that. And that's defining the entire universe by the attributes of a human being or a living organism. And it's illogical.
right. But then now it brings us back to the Big Bang. Remember, we measure these things because of the sun. I was like, because that thing moves in the sky, we're here. Because the sun moves and causes life to exist, we're here. I was like, so, and we use it to tell time, we use it to measure time. So what is we had a beginning, yeah, okay. Who knows? But if we didn't have a beginning, there would be. Oh, go ahead. I'm all confused now.
You got it.
I find this real hilarious.
Oh, we got someone who wants to be a flat earther, and he's gonna.
I got this, bro.
Okay, gotta go for it.
You should be asking for an interview. You should be asking for an interview, not can somebody just hand him something for no reason.
Yeah, I thought
Mark,
he
you
was.
want to take the hot seat? Because I'm kind of bored by this conversation. If you want to do your interview right here, I'll do it. Mark, are you in here? Is he in here?
I don't see him.
No.
I'll try pinging him though.
You know what I heard Brenda say last night? I don't know. I was watching Q's thing. Said if you measure something with the ruler, right? The time that there's space time there, and everybody lost their shit. So funny. you know, Brenda, how much space time is in a cubic? Nathan asked. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's
Space.
that's what I mean, man. Wow. Well,
Yeah, these clothes don't fit me properly. Damn space time.
it's like, what are we talking
It
about?
could be because Brenda's a lard ass man with a wig on. It could
Is
be
that
that.
Nani? Is that...
Some monkey with
Yeah.
lipstick on a wig. In a wig.
Yeah, what's
What
your
are the
question, Nani?
comments?
It went to Kmart
Oh.
instead of the big and tall store.
The
We got
comments is
new
like,
person. Nani,
Brenda
are you
sounds like
there?
a decent
Yeah, I don't
blog.
know.
Yeah, I am here, but like people are talking, and I don't really want to disturb the discussion.
What's the question?
So, it's a bit off topic of like eternity and everything. It's more of like an advice I like to have. So, I am currently reading more and more about this COVID vaccine and the virus, and I'm trying to explain the dangers of it to my family, but they have this
We don't
extreme
really
cognitive dissonance.
we don't really cover that in
No.
live
That's not what
stream.
I'm.
You really do.
No, that's not what.
You don't understand.
It's a controversial topic. Listen, it's a controversial topic that gets servers taken down. Some of us have 5 years in this server and we want to make another one. This is the second one we made. So we just don't cover that because
Okay,
people
I'm
get
sorry,
servers
but
taken down for
We don't
misinformation.
cover that. We don't cover that
I
topic
mean,
in this live stream channel.
yes,
You're
yes,
free to go
okay,
to a
sorry.
different. You're free to go to a different room and have all the conversations about it you want, but not in the live stream.
Yeah,
No, but that's not what I wanted to ask.
question
I'm
is
just
about eternity.
how. My question is
Oh,
just
and
how do you guys deal with people with cognitive dissonance? That is my question.
Oh,
You just gotta show them the evidence, and if they don't verify the evidence and just keep believing it, then you can't really do much.
We put a dunce cap on them and tell them to sit in the corner and time out.
It's not.
what
It's
I
not
do,
no.
time for them. You can't reach every person. You can't reach every person. Some people, listen, no thing comes before its season. You can't be people when you're not ready to learn.
Yeah, no, that's
They'll only
exactly
be
it. Like
consistent.
people,
Well, it's no different.
Robot,
Oh,
a little bit.
yeah, no, people just you can give them little bits of information here and there, or you can just try to dump a whole bunch on them. If you try to dump it all on them, they're not going to see it. It's going to take time. Like, I mean, I understand like people who have cognitus, like with no matter what it is you're talking about, um, they they have to find the truth on their own. So how do you deal with it? Like you have to lead them to the truth, but you have to somehow make sure that they're like absorbing it and um taking it in like fully, like as they progress. It's a process.
Yeah, go as slow as you can, but if you don't have time, then you probably won't be able to. I would say like go from point A to point, B, just like one step at a time. But if it doesn't work like that, because some people are just gonna argue with point A, and that you'll never get to point B.
Yeah, I wouldn't debate
back.
that. I would just crack jokes on the globe, you know what I mean, and enjoy myself and just, they'll see that, all right, he doesn't really want to talk to me about But what you're doing is you're putting ideas in their head without them fighting back. You know what I mean? You're just cracking jokes and having fun, but they're probably listening. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's what
You
I do.
you can teach people about cognitive dissonance and about how presenting new information is going to affect them before you present them with new information. And then when you present them with the new information that's contrary to their core belief system, they're still going to have that reaction. And whether they choose to push through it or not and overcome it is up to them. So there's nothing really you can do other than attempt to educate them on what cognitive dissonance is, what the effects are, and offer to help them work through it. But
Yeah,
it's truly
and
up to the
logical
person you're
fallacies
talking
too.
with.
Make sure
It's
they
easier.
understand logical fallacies.
What's
It's
that?
easier to fool people than to convince them that they're fooled. Hence, why I just crack jokes at the globe.
Wait,
You know what I mean?
did you have a question, Nani?
Yeah. What is science fallacy? Oh, sorry, logical fallacy.
Illogical fallacies are statements that have like wrong that are reasoning that are just wrong, but they sound initially like they sound almost like really sophisticated enough, but it's like really kind of subtle that they're just completely wrong sometimes. So like, for example, if I say the reason that I am not hungry is only because I eat solid food, that's a fallacy because there could be other reasons why I'm not hungry. Maybe I drank a lot of water, maybe I did something else, you know. So it's like that's one. Another one is like appeal to
Apparel. Yeah, you might have lost your appetite because you talked to a Glover.
yeah.
So the first thing to do is to explain what is cognitive dissonance.
That can help.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'll try that. Thanks.
If
I'll
they
send you a
can
document about it.
Yeah, sure. I'll be happy to look into it.
another one, by the way, you might encounter someone who this is going to sound so stupid, but basically they don't think that they can trust their senses. So it's just like an endless like I don't even think it's worth continuing. Like you could keep going down that road and debate them on because in order to for them to say they can't trust their senses, they had to trust their senses in order to tell you that, so they just refuted themselves anyway. But it's just like a waste of time because if they have that opinion, there's no point in interacting with them.
Yeah, it seems like I do not only have to present the information, but I even have to tell them how to think with the information I'm giving because
Yeah.
because
It
yeah,
depends on
because
how
of the
zealot they are. If they're not a zealot, then they should be okay. But usually, if you interact, you might find a zealot. So it depends on how how hardcore they are about questioning everything you say.
Sorry. See,
It's
I posted the PDF with the logical fallacies in the live stream voice text. If the girl wants to download,
oh yeah, wait, I'll find it.
yeah.
It's just really frustrating at the contradictions they put up, like saying that it's based on science and logic when it's based on emotions and other people's word, taking other people's word for it. It's so contradictive, and I'm just frustrated, and I don't know what else should I do. But yeah,
It depends on
Do
how.
nothing. You
Yeah,
don't
you
have to
don't
do
have to
anything.
do it. You don't have to do anything if you don't, because I think it's more important to just. I mean, it depends on who you're talking. Is it like a family or a friend? You know, because I
it is
wouldn't
a
even bring it up.
family.
Yeah.
People I care about, and this is life-threatening decisions that they're taking, and I don't know how else what other moves I can take.
Yeah.
Just learn more about how deception works. Psychology. See, the way when you understand how these things are done, how they did it, then you can figure out what to do. You know,
To
it's
like
mind control.
neutralize it?
It's all yeah. Well, it's mind control. It has to do with psychology, and yeah, it plays on the emotions of people. So you're dealing with, you know, it's not. Yeah, you know, CIA and all those the governments have worked. They all work together to cause these things, and that's what you're working against. You know,
Yeah,
so
but here's
a
the
little bit
thing,
more
that is way
study.
too deep. That is way too deep to get into to older people who are older than me, who just sees me as this kid who just finished high school.
Well, you
It's
gotta
way
work.
too big
That's
to
the
get
work,
into
right?
it.
That's what you have to do. That's the work you have to do if you want to do something about it. You have to learn more about it, and you'll know what to do. But you gotta learn more about it. That's all.
Hey, I got a question for
Bible.
you. Do your family members think they live on a globe still?
Yes, well, yes. Everybody around me thinks they're living on the globe.
Okay, so this would be my suggestion.
Oh, your mic cut out, Orion. Your mic cut out. Can you hear me now? Oh yeah, Orion. Can you repeat what you said? I don't know if you guys can hear me, but Orion, your mic cut out. I can't hear you.
Yeah,
We
you're
can hear
good.
you. Orion's gone.
But yeah, try rejoining here. I'll just ping him. Someone taking a piss.
Man, I wish I learned all this when I was I wish I had the internet when I was younger, man.
Somebody
Like the
taking
way
a
we
leak.
have it today. Probably.
Yeah,
Just,
but
sorry, we're just like in the middle of thing. Just what the fuck?
anyways, if it's someone you really care about and they're gonna make a decision based off of mainstream brainwashing that is potentially life-threatening, regardless of how much evidence you show them, after you show them the evidence, it's on them, it's not your fault, even if they decide to go for it. Because if you show them the evidence and they make a decision anyway, then that's their response. It's not your responsibility.
But I'd be so
Don't be
mad though.
afraid. No, don't be afraid about these things. People who take it or who don't take it. You can't tell for sure. You know.
I'd be so mad though. Like, how dare these people interfere with my family, you know? Like taking advantage of them, manipulating them. I'd be so mad if I allow myself to let that happen.
You should
You
pray
try
for
your
God
best, and that's it.
and
That's all
ask
you can
him.
do.
Yo, I think only God can help
What?
us, but that's just me.
Yeah, that's the truth. Only God. We are in the hands of God. But you can learn, for example, how to spiritually heal people. And I'm not saying it like religious. I'm saying it more like healing their mind. You know, that cognitive dissonance is actually an effect which reveals that that person is suffering spiritually.
My family is more religious than I am. Why is it that I get this truth and it doesn't come to them?
Do they think that in the which religion, by the way? Just curious.
You just answered your own question. The reason why is because you're not religious and they are.
Yeah.
So you're an objective thinker.
Oh, yeah. QE. Shout out to QE for that one. Religion is belief.
Just because they're religious.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I've always thought I'm like the most despicable one, that I'm the one who's going to hell.
Hey, you're the one who did the thinking, so you might have something to do with it. It's all your fault.
You sound like someone who's seeking the truth, find out the truth, to know more, to learn. So that is actually very positive spirituality. Being spiritual is good. Being religious, it has been done 2000 plus years ago with religions and rituals and stuff. Nobody cares about that. I mean, the guy sacrificed on the cross, he said it. He doesn't care about people's religions and the rituals they do.
Then what
Yeah.
does he care about?
Yeah, it means that, it was saying, hey, keep the Shabbat holy and stuff, the 7th day of rest and stuff. But then Jesus said, hey, he healed someone, an ill man, on the Shabbat day, the day of rest. And the priest came to him, oh, you're doing bad because it's Shabbat. You were supposed to rest. You can't be a doctor on this day. And he said, but if you can do a good thing, then not doing it is actually bad.
Yeah. And he said, which one of you, if your animal fell down a hole on the Sabbath, would not pull it up? Oh,
Yeah.
Of course you're going to go out there and get your animal out of there. He's in trouble.
Yeah.
How much time do you have to like not convince them, but to like present them with your evidence? Because it depends on how fast you have to go. Because if you could
So
just bring it right away, then you'll be able to get it. Go ahead.
I've already finished presenting all the information that proves my point, with data and proof, and people with credentials who are saying the same thing. I've already presented all of that, but the problem is it's a compilation of videos, so most likely they don't want to watch it, but the data that I show straight up. Okay, sorry, the question is something else. So I spent
They're ignoring evidence?
Yeah, they are not only ignoring evidence, but they are finding reasons to not believe the evidence, emotional reasons to not believe the evidence.
Have they
Which
ever been in a debate?
No. I've never been in a debate.
Like, have they ever had like a logical disagreement with someone without just automatically refusing to acknowledge any information? Like, like what's your favorite food, or you could ask them what a different conversation and get them to realize the same pattern, or just point out that what's the reaction? Have you ever pointed it out that they base it on emotion?
I have once, but I don't stress it as much as I stress the other things.
Yeah, just sticking to the facts is a good idea. My connection broke up a little bit ago. Did you hear what I said about the 3 points and the information and that strategy?
No.
No, you broke up. Go ahead.
All right, so I had this long conversation with my brother Kurt and his girlfriend just a few days ago, and I was just amazed of how smart both of them were, but still, at the end of the night, they still think they live on a globe. I don't know, maybe my friend's girlfriend, maybe not so much her, but my brother still thinks he lives on a globe. But the point is I got really far with them. I at least got them to admit that they have no evidence for the globe at all and no way of proving it to me. Curvature, axial rotation, or gas pressure without a container. They have absolutely no solid evidence for any of these things. And I got them to at least admit that, and at least got them to admit that, yeah, it's just a belief that they live on a globe flying through space. The only time when they got really offended about that was when I pointed out to them that that's technically a religion, and they're really anti-religion, and so they took that really offensively, even though it's still true. But the point is that what you got to do is you got to make sure to understand these 3 points, these 3 positive claims of the globe model, which are, that we're on a sphere, a curvature, a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles. Ask them how they can construct a straight line with with metal, wood, or a laser, and see where the Earth is deviating from that straight line. And if they're going to say magical refraction, ask them for a citation for that particular type of refraction that doesn't exist, that would make you able to see over corners, which doesn't exist. And then, the second claim is axial rotation, and an easy way to show that the Earth is not rotating and orbiting the sun at the same time is with an accelerometer, because if the Earth was rotating at the equator at 900 miles per hour or 1,000 miles per hour, and also the Earth was orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, then that means that a piece of land right around Panama, right around the equator, would be accelerating and decelerating by 1,000 miles per hour throughout the day as the 24-hour period of time goes by. And you would very easily be able to detect this with an accelerometer, this increase in speed and decrease in speed. As far as I know, they all measure 0, but you should try to get your family to try and be honest with themselves and try to see if they can find evidence of an accelerometer, measuring this acceleration and deceleration. And then also after that, just, the third claim is gas pressure without a container. They say that the vacuum of space exists next to a pressurized gas system, and somehow that makes sense in their minds, but it doesn't, because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. Make sure to explain that to them, that a high pressure system always moves to a low pressure system to find its equilibrium, and there is no gravity in the second law of thermodynamics. And just ask them if they can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and maybe you'll help them understand the nature of reality.
Have you read the Bible?
No, I haven't.
Okay, but did your parents read it? Do
We're
they read it?
Muslims.
Oh, Muslims. So they're about the Quran.
Yeah.
Okay. I suggest to tell them that the lies that they ignore are the lies which doom them to this.
So you're saying
Do you understand?
the evidence that they ignore will doom them?
No, the lies.
Who is
The
that?
lies
Who's
they
that person?
ignore.
Let's beget.
Yeah, get.
So the lies that they ignore. It's hard. It's very
Are
hard for them to believe that it's a lie, though, because they trust their government. They trust the doctors in my country.
but
It's
you
already
have to
difficult
tell
for
them
them.
to
Sorry.
they cannot take like blindly trust anyone just because he has a fancy degree showing it off. It doesn't mean that person is real. It can be a
But
clown, a lying clown. He does that for money. There are so many cases known in the hospitals and also in churches, all sort of priests. They did all sort of things, you know.
Have they? Well, I don't even want to bring this up because I don't want to. I was gonna ask. Let's not. I don't want to bring it up because it's breaking the rules, so can't bring it up.
If my friend, my best friend, who is a doctor, right? My best friend that I've known all my life in our village is a doctor. All of a sudden one day says, "Hey, we gotta start putting these, inside you," and I know that it's bad. I mean, of
Wait,
course,
inside you?
you know what I mean.
Oh,
You
that's
know
a
what I
big
mean,
fuck.
right?
No.
Right. So I have to say, like, So
Hey,
he's my best friend.
hey,
I
what's up,
trust.
Crack Rabbit?
But does my best friend that I trust, know that some of the things he's doing is actually
Crack Rabbit.
not right, not good, right? So there's that. It goes for your pastor, your teacher, your whoever that you
That's
trust.
Rabbit. You got any
Yeah,
flat Earth questions, Crack Rabbit?
I don't even know who's talking to
Can
me.
you
I
crack
actually
on a
was
yeah.
I
flat
wasn't
plane?
even able
I
to
mean,
talk until 2 seconds ago, so I don't
Come
even.
on, it's Michael J. Smith. You know me, bro. I gave you speaking terms. What's up?
Oh,
Where
Battle
you?
Nod. My bad.
Yeah,
So you're
what's
talking
up?
about?
Where you been? Where you been?
I've been busy, dude. Working a bunch, man.
okay.
Well, you got speaking terms if you want to change the subject.
I
Yeah.
got you.
No,
I'm
I
just
got the. Hold on. Let me say this one. In school, 12 years old, right? One of our teachers wanted to teach evolution, but all the teachers and even the principal didn't want to teach it. But he said, "No, I have to teach it. I'm going to teach it." So they all stood by, the door. The teacher stood by the door while he taught and started asking him questions on why are there monkeys then? You know what I mean? Here's a person that we trust. He's a community part of our community, the village. Everybody knows him, but when it came to this topic. There was this like, look, you don't know what you're talking about. The people that told you that evolution is don't know what. So you know what I mean. So just
they're
because
just
you trust
repeating
them,
you.
yeah, just because you trust that you do trust like the government, or doesn't mean that the people that you trust know that the information that they're receiving is right or wrong or bad or good. I mean, is that way to go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just a kid here in their eyes. And for them to see someone like me say, "Oh, these doctors sometimes don't even know what they're talking about." Can you see from their perspective how unbelievable that already sounds? Me.
Can I tell a story real fast? I'll be super quick.
Yep.
So my kid had swollen lymph nodes. I took him to the doctor. 2 weeks later, he has swollen lymph nodes still. So I went to a separate doctor to get a second opinion. And as soon as she got the blood results, she called us back to the doctor's office and told us to pack our bags. We're going to Children's. My son had leukemia. I came back after my son was in remission months later, and I asked the doctor. I said, when the first doctor got the first blood results, I said, when you looked at those blood results, could you tell that he had leukemia then? She said, absolutely. The first doctor should have known that he had leukemia.
So
You
mistakes
have to take
made by people.
responsibility, right,
Yeah.
for the knowledge, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's indicative
full
of like.
experts.
I don't think that's indicative of like a lying doctor or anything like that. Maybe honestly, he probably just looked at it.
Maybe it's just an incompetent doctor.
Yeah,
Yeah, but how do you miss white blood cells through the roof and not know that it's leukemia?
My mother had a brain tumor that they didn't detect for years, and she actually had like stage 4 breast cancer, and so she'd like been through the ringer, and somehow they had no clue through multiple X-rays and MRIs and all kinds of stuff. They just let this, yeah, they just didn't see it apparently somehow. It wasn't their primary focus. So if anything, to me, it doesn't seem like the guy's being disingenuous. More or less, just I think his focus may have been somewhere else, and that's it's definitely not good. No one's saying that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he was taking too much of his own medicine.
It depends a lot also on your health insurance.
And especially it should be even more obvious when somebody tells you that the oceans or the water is bending around, that we see that it's flat. That's even worse now. I mean, like, you're gonna trust people that tell you your eyes are deceiving you, that you're seeing that it's actually curved when it looks flat. You're gonna trust those people. You know what I mean? Like, that's, I don't know. Have you tried that? Say that, isn't it obvious that the earth is flat?
Yeah, the topic that I was talking about wasn't specifically surrounding flat Earth, sadly, so I can't talk about it here. So I
Well,
can't
it's not
talk
just
about
flat Earth. It's
what's
all
influence.
things. It's the same. It's double speak. You see, it's using these big terms to turn your brain off, because if you simplify their theories, it sounds ridiculous, and your mind will be like, "Whoa, that's bullshit."
Wait, so you were
how
only
is that even
like sort
possible?
of You were only sort of like broaching the flat Earth subject with your family, just like through
No,
organic conversation or something, or
no, I never dared to. I
No,
never
I think
did.
she's talking about the like.
She's
it's
talking about the
different situations.
injectable.
Yeah,
okay.
it's about the jab.
Hey, I have a suggestion about that. You should ask your family, do you guys trust doctors? And they'll probably say yes. All right. So, what happens if two doctors say exactly the opposite thing?
I would say, is it permittable in the Quran to have a piece of a human put into your body? Because I'm pretty sure that's not. I know you guys don't say kosher. What do you guys say?
Halal.
I guess really they're really lucky that we're not using like pig cultures and stuff for a lot of like.
No, they use human. They use human
with
DNA.
Like, with like tetanus shots, there's like bovine cultures and stuff. So like, there's a chance that some cloven, foot animal has somehow gotten into their system without them knowing it. You know what I mean? Which is also another interesting topic to get into.
Yeah, I think that's where
we've all
you're.
gotten
That's where
tetanus
you're at.
shots, right? Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. But we've all gotten tetanus shots. You know what I mean? Obviously, they do like somewhat change like here and there how they're actually like produced or whatever within the same result. But yeah, it's pretty interesting what's in some of them.
So to the Muslim girl, right? If you were to scroll up in the live stream voice text, not even 7 days ago, I posted a ton of links, and in those links, it shows proof that they do use human fetal tissue in the jab. And if you were to present that to your parents, I don't see how they would be able to have that put in their bodies because you're not supposed to.
That's only in the mRNA one, right?
Well, they might not believe her. They might think, well, she's probably just misinformed. That's probably just something she probably doesn't
Well, that's
know.
why she cites from my sources. Because if she cites from my sources, she's not saying it.
Right.
That's the point. They
They
think
might
these
not
words are coming
believe
from my
that.
mouth.
They might not believe the source either, or not understand.
Research is a part of that culture, is it not? To research, know, and understand.
But it's shocking enough, yeah.
All
Where they're
things
giving it a try.
to Allah, mashallah, is it not His will that we know all things in creation? To research, study, a daily study.
But I mean, that's just the physical. This thing we're talking about is the mind. Right? It's what are we feeding our minds? That the earth is a
you can make
ball, that we
like a
came from
letter.
monkeys.
You can make a letter and put it in your parents' mailbox, like the government sent it, and you say there you want them to
way to go about it.
inject these things.
Pork, right? Pork.
Yeah.
I think it was Saturday night.
Mail them saline solution and be like, here, we were just mailing out these things now. Just like, go ahead and do it to yourself. Is that the idea?
So those links are going to be Sunday morning. Sunday morning, about 6 or 7 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock, Texas time. That's where all those links are, in case anybody wanted them.
Yeah, you should print out those links and mail them to your parents.
They don't open them. Like, I've sent them so many documents. They don't open them.
Oh, you say something like it's from the electric bill company, make the letter look like that.
I think you're dealing with like either. Well, what I would do, you could be like Ocean's 11 and give them like water. Like if you just filled it instead of with the jab, you just fill it with water and be like, "Oh yeah, you took it." No, but I wouldn't do that because
That's why I was saying like saline solution. You just like mail them a couple vials of that. If you were so inclined. I'm just spitballing. Like I definitely don't agree with that practice, but I'm just spitballing.
I'm
kind of curious.
I just wanted to say, doesn't the Quran say that you should like learn about the prophet known as Isa, right?
What about him?
Aren't you supposed to learn about him? Isn't it part of like what the
We're supposed
Quran
to learn
says to
about
do?
every prophet. Yeah.
Okay, so in the book of Revelation, would you consider that like part of, because it's the revelation of Yeshua, so in your language it would be Isa, right? So do you consider that like a holy text?
I don't know. I'm not religious at all.
Oh, you're not really okay. Thanks. That helps.
Are they going to give you trouble for not taking the jab?
No, no, they're like they think I'm an anti-vaxxer now. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. But yeah, I've
But
been
you are.
stereotyped. I'm not.
And anti-injectable.
This it's only
Anti-poison.
Well,
specific.
here's the thing. See,
Anti-poison.
ownership of the human body and respect for the dead, right? So how are you respecting the ownership of the human body to the soul that released that human body when you inject the dead body into yours?
This is
The Islamic principle, ownership of the body, separation of the soul and the body. It's a stewardship. You don't own the body. It belongs to Allah and you.
I'll say this at least, like, while I don't necessarily disagree or don't believe like the efficacy of some of the vaccines. I guess I'm not supposed to say that word, but either way, I'm still not going to get it myself, and I'm not an anti-vaxxer or anything like that whatsoever. Like, I'm just I don't know. I don't even take like fucking acetaminophen. You know what I mean? Like, I just yeah.
You shouldn't. It completely destroys your gut biome, and your
Well,
gut
yeah,
biome is
yeah.
responsible for 80% of your immune system.
Exactly. I'm not inclined to do as such. But I still will. I'm not going to say that there isn't like a real world application for it working for some people. Like, we have no idea how it's going to work for the vast majority of people, especially with like the small test groups or whatever. I mean, air quote small, because they are pretty large actually, and they're getting larger by the day, pretty much. So, yeah. Still not going to get it. So.
Well, you just gotta ask him, you would never poison yourself willingly, right? So all you gotta do is figure out what's in it. Once you figure out what's in it, then you can decide.
But a slight cautionary tale though here, and the only reason I
Listen.
even know about like
Listen.
what's in like tetanus shots is because I legitimately do believe that I do have a touch of tetanus. Yeah, legitimately, I get like lockjaw and shit like in a lie.
Islam has laws on what you put in the body, human body. Pork is just an example of that.
Yeah, I know, but now you're just thinking of like ways to like use their religion against them to keep them from injecting
It's not
themselves. And I'm
using
more or less
their.
talking
It's
about
meeting it. It's
the
called
actual
meeting them
efficacy of
at their
something.
level. You have to meet people at their level. You can't talk beyond them or talk at to them. You have to bring it down to earth in a level and a voice that they can understand. So you're supposed to respect the dead, but when you take the tissue from the dead and use it to deliver some foreign agent into the body, you're not respecting that dead body, and that's forbidden by their religion. They're
Yeah,
not
but we're
religious.
not pulling
They're
these
not
from dead
religious
bodies,
like
essentially.
Christians are. It is an absolute way of life.
Yeah, they definitely don't have like that same sliding
They
scale.
don't just go around condemning people. They actually practice their religion.
Yeah, it's not like American like Christianity. Yeah. That's the way it's
So
practiced
would
today.
so would doing that make them hypocrites?
Not about hypocrisy. It's about adherence to their law and their religion and their faith, and the contract.
The covenant.
What
Yeah,
about
that's the best way to put it.
Australian
Actually, it's covenant.
Christianity?
All right.
Wait, but it's like
What
failing
about
down there. They did like a national test, like where it's like it's like approaching like 60% of people polled were like nah. I think it was like 30% like mid 2000s before we hit like 2010, and now it's just like going crazy down there. I'm not
Don't
against
worry.
it, by the way.
All right. Is there any other questions on this, or we could get back to flat Earth again?
Yes, please do. I appreciate everybody's advice, though. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm praying
You're
for you.
welcome. Trying to help.
Do you live near a body of water where you could show your family members how to make an observation that would falsify the radius?
No, I live nowhere close to an ocean.
Is it halal? That's the question.
But are you already a
Is it
flat Earth?
permissible?
I'm not necessarily a flat Earth, just because I haven't like done any personal observation. But
Do you ever see curve?
okay, listen. The only part is there's so many flaws that the NASA astronauts has made so far that has made me suspicious.
Like, do you remember? I mean, I'm asking in real life. Do you remember seeing, or like when you go outside, like, do you have throughout all the years that you've been alive, do you remember seeing a curvature, Earth being curvature? Not in a picture, not in a video, just with your eyes.
So for that, I don't know if it's possible to see curvature if you're so small on the sphere. First of all, second of all, I live
But
in
do you
a
agree you've
in
never
a
seen curvature, right?
I've never I
Why
don't
do
think I've
you
even had a
think
chance to.
that? Why do you
Wait,
think that you
wait,
shouldn't
let her answer.
see curvature?
Wait.
I
But you agree that you've never seen Earth curvature, is that correct?
I've never had a chance to. That's my point.
Okay, you never had a chance. That's fair, but I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying
He
currently
just wants a
you
yes or a
haven't
no
shown
right now.
Yeah, just yes or no.
Okay,
You
yeah.
haven't.
No, I don't even know
Okay, you
how a
haven't.
curvature would look like.
Okay. Now let me ask you another question. What did you see instead? If like, because you said when you looked at it, you said yet you did not see curvature. So like, can you describe what you did see? Like, what did it look like?
I think what the answer she
Um,
gave earlier was that neither of them are technically falsifiable from her actual observations. If I'm being correct here, right?
Does that mean that I cannot falsify
You can't prove
either?
one right or one wrong on either side, like just because you haven't made any real observations yourself, right? That's what
Yes,
you said.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Well,
So we don't need to go. We don't need to run the gamut of all these questions. So
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
but you never saw. Okay,
but
I just want to make sure.
but
'Cause I would loved.
but I still want to know why people think curve and flat are the same thing. It's like, oh no, because you're too small. I was like, that's not true. No matter how small you are, right, and how big the ball is,
Oh, a
it
man
will
knows the
never
difference,
be
doesn't
flat,
he?
right? Right,
Doesn't he?
because
A man
eventually when you
knows
go up, you're gonna. Yep. Go ahead.
curves are defined.
I
Flat is
should
the
know that because
line.
I'm a dude. Yeah. So
Here are so
what's
far
the
here are so far
difference?
the points that I've collected that made me skeptical of the helio what was it called?
Heliocentric?
The heliocentric model.
Yeah, heliocentric model. Okay, so the first point is that we cannot really prove gravity. It's really just theory, and it remains theory. However, we can prove buoyancy, and I do have this philosophy that whatever is big of a system as the Earth can be seen in the smallest thing on the Earth. So if we can see a boat float, if you can see a hot air balloon float, that should indicate a sign on how Earth works as well. So yeah.
Buoyancy. Can you define buoyancy without using the word gravity?
Well,
It's going to
buoyancy
be tough to
is
nail it
the
down mathematically without gravity, probably.
Oh, hold on, wait. Just let her answer. Hold on.
No, I know.
So buoyancy is the mass of medium displaced by the object. It's the upward force that acts, and it equals to the mass of medium displaced by the object.
Okay, so it has to do with the relationship between the surroundings, the medium, and the object itself, right?
It's relative medium displacement obs.
Okay, right, exactly. So just think now you could throw out gravity and just say use that premise and just apply it to falling or rising, in air. You could just use the medium, the relationship between the object and the medium determines the direction. Because you can basically think of it like that. You could just throw out gravity completely.
yeah, even gravity is such a hard thing to make people believe that we can't actually prove gravity.
I mean, like,
That's
to
a big
some
one.
extent, it actually has been like proven, even on the Earth. But and I can understand why people wouldn't believe it for sure. Like it's under very.
There's no
Because
proof
Neil
for
de-
gravity.
Did you say gravity's been proven? Is that what
Yeah,
you said?
it's
to
not.
some extent,
It,
is not.
Under very specific
Guys,
circumstances, we've proven that
no,
mass does attract mass to a
nope.
very minute degree. We have definitely proven
Okay,
it.
so I got a can of propane, right? What happens when I open that can of propane? Is the gas going to attract itself, or is it going to disperse?
Well, you're talking about pressures that are much higher than
No, I'm talking
atmospheric
about
pressure.
mass. I'm
Okay,
talking
yes,
about
we have
mass that is
mass in there.
gas
Yes.
attracting mass that is gas. Does it attract or does it repel?
Repels always, even more when
Yeah,
warmed.
you've trapped it in a container. I mean, like, come on, like, think about it.
Oh, even
Well,
outside
you said that mass attracts mass. How do you explain the rain cycle?
the natural movement of gases to collide
Gravity is
constantly.
why it rains, essentially. Yeah,
people
No, it's not. Evaporation is.
people don't
I
know
mean, it's part
that
of the
it
exact
hasn't been
same,
proven.
Where's gravity
because
when there's 2 million gallons of water in the atmosphere? Tell
All
me.
right, give me one
still
scientific
the same way,
hypothesis that's valid.
probably.
Give me one viable scientific hypothesis to prove gravity. Go ahead.
It rained frogs one day.
Let me say this first, man.
Hold
I'm
up.
trying to say this.
Hold up. It rained frogs one day because a tornado threw fucking frogs up into a cloud. Where was gravity then? They just suspended up there until they froze with water and attached foreign particles. Boom, then it rained frogs.
People like Neil deGrasse Tyson keep getting. It's because people like Neil deGrasse Tyson do things like dropping mics and saying this is gravity, the proof of gravity.
Well,
No,
that's the law.
that's a bit hyperbolic. Let's be honest.
No, but that's why people
the frozen.
It's
the
more
people who ask them to prove
hyper-fastidious.
it, they drop
It's
stuff. They say
yeah.
drop stuff. You
The
know,
frozen
It's more
hyper.
where'd you get that from?
It's more hyper-fastidious. It's paying astute attention to detail. Little g is things fall. Doesn't make no attempt to correlate cause with effect. Things fall. Bam, there's gravity.
All right, look, if we're just going to talk about like the whole frog thing real quick, just to get at it real quick, just really fast. How does the Earth make hail? Right. Let's just use that process as an analog.
It starts with heat and convection, and then vapor, evaporation. It's the water cycle.
Yeah, but how do we take tiny little water vapor droplets?
We don't.
Hold on. Well, we as the encumbrance of the Earth. Let's
It's
just say,
called
right?
evaporation. I covered that.
Okay. All right. How does the Earth or the atmosphere, whatever you want to consider it, how do you take a tiny little water droplet and then make it fall from the sky as a giant?
I'll cover it for you.
Go ahead.
It's temperature. It's heating and cooling. Okay, expansion and contraction, evaporation. So the sun comes through, it heats the water up. The water evaporates. Right, goes up. It rises into the atmosphere where it becomes so cold it can't freeze. Though it should be frozen, but it can't because it doesn't have a foreign particle to attach to. So it won't freeze on its own. To freeze, it has to attach to a foreign particle.
Well, it's air
other
anyway, so
storms,
it probably already does have like a particle.
it's H2O, but whatever. So
it's the atmosphere air. So
but it's windstorms. It's windstorms that blow dust particles, pollens, leaves up into the atmosphere. Those collect in rain clouds and up them collect. Then we have rain. This is powered by electric nature of our realm and also by heating and cooling cycles.
Yeah, but how do you take a small raindrop and then essentially refreeze it a bunch of times?
It evaporates.
Well, no, that's not how hail works.
Well, hail is another story. It stays frozen all the way down. Because this is the thing. Hail is rain in a winter area. So it doesn't on-thaw. When rain falls from a rain cloud, it's at freezing, below freezing temperature. A foreign particle attaches to it, and on the way down, it on-thaws and becomes rain. That's why rain is always colder, because it was just frozen. But if it does it in a winter area, it can't unfreeze, so it's hail. Sometimes it's so sudden, and there's so many millions of gallons of moisture trapped in the cloud that it dumps it out so quick it has no time to unfreeze.
Okay, so We get, like hail to make it like a big, like a golf ball sized piece of hail. Like
Yeah, that means there's a lot of dust in the atmosphere. There's a lot of foreign particles for that to attach to.
it's actually a process of like it dropping and then being picked back up by air current and brought back up into the freezing range and then dropped again and then picked back up. And each time it accumulates.
That's
a
called the
new layer
water
of ice.
cycle. Listen, that's the water
No,
cycle.
no, we're talking about something that's not even making it back down to the surface. We're talking about
Well
something
then,
that's barely
where's
making it
gravity?
down.
Where's gravity?
You got a
Hell,
hypothesis for gravity yet?
It's
I
wind.
want a hypothesis for gravity. Because see, here's the thing: things fall down. You drop your cell phone, the glass cracks, right? But what is the cause of that? What is the independent variable that we can manipulate to determine causation? Do you have that, sir?
I was only commenting on like the whole it raining frozen frogs one day. That's really what I was commenting on there.
Is that your specialty, raining frogs?
No, he brought it up, so I wanted to comment on it.
yeah, it's differential in pressure and updraft the wind that blows them back into the clouds. But that doesn't
Correct.
always. It doesn't always have to happen that way.
Well, no, that's why we don't always get hail.
And that's not hail. Listen, that's not hail that's been blowed up there and enlarged. That's called hailstones. So it's your specific wording that lacks specificity. That's why we didn't cover your topic.
No,
hail,
again, I was
hail,
commenting on the frogs.
hail doesn't get blown back up. Hail just falls. Hailstones have been repeated this cycle because of a pressure differential.
Hail, flat Earth.
Hailstones can be as big as a golf ball, and that's why, because they keep getting blown back up and going through the process.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
but
we're proof for gravity. We're asking for the independent.
HAIL, but regular old hail is just only been through it once. Be specific about what you're talking about. The English language is specific. That's why there's a difference between hail,
Michael, literally,
and
like,
hailstones.
you talk about frogs getting sucked up, so I was just commenting on just that. Like, it is very possible that they did get sucked up, and they got.
No, I heard you say gravity.
They got trapped in said cycle. Yeah, that was previous to that, and he used frozen frogs flying from the sky as that. And I was just saying, like,
frogs aren't the only thing
it might
that's
not be an
ever
argument for
rained.
gravity, but what it is an argument is just for like our typical weather. So it's
It's rained fish. It's rained snakes. It's rained frogs.
Yes,
Would
I was
they
just
had a
trying to
dog
discount it from an argument for
My
or
God.
not for gravity. That's all.
There was a
Okay, let's
frozen
get to
dog that fell one time in a place. I wish I could find that article. Frozen dog just fell out of the sky, and it was like 109 degrees. And I thought, yeah, that's
I wasn't
crazy.
I wasn't using
It's
hail as
raining,
proof
man.
of gravity.
Okay, where's the independent variable for gravity? That's what we need. Otherwise, you don't have proof.
Like the dog didn't know about gravity. His ass went up in the atmosphere and got frozen.
Is that sink cleanser?
Wait,
we've made measurements
gravity
of seeing
proving
mass
it.
attracting mass. All right.
No,
Go ahead.
no, that's crack, Bill.
Okay. Go ahead.
No,
yeah.
no, not okay.
Who's
You're the
correct
one that
on
unmuted me. I was just here to listen, Mike. You know.
Oh no, you're fine, bro.
Okay, cool.
What's up, Hank? You had something you wanted to finish with?
Oh, I just thought I heard sink cleanser.
What?
No,
But I guess
that's crack, Bill. That's the guy we're
Crack
talking.
rabbit.
Or crack rabbit, yeah.
Crack rabbit, yeah.
And what world D?
He
Okay,
said
I thought he sounded like
gravity. That's what he said. He said he could.
I think you mean Zodiac. Don't you think Zodiac sounds like Sin Cleanser? They both sound like twins to me.
Yeah, because I was about to say we could see it raining communists if sink cleanser would go with me on a helicopter ride.
Okay, so crack rabbit. Can you still hear me? Do you have what's the proof for gravity? Go ahead. We want to hear it.
I never said I had proof of gravity as far as like proving it to you guys. I never once said that. But I did say
You
that
said
there
something
is
about proving gravity.
there
You
is
said-
proof. No, I didn't say that. I said there's proof that we have seen mass attracting mass. That's what I said. I didn't
Okay,
say.
yeah. Go ahead. Tell us. Yeah. What's the mass attracting mass proof? Go ahead.
You already know what it is. There's no point to go through it.
Two
You know
balls in a
exactly what it
sack.
Well, are we talking about Mr. Cavendish?
Sure.
Well, you know the
I-
problem with that is Einstein said it was space-time dilation. Had nothing to do with mass.
Oh yeah. How did he manipulate?
And they accepted that. They accepted that and threw out that Newtonian mass attracting mass tool. Now, in that light, what does Cavendish prove?
Yeah, Crack Rabbit, go ahead. That's you. You got the floor.
Sorry. I had to stand up, walk across the room here real quick. Repeat that. I'm sorry.
FaceTime.
I
FaceTime with
apologize.
Kevin. Go ahead.
Well, mass attracting mass is Newtonian, but Einstein overwrit that with space-time warping and dilation, right?
He didn't overwrite anything. He added
did.
to. He added
It's an.
to.
Listen,
no, he
mass attracting mass is a force. It implies a force. He says that
Very light
gravity
force
is a
compared to other
consequence.
forces.
He says gravity is a consequence of the warping of space-time and time dilation. So you say you prove mass attracting mass, but the whole world goes by.
I didn't prove anything.
Cavendish, he wasn't even trying to prove mass attracted mass.
But funny enough is that upon repeatable, shit, literally over and over.
Cavendish.
Times. Yes.
Cavendish does.
College students. College students.
Correct.
Listen,
That's incorrect. That's
hold up.
incorrect. That's incorrect.
Yeah,
Hold up. I
it's
got
not
it.
the same every time, bro.
Hold up. I got it.
It's saying it's exactly the same every time.
It's not. It's not repeatable.
Hello?
Yeah, Kiwi, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Kiwi?
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
Yeah. I got this. Can I direct everyone's attention to 30 minutes after the hour, please? So, who are we speaking to?
The Crack Rabbit.
They've said my name like 10 times at this point, man.
Crack. Yeah, I just got in here. Crack Rabbit. Just relax, numpty dipshit. We're gonna deconstruct your idiotness right here in about 5 seconds.
Whoa! I don't know why you're being so aggressive.
Shut the fuck up. So he said, no, that Einstein just added the Newton. No, you're a numpty dipshit. 30 minutes after the hour from his alma mater wiki. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From ScienceAlert.com, the mathematical equation of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Chem Libre text, Douglas Klein, professor of physics. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Andre Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. And finally, from Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. You're finished. You're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit.
You've just been erased.
Thank you for muting me for all that. Again, I'm just asking, why are you getting all heated, dude? We've all been chilling.
Hey, Nancy, you're spewing absolute horseshit. So let me just tell you this: when you piss down my back and tell me it's raining, but you're doing it nicely, and I turn around and find that you're pissing down my back, I'm gonna rip your pathetic little pecker off your dodo bird body. You tracking with me, sunshine?
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this: you don't have to mute me when you're talking because I have respect for other people and I let them talk. So you don't have to mute me every time that you feel the need to say something. Seriously, you can
shut the fuck
you
up.
Can stop that.
You're
Seriously.
debunked.
Okay, again, we were just.
You're debunked. Fuck off.
I need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
What? Sorry, Mike, I took your thunder, but I thought I'd get rid of him quick.
It's a beautiful thing when people come in here and spout bullshit, and you just cut them right at the throat. I love it.
Cavendish isn't even an experiment. Had nothing to do with Einstein. Cavendish didn't prove fucking anything. It wasn't even an experiment. It's 106 years out of date pseudoscience. I'll bet you he doesn't even know what science is. How much you want to bet?
I'm not got no money I want to give you.
Where is that crayon muncher? Who is it? Crack Rabbit. Do you even know what an experiment is?
Cute, man. Cute. I again, like,
Again, do you even know what an experiment is?
Real quick, why come in so
Do you
hot?
even know what an experiment is?
Seriously,
What are
man,
the
like,
three constituent parts of an experiment?
we were having such a nice conversation, and
Yeah,
with
fuck off. I already
and with
told you that
letting
deal.
people,
What
like,
are the three constituent
respond
parts of an experiment?
with a decent bit of respect.
What are the
And
three constituent parts of an experiment last time?
Stop acting like a girl, for hell's sakes, dude. Just answer the
Nancy,
question.
what are the three constituent
if I
parts
wasn't a
of a
girl, you guys
scientific
would all bow
experiment?
down and let me.
Fuck off.
God. I see why you said Nancy. Right off the bat.
It's up to you, Mike. Mike. He probably took a break.
Yeah, he probably went got himself a cup of coffee or something. He'll be back.
That nice young lady in here that came in a few minutes ago and was asking us how we could show her family that the Earth is flat. Imagine if she had dressed them, talked to them the way Kiwi just did, just shredded them like that.
Well, they come in with this little picked on baby shit. I think it's going to get them somewhere. You just need to answer the questions. Grow up.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
That space time. How about that, Brenda? Space time.
Hey, Bong.
I think he left. Hey, how's it going, Guy Rocket?
Good. Yeah.
Hey, man. It's good to see you still here. I thought.
Yep. You too, brother.
How are you doing? How are you doing? You good?
Yeah. Doing fine. Thanks. Yep. And you?
Same.
It's cool.
Same. Yeah, it's a bit cold.
Oh.
Australia is unusually cold. Yeah. This year.
It's been that way here all spring, but it's warmed up all of a sudden, just like that.
Yeah.
All of a sudden.
Yep.
Really weird. Things are changing, brother. Things are changing. All around us.
UP.
Oh, somebody sing a song or something. Jeez.
Yeah, I was looking for coffee. Listening.
I got mine already. I knew what I was doing. I got prepared before I sat down. I do this every night though, so I got sort of a little routine. Get my coffee, get my shoes off, kick my feet up, join the show.
There's a guy here named Fa Coffee.
For coffee? Yeah, I
Yeah.
see it.
Just saying.
He has just got a listening pass. So someone needs to either assign him a role or I don't know.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll just.
Let me
give
add
him
him.
For coffee. Can you check your mic? Test your mic. You should be able to talk.
Yeah, and don't be afraid about what happened to that other dude. He was just acting like a little wimp. Just if you don't do that, everything will be fine. Would like to introduce ourselves to you, at least, Mr. Coffee.
Hi, we're the Flurfers. We're here to shit straight. We only like to talk about shit that we can verify and that you can verify too. So don't bring any bullshit in here or you'll get slapped down.
Oh, it's a crazy world, eh? Full of crazy people.
Boy, getting worse all the time. Never thought I'd see it. Not like this. Not this soon.
Idiocracy, the movie, man. I'm still laughing.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm crying at this point. I'm not laughing anymore.
Crying.
It's so sad that everybody's just laid down. It's like they've just like given up their rights to just lay down and just like it's so amazing to me.
The only thing they got wrong in that movie is when the lawyer said, I like money. If he would have said, I like Bitcoin, it would have been perfect. I like Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm not laughing. I mean, I am laughing, not crying, but I'm laughing so hard I have tears coming down my eyes. So it's a little bit like both.
I'm channeling my emotions into my art. Music, whatever it is, your art.
Yeah, yeah. I'm channeling mine toward my autism. See if I can't improve it some.
So here's a thought. We talk all the time about how the globe is something they just made up and it messes with people's heads and there's no proof for it. But it seems to me like with the lockdown and the Mexican beard germ and various other things that as time goes by, either as quote unquote they get more desperate or just as time goes by for other reasons, they have to make up more stuff. It's like they've made up the globe. Then after that, they had to make up more stuff, and they make up more stuff as they get more and more desperate and have to pull more tricks on us. They have to make up more. Right.
And that's why, like, most of the population is like, "Nuh-uh, you ain't sticking me. Mm-mm-mm. You got a jab, I got a right cross."
What's the percentage now that people that have supposedly succumbed? You know, is it like 50% or less, or I think it's somewhere around 50%, isn't it?
I never trusted any statistics or surveys
Yeah.
or anything they tell me in the news.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And yeah, and they only stage things on TV to make it seem like, to support their statistic. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's like,
Yeah, so try thinking about it this way. We all know for the most part how, not amazingly so painful most of the time, but reasonably painful it can be to get a jab of anything, a syringe stuck in your arm of anything. And so the question is, how many people out there are scared enough by what the TV says to them that they're willing to go through that pain just because they're scared of what the TV told them? I think some people will be scared of the TV, but just not so scared that they get that done.
so scared that they buy up all the toilet paper, right? And fight each other over toilet paper. So scared that they beat each other up, even because they're not. Some people aren't wearing masks. Scared.
I went to Walmart a little bit ago to get some coffee creamer, and I noticed that the shelves are just basically reducing in quantity. I mean, all of it. It's all disappearing very slowly.
Yeah, I've been telling people that they need to like stock up on food, water. So with the water, you could just take like a stainless steel pot and put like a thing over it to catch the steam, and then the water that drips out of that, you put something there to catch that, and then that'll distill your water. It probably wouldn't hurt to have a little bit of alcohol to pour in your water, just in case it gets anything in it. But yeah.
And maybe a few minerals too when you're done.
You can just make a still, bro. It's not that hard. Stainless steel pot, some copper coil. Run it through a condenser or something that cools it down, turning the vapor back to liquid.
It takes all the minerals out that way, though, doesn't it? Don't we need to replace that somehow?
You just shouldn't drink constant, just only distilled water.
Right.
You'll get reverse osmosis.
That's what the sea salt is for, though.
Yep.
Yeah. I was just going to mention that, as a matter of fact.
I got well water, but I got a family still.
Well, that well water's got to be good.
My great uncle was a moonshiner.
When do you put in the minerals after?
Yeah, after it's distilled.
Me and my brother played with that still too. It's like one day my dad and my grandpa had ordered barns full of crap. Me and my brother were walking through there looking to see what our kids might want. I was like, "Hey, there's that still." He said, "You want to play with it?" I was like, "Think I don't." I've been watching Moonshiners. How about you?
To answer the question about the salt, you don't have to put it in your water. You just have to have it in your diet. So I would just salt your meat to taste, and that should be enough minerals because you'll crave it if you need it, and if you like the taste of it, you'll put it on your food. Problem solved.
Yeah, some of the best salt is like that pink salt that's natural. It's got more minerals in it. I mean, I don't think just basic iodized salt from the supermarket is probably not the best thing to use.
Himalayan.
Here,
Oh no, that salt's no good. It's got a lot of glass in it, and glass irritates your artillery walls. And then, guess what?
Right.
After that, then the healing, right, is going to be swelling, and it's
And
going
scarring.
to coat it. Yeah, it's going to coat it with cholesterol. Right. So then the doctor is going to be like, "Oh, why is your blood pressure so high?"
Because my arteries are all scarred up on the inside.
Popcorn. Look, he got popcorn. That's popcorn Sutton. By God. Cooking that shine.
They make some supplements here from the Great Salt Lake. They make some mineral supplement like salt, but I'm not so sure about it because they've been dumping sewage in that thing for a long time. So I'm not so sure I trust salt coming out of that
That'll
lake.
spice things up a bit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I think that you could get some stuff that's mined deep in the earth. They got that mineral salt. There's down in southern Utah. They got some pink stuff that comes in a shaker. It's kind of a pink color, and it's got a list of what it's supposed to have, like minerals and whatnot. It's got a little bit more in it. I think, and whoever said salt your food with it, yeah, I think that's probably
Well, you can get natural sodiums. Rice, grain, barley, oats, wheat, whole grain. Even fish contains a little bit of sodium. Natural nuts.
right because they live in the water, and that's where they get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about cooking your food with seawater? Like with actual seawater?
I don't know.
Does that work?
I don't know. I
that's how
think
we used to cook.
I think that's a little bit different. I'm not quite sure. I don't think seawater's too good for you, but I don't claim to be no
I think you
expert on
can
it.
mix it with a little bit of rainwater to kind of. I guess it depends on which sea, right?
Right. Yep. Like a teaspoon in a gallon might be okay.
Or you could probably distill the seawater to get the salt, right?
You could.
Yeah.
Yep.
You could.
You know, when I get out of the ocean and it dries, you guys see all the salt on your skin, right?
Yeah.
You think that would absorb naturally too, wouldn't it? If you had that much all over you, you would think you get some absorption somehow.
Yeah.
I've never swam in the ocean. Been there a bunch of times on the beach, but never got my feet wet. I don't know why.
It's warm. The ocean I grew up in is warmer than the rain. But when I went to California, man, and I touched that water, even Hawaii, man, compared to where I'm from, even Hawaii's ocean water is cold. I'm like, damn.
Yep.
So California is even colder than Salt Lake City.
Yeah. It's cold there for sure.
The Great Lakes.
Great Lakes be cold as hell, bro.
Yeah.
Go there with me in the winter and do the polar plunge. You get out that must look like. Oh yeah, we do that. Group of us will go out there and cut a hole in the ice and jump in.
I bet
Get
you don't
back
stay in
out.
too long. I bet you don't stay in too long, do you?
No.
Yeah.
We have people there with ropes and all that. You get in, you get right back out. But you know you're alive, though.
The Navy recruiting. You know where the Navy boot camp. You know where boot camp is, right? Great Lakes, Illinois.
Yeah.
My sister's a drill. She's a drill instructor there, man. I mean, you know what? I'm not gonna. Yeah, man, it's freaking cold. Yeah, I had radio school there. You know, running near the man. Freaking hated it.
Well, you grew up on the islands first, though, didn't you, Bon?
Yeah, it's like a shock to my system. You know? It's like,
Yeah, I bet. I
It's
bet.
USO Illinois, right?
yeah, Great Lakes. There's the school where you go to
Yeah,
school, where you do your
yeah,
school, and then there's the boot camp or
yeah.
recruiting.
That's USO Illinois Great Lakes Center.
Yeah. It used to be in San Diego.
Yeah, it's across the lake for me.
There's more than one, though, isn't there, where they do that?
They used to have
I think it's
Recruit
only
Training
like
Command in Orlando, one in San Diego, and then there was Great Lakes. But the Clinton administration closed down Orlando and San Diego, and they put everything up in Illinois.
Ah.
Yep. Desert training in Cali.
We're at in Cali.
I have to look it up. Can't remember.
Fort Irwin.
Yeah.
That's Southern Cal, right?
Yeah, Fort
Irwin. Southern Middle.
Southern Middle. Yeah.
It sucked, but it definitely got you ready for eating dirt. Desert sucks, dude.
I spent 5 years there.
You know what I mean, then?
Yep.
Forget your standard issue handkerchief. Shit.
You guys
Hell, you
miss
did a
the
little.
military? You guys miss the life? You ever think about it? Like,
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
yeah.
How many years did you do QE altogether? Just 5, or did you do more?
21.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
More than me. I did 12.
Yeah, but that just depends on what your job is. I had a couple different jobs.
Life.
My son was born there.
Yeah, I do miss some parts of it. I'm not.
I have to be honest, I regret not going into the service, actually. Now that I'm older, it probably would have been good for me. I have no doubt.
It's a young man's game.
Yeah. How could you not miss the camaraderie, though?
You
Right.
can't replace that. Yeah, that's what called me back to it.
Brothers for life.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things from my friends and other, the same kind of stuff you guys were saying. I realize I would have been good for me too, and I missed it. But
it depends.
That's all right.
It depends on what job you're into, and then what branch you're in, and then what your status is. You know how you are before you go in. Right. If you're a disciplined person and you've had, you got your goals set, and I probably wouldn't go into the Marines or any combat MOS. I would probably leave that behind because there's just going to be problems. There's so many factors involved. Just to say that I should have went into the service, I don't think it's a bit myopic.
Well, I just feel like it would have been something I would have valued at some point afterwards,
Possibly.
I really appreciated it, but it wasn't, I just, it's not, I couldn't do it for the rest of my life. So, but I really enjoyed it.
Does anyone have a link to the place that this is being broadcasted? Because Helios is down right now. Is there any other live streams going?
I would agree. I would agree, QE. You should put some deep thought into going into whatever branch of service and not just do it just on a whim and say any. It requires forethought.
Hey, sorry
Like,
about
if I was
cock
a truth-
blocking you with the gravity guy before, but I
Oh.
wanted to get, I wanted to stop him.
You're fine. I didn't get mad. I went and got snacks.
I
My
figured
room.
you left. I said, Omer, Mike, where are you, Mike?
Going to get some snacks and some roller paper.
Yeah, that's what everyone said too. They went and got something to eat.
You know what I'm saying, Guy Rockin'? If I was 18 or 17 and I learned about the flat Earth and all these things, you know, about the world, you know, banks, I would never join the military. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
think it depends on
See?
the person.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's what I'm
Yep.
talking about. There's a
There
lot of
it is.
variables.
There wasn't much chance of that though for me, because that would have been like in 1974.
Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I
feel
mean?
lucky. I feel lucky I got out without having to, you know, kill anyone or, you know, do something, blood on my hands, you know, on my conscience, trauma. You
I came right after the Vietnam War. I got a draft card, and then I threw it in the garbage can the day I got it at school. And then it was like 2 weeks later they stopped the draft, so I didn't feel so bad after throwing it in the garbage. But I was a kid thinking stupid shit back then, and I don't know. But yeah, I threw my draft card in the garbage can like 10 minutes after they gave it to me.
I would have too.
It's what I did.
I don't want to
Yeah.
cut my hair, man.
Too many variables. You just can't state like Mike. He probably knows it exactly. There's so many variables that a
Well, that was
blanket statement.
Yeah, it was the Vietnam War was just getting over with, you know.
I understand that. You already said that. Shit, I got
Yeah.
it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. And I just didn't. It wasn't something I was too fond of.
Yeah, you're older than I am. A little bit older than I am.
Right.
Yeah. So too many variables, right? Date, time group, attitude, status, world status, knowledge, discipline, goal setting. That's just what, 8 of like 100.
Right. And I probably wasn't too disciplined back in those days. I'll admit it. I was a free spirit, pioneer of a new frontier, smoking weed.
I'll tell you what, it was hard. It was hard as fuck, but I had a blast. I'd have to admit that the first 9 years were a friggin' blast.
Well, see, that's the kind of shit. When I hear that shit, that's when I think, fuck, you know? Maybe I did fucking miss out on something, so.
My senior chief hated me, but my CO loved me.
Yeah, but
Lieutenant
there's
loved
people
me.
that out of the military, man, have interesting paths they took.
He's
I'm
like,
sure.
you know what, Bong? I don't think you deserve this, you know, promotion. I was like, damn, Chief.
I met some crazy some bitches though.
I'll bet.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy.
So the two places, the funniest people I ever met in my life. Of course, because you meet people from every fucking where, right? So I got a good sample size. So what do you think the two places, I got two places I'm thinking of. I brought this subject up a while ago. Let's see if somebody remembers. That hands down, there's no doubt because you need these fucking comedians, I'm telling you. So two places that are hands down the funniest people I ever met in my life. The number 3 is nowhere even close. Two places.
You know, I remember you talking about this, but I can't remember where you said. I really just can't. I remember hearing it from you though about this
Yeah.
the funny.
Yeah.
The funny
I'm not
people.
going to force you to guess. So anywhere in
please don't.
I was going to tell you, but go ahead.
No, I just said please don't. That's all. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. So anywhere in the vicinity of New York City, Staten Island, Bronx, any of it doesn't matter, right? Staten Island was I would probably put Staten Island above, but that could have just been, the people that I was associated with. So Staten Island, or New York vicinity, I'm sorry. New York City, not New York State, New York City, somewhere in the city limits. And one other place. state. Tennessee. Any those two places, New York City, and anyone from Tennessee,
Jack
look the
Daniels.
fuck out.
Is it Jack Daniels?
That's what I noticed.
Some funny shit, huh?
Yeah.
Comedian.
Oh,
Yeah, my LPO was from Tennessee. P. Officer Woods. Awesome guy. Fucking Kelly.
it's really a dichotomy, right? Anyone from New York City or the surrounding area, and Tennessee.
How you doing? How you doing?
Not that there weren't crazy some bitches and funny guys from elsewhere. I'm saying the preponderance of friggin' just outrageous people was from those two places.
Texas?
I remember some guys came from
Steers and
Tennessee.
queers.
Some guys came from Tennessee. Were looking for work, and the people I worked for hired a couple of kids from Tennessee. And now that you mention it, those dudes were just wacky. They were funny. They had such a weird accent too, and they were it was different. But yeah, they were like, I don't know, like it's like they come right out of the boondocks or something, or out of the swamp or somewhere. I don't know where they come from, but there were some funny, strange people. Good workers, though.
Just the good old boys.
Yeah.
I can
Hey,
see them.
Paul, do you know what a cow
I can
tipping
see all of
is?
them, right? It's like they're photographs. I can just see them. Just the look on their face, I just lose it.
They had long hair, and they were like I mean, it was just weird because it was before it was kind of early in the part of the hippie days. They showed up and they had long ass hair, and they were these Tennessee boys that had this weird accent, and it was just I'd never
already
seen
said
anything like
that,
it.
for fuck's sake.
I'd never seen anything like it. I know. I
Give us
like to
something
repeat.
new.
I like to repeat myself because I'm just like that. You'll have to deal with it. Sorry.
Drives me absolutely batshit insane.
Well, at least I know how to do that then.
Yeah.
I'll try to refrain. Just for you.
What's your phone number?
Well, come on, let's go. I only got a few minutes. Let's kick up the excitement level.
Yeah, we have a new member called the End of Mankind.
End of mankind.
Yeah.
You are unmuted, End of Mankind.
Is he from Tennessee?
I don't know. Good day, End of Mankind. You have control of your mic. You want to ask questions? Prove your glow.
He probably can't hear you. Your mic's like a busted chainsaw. No,
What's up?
you're just low, man. It's not that bad. It's just low.
You wasn't talking to me, was you?
Mm-mm.
And my
No,
dog
what
started.
happened to you? You got your mic squared away. What's up?
Oh hell, I don't know. One day it's good, one day it's not.
It's really good now.
All I know is my damn dog wanted out. He could have pressed me when I went downstairs for food.
Have we talked to Foo Coffee?
I know that's kind of a play on words, ain't it? Fuck off, eh?